Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and hype up the video. If you want another part of this amazing work, leave 1,000 likes, and without further ado, let's get to the video.
The story begins with raiders, individuals who hunt shadow creatures and plunder treasures. They protect people. It's a dangerous job, but they are immortalized as heroes and are targets of envy. It's a job that inspires others. This is what it means to be a raider. And a curiosity about them is that a raider's heart beats faster when they're about to be eliminated. Then, a girl is introduced, encountering a voice swearing and asking if she's asking to be a meat shield. The boy with glasses says she shouldn't misunderstand, and also mentions that he needed money quickly. Hyung thinks it's strange that they're taking him to a dungeon raid. The boy with glasses is named Jong. He works at a raider agency and acts as a broker for raiders who don't belong to a guild, like himself. So, when Hyung was hired by him, the boy knew it would be his first job in a while. The protagonist wonders if Jong wants him to be on the front lines as a shield in a dungeon full of undead, thinking that this is basically asking to be a meat shield in case of danger. Asking why this is the only job available, he says that kids with a lower rank than his don't have problems finding work. Jong explains that even though Hyung has a high rank, there are few places that request raiders of the warrior class. He asks if he's being looked down on just because he's a warrior. The agency worker apologizes and agrees, saying that nowadays mages steal the spotlight, and warriors tend to take things slower and get injured more often, so they are not the first choice for clients. And that was the bitter truth. Comparing mages, who hunt monsters safely from the rear, warriors in the front obviously get more injuries. Not to mention that in large-scale battles, mages have a clear superiority. Hyung thinks he knows all of this, as things were very different 10 years ago, but there's no place for a warrior-class raider anymore, and he should have chosen mage back then. 11 years ago, in the 9th year of middle school, he got a good score on the aptitude test for awakened individuals. He was admitted to Millis Academy, an educational institution specializing in training raiders. His aptitude with magic at the time was 97%, and Seo, the best mage currently, only had an aptitude of 92%. Back then, it could be said his aptitude was out of this world, but in the end, he chose combat and didn't have any grand reason or anything like that. It was just that magic users had the worst reputation back then. They were used as human buff machines since they couldn't defeat a low-rank monster without combat. But now, combatants are in decline, while mages are idolized. He wonders if his life would be better now if he had chosen to be a mage 11 years ago. Normally, a raider's growth happens at 20 years old, so there's no reason to regret it now. Jong says that these opportunities don't come often, and he was about to give this chance to someone else. But he came to him first because he remembered his circumstances. The protagonist thinks that he once had a talent envied by those who had to choose fire magic, and now he's just a rank D warrior. His life took a turn for the worse. He says he will go. The two stare at each other, and he continues thinking that he knew from the beginning that he had no choice to survive there and can't be picky about the jobs he takes. Jong is surprised and excited, saying he made the right choice, explaining that he'll send the location by message and expects to see him there the next day at 8 o'clock and not to be late. He asks why Jong will come to see him there, since he'll be busy with agency work. Jong tells him not to worry about that and just focus on the job. The agency worker says no, he has something to do there and expects to see him the next day. The next day, people are gathered. The protagonist is leaning against a tree, looking at his phone, and says that Jong mentioned he would come to see him, but he's nowhere to be found, and should have just said he wasn't coming. Thinking that Woman would be better off working with a better raid, he watches and continues thinking that he's a rank D warrior raider, while Woman is a rank A mage and he has no idea why a guy like him is working at a raider agency. He could join any guild he wanted, but he's wasting time in a place like this, and if it were him, he starts thinking unnecessary things until he comes across a man. Myung seems to recognize him, saying that they've met again. Hyung asks if he came as well, and Myung responds yes, mentioning that he's been very busy lately and that this type of work can be dangerous, but it pays well. The protagonist says he's right about that, especially but Myung interrupts, saying that when there's no other place for warrior-class raiders, kids these days don't have any love for the sword, asking what's so great about throwing fireballs from the back. Hyung thinks he's almost starving. Myung continues, saying that, anyway, they'll do their best again and drink afterward, asking what he thinks. The protagonist says that sounds good. Myung mentions that he's been low on money lately and that he paid last time. He notices his colleague is a bit embarrassed. Then, Myung says it's fine and that he'll pay this time. Hyung says he feels really bad because he's always taking advantage of him. The agency worker says for everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance. They enter in 30 minutes. The group, somewhat discouraged, walks. They watch while Myung says it's time to prepare. Meanwhile, the protagonist takes a deep breath, leans against a tree, and grabs his phone, thinking that when they enter a dungeon, raiders have to worry about two things: The first is finding unexpected luck. Luck that comes in dungeons can cloud the raider's mind and lower their guard against the dangers that come with it, leaving them unable to think logically. The dungeon tests them to see if what they hold in their hands is really luck, or, in fact, a tragedy disguised as luck. The second is, but Myung interrupts him again, asking what he's doing, if he's looking at his phone again. He says he always does that before entering a dungeon, and asks what he's looking at so much, if it's a picture of a girlfriend or something. The protagonist says it's nothing but watches the phone with a picture of his mother, thinking he'll come back safely. Then, they approach the entrance and enter, encountering zombies. A man tells them to raise their shields properly and hold the line, asking if they understand what he's saying, and stressing that they must hold their position even if it costs them their lives. A zombie tries to touch Young's shoulder, and he thinks this is a shitty job. A voice says, "For the radiant lights of Alphen, call upon Surtur, eliminate all enemies in sight." Then, several flames approach the zombies and burn them. The people watch. The protagonist looks to the side and thinks it's the Meteoro Guild, a mage guild that was called Rising Stars for a while, and that if they can do this, it seems there's nothing to worry about after all. They sit down afterward. Myung wipes his mouth and asks if the boss room is the only place left, saying that getting old isn't easy, and if he had known it would be like this, he would have played less as a kid and leveled up non-stop. The protagonist asks what's up and says that Myung is still young enough and at a higher level than him. Myung asks if he got any good drops and says that there are some good items dropping because this is an A-rank dungeon. Young says he's not sure and will check now. He looks around and notices something strange, finding several colored squares. Not understanding, he puts his hand over his face, wondering what that was, and realizes the system has crashed. Several notifications pop up saying this. He watches and thinks this has never happened before. Another notification arrives, saying the system failed to restart for unknown reasons. Still watching, he wonders if the restart failed and what it's talking about. He continues watching until something appears, telling him to follow the light. He watches, half scared and not understanding anything. The system notifies that an unknown presence is infiltrating the Aesir system, attempting repairs on the safe world but failing. He continues to not understand anything, asking if it really said to follow the light. Myung asks what he's talking about. The protagonist says it's nothing, just heard someone saying to follow the light. He comes across moving green particles and asks if this is the light they wanted him to follow. Myung says he's been acting strange since earlier, asking if he's sick. Hyung replies that he's fine and wonders if no one saw this. Watching the particles, he believes he should check it out. Myung asks where he's going, and he responds that it'll only take a second. While walking, he wonders what's going on. He stops in a place where there's no one, and nothing, exactly. He opens the system again but receives the same notification. The system crashed, and the status window cannot be accessed. Observing, he says that it really isn't working. He keeps trying, and the system notifies that it's a partially damaged function, and will attempt to restart in safe mode. Then, he puts his hand over his head and asks what's happening. Thinking, he remembers that he's been awakened since he was 10, but the system has never crashed in these 17 years, and there's never been a time when a function was damaged and the system needed to be restarted. He concludes that the voice he heard is likely related to the system crashing, the infiltration of an unknown presence, and the system's failure. Additionally, the unknown voice telling him to follow the light reinforces the idea that the Aesir system might be going through a major change. The system is a reference to the gods of Asgard, like Odin and Thor, and it's been theorized that the name comes from Aesir. It was the last bastion of hope for humanity after it was brought to the brink of extinction. 20 years ago, referred to as the Year of Calamity, 2021, a giant tree of immeasurable height grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and suddenly, it sprouted one morning, growing beyond the skies in just 9 days. Some people called it the sign of humanity's extinction, others called it the Tree of Blessings. The true name of this tree is Yggdrasil, the world tree that appeared in mythology. On the 9th day, after the tree grew fully, the tragedy began. All over the world, an unprecedented disaster known as monsters started to appear. Half of humanity was wiped out by the monsters, and half of the remaining humans perished from hunger or disease. It was at this moment, when everyone was wallowing in despair, that a small hope for humanity was born. The first awakened. A human wielding the authority of the gods appeared. Among the awakened, there were those who hunted the monsters, the raiders. The Aesir system is the strongest weapon wielded by humanity's strongest heroes. The protagonist wonders, what if something big changes the Aesir system? It would be hard to see that as a positive vision. He comes across green lights, approaches, and finds a giant door. He says it could be the treasure gate, hidden halls that appear very rarely in high-class dungeons. They typically contain special items or rare ingredients. It's said that the items in a treasure gate are worth, in the worst case, hundreds of thousands of dollars. and if something of class A or higher appears there, he could get out of this shitty life right away. So he prays, saying that if there's a god there might be A-class or higher equipment. After opening the door, he finds torches and a large space. He says that to think there's such a space in a dungeon, what they said on TV wasn't urban legend. He comes across an extremely strong light and an item. Watching, he says that no matter how he looks at it, it must be the item. He wonders if he should see what amazing item is hidden there. He approaches, and when he's about to grab it, the system notifies that a partial recovery of the system functions was successful, and that a new equipment was acquired. Asking if he would like to evaluate the acquired item, Young says that things are progressing well, thinking that the system was restored at a good time, asking if they don't say that good things come in groups. Picking up the equipment, he comes across the lost eye of Doan. He notices something strange and places his hand over his eye. Soon after, he observes the active skill and its effects. He thinks that of the items shown in auctions, the highest rank was S, and when this item appears in an auction, it will easily exceed $10 million. Items specialized in magic can essentially set their own price, and people will pay no matter how much it is. But to think this is a mythical rank item, and it's still the only one in the world. He says that with this, he won't suffer anymore, nor be trapped by guilds, and he won't be forced to act as a meat shield in dungeons. The shitty raider life is over. Since he obtained this item, he wonders if he should at least test it. He affirms that yes, asking when he'll see another mythical item again, so he should at least test it once before selling. The system notifies that the lost eye links when equipped, asking if he would like to equip it. He replies no and requests immediate cancellation. He feels relieved and says he almost wasted the mythical rank item that was so hard to obtain, and there's no reason to equip it. If sold on the black market, it would be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Thinking that, even with a good item, he doesn't want to keep raiding dungeons, since he's already over 20 years old. His level can't increase anymore, and he won't be very effective, even if he uses it. The system failure is the only unexpected complication, and he can say this is an unprecedented anomaly. However, he's used to these complications. And nowadays, where dungeons have become a reality, sudden situations occurring with raiders are very common. The situations that occur can be categorized into two different types. He wonders if he should start heading back, questioning if it's luck or tragedy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myung says that he should be back soon, since it looks like he just went to check something, asking him to wait a little. He spots him and tells him to hurry up, as they're going for the raid soon. The protagonist apologizes for the delay, and the worker says it will be difficult if he acts alone. Next time, he hopes a situation like this doesn't happen. He responds that he'll be more careful next time. The worker leaves. Myung watches, leaning against him and saying not to feel down. Young says it's not that he's fine, and that he'll pay for the drinks tonight, because he can't always be a parasite, and starts walking. Myung wonders if he's finally matured. At 27 years old, the protagonist walks, feeling relieved, thinking that for now, he's escaped. He reflects that, since it's a dungeon, nothing that happens there will be exposed to the outside world, as it's a lawless place. Spreading the word that he obtained a good item there would be asking for his end. He decides to wait until the raid is over to sell the item, as planned. Now, the most important thing is to avoid suspicion. The worker announces that now that everyone is gathered, they'll head back to, but something strange happens, causing a huge impact and throwing people away. Hyung, not understanding, asks what's going on, until a purple smoke starts to move. He watches people coughing and wonders if it's poisonous mist, thinking that if he breathes it in for too long, it'll be the end for him. He decides that he needs to retreat. A voice calls him, and it's Myung saying they need to get out fast, as this mist seems dangerous. The protagonist, with his hand on his mouth, shouts that everyone needs to get out of there. Then, he sees his colleague with severe injuries, and not knowing what to do, falls to the ground. Watching, he thinks the only thing he can do is run, and starts running quickly, reflecting on the sudden explosions, the poisonous mist spreading through the dungeon, and the people who were eliminated. He concludes that this isn't the work of monsters, but definitely the actions of a hired assassin for dungeons. He wonders if the goal is the annihilation of the Meteoro Guild, and decides that heading to the dungeon entrance is not an option, as he could be eliminated if someone is guarding the entrance. He considers that it would be better to wait inside the dungeon for a rescue. He wonders why this is happening, but tries to forget about it, as it's not the time to worry about it. He laments that this is an item he just obtained, and wonders if this is how it will end, not knowing what to do. Then he notices someone approaching from behind, releasing several flames in his direction. He quickly crouches down, and the person comments that he knew he would survive. The protagonist turns around and faces Wooman. Jung, smiling, says that he didn't say he would visit him today. Hyung asks if it was him who did that, and Wooman confirms, saying that spreading the poisonous mist and attacking the Meteoro Guild was his doing. The protagonist is startled but tries to remain calm, asking why he did this. Jong responds that it was at the request of a client. He further explains that many guilds don't like the Meteoro Guild because it underestimated the other guilds, and it would be strange if anyone actually liked them. Hyung reflects that the Dungeon Assassins is the name given to those who abuse closed dungeons to assassinate people. He realizes that, given the current circumstances, the surprise attack on the Meteoro Guild was strategically planned. He wonders if he could take down Jong, but concludes that it's impossible. Jong is an A-rank mage, one of the geniuses who make up the top 2% of the country, while he himself is just rank D. He's neither particularly skilled nor weak, just average. He concludes that since he's not the target, the best he can do is stay silent. With the Aesir system offline, there's no guarantee he'll be able to escape. Although he feels it's unfair, he knows he has no other choice. He'd like to take revenge on those who fought alongside him on the front lines, especially Myung, but he knows he can't do anything. He calls out to Jeong and, while thinking about the tragedy Yggdrasil brought to the world, says that he will pretend nothing happened today. He continues thinking that the world has become intolerant of the weak, but Jeong interrupts him, asking if he knew that, before attacking him with several flames. Hyung is hit in the arm and face, getting injured. He realizes that if he had reacted just a little later, he would have been eliminated. The two stare at each other. Wooman declares that the target in today's dungeon wasn't just the Meteoro Guild and continues attacking, emitting more flames. The protagonist tries to run, but still gets injured, realizing that he needs to get out of there as quickly as possible. He doesn't understand why Jong is after him, as he's just a rank D raider. He wonders if he did something wrong to someone, or if someone wants to see him eliminated. As he cleans his wounds, he continues thinking about what's going on, without finding answers. Who is this person? And who would... He starts thinking of someone calling him useless, and saying they didn't know how a kid like him was conceived. He looks up and asks if it was his father. They stare at each other. Jong puts his hand over his mouth, looks at him again, and starts laughing, saying that he's very clever and that's why he likes him. Hyung begins to remember his father with his mother and says he's going to ask something, recalling a woman lying on a stretcher, with cloths over her body and face, and a man crying. He asks if, 5 years ago, in the winter, that person also made a request like this before. Woman says he didn't think he would notice that too, saying that he's really amazing. A tear runs down Hyung's face, mixing with his wound. Jong gets closer and says that he won't understand, as the boy's father had the wife eliminated and then the son, attacking by his head, asking if it isn't shocking, and if he doesn't agree. He says that's what happened and bids him farewell. Hyung tries to say something but can't. The system starts glitching. Woman asks if he has something too, but then is surprised as he observes an extremely strong aura. He wonders what kind of magic this is. The ground starts to crack, stones fly, and he observes, thinking that the mana is getting stronger and wondering what's going on. He concludes that something is off and that he needs to end this quickly, saying their game ends there. He then attacks with an offensive tool, which gets close to Hyung. Just as it's about to hit his eye, it transforms into particles. Jong is left bewildered. The protagonist had equipped the lost eye item, which was linked to him. He says he knows he can't sell it anymore. Another notification arrives, indicating that there is a blank letter that can be used. Wooman shouts that this is impossible, asking if his magic was dispersed. Hyung calls him, while more notifications arrive about the blank letter. He says that he will eliminate him in the most painful way possible, while the system is copying the active skill Electric Chain. Using Electric Chain, Jong asks how he can use this magic, thinking it takes years to learn. He wonders how a rank D warrior can use such a high-level spell, questioning if he thinks he can defeat him just with this. The protagonist says he doesn't know, but will find out. He then attacks, causing an explosion and an intense strike. He watches as Wooman approaches, attacking again. The protagonist realizes that the active skill Universal Derivation has been activated. Jong's skill can't hit him, returning the attack to him. Jong tries to dodge, but Hyung notices that the derivation skill has been activated. He attacks again, while Jong, frightened, realizes he can't dodge. This causes a massive explosion, with small stones flying. The protagonist watches, approaches, and notices that Jong's glasses have been broken. He comes across Wooman lying on the ground, injured, with tears streaming down his face, begging him not to eliminate him. Hyung grabs his attack tool and strikes him, asking if it's over. He comes across Jong, eliminated on the ground, also injured. Thinking, he reflects that his vitality and magic are drained from his body, and he just obtained a mythical item, and still, he's going to be eliminated in vain like this. He thinks it's no surprise that his luck showed up today. Elimination is a terrifying word he had to face many times while working as a raider, but now that he's truly facing it, it's so cold. His eyes close, and the system notifies that a new operating system has been downloaded, asking if he would like to start it. and that once the new system is operational, time will return to the period the user most desires. The protagonist wonders, regression? And questions if this will save him, realizing that a new variable has appeared for him. Thinking, he concludes that he doesn't know if it's happiness or sadness that awaits him at the end of this journey. He then says to start, believing that this is the only decision he can make now. He has no choice. The operating system, Nornir system, is initiated. Then, a strong light appears, accompanied by a blonde woman, then a redhead, the blonde again, and another woman. Finally, the blonde extends her hand to someone. The system announces that from now on, he is the adversary of the all-powerful Aesiris, and that he has acquired the passive skills those watched by the gods, and divine eye. The gods who oppose the Aesiris are watching. Suddenly, it shows Hyung lying on a bed, waking up startled. He sits up, looks around, and sees a picture of his mother. He asks what is happening, observing his hands, where lightning appears. The system notifies that the temporal regression to the user's most desired time has been successful. Hyung is confused, wondering if he's dreaming or something like that. Remembering the past, he reflects if he truly went back in time, but discards the idea, thinking it's just a dream. An image of his mother and father comes to his mind. He believes it's a long dream, until he comes across his mother. Tears stream down his face, and he quickly runs to embrace her with all his heart. He thinks that this is a dream he never wants to wake up from. The system notifies that the date is November 15th, 2020, and that the user has successfully returned to their most desired time. Hyung is on the bed, while the system continues notifying that limitations on non-combat activities have been removed, and that his body has recovered successfully by 20%. The protagonist, with his hand on his chest, asks if he's dreaming, realizing he's in his old home. Another notification arrives, informing that a new mission, Rest is the Friend of Success, has been automatically created. He observes the secondary mission, which states that, as a being who miraculously survived the end, he needs to recover. Hyung is confused, sighs deeply, and declares that he will start from the beginning. He then explains that he wasn't eliminated while fighting Wooman, and the reason was probably the system. That's how he was able to return to the past. He reflects that his mind is already accustomed to the appearance of Yggdrasil and the monsters, and that it's not the first time he's gone through strange things. He learned that in such situations, judging and adapting quickly to the environment is more than essential. Thinking that if the system's information is correct, this day is 11 years in the past, when he was in the 3rd year of elementary school. Another notification arrives, indicating that the operating system has been successfully changed to the Nornir system. He wonders if that's the name of the system, puts his feet out of bed, and reflects that, honestly, this time-traveling thing feels like a dream. He gets up, grabs the calendar, and confirms that one thing is certain. With the calendar in hand, he observes a date when he needed to apply to the OBS Academy and be in a combat class, no matter what. He grabs a pen and crosses out the part about being in a combat class, thinking that this is a new and valuable opportunity. He declares that he won't make the same mistake twice, thinking that he will be a mage in this life. Sitting down, he puts some food in his mouth and stares at it for a while. His mother watches him, wondering if something has been worrying him lately. She remembers hugging him tightly and thinks that usually he's so quiet, but now he's been crying so much. She calls out to him, asking if something is wrong. The boy responds that it's nothing, just that he had a nightmare. His mother asks, "A nightmare?" And he responds, "Yes." He starts to remember her lying on the stretcher, stays quiet, and then says he needs to tell her something. She replies that she realized he needed to, wondering if he's afraid to apply to the academy. She thinks she's not surprised, since being a raider is a very dangerous job, and extremely competitive. She affirms that if he doesn't want to, he should give up on applying and go to a regular school, because no matter how prestigious Mila's academy is, it's meaningless if he doesn't want to go. He says he's thinking about changing his application to the mage class. His mother responds that it's okay, but then thinks it's strange since he's been fixated on applying as a warrior from the first day. As he always considers others so much, she knows he wouldn't say something like that just because of a momentary impulse. Touching his face, she asks if he's not acting on impulse. He replies that he's not, and that he's been thinking about this for a while. His mother responds that it's okay, and that he's free to do whatever he wants, wishing that he follows what he truly wants, rather than giving in to money. Whether it's magic or anything else, she promises that she will always support him as a mother. Hyung runs his hand over his face and thinks that now is not the time to cry, thinking about Seong. If he wants to take revenge on his father, a rank A raider, he needs to get much stronger. Another notification arrives, indicating that the mission was completed and that he received a blank card as a reward. Doing exercises, he reflects that he's achieved all of this, thinking that the situation is good for him. He wipes off the sweat and says that he still doesn't fully understand what the Nornir system is, but it's worth taking full advantage of it for now. He reflects that he has knowledge of the future because he knows about hidden pieces and ruins that he can monopolize. Additionally, he has a very good memory, capable of serving as a map in dungeons. He pulls out a chair and reflects that his problem is his skills. Except for lightning chain and universal derivation, all he has are warrior class skills. Sitting down, he thinks that it's no surprise, since he planned to be a warrior from the start. He wonders if there's nothing he can do. Observing his profile, he notices that his level has returned to what it was back then, and his attributes have reset as well. He looks at his skills and questions why only the passive skills remain the same. The notification clarifies that due to the Watched by the Gods skill, the previous passive skills were retained. He doesn't fully understand the phrase, watched by the gods. Another notification explains that this skill helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods, and he observes the effects, which affect all attributes. Thinking that the most important thing is the attention of the gods opposed to the Osiris, he decides to check the other skills as well. He looks at the passive and active skills, saying that he's still unsure of what the Divine Eye does, but that Lightning Chain is undoubtedly a good skill. He looks at his profile again, and concludes that strength isn't essential for mages, but a bit of dexterity is needed to dodge, and magic is obviously indispensable. Another notification arrives, indicating that dexterity, magic, and resistance have increased. He comments that the most important thing is resistance, which doesn't increase attack power like strength or magic, but reduces fatigue speed in repetitive actions. If he increases this first, he will see a noticeable change as he levels up. He says he has already taken care of the first priority, but now it's important to choose skills to learn. He notices that he's fine with attack skills for now, as he already has Lightning Chain. Additionally, even if he tries hard to learn high-rank spells, he won't be able to use them yet due to a lack of mana. He believes he really needs a healing spell. He reflects that, currently, in 2020, mages are treated like garbage compared to warrior classes. However, raiders with healing abilities are exceptions. They are treated as nobility wherever they go because, even without becoming raiders, they can work in the medical field and are very well received. He thinks that if he starts with a healing skill, at least he won't be despised everywhere. But he acknowledges that the problem is that finding an awakened person with healing abilities isn't that easy, and on top of that, he will need to use the blank cards in the most efficient way possible in the future. He doesn't know how many cards the system will give him, but it's unlikely he will get an item so incredible that it will unbalance the game. He wonders if there's some option like that somewhere when his phone starts ringing. He picks up the device and notices it's Kim. She's a childhood friend. Since they lived nearby, they were always together. He remembers she's his best friend, and that they always dreamed of attending Millets. But then, he recalls her with an injured arm and tears running down her face. After remembering, he feels tears running down his own face again, and thinks that it's okay, because this time, he can change history. He looks at the phone and realizes she's exactly as he remembers. In the message, Kim says that Sung is coming to give a lecture in the city and asks if he wants to go with her. He says there she is, Sung, and the magic that represented her, sacrifice. Hyung says he doesn't need to worry about someone as important as her. He puts on his shirt and tells his mother he's going out. She asks him not to be too late. The protagonist grabs his phone and sends a message saying he's on his way. Meanwhile, a car appears, and the driver comments that Sung will give a motivational lecture at the city stage soon. After that, she will face a rank B dungeon near Seongbuk district, and following an inspection of the station's base in Wonju, they will have to head to America immediately. He asks if Sung will manage, since she seems even paler than before. She responds that she's fine, just tired. The driver insists that this is the result of maintaining an extreme routine for the past few months, and that Sung knows very well that the sacrifice spell is consuming her life force. He comments that it would be great if there was someone with a healing ability at the same level as sacrifice to help her, but she interrupts him, saying that they agreed not to talk about it. While driving, the driver reflects that if she continues like this, the Saint of Korea might collapse soon. In another place, Kim pulls Hyung and calls him to help her, saying there are already a lot of people there. Prota complains that he knows and asks her to stop dragging him. Observing the situation, he asks, suspiciously, if she called him along because she was afraid of getting lost. Kim denies it, saying he's assuming things, and asks him to stop. Even so, she continues holding his hand, remaining silent. Hyung jokes, saying it's curious how such an incredible girl in both studies and sports always causes a stir for having difficulty finding the right path. She responds that, thanks to her, he gets to watch the speech and everything else, asking if he thinks it's easy to follow her. Prota thinks she's right. Moreover, he believes that if he manages to copy the sacrifice spell from Sung, it will be a huge help in the future. And who knows, he might also profit from it. gaining a valuable connection with someone so influential in South Korea. Sitting down, they watch the speech, and Hyung thinks it was exactly what he expected from Sung. He notices the poster next to them, which says, "Save the world and the people through healing magic." Sung Yeonhwa, the master of the Yeonhwa Guild, was a renowned healer, known not only in the country but worldwide. Even before it became common to work as a raider, she had been trying to protect citizens above all else. But then, Sung grabs the microphone. She greets everyone and introduces herself while the audience cheers at her presence. Hyung reflects that, in 2 months, Sung will enter a critical state during a raid in the Itaewon dungeon, and the cause will be precisely the sacrifice healing spell. He knows there's only one way to heal her. Kim calls his attention, telling him to look, but Hyung responds that Sung might be frightened if she sees him. She tells him to shut up. Sung begins to speak. She says that the current world is in a period of unprecedented disaster caused by the appearance of Yggdrasil. Millions of lives have been lost after the monster's appearance. Although the Awakened and Raiders appeared a few years ago, improving the situation a little, only 20% of the Awakened volunteer to become Raiders. Meanwhile, the death toll grows exponentially. She continues explaining that the world is at a crossroads between life and death. Even now, countless innocents continue to die. What she wants to convey is the need for courage. She tells all the Awakened that courage can change the world. She asks them to become Raiders and help make the world a better place, promising that the Yeonhwa Guild will be there to support them in this goal. Kim, moved, says that Sung is incredible and a true heroine. Hyung thinks she's right, but also reflects that fighting on the front lines against monsters isn't easy. Before his regression, he himself only wanted to sell items and live a peaceful life. Kim insists that Sung is more than qualified to be a heroine, but Hyung responds that he doesn't think she would want that qualification. Kim reprimands him, telling him not to ruin the moment. Hyung warns that he needs to take care of something and will leave first. Kim asks what will happen to her. He jokes, asking if it wasn't she who said she didn't need help. Kim calls him the worst, asking if he bullies people at school too. Hyung laughs, saying it's just a joke, and that he already told her mom he'd be home soon. She agrees, saying they'll return together in her mom's car, but asks if what he's about to do is really that urgent. Prota responds that he changed to the mage class and that she should teach him magic later, starting with the basics. Kim agrees, but wants to know the reason for the class change. She asks why he didn't tell her earlier and calls him heartless for leaving her there like that. Hyung walks away, saying he's sure he saw them over there. He watches the driver talking on the phone and then approaches. The driver finishes the call and, apologizing, says that if he came there to give a gift to the guildmaster as a fan, now is not a good time. Prota responds that he came to meet her. The driver sighs deeply, thinking that he's just another fan crazy about these raider things. He warns Hyung to pay attention, saying that no matter how much he likes her, he can't just show up there out of nowhere. He comments that if he keeps acting like this, Seong will, but is interrupted by Prota, who explains that he came because he knows she has an incurable illness and knows how to cure her. The driver, confused and angry, grabs Hyung's shirt and asks where he heard that and how he knew she was sick. Hyung responds that he doesn't think it's wise for him to be shouting like that. People on the street begin to observe the scene. Seong lowers the car window and asks them to wait a moment, asking if Hyung can take responsibility for what he said. He confirms that he can, assuring her that he can cure her illness. Seong reflects that if he's lying, he will be caught quickly, but his confidence seems genuine. Asking the driver how much time is left until their next appointment, the driver answers that there are 2 hours left. Seong decides to let him in and head to a more private place, as there were many eyes on the street. In a quieter location, Seong invites him to sit, and Hyung thanks her. She says they'll resolve one thing at a time and asks how he discovered her illness. Prota responds that he's sorry, but he can't tell her. He adds that if she really wants to know, he can reveal it, but once he does, he won't be able to cure her anymore. The guildmaster finds him bold but decides to continue. She asks how he plans to cure her, and Hyung, being honest, responds that he plans to copy her sacrifice spell. Seong doesn't quite understand, but the driver, indignant, shouts that it makes no sense to keep listening. He asks if Hyung has any idea what kind of skill sacrifice is to speak like that. He explains that it's a unique skill of the guildmaster, something even they couldn't copy. He questions how Hyung intends to do it. Unique skills are one level above rank S skills. They can only be acquired through hereditary succession or by unique individuals. While normal skills can be learned through formulas, unique skills have no formulas, being monopolized by one person or family. Prota reflects that at least this is common knowledge in society. He asks for calm, saying that if he weren't capable of doing it, he wouldn't have come this far. Seong intervenes, asking that they decide something after hearing Hyung. She asks if he's saying he'll cure her using his own sacrifice. Hyung confirms, thinking that to heal wounds caused by the penalty of a skill, another skill of the same rank or higher is needed. Since her illness was caused by a unique skill, there is no higher skill to cure it. The inherent principle of sacrifice is, as the name suggests, an offering to the gods. Because of this, the skill has the restriction of not being able to heal the user. This would violate the concept of sacrificing another's life force to heal oneself. Hyung says that if she's willing to continue, he will prove his words. Seong agrees. The driver protests, but a light begins to emanate around her. Prota thinks it's the perfect moment. He grabs his card, and a notification appears, saying that a new skill can be registered. It asks if he wants to register sacrifice on the blank card, and he confirms. Sacrifice is successfully registered. Hyung comments that, even so, it seems they still don't trust him. He decides to prove his ability to earn their trust. Another notification appears, informing him that the active skill sacrifice has been used. A light appears in his hand, and both of them watch in awe. Hyung closes his hand and asks what they think about starting a negotiation. He explains that since the skill was copied by consuming a blank card, the penalty is not applied. Seong asks what he wants from the guild. Reflecting that the fact that he can cure her would be enough to start negotiations, she still hesitates. It's hard for her to believe that someone so young could suggest this in front of the guild master. Prota thinks the situation is interesting and proposes that she become his sponsor. Seong asks if he's asking for help to evolve as a raider. Hyung confirms, explaining that he has big dreams, but he needs money, connections, and other resources to grow. He believes the guild could help him at this crucial moment. Seong replies that it's fine. She says that if he has the courage to propose something like this, it's because he knows he's worth the investment, and she also sees talent in him. However, Seong says she has one condition. Prota reflects that even though the situation is desperate and he might be the only hope to cure her, she has lost her composure. He wonders if it's because she is the guild master. He then asks what the condition is. Seong confirms and explains that her illness is a personal issue and has nothing to do with the guild. However, what he wants is not just her help, but the help of the entire guild. She comments that helping him without a reason would be an unequal exchange. Hyung responds that he understands, but he wants to hear the condition before deciding, thinking that the one who suffers the most from not being cured is Seong, not him. He trusts that she wouldn't make an unreasonable demand in a situation like this. Seong asks if he has a specific guild he would like to join. Hyung doesn't understand immediately, wondering if she's trying to recruit him. He asks if she's serious. The guildmaster replies that she is, asking if he thinks she's joking about such matters. She explains that she has a few reasons for asking. First, the fact that he discovered she was sick, an extremely confidential piece of information known by only a few, suggests that his investigative skills are exceptional. Prota reflects that this was only possible due to his time travel, but he can't reveal that now. Seong continues, saying that the second reason is that he managed to copy her sacrifice spell perfectly. She's never heard of anyone copying a unique skill before, and considering how many others he might be able to copy in the future, the possibilities seem endless. Hyung asks if there's a third reason. Seong confirms, explaining that the most important thing is that he doesn't show any nervousness, even in front of the guildmaster. She observes that a child who stays calm in front of her is quite interesting. She steps back, asking if that's not enough reason to recruit him. Prota reflects that after Seong goes into critical condition, her guild collapsed for unknown reasons. However, at this time, the guild is undeniably number one. He thinks that if he joins now, he will gain respect and good treatment while working. To truly grow, he knows he'll need a strong guild. He wonders if it's legal to form a contract with a student who isn't of legal age. Seong laughs and asks if he's ever heard of proprietary negotiation rights. Hyung remembers that this right allows a guild to sponsor the development of underage raider cadets. When they reach the age of majority, the guild has the priority to sign a contract. Typically, this offer is reserved for high-ranking geniuses. He reflects that before his regression, even the lowest-ranking guilds hadn't made offers to him. Seong watches Hyung and thinks that despite everything, he has a childlike side that makes him cute. She says she will send the contract to his home as soon as he provides the address and asks him to think carefully before deciding. Prota responds that he wants to cure her first, reflecting that this is a great opportunity, but he doesn't need to decide right now. He focuses on curing her before considering his next steps. Placing his hand on her head, he announces that he will begin the treatment. The driver watches, confused, remembering the intense light he saw earlier. He reflects on how many healing raiders and doctors had tried and failed to cure her illness. It was something even the best specialists couldn't solve. As Prota carries out the treatment, a notification appears, informing him that the active skill sacrifice has been activated. A wave of healing magic flows through Seong's body, and she realizes she is being healed. The driver, surprised, asks if this is really happening. He then apologizes for his earlier rudeness and promises to take care of the guildmaster in the future. Hyung says it's okay, as he wouldn't believe a child either. Another notification confirms that the illness has been cured. Proda announces that he's finished and asks Hyung to move a little. She stands up, walks to the window, and feels tears running down her face, stating that the symptoms have disappeared. She thanks him and asks if he won't suffer penalties for using this ability. Hyung remembers that, since the skill was copied using a blank card, the penalty does not apply. He tells her to relax, and if anything happens, she can heal him. Hyung responds that she will do so whenever necessary, handing him a card. She says that she will do her best to meet his demands and asks him to view the contract positively. Proda states that there's something he would like to ask for. The next day, a car pulls up. The driver opens the door and calls for him. Hyung gets out of the car and looks around, commenting that this place is the low-rank dungeon belonging to the Manhwa Guild. Thinking that the Milai's Academy is a place where geniuses come together to compete with each other, Hyung concludes that, to survive there, he will need to level up. After entering the location, the driver explains that he prepared healing items and simple tools necessary for dungeon raiding. Regarding the equipment, he informs Hyung that the guild will lend him some items, and for now, he can use what's provided. Proda thanks him for the help. The driver says everything will be fine, but reminds him that, even though it's an E-rank dungeon, going in alone is dangerous, and asks why he wants to go in alone. Hyung replies that he just wants to level up a little. The driver analyzes the system and hands him a stone, saying it will be safer to carry it. Proda realizes it's a teleportation stone, and the driver explains that if Hyung breaks it, he will be immediately returned to the guild's entrance, asking him to use it in case of danger. He asks that Hyung accepts it as an apology for being rude earlier, as well as a token of gratitude for curing the guildmaster. Hyung thanks him. Standing before the portal, he feels the magical power of the dungeon, and concludes that, being E-rank, there shouldn't be any problems. The driver reinforces not to forget to use the stone if something happens. Proda replies that he's fine and enters the dungeon. Suddenly, purple smoke approaches and he becomes confused. The system notifies that, due to the Nornir system, the user is being teleported to a specific area, Helheim, the land of the eliminated. Meanwhile, in another location, Seyoung is sitting in a chair, thinking about the boy. She wonders if he will be okay inside the dungeon, recalling when he asked for something unusual, access to a low-rank dungeon from the guild to enter alone. She reflects that, even though it's an E-rank dungeon, it's nearly impossible for a raider candidate to complete it alone. Even with extreme talent, he's still a rough diamond, and she wonders why he insisted on going alone. While pondering, someone knocks on the door. Hana, the secretary, enters, saying that she brought what was requested, Proda's profile. Seyoung thanks her and begins to analyze it. Hana reflects that it's rare for the guildmaster to personally observe someone, and the boy must have something special to catch her attention. Flipping through the pages, Seyoung notices that he was a warrior-class applicant and wonders how he was able to use magic. She reads the report again, for a long time, questioning if it's correct. Hana confirms that, unless there was a machine error, the data is reliable. After thinking for a moment, Seyoung stands up, grabs the phone, and instructs Appa to immediately notify her when the boy returns from the dungeon. She wants a meeting with him, as she wishes to personally verify the talent he possesses. Inside the dungeon, another notification informs that the user has been teleported to a specific area, Helheim. Proda falls to the ground, coughing, confused about what's happening. He observes the environment and notices a skull with a bow that attacks him. Hyung manages to turn in time but gets hit by an arrow. Watching the skull preparing to shoot again, he wonders if the arrow is poisoned with paralysis. Commenting that this is problematic, his active skill sacrifice is activated. Then, he sees a giant hand, a man lying on the ground, and purple smoke. Frightened, he notices zombies as another arrow comes toward him. This time, he easily grabs the arrow, breaks it in half, irritated. In another location, Kim is lying in bed, cursing Proda. Angry, she thinks that, even though she knows he gets lost easily, he left her behind. She laments that she went to the lecture, and then he does something like this, clearly frustrated with his attitude. She complains about kids these days, remembering him saying he hated crowded places. She comments that the guy who said that suddenly changed his mind and went to the lecture. She remembers when they were kids, and he asked her what she was doing there, calling her to go home. She says that the guy who is usually nice by taking her places simply left her in that corner. She reflects that he still changed his application to mage and wonders what that was about. She thinks that he's always trained like a madman to become a warrior raider, and if there was a reason for this switch, it must be something very serious, because he threw away all of his training. She concludes that, besides that, there's no way to explain this decision. She thinks he is someone very cautious. Even when they go out to eat, he's so indecisive that it takes him 10 minutes to decide what he wants. But suddenly, he changed overnight. She grabs her phone and sends him a message, asking if he's going to forget that he left her that day, and calls him names. Inside the dungeon, Hyung, tired, wonders if it's because of the monsters. He takes a deep breath, thinking that he's already faced 4 encounters and questions if there's one of each: soldier skeletons and Draugr. He observes that this team is better than many he's seen out there and sarcastically asks if they want him to win this alone. Luckily, he brought his staff with him. Holding the staff, he emits a blue light while reflecting on Helheim, one of the 9 worlds of Norse mythology. This world is ruled by Hel, the daughter of Loki, and is known as the land of the eliminated. Hyung thinks that dungeons were formed after 7 worlds, excluding Midgard and Asgard: the world of snow, Niflheim; the world of fire, Muspelheim; the world of giants, Jotunheim; the world of elves, Alfheim; the world of dark elves, Svartalfheim; the world of the Vanir gods, Vanaheim. He remembers that in the deepest, coldest part of Niflheim, there's Helheim, an extremely difficult place for newcomers. The fear of facing enemies that have come back to life after being eliminated is indescribable, and it's almost impossible to carry out a raid there without divine power. However, Hyung thinks that in fact, this could be a good thing. If it's truly Helheim, it will be perfect for testing his new abilities. The sacrifice skill is initially a healing ability, a powerful area of effect skill that, when used against undead, transforms into an attack skill called Judgment of Light. Something tries to attack the protagonist, but he blocks it with his weapon. A zombie approaches, but without hesitation, he strikes it, knocking it to the ground. Still, he plans to rely on a wide area skill. He uses the skill, releasing multiple flames, and notifications start arriving, informing him that an apparition has been eliminated. More enemies approach, attempting to attack him. Thinking that he currently has no combat experience as a mage, he uses his skill and eliminates the zombies with a single blow. More notifications come in, indicating experience gains. Hyung crouches and says he can't waste an opportunity like this. He moves quickly, thinking that with all this experience, his current level is already more than enough. When he is about to strike with his weapon, the skeleton remains intact. Attacking again, his weapon breaks in half. More notifications arrive, informing him that a skeleton has been eliminated and his staff destroyed. He reflects on the fight, now that he has a moment to think, wondering how a mage is supposed to fight. More zombies appear. The protagonist says this isn't the time to relax and just farm experience points, and that breaking his weapon was foolish. But it's not as if the final outcome changes because of that. The sacrifice skill is activated, and the system notifies that it has detected the presence of undead, transforming sacrifice into an attack skill. He then uses the skill, Judgment of Light, eliminating a Draugr. Afterward, he eliminates an apparition, leveling up, and his stamina is restored. He remarks that, as he said earlier, it was going to be tough, but if he hadn't leveled up now, he would have been too weak. He reflects on Judgment of Light, wondering if it's because it's an S-rank skill, thinking that copying a skill onto a blank card means it must be, and there are some tricks to fighting as a mage. Without them, he won't fare well next time. Curious, he wonders if this place is a summoning dungeon, noting that Yonhwa wouldn't have let him in without checking something like that. The system notifies him that his current location is Helheim, the land of the eliminated. He debates whether he should use the teleportation stone until red smoke appears. He questions the ominous mana, noting that something is coming. Observing, he crouches with his hand on his neck, unable to breathe. He wonders what is approaching. Breaking a piece of wood, he thinks that if he doesn't move now, he'll be eliminated. He stabs the broken wood into his own leg, groans in pain but covers his mouth to avoid making any noise, thinking he must move discreetly, until he notices something wrong. Watching closely, he wonders if it's a shadow. He grows fearful. More notifications arrive, stating that it's a boss, Shadow of the Night, and that the level difference compared to the user is at a dangerous degree, urging the user to leave the dungeon. Hyung smiles, thinking he can't fight this. He opens his inventory as the shadow gets closer. He grabs the teleportation stone and tries to use it, but the shadow attacks, causing the stone to fall to the ground. Injured, he coughs, and another system notification states that his remaining HP is at a critical level, and that he should use a recovery item immediately. The shadow spots him. Injured, he doesn't know what to do. The shadow keeps approaching, standing right in front of him. He thinks he can't dodge it. Closing his eyes, he expects the worst but realizes nothing happens. Slowly opening his eyes, he's confused. He notices that the shadow's movements have stopped. A voice says, "You cannot do this." A figure emerges from within the shadow, saying that the child is an important guest, one she personally brought to this place. The girl who emerges from the shadow says, "So it's you, the child who bears the destiny of the adversary." The protagonist, unsure of who she is, asks if she's the one who caused all this. The girl says that thinking of him as the adversary, the one meant to defeat them, is odd, as she touches his face and remarks that he's just a child. She notes his normal physique and decent magic, but concludes that it's not enough to face the Aesir. She questions why Loki chose a child as the adversary. Hyung feels confused, thinking he might faint from blood loss. The girl scratches his neck with her nail, causing a wound. The protagonist wonders if this is the end, thinking it can't be. If he's eliminated now, all his plans will be for nothing. His revenge against his father and his dream of becoming a successful mage would crumble. He resolves to endure and find a way out. The girl says she likes his eyes, but notes he's too weak. She wipes the wound on his face and tells him that Ragnarok is closer than he can imagine, so he must grow stronger quickly. Choking him, she warns that if he doesn't, she'll drag him back to hell and personally eliminate him. Hyung tries to think about her, but he can't, as he's being strangled. The woman states that he's too important to them, so she'll give him a chance to become stronger, to surpass his current self and defeat the shadow of the night ahead. The shadow observes silently. The girl says that if he succeeds, she'll give him a special gift. However, as she mentioned earlier, he doesn't have much time. The system notifies that the first main mission has arrived, and the mission, Hell's Trial, has been accepted. The girl wants him to defeat this being within 2 months. Another notification follows, stating that the ruler of Helheim has granted him a chance, and that he will gain recognition by defeating the shadow of the night within the allotted time. Shadows gather around him, and the girl says that if he can show her his growth during this time, she'll eliminate him with her own hands. Calling him the child chosen by Nornir, she wishes him success in battle. Suddenly, strange lights appear, and he sees a woman extending her hand. The protagonist, now in another location, opens his eyes to find himself surrounded by trees and standing in front of the gate. He feels a pain in his stomach as another notification arrives, saying that the ruler has granted him another chance. Shocked, he realizes that the girl was Hel, the goddess of death who rules Helheim, one of the 9 realms. He wonders if he just met the goddess herself, recalling her words. He's particularly curious about the mention of the adversary, noting that even after acquiring the Nornir system, he's heard something similar before. He says everything is uncertain, questioning why he was able to regress and what the adversary Hel mentioned wants from him. Scratching at the dirt, he concludes that there's only one thing to do: become stronger. If everything she said is true, the moment he stops, she will undoubtedly eliminate him. He recognizes that defeating a shadow of the night in 2 months won't be easy, but welcomes the challenge as a worthy goal. Thinking about his basic fighting style, he realizes it's problematic, as he's unaccustomed to fighting as a mage and hasn't learned any low-rank skills. Determined to improve, he decides there's no better way than starting with the basics. Looking at his phone, he receives a message from the guildmaster, identifying herself as Park. She asks if he's free because she would like to meet him in person. He notes that he was just thinking about her. He replies to the message, saying they'll meet tomorrow and that he has positive thoughts about the contract. Smiling, he adds that there's something he'd like to discuss as well. The next day, he approaches the guildmaster's office, accompanied by the driver. He thinks the reason they called him first is likely because they reviewed his awakened data, including his 97% magic aptitude score. Even globally, finding someone with such talent would be incredibly rare. Reflecting on why he became a warrior, despite it not being his strength, he blames his indecision. Everyone he knew, even people on TV, prayed to God to become warriors and looked down on mages. So he had no reason to want to become a mage back then. Entering the room, he finds the guildmaster, who greets him, saying she had been waiting. Hyung greets her, saying it's good to see her. The guildmaster asks what he thought of the contract and whether he thinks its terms are good. He replies that the conditions are excellent, thinking that a monthly subsistence allowance, an unlimited supply of B-rank items from the guild without needing to pay for any damage, and a reward distribution scale of 8, 2 with the guild after completing a dungeon depending on his contribution are all highly favorable terms for him. He notes that this type of contract is usually only offered to raiders of at least rank A. He adds that he already told Manager Park that, before signing the contract, he wants to propose a condition. The guildmaster asks what the condition is. The protagonist says that he's speaking under the assumption that she already knows about his profile. It hasn't even been a month since he changed his application from warrior to mage, so he still doesn't know much about spells. Therefore, his condition is for Sung to teach him magic. Thinking that the first rule of surviving as a raider is to use your best cards at the best times, the driver reflects that he had the same thought when they first met, but Hyung truly is someone special. Considering that the guildmaster is one of the only S-rank raiders in the world, just the thought of asking someone like her to teach him is bold. Hyung declares that if she agrees to this condition, he'll sign the proprietary negotiation contract with the guild. The guildmaster says it's an interesting proposal, accepts the condition, and adds that she's also very curious about what he can do. The The protagonist says he will be under her care from now on. Sung replies that it will be a pleasure, but insists on checking his talent first. Hyung thinks he was expecting this, and from their perspective, the guild probably wants to know just how skilled he is. The driver notices the guild's expression and thinks he's sure Hyung is ready for anything. The protagonist asks if she wants to test his abilities and what he needs to do. The guild master extracts some data, emitting an extremely bright light, the monocube. Sung explains that from now on, he needs to overcome it. Hyung watches in shock, wondering if she really meant the monocube. The guildmaster asks if he doesn't think it's fair, saying that for someone talented enough to sign a proprietary negotiation contract with Manhwa, this should be the bare minimum. The protagonist thinks that normally the monocube is used by mages of at least rank B who want to improve their sensitivity to mana. Given that he's not yet accustomed to being a mage, this could be a tough test, considering that only 7% of raiders successfully overcome the cube. He wonders if she's trying to discourage him. Sung asks why she would do that, assuring him that even if he fails, it won't affect the proprietary negotiation contract or its conditions. She gives her word as the guildmaster. Hyung thinks there's no turning back now. Even if he fails, he must keep evolving. The guildmaster tells Appa to make the preparations. Appa asks if she thinks it will be okay, pointing out that the monocube is something even strong mages struggle to overcome, and that she's putting a child into it. Sung asks if he thinks the person in front of him is an ordinary child and says it's worth a try. The driver stays quiet, approaches a machine, and places his fingerprint. The protagonist observes the monocube and recalls hearing about it before his regression, but compared to what he'd heard, this is much more powerful. The guildmaster asks if they can begin, saying she expects good results and wants him to do his best. Hyung observes, takes a deep breath, then approaches and enters. They watch. Appa says he's worried, understands why there's so much interest in him, but can't ignore the fact that he's still just a child. Sung says he'll succeed. The driver asks if she has a specific reason to be so confident. The guildmaster smiles and says she has a feeling he will. Observing, she asks how long it will take him to overcome the monocube and come out. Meanwhile, inside the cube, the protagonist wonders if this is a deep ocean filled with mana, relieved that he can breathe normally but worried about absorbing corrupted mana. He reflects that in this world, mana is similar to oxygen. Mana is essential for casting spells and using active skills, but being exposed to a highly concentrated amount of mana for too long weakens cardiopulmonary functions, and, in severe cases, can lead to elimination. There's nothing good about lingering here, and symptoms may not have appeared yet. Finding the exit is the priority now, and as he remembers, there's only one way to escape the monocube, finding the single door that connects to the outside among the whirlpools. He closes his eyes, realizing he needs to concentrate and sense the mana wavelengths. Amid the dizzyingly intertwined mana wavelengths, he identifies the path leading outside. Then he notices something strange. Still observing, he sees something glowing, approaches, and wonders if it's a crystal. Thinking that this is overwhelmingly powerful mana, it feels as though it contains an entire ocean of mana. Meanwhile, in the room, Appa remarks that she speaks as if the boy is clearly going to overcome the monocube. She replies that he will. The driver reflects on whether asking this is too much, recalling that despite the short time the boy surprised them. He asks how long she thinks it will take him. Sung says it took her 40 minutes to exit. She was the fastest in the country. Appa, thoughtful, says that it's either one of two things. He won't be able to leave the cube, or they'll witness a new record. The guildmaster agrees and admits she doesn't know why, but doesn't believe the boy will come out desperate. Then she observes, surprised, and asks the driver to look. Appa looks and is equally shocked, noticing the glass cracking more and more, asking if there's a crack in the monocube. They exchange glances. The driver takes out his phone and checks the time. He realizes only 10 minutes have passed, and in just a few minutes, a crack has appeared in the monocube. He wonders what the hell is happening inside. Inside, the protagonist notices that the mana from the crystal is much denser than its surroundings. He wonders if this is the core that keeps the monocube intact. If so, he can leave by breaking it and doesn't need to search for an exit. He approaches the crystal, grabs it firmly, and breaks it into pieces. Everything around begins to crack. The system notifies that the passive skill, Essence of Mana Application, has been acquired. Then the glass shatters with shards falling everywhere. Appa is left speechless, thinking that normally only 7% of mages manage to exit the monocube, and those who do take an average of 3 hours. B-rank mages take 2 hours, A-rank mages take an hour and a half, and S-rank mages take between 30 minutes and an hour. But now the boy, he thinks of Camilla from the European Union, the current record holder, a genius mage who exited in 36 minutes. But the boy just broke that record with a 26-minute difference. Walking over, he grabs Hyung's hand and says it's incredible that he stayed in the cube for only 10 minutes, and broke the monocube record. Sung approaches and asks what he did to exit the cube so quickly. Hyung replies that he found a crystal and broke it. The guildmaster is shocked, realizing the crystal contains all the mana of the mana cube. A regular awakened person wouldn't even be able to find it, let alone break it. But the fact that he not only found it, but also broke it, means his mana surpasses the mana contained in the cube. Holding his hand, she steps back and declares that, staking the name of the Yonhwa Guild and her own, she vows to turn him into the best mage, asking if he's ready for that. Elsewhere, his best friend remarks that he's not there yet. His mother notes that he's a bit late and isn't even answering his phone. Then a black car approaches. They watch. The car stops, and the protagonist steps out. His friend asks if that car isn't super expensive and why he's coming out of it. His mother replies that she doesn't know. Hyung notices their presence and waves. His mother, slightly nervous, asks what are the chances that he got involved in something bad. In the room, his friend says he's now claiming that being a warrior doesn't suit him and has decided to become a mage. He confirms, saying he's already prepared everything and sent in the new documentation, adding that being a warrior is too exhausting. She asks if she's hearing this from the same guy who, 3 seconds ago, was saying being a mage had no future, and wonders if he ate something rotten or is on drugs. The protagonist replies that people change their minds. She responds that she never thought she'd hear that from him. Concerned, she asks if he'll really be okay. She recalls that he wanted to be a warrior before, even though he had more talent as a mage, because he didn't want to make his mother suffer more. Being a mage doesn't make much money, even if you work hard. Compared to mages, warriors are slower, have a higher risk of injury, and employers don't want to hire them. A son as dedicated as him talking like this surprises her. He tells her to stop talking about it and asks why he's there. He then inquires about her parents, assuming they're on another business trip. She confirms and says that's why she came over, but his mother told her to sleep there. Hyung asks why she prefers his place over her own home, and wonders why she'd choose such a small space when her house is enormous. He reflects that she's actually the only daughter of a very influential family. Her parents dismantle monster corpses and sell their parts to different countries. Since different monsters appear in each country, they travel abroad frequently, leaving her home alone often. Since his mother is close to her parents, she frequently stays at his house. She explains that's how it is and asks him to teach her a bit about magic theory. Kim asks if he's just going to ask with words. The protagonist asks what she wants him to do, telling her to say it first, and then he'll decide if he'll do it. She says that now that he's asked, she's never thought about it before. Sitting on the bed, she thinks for a moment and tells him to grant her a wish, anything she asks for. He can refuse if he wants. He agrees but sets a deadline of 1 year, saying if she doesn't use it by then, he won't do it. Kim thinks it's unfair but agrees. Hyung thinks she'll forget about it within a year. He teases her, asking what kind of wish she's planning with such a serious face, and says she looks ugly when she's serious. She gets annoyed, remembering how he left her alone recently, declaring that today is the end for him. Grabbing a pillow to hit him, he protests, saying hitting is too much. She tells him to shut up and continues hitting him. His mother calls them for dinner, setting pots on the table. Meanwhile, Kim throws the pillow at him, hitting him. Prota thinks this isn't so bad. Elsewhere, birds screech as a sword strikes a snake. A boy observes as numerous beasts are eliminated. A red-haired man in armor calls out to him, saying they finished the raid smoothly, thanking God, and adding that it's been a while since they had such a peaceful raid. The boy thanks him and attacks another beast. The red-haired man says it would be great if someone like him joined their guild, asking if the idea ever crossed his mind. He replies that he doesn't plan on joining any guild. The red-haired man touches him, telling him not to be like that. The boy observes. The red-haired man says if he joined, the Scarlet Guild would provide him with the best of everything. The boy calls him annoying. The red-haired man, confused, asks if he heard correctly and tries to touch him again but fails. The boy reflects that it's inferior and filthy, this vulgar sense of greed. He wonders what can truly be expected from humans. No. He questions if humans are the only ones like this. The red-haired man notices something strange and is confused about why he's there again. Elsewhere, the guildmaster says that before starting the first lesson, she wants to test his combat sense and reflexes. In other words, a duel. Prota asks if that's not a bit much to start with. Sung replies that someone who exited the monocube in 10 minutes shouldn't be saying that, and tells him to try attacking her. Hyung thinks she was fully prepared from the last time and likely planned this from the start. He takes a deep breath and positions himself to fight. The guildmaster observes, noting that with his left foot forward, slightly bent knees, and shoulders kept low, he has a stance typical of a warrior, allowing for quick movements and evasion. Prota clenches his fists, assesses the situation, and attacks. Without effort, she blocks his strike. Hyung, surprised, watches as Hyung smiles and pushes him away. Prota reflects that he had imagined he could at least land a hit, wondering if this level of skill is what's expected from an S-rank raider, even if she's a healer. The guildmaster says she'll address him informally from now on, and asks if he mentioned wanting to be a warrior before. He confirms. Seong comments that it seems he hasn't discarded the habits from his warrior days and questions how a mage would advance like that. She asks what the biggest difference is between a warrior and a mage. Hyung responds that it must be their combat style. Mages fight from the rear while warriors fight on the front lines. The master agrees, explaining that mage classes typically weaken enemies from a distance before delivering a final blow. However, by closing the distance with his opponent as a mage, who already has low defense, he risks losing quickly. She says she's been going easy on him but thinks she needs to get a little more serious to see how a mage truly fights. This time, she will also attack, but assures him she won't aim to hurt him. Being a healer, she can heal him immediately. She observes him and says she knows he's holding back and tells him to fight properly this time, attacking him with her ability. Prota, startled, dodges quickly. Watching him, Seong declares it's his turn. Hyung activates his electric current skill and tries to strike her, but she dodges, remarking that it's an A-rank ability. Seeing its electric current, she accuses him of hiding his abilities. Using her skill, she counters, causing an explosion. The master remarks that no matter how skilled one is, if they can't hit their target, it's useless, asking if he agrees. Prota rises amid the smoke. Seong, surprised, hadn't expected him to withstand her attack, even though she had restrained her power. She asks if he thinks he can endure more. Hyung exhales deeply, sees her ability approaching, and uses his universal derivation skill. The master watches in shock, unable to believe it, questioning if he reverse-engineered and neutralized her spell in that short time. She admits he continues to surprise her and wonders how many tricks he has up his sleeve. Prota replies that he doesn't know, and strikes her with electric current. Seong, observing, thinks his speed is remarkable, and the most incredible thing is this power coming from an untrained child. Hyung continues using his abilities. The master wonders how this child is casting spells without incantations. For mages, incantations have always accompanied spellcasting as a fundamental rule. While high-level mages can silently cast spells, it reduces their power. But this child, a novice in magic, is casting spells without incanting. Prota, observing, questions if his efforts are working, realizing he doesn't have much mana left and thinking she's a monster. Seong remarks that he's full of issues. Hyung, startled, watches as the master quickly approaches, knocks him to the ground, and says he's still too young. Prota, lying on the floor, doesn't understand what just happened. Seong asks if he really thought he could win against her, holding his hand. Hyung recalls the final attack and realizes he didn't even see it, understanding the vast gap between him and an S-rank raider. The master observes him, recalling how the experience he gained as a warrior was promising, with his delay-free casting and incredible speed in magical derivation. She concludes that if it's this child, it might be possible. She says she had some ideas while watching him during the fight, and everyone thought about it at least once, but no one succeeded, a fighting style that only he can learn. She asks what he thinks and if it isn't interesting. Prota reflects on the idea of a fighting style only he can master. A voice asks him to call her teacher from now on, while he continues thinking about Seong. The voice congratulates him on being her first apprentice. Hyung, still lost in thought, hears someone calling him. Kim, beside him, asks if he's listening. Prota says he is and tells her to finish eating before speaking, reminding her he bought that as payment for her lessons. He asks if she's tired of it yet, and notes that she's heading to his room again. She replies that she isn't tired of it yet, and, getting back to teaching him, explains there are several classifications for magic, but 3 are the most important. The system notifies him that his understanding of magic has increased and that his magic efficiency has improved. Hyung notices that every time he does something, the system immediately gives feedback, as if it's urging him to get better. Kim comments that he's very good at this, and says she can't believe he's the same guy who only focused on being a warrior, managing to learn spells in days while others would take months. Prota, twirling a pen, reminds her that she mentioned memorizing magical formulas in 3 days herself. Annoyed, she insists he call her teacher. He agrees and calls her prof. Kim says she can't complain since she studied magic before him, but if he continues like this, he'll catch up to her in no time. Hyung asks why that matters since he needs to excel in magic at the same level he demonstrated in his aptitude test. Thinking he should be more worried, he recalls Hell and reflects that his life is on the line now. Kim admits she never said this before, but recalls being shocked when he said he wanted to be a warrior. Even though being a mage doesn't pay much, she asks how he could simply dismiss his aptitude test results. She reminds him that, as a mage, he knows how people perceive mages now. Prota begins remembering chains and a boy approaching, questioning whether he truly chose this on his own. Kim asks if he's practicing incantations. Hyung says he's learning from another teacher. She asks if he's casually talking about her. Prota denies it but feels confused about what he just imagined, thinking he heard something strange. He recalls Hell telling him to defeat the being in 2 months, but realizes it's not the time to lose focus. He needs to think about something more useful, such as a pill that could greatly help countless raiders worldwide, like the valuable pill that aids in overcoming any situation. Elsewhere, Appa watches people fighting. He comments to Park that his stance becomes unstable when striking with his sword and tells Kang that her incantation is too slow, warning that if her healing doesn't reach her ally in time during battle, they'll be eliminated. He approaches the master, noting that, considering they're rookies, they aren't bad, and their average rank is slightly better than last year's. However, he notices she hasn't responded and calls out to her. She apologizes, saying she was momentarily distracted. The driver asks if she was thinking about the boy. Seong admits she can't fool him. Appa remarks that if he remembers correctly, she wants to teach him. Countless raiders tried but failed. The master says he saw the boy's talent with his own eyes, adding that if someone claimed he was a veteran, she'd believe it without a doubt, as he made no unnecessary moves. She asserts that if another S-rank mage emerges in the future, it will undoubtedly be him, reflecting that she's still the only mage in the country to reach S-rank, and that, as a healer, her effectiveness in battles is somewhat limited. She wonders, what if the boy rises like a shooting star? She concludes he could completely transform the magic world. Meanwhile, in another location, a mana enhancement pill is introduced. As the name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases the mana of the awakened who consume it. Prota thinks it's an item every mage desires. He tries to do something but fails and throws it aside. With his hand on his head, he wonders how many times he's tried this, realizing he's already used 3 sets of ingredients and, if this continues, he'll run out of money. He's certain the mixture must turn white in the first stage, but there's no one he can ask. He crouches, reflecting that in November 2020, no one knows how to make a mana enhancement pill. It won't be invented for another 5 years. This means he's the only one who knows the necessary ingredients and the process to create it. He explains that before regressing, the recipe for the pill was shared globally by a world-class alchemist who said he hoped it would greatly aid raiders worldwide. Hyung concludes that if he continues like this, it won't work. Instead, he should try something more likely to succeed. Thinking of Jae-sang, he believes that with the help of the person who invented the pill, it's possible. Even if creating the elixir fails, establishing a connection with Jae-sang would still be beneficial. He recalls that Jae-sang is a senior in his first year at the Millai's Academy. He looks around and resolves that his next destination is the Millai's Academy. Someone knocks on the door. Opening it, he's startled to find a mess, a cauldron, and various burnt containers. He wonders what happened and whether he should call the police, but realizes nothing seems to have been stolen. Holding something, he questions what kind of thief turns the kitchen upside down but leaves the rest of the house untouched. He surveys the area with a frying pan in hand. Ever since Yggdrasil appeared along with the monsters, some people quickly adapted to the new reality. One of them was the Swift Blade, Lee Jae-shin. When the first awakened disappeared without a trace, Lee emerged to fill that gap, becoming Korea's first S-rank. Prota concludes that the person he needs to meet is Lee's youngest son, Jae-sang. Elsewhere, a secretary asks where he wants to go. Hyung replies that he'd like to take a portal to Daegu. The city is currently abandoned due to a monster outbreak, a place overrun with monsters where survival is a concern from the moment one steps in. That's the kind of place Daegu has become. However, there's a reason people still go there. The secretary asks if he's a cadet from the academy. Prota responds that he's not, just a student with potential. He takes a deep breath, noting that if he walks a bit further, he'll reach the main entrance of Millai's Academy, a familiar place from his youth, but one that holds many bad memories. He resolves to enter, seeing no reason to hesitate, as the area isn't safe, likely harboring undetected monsters. Once inside, he wonders where Lee might be. Though Lee is in the combat department, he wasn't particularly skilled, and it's unlikely he'd enjoy fighting or frequently use Milla's combat facilities. Prota pauses, thinking, and heads toward the classrooms to take a look. He hears noise, and, upon observing, notices a group of people gathered. Approaching, he overhears someone saying, "What if we help that stuttering guy and get screwed in the process?" He's confused about who the stutterer is. Observing, he decides a little chaos wouldn't hurt. He bumps into the boys, noting that no one seems inclined to stop him. Entering the classroom, Lee nearly falls but manages to steady himself. Lee apologizes. Prota observes, and the boy asks who he is and whether he's a friend of the stutterer. Hyung notices Lee shouting and looking at him, thinking he's found him. He asks if Lee is okay. Lee tries to speak but can't. A boy approaches, placing a hand on his shoulder, asking if he's the stutterer's brother. remarking they don't look alike and assuming the monsters must have eliminated the rest of Lee's family since he never mentioned them. They're having an important discussion with Lee. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the boy warns Prota that if he doesn't want trouble, he should leave. Prota brushes the hand off his shoulder. The boy watches in fear, and Lee is surprised. Hyung says it's better to go to the infirmary and asks if he can walk. The boy doesn't understand, grabs Hyung's shirt, and asks if he can't even comprehend when someone is speaking kindly. Prota observes and asks if this is already the second time. Lee looks terrified. Hyung says he doesn't know why people have started pestering him so much lately, and recalls Kim teaching him to have a clear image in his mind. He remembers to calculate the magical formula, construct the spell, and use it, the essence of magic. He also recalls the master saying to picture an arrow of light shooting like a spear. He attempts an attack, and a notification appears. The active skill Divine Arrow has been activated. He launches the attack, defeating his opponent with a single strike. Lee is stunned, unable to believe it, wondering if Hyung cast a spell without an incantation. Onlookers can't understand what happened, asking if anyone saw him chant. They find it nonsensical that it was just a divine arrow, questioning how it could break a warrior's arm, or if the boy is weaker than he seems despite constantly boasting. The bully thinks that if this continues, his reputation is at risk. Still injured, he moves to attack again, despite not knowing where Hyung came from, shouting insults. Lee warns him to be careful. The boy almost hits him, but Prota recalls the master teaching that to create a barrier, mana must be wrapped around the body, making attacks ricochet. The mana barrier skill activates, throwing his opponent's sword away and striking him back. The bully is scared. Hyung places his hand on his opponent's face, stopping him from breathing, and asks if he's done. The boy tries to insult him again. Prota activates Divine Arrow, inflicting a severe wound and throwing him far. He watches as Lee, shocked, wonders, "Who is this guy?" Hyung notices the boy starting to cry. He walks over to his fallen opponent saying it was quite the punch and asking if his face always looks like that. Opening his inventory, he takes out a vial, commenting that he didn't buy it to be used like this but has no choice. Lee watches, utterly appalled. Prota opens the vial and splashes its contents on his opponent's face, stating he doesn't know who made this potion but it's very effective. He then tells Lee to head to the infirmary. Lee watches him with slight fear as they walk. Lee tries to say something and points out that the infirmary isn't in that direction. Hyung responds that he doesn't feel anyone nearby and thinks no one will hear them. Lee observes and realizes Hyung knew who he was, asking if his father sent him there. Prota thinks Lee misunderstood but decides there's no need to be overly cautious. He responds no, and asks how he would even know who Lee's father is. Observing, he notices the boy doesn't believe him. Lee then asks why he came to find him. Hyung says he needs a favor and wants him to make a specific pill. Lee replies that he doesn't know how to make something like that. Prota counters that he's good at it. He's an alchemist. He asks if the person who sold that potion on the black market was him. Lee covers his mouth in indignation, wondering how Hyung found out, thinking it's impossible for him to have obtained information from the black market. Hyung knows it's obvious Lee is confused because there's no way he could have found him through the black market, and he's not wrong. It's a transaction system that completely hides the user's identity. The sale of items, product value, and container all happen through the ICER system, making it highly secure. Prota reflects that if it weren't for this, he wouldn't have considered selling the eye. While it's futile to dwell on this now, he thinks it's fortunate the black market still works with the Nornir system. If he couldn't buy this potion, everything would have been much harder. Holding the vial, he asks if Lee made it. Lee denies knowing what he's talking about. Prota says he's not trying to philosophize, but that it's clear Lee doesn't know how to lie, and he completely understands the desire to keep it a secret. But there isn't much time. Next, it shows Lee examining the flasks, registering them on the black market, and questioning whether it was a mistake to list his potions there. He sighs deeply, thinking he never imagined things would turn out this way while trying to earn money. As he contemplates, he realizes he'll be in serious trouble if his father finds out and knows he must act. He pleads with Hyung not to tell anyone. Hyung places a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he's not threatening him. He hands Lee a flask and explains that he simply needs a skilled alchemist who can create what he desires. Lee reflects on what it means to be a great alchemist, questioning whether Hyung is lying or if his father is truly uninvolved. He asks who Hyung is. Prota responds that he's a prospective student at the Millais Academy and introduces himself. Holding the flask, Lee agrees to listen to what Hyung has to say. They walk into a room. Hyung compliments Lee's workspace, and Lee thanks him before sitting down. Curious, Lee asks which pill Hyung is interested in. Prota replies that it's a mana enhancement pill that permanently increases a raider's mana. Surprised, Lee asks if that's truly possible. Hyung affirms that it is, and explains it was an invention of his, permanent mana increase. He then asks Lee what ingredients are necessary to achieve such an effect. Lee mentions mandrake horn and asks about running water from Jotunheim, but dismisses it as insufficient. Proda notices Lee's demeanor shift. He's no longer stuttering and correctly identifies most of the ingredients just from their effects. Recognizing Lee's talent, Hyung knows he must win him over. Lee, deep in thought, states that for such an elixir, it would be better to consult another alchemist. Hyung insists he wants Lee to make it and promises to provide whatever is needed. While it's true other alchemists could create the pill with the recipe, none possess Jae-sang's unparalleled talent. If Hyung is to invest in something, it will be in him. He asks Lee for this favor. Lee agrees but expresses uncertainty about succeeding. Hyung assures him it's okay even if he fails. Lee hesitates, saying failure could result in losses. Proda explains that he's investing in Lee because he believes in his senior-level skills, and investing in someone isn't easy. It often comes with failures. Jae-sang reflects that even if he keeps trying, he might not succeed on his first attempt. Hyung expresses hope they'll work well together. Lee agrees and feels this is the first time someone has believed in him so strongly. The mission to establish connections is now complete. Later, Jae-sang sits on his bed, reflecting on Hyung and understanding his perspective. He wonders if anyone in his past life ever had such faith in him, recalling Hyung's words about working well together. Jae-sang considers how he's always felt like a coward without talent, unlike his brothers, and having lost his mother at a young age, he grew up alone without his father's approval. He feels he's never been good at anything. It's okay to fail, but Hyung's faith in him has touched him deeply for the first time. Tears stream down his face as he begins sobbing, overwhelmed by how profoundly this has affected him. Meanwhile, in another location, notifications appear indicating that the ruler has given Hyung a chance. The timer for defeating the Shadow of the Night shows the remaining time and difficulty. An attack attempts to hit him, but he evades effortlessly. Seong repeatedly tries to strike him, but Hyung dodges every time until a final blow lands. He activates his Divine Arrow ability. Seong blocks with her shield, but the shield cracks. She can't believe how much stronger he's become in such a short time. After both cease attacking, they stare at each other. Proda activates his electric current ability while Seong prepares her arrow ability. Just as the two are about to strike, Appa announces that time is up and that they've both given their all today. Looking around, the training room made of metal is in ruins. It's astounding, as an incredible amount of force is required to cause even a scratch. He thinks that if no one had intervened, the training room would have been completely destroyed. Seong comments that he has grown so strong so quickly. Compared to the beginning, the spells he can now cast, not to mention their power, are incredibly potent. She asks if he has been studying magic theory separately. He confirms and mentions that a friend has been teaching him. The master says that's good, but admits she was a little worried since she can't help much with theory. It seems his friend is very intelligent. Hyung agrees, recalling Kim and thinking she's indeed smart, though her odd personality is the problem. Seong asks if he said he wanted to raid a dungeon again. Proda confirms, stating that he wants to test the effectiveness of his recent training. The master remarks that with his current abilities, a rank E dungeon should be easy, and she encourages him to do his best. Hyung reflects that it would be great if it were truly a rank E dungeon. He reminds himself that decisions must be made with reason, not sentiment. He wonders if he's truly prepared, recalling that his opponent is a rank C boss. A monster a rank D raider would never be able to defeat alone. He asks himself again if he can handle it. With all preparations complete, only the battle remains. He resolves that he can do it. Lee, looking a bit exhausted, notices Hyung's arrival. Jae-sang is holding a pill in his hand. Proda greets him and notices the item. The system notifies him. It's the mana enhancement pill and displays its effects. He asks if it's safe to use now. Lee confirms. Hyung then consumes the mana enhancement pill, and the system notifies him that his magic has increased by 15 points. He marvels at the unbelievable effect, enough to make its bitterness taste sweet. He explains that alchemy is fundamental, deeper and harder than science. Even when producing the same item, the effect can vary depending on the alchemist's skills. If he had given the ingredients to a different alchemist, he might have gained 5 points at most, compared to Lee's 15. He reiterates that he had told Lee he had talent. Jae-sang says it's all thanks to Hyung believing in him and expresses his gratitude. Proda replies that he should indeed be thankful, and advises him to rest since he looks like he hasn't slept in ages. Jae-sang agrees, saying he'll sleep and to let him know if anything else is needed. Hyung walks away, thinking that now he's 100% ready. The day is approaching to finally defeat the Shadow of the Night. The system notifies him of the remaining time, 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the commander remarks that a very important guest seems to be coming today. Standing at the dungeon's gate, Hyung equips the Trial Valkyrie set complete with a ring, necklace, and earrings. He believes these items should suffice, and he's in excellent condition. The driver waits for him to enter. Once inside, the system notifies him that he has entered a dungeon. Due to the Nornir system, he is transported to a specific area, and his current location is the Deathland of Helheim. He lands on the ground. Walking forward, he notices an intense and terrifying aura concentrated in specific areas, which he assumes to be the shadow of the night's presence. If he defeats it, he'll meet her again. Suddenly, someone calls out. A skeleton with a bow tries to shoot him, but he defends with his shield, remarking that there are so many questions he wants to ask. He observes his opponents. Moving quickly, he reflects on what he intends to demonstrate: the Battle Mage combat style. Remembering Seung explaining that the Battle Mage style is a hybrid, combining magic and physical attacks, he notes that no one has yet specialized in it. It's not as powerful as long-range mages, nor does it have the full capabilities of close combat warriors. He advances toward his enemies, attacking, while thinking about the peculiar position that doesn't specialize in anything. Recalling Seung's words again, he concludes that, for him, it's a different story. Several notifications appear, indicating eliminations. Outside the gate, Appa is scrolling through his phone when he notices something unusual. He looks around and senses someone nearby, even though he hasn't received any notification about anyone being there. A car approaches and stops. A woman steps out, commenting that he's in such a remote place. She says it was hard to find him and that it's been a while. Appa asks why she's there and about her duties with the guild. She replies that she's also working and, while handling some guild matters, she wondered if she'd see him again. She decided to come since he wasn't at the guild. Appa wonders what nonsense she's talking about, recalling that she hasn't called him once since they graduated high school. He responds that he understands and that it's good to see her after such a long time, though he thinks to himself that she wouldn't come to such a remote place just to visit him. The woman observes the surroundings and asks if he's the one managing this dungeon. He dismisses her concerns, saying it's not something she should worry about. She remarks that it's strange because dungeon management isn't usually part of his responsibilities and jokingly asks if he's been demoted. Then she brings up a rumor about the guildmaster being ill and asks if it's true. Appa firmly denies it, saying it's obviously just a rumor, and asks where she heard such nonsense. She notes that there are many eyes and ears everywhere and that, as he knows, their healer guild deals with a lot of that. Appa suspects she's implying they hired spies to infiltrate the guild because they have the money for it. He sarcastically thanks her for sharing, saying now he has even more to deal with when he gets back, and asks if that's all. He suggests she return and start working on her own tasks. The woman adds that there's one more thing. She shows a photo of Hyung and asks if he knows him. Appa looks at the photo. She explains that the boy seems to have been making several visits to the guild and meeting frequently with the guildmaster. She asks if he knows the reason behind it. Appa dismisses her question, stating that it's not something outsiders need to concern themselves with. The woman sighs, saying she expected as much. She comments that she already knows he's inflexible, but wanted to at least pretend she was doing something for her guild to justify her paycheck. She gets back into the car and drives away. Appa rubs his forehead and mutters that the first thing he needs to do is report this to the guildmaster. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Hyung sits and watches as the dungeon boss, the Shadow of the Night, approaches. A multitude of lights flash simultaneously. Proto remarks that it's been a while gazing at the Shadow of the Night. He declares that this time will be different. Inside the dungeon, the Shadow of the Night approaches, attempting to attack, but Hyung dodges. He watches and starts attacking the shadow, which ends up injuring itself. Then, he watches closely and attacks again. Hyung dodges, watching intently, taking a step to the left. The shadow stares at him, and Hyung stares back, moving his foot. The shadow continues attacking, but Hyung dodges, stepping 2 paces to the right, moving his head slightly to the left, and then taking a big step to the right, dodging repeatedly. He asks if it's getting angry because things aren't going as expected. Activating his active skill, Electric Chain, and attacking with multiple chains, he continues attacking. The chains begin to coil, emanating an extremely strong aura. The chain wraps around the shadow. Hyung believes it's not enough, so he attacks with the Divine Arrow skill, causing serious injuries. He watches for a while. The shadow emits a bright light, causing him to shield his face. Notifications arrive, stating that the monster has entered Berserk mode, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times. Then, Hyung notices something is wrong and gets scared. The system starts malfunctioning, and a purple mist appears around him. The system then notifies that if the stigma is not removed in 10 minutes, the user will suffer a penalty. Hyung thinks about it, as he has never heard of an instant end. Another notification arrives, saying that the Universal Devour skill has been activated. The purple mist intensifies, and the system glitches again. He watches, frightened, not understanding anything, and the system repeats the same error notification. Suddenly, the ruler appears. Hyung, irritated, asks why the hell they created this crap. The system notifies that the remaining time for the penalty is 9 hours and 28 minutes. Hyung thinks he can't get rid of the mist and that the only option is to defeat this monster quickly. He moves toward it, but notices it's moving away. He wonders if it's fleeing. He tries to attack, but the shadow dodges. The system notifies that time is running out. The shadow watches. Hyung thinks it's provoking him, wondering if it knows that by prolonging the fight, it will win. He says that he will use an area skill that can't be dodged. The monster begins to release powers. Hyung doesn't understand what's happening until his resistance fails. The system notifies that he has acquired the temporary debuff, Fear. A strong wind begins. Hyung tries to attack, but the system notifies that the Fear debuff has been removed. He's thrown back but manages to hold on. The system notifies again about the remaining time for the penalty. He observes and wonders if it's not possible to use crowd control skills continuously. He thinks that if he uses the Judgment of Light again, he believes it will block it again, and he'll waste a lot of mana and become useless. He needs to find another way. He realizes that he had landed a blow to its eye earlier, so its line of sight should be narrower than before. More notifications arrive, stating that the Wind Impulse active skill has been filled in the user's body, and dexterity has increased. From a distance, he attacks the monster, causing various smoke effects. He asks if it thought he would just rush toward it like a fool. He starts laughing. The system notifies that the flash bomb has gained an extremely strong aura, moving multiple chains and hitting the shadow. Hyung watches, surprised, realizing he finally succeeded. He curses it while presenting more smoke. The system shows the remaining time again. Hyung says it's so persistent and asks if it still has the energy to keep up with him. He watches, surrounded by various particles, and activates the sacrifice skill. Undead appear on the battlefield, and the sacrifice skill changes into an attack skill. The Judgment of Light skill is activated, and the system notifies that the time is running out, starting the countdown. Hyung sighs deeply, approaches the monster, satisfied with his success, and watches the shadow. Another notification arrives, saying that the boss has been defeated, earning the title Surpassed the First Test. The ruler appears, saying she now understands, as it seems there's always a reason behind his choices, calling him to her temple and asking him to accept the invitation. Elsewhere, it's revealed that this is Hell's temple. Then, a monster appears. Hyung watches, startled, trying to hold on as the wind grows strong. He observes, keeping his skill ready. The monster watches and tries to attack. The ruler calls for Garmer, asking him to escort the guest. The monster turns and begins to move. Hyung thinks he's finally arrived, following Garmer, when a very bright light appears. Hyung can't see it. Garmer continues walking. The ruler says she thought he wouldn't pass the test, approaching and congratulating him for being destined to be the adversary, doing a great job passing the test. Hyung, curious, asks what all of this is for, asking why she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through such a test, and why she did it. Hell smiles and says it's to make him the adversary. Hyung still doesn't understand, and asks why him. The ruler explains that it's because he was born with this destiny. Hyung is confused. Hell says that he is the great and powerful adversary of the Aesir, the one who will eliminate the great god Odin, and that's what Loki wants him to do. Hyung, still confused, asks if she wants him to eliminate Odin. The ruler says he doesn't need to understand, and she never expected him to. She observes him and says he must be upset, putting a finger on his mouth to silence him. She says that he probably can't understand because he is being used as a pawn by the gods, and he shouldn't forget that this isn't just their story, the story of the gods who oppose the Aesir. She touches him, pushing him. She says that the world is coming to an end, and since Odin desires to rule everything and everyone, they need his power, the great adversary of the prophecies, to stop him. Hyung, falling, asks her to wait, as he has something to ask. Hell tells him to get stronger because she will be eagerly waiting for the day they will meet again. The purple mist ball makes him disappear from there. The ruler then asks if Garmer will stand there doing nothing, as she doesn't remember calling him there. Elsewhere, surrounded by trees, Hyung falls to the ground, frustrated for not having been able to ask any questions. He observes. The system notifies that the gift from Hell has arrived, granting him the passive skill Blessing of Hell, which nullifies all afflictions applied to the user. In another place, a voice apologizes for the lack of manners and for not being able to hold back, saying that when hearing he came here, they laugh, saying that no matter how much they know him, he will always be such a proper guy, asking how it felt seeing him in front of her. The ruler says that it's still early to come to a conclusion, as the adversary has just taken his first step. The voice says it seems like she likes him. Hell observes and says she must admit the adversary's growth is better than expected, as he overcame the restriction she placed on him and made it here, clearly proving her previous judgment about him was wrong. The voice says it's great, and it eases their mind to know he's doing well. The ruler asks if she's gotten what she wanted, saying there must be more for her to fail at. The voice says they don't know what she's talking about. Hell calls them a stubborn old fool, asking if they're going to play dumb until the end, saying that they mix their cunning with deceptive preferences and remind her of their second brother. She says that the adversary's law of causality has clearly been distorted, asking if they think she didn't notice after seeing them in front of her. She says it's a shame for them, as it seems their title of the Giant of Wisdom is in the past. The voice tells her to calm down, saying they really can't deceive her. The ruler says it's not just that. The adversary's left eye is certain that Odin used it as a sacrifice to enter the Well of Wisdom. She asks if they won't say anything, or what they and Loki are planning. Mimir apologizes, saying he really wants to tell her, but it's still too early, and that's destiny. She responds that it's fine, and that she's used to waiting, but she can't sit idle. Mimir says it seems like she has an idea and asks what it might be. Hel says that the adversary is very immature according to the prophecy, with many difficult challenges ahead of him, and he needs a guide, someone to set him on the right path, even when facing insurmountable obstacles. Elsewhere, 7 days remain until the entrance to Mila's academy. Prota takes a deep breath. A girl comments that he doesn't look well and asks what he's thinking about. Hyung replies that it's nothing. She tells him to finish buying what he needs. Prota reflects that even after going through so much, all he's gained is more and more questions. However, at least he has obtained something amidst all of this. He observes the skill, Hell's Blessing, rank EX, and notes he has a few other EX-ranked skills. He examines the skill observed by the gods and God's Absolute Eye. He considers that these are ranks he's never heard of in the Aesir system. Extraordinary. He wonders if this really doesn't exist in the Aesir system, thinking that if the other skills are this extraordinary, God's Absolute Eye must also be a valuable ability. He questions what the gods opposing the Aesir want to give abilities like these, remembering the ruler saying he is destined to eliminate the great god Odin, and that's what she and Loki want him to do. A voice nearby says they'd like the item over there, a mana sword that costs a fortune. A man pays for it, and Prota is indignant that a mana sword costs 300 million won, wondering if he's buying a subpar item for that price. The girl explains that although Milaz usually provides one, the quality of their items isn't great, so it's better to bring your own. She checks her phone to see what they should buy next. Prota looks at it indignantly, questioning whether that's a list of things they plan to purchase. Another day, Hana introduces herself and says the guildmaster wants to give him a gift since his entry to Milas is closer than ever. Prota observes the bags in his hand and guesses they'd be elixirs or artifacts, thinking he should have expected something on this level from the Yonhwa guild. Hana tells him they're going to get armor. He asks her to wait, as he already has armor. He equips it, thinking that a rank B protective gear is hard to beat. He mentions stealth, thinking it's an ability-granting piece of rare gear. Hana asks if he needs an artifact that grants stealth, noting it's an item all raiders want, but finding such an artifact here would be tough. Young says he accidentally spoke out loud, adding that some people naturally learn the stealth skill. However, unless you're lucky enough to find it in a dungeon, obtaining one is challenging. Hana agrees, adding that the only raider with that skill in the country is her brother. Prota, curious, asks who her brother is. Hana responds that it's Manager Park, asking if he didn't know. Hyung reflects on Park and is surprised. Hana calls him to look for weapons. Prota, watching her, can't believe the driver is her brother, as they don't resemble each other at all. Suddenly, his eye starts acting strange. The system notifies that it's resonating with the user. He puts his hand to his head, feeling dizzy, and observes particles. He wonders if this light is from the treasure gate. Hana calls him, but he tells her to wait and runs to another location. He observes random objects with a glowing light. Notifications appear, saying that the Absolute Eye skill penetrated false illusions and revealed the truth, unlocking the detection skill, which can evaluate unidentified items and nullify stealth or ghost-type abilities of opponents. Prota, confused, questions what's happening. More notifications state that the Nornir system is activating the detection ability. Elsewhere, a man is being attacked and doesn't know what to do. A white-haired boy emits intense white lights as a voice declares that the battle is over and the winner is Hoyon, commenting that he is a monster and that his opponent's training results were poor, but the difference in their talents is clear, and that's why people say he will be a future rank S raider. The boy's father says it was a good job, and he thanks him. His father warns him not to get excited since it was a battle he was obligated to win. Hoyon replies that he knows. His father says that since the duel is over, he should prepare for the next planned activity, mentioning they need to buy some things, and orders him to take a shower and come down afterward. While in the shower, the boy thinks about how much he hates this. Water falls over his body as he reflects that this tiring life doesn't matter to him. He laments that the raider he dreams of becoming isn't like this, and questions when things reach this point. Meanwhile, in another place, the item Mistiltein is described as equipable, a mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, growing alongside its user and containing an immeasurable amount of magic. Hyung is confused, wondering if this is another trick from the Nornir system. The boy passes him in a building where his father is buying various items. Hoyeon asks if all of this is necessary. His father replies that everything is for him and he shouldn't think it's too much since he's a future rank S raider. Hoyeon remarks that spending so much makes him worry about his mother's hospital bills for the month. His father snaps, telling him to stop worrying about it because the problem is taken care of, and all he needs to do is focus on training. Hoyeon reluctantly agrees, questioning what he's doing there. As he walks, people recognize him, whispering that he's the martial arts genius and noting how much he looks like one. The boy wonders if this is what being a raider was supposed to be, feeling like no more than a monkey in a zoo. He recalls awakening when he was a child, with his mother lovingly smiling and playfully smacking him on the head. On that day, he dreamed of being a raider. His family lived a mediocre, bleak life, and he became their ray of hope. But that hope turned out to be nothing more than a tool for his father. Now, he feels like a machine, a mere tool following his father's commands, and wonders if someone as pathetic as him can last 3 years at Milaise. An announcement suddenly declares that a dungeon break occurred near the shopping center, and demons have appeared. The association has dispatched raiders who are en route, advising customers to follow instructions calmly. Hoyeon is startled. A secretary urges everyone to follow the staff's directions, while an employee assures them that raiders will arrive shortly and there's no need to panic. Hoyeon's father asks if he plans to go, mocking that he's a genius who will shape the future of South Korea. He warns that if Hoyeon gets injured, it will be a disadvantage for the Milaise entrance event, and says there's no reason to get involved. Hoyeon observes the scene, agreeing that his father is correct. The Raiders Association will handle the demons quickly. However, he wonders about the defenseless civilians in the meantime and sees this as an opportunity. He runs off while his father shouts, asking what he's doing. As he sprints, Hoyeon reflects that this is his chance to prove his worth and independence as a raider. He steps into the street, determined to verify who he is now and show the version of himself he wanted his mother to see when he was a child. He halts suddenly, confronted by a beast. Looking closer, he realizes there are many. He continues to stare, his body unable to move, his pupils the only part of him responding. He can't even wiggle his fingers or toes, and he struggles to move but fails. He acknowledges the danger, questioning how he can fear mere low-rank demons after dreaming of being a raider for so long. Suddenly, Proda leaps onto the demon about to attack him, causing a massive impact and sending Hoyeon flying backward. Hyung looks at him and asks if it's on. Earlier, Proda had been purchasing an item using his personal account. Hana approaches him, asking why he's in the location of the unidentified item and what that piece of rock is. Proda responds that it's nothing, thinking that if someone could see like the system does, it would be a bit strange, saying that he doesn't think he needs to compare a weapon either. Then they hear an announcement about a dungeon break near the mall involving demons. Upon hearing the word demon, he starts running, breaking the glass and jumping off the building onto them. The demons look up. Hyung uses his skills, hitting several of them and running to attack, noticing there are more than he expected and realizing it may be difficult to handle them without anyone getting hurt. The demons approach, and he strikes, jumping around and attacking many of them, causing significant impact. As he continues, he recognizes Hoyeon, whose hood falls off from the impact. Proda considers how ironic it is to see the unfortunate genius in a place like this. The boy is curious about who he is. Hyung says it doesn't matter and that he just needs his help. Hoyeon points out something behind him, a monster leaping to attack. Proda responds that he knows and strikes it, saying they can't let the demons reach where the people are. He asks if Hoyeon plans to stand still, telling him to get himself together and wield his weapon. Hoyeon moves and agrees, noting that strangely, when he heard those words, the fear holding him back disappeared. This is what being a true raider is, and now his job is to save people. The two approach the demons. Hyung asks if Hoyeon knows how to use the taunt ability and if he has recovered, pointing out nearby beasts and goblins. He emphasizes that they can't lose a single one and need to attract as many as possible, asking if Hoyeon can do it. The boy decides he can't hesitate and must do what he can. Activating the ability, Taunt Cry, the system notifies that all demons within 50 meters are now focused on him, and their physical and magical damage will be reduced by 30%. Activating the ability again, the zombies concentrate on him. Proda observes that Taunt Cry is a much higher level ability than a regular taunt, and realizes Hoyeon's level is already high enough to use such a skill, considering that talented people are indeed different. However, even so, Hoyeon only reached rank B before his regression. Prota wonders if it was due to his weak mentality, as he just witnessed, or for some other unknown reason, which is why he was called the unfortunate genius. He thinks that it doesn't matter because a weak nature can be corrected. An has the potential to be very useful and needs to grow properly for his own goal. Calling him to finish this, Hoyeon replies affirmatively. Prota starts attacking with his electric current ability, while the boy also begins attacking with his weapon. After some time, they both observe that they've managed to defeat them all. A man appears, asking what's going on. The two stay quiet. The man observes and introduces himself as Gaeon, from the National Raiders Association Management Headquarters. He asks if the two took care of all the goblins. Hoyeon replies affirmatively. The man looks at their gray hair and eyes and recognizes Hoyeon, noting that he has heard a lot about him being a genius, but that he's still a high school student. He realizes the other boy seems to be about the same age and questions how the two managed to deal with all the demons alone, admitting he's unsure how to report this to his superiors. Hyung says that he was about to suggest something, advising Gion to report that the association handled all the demons, as no one would believe it was the two of them. Gion replies that this is against the law. Prota points out that no one is watching. Gion explains that they are linked to the government and cannot make such decisions independently, but if they don't want to attract public attention, he can handle it discreetly. Hyung says they'll be rewarded for the raid anyway, and that he's fine with Gion taking the credit for it while keeping his involvement a secret, thinking that he doesn't need money, and, as long as he's supported by the Lotus Guild, it's better not to draw attention before entering Miles. Moreover, it's beneficial to have the boy in his debt. Gion agrees to do it, asking if that's all. Hoyeon asks Prota to wait and questions what he's saying, pointing out that Prota defeated all the demons alone. The man observes, surprised. Hyung replies that he has his reasons, thinking that he doesn't want to risk being noticed by that bastard before entering Miles. Before his regression, he lacked talent as a martial arts raider, so it didn't matter, but now it's different. That person doesn't yet know he switched to the path of a mage, and if he finds out, who knows what he might try to do to stop him. For now, he needs to keep things a secret, and his revenge must be silent and discreet. He must grow stronger in a way that makes him unreachable and wait for the right moment to defeat him. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he should do, thinking that he wouldn't have been able to handle this alone and that it's not right to take credit for what Prota did. But with the money, he could better support his mother's medical expenses. He reflects that while he wants to be an upright raider, if failing to act means not being able to treat his mother in time and she dies, he doubts he could live with himself. Prota notices the serious expression on Hoyeon's face and considers whether there's another reason for his hesitation. Thinking it over, he decides to help him make up his mind. Prota tells him to consider this. What he did was meaningful, and if he had hesitated, someone might have lost their life. So he urges Hoyeon not to feel undeserving. Hoyeon agrees, realizing that hesitation was a mistake. He thinks about how losing someone important due to overthinking would make his dream meaningless. He declares that he'll repay Prota when the time comes. Gion observes them, impressed, thinking Prota is good at handling people and extraordinary. He agrees to move forward with the plan. Hyung says he's leaving. Hoyeon asks for his name and number at least. Prota says there's no need to be formal since they're the same age and both entering Miles, so they'll see each other often. Hoyeon is shocked to learn they're the same age. Preparations for Miles are complete, and it's the first day at the academy. People comment on Hoyeon, calling him a martial arts genius and saying he's in a league of his own. They also notice a beautiful girl, Seo, and ask about her. Prota observes and thinks she's already drawing attention, as expected from someone who will rank among the best raiders. He considers that it would be advantageous to have her on his side, but she's different, and he doesn't need to pursue this now since he already has Seung, An, and Lee. Kim, standing beside him, teases him for staring at the girl, saying it's awkward. Prota asks what she's talking about. She observes quietly. The president takes the stage, greeting the students and introducing himself. Prota recognizes him and glances at his friend beside him, remembering her feeling unwell. He encourages her to stay strong, knowing anything can happen at Miles. Kim asks why he's worried about her, assuring him that she'll do well. Prota reflects that she ranked in the top 3 of the mage class and vows not to let her fail. The president announces the start of the Miles entrance ceremony, but mentions that, as they know, there's a special event prepared. It's a game where all old and new students try to steal each other's ID cards in an enclosed space. Thus begins the novice hunt. A light shines from the floor, revealing a magic circle. Kim is startled and almost falls. Hyung warns her of the danger of falling. Seo catches her hand. Elsewhere, the manager mentions that today is the boys' entrance ceremony. Seung remarks on how quickly time has passed, saying she planned to send an early message of good luck. She decides to send one now, asking if the novice hunt still lasts 3 days. He confirms it does, and explains it takes place in an enclosed space. The guildmaster comments that it's a shame they'll only be able to talk to him in 3 days. Appa replies that he anticipated she'd forget, so he sent a message on her behalf. She asks about the reply. The driver confirms that everything is fine. In a forest, Proda asks Kim if she's okay while she screams. Observing Seo, he notes her dark hair and hazel eyes, her magical aptitude of 92, and that she's someone who will change the current perception of the magic class and become a rank S raider after Seong. He visualizes an image of Seo in his mind. Meanwhile, in the master's office, the manager says the boy replied not to worry. At Milay's academy, in the central control room, people are lined up. A boy comments that there are some talented cadets this year, and Ho Yeon is so promising he's even attracting attention abroad. Among the mages, cadets Seo, Kim, and Lee all scored 90 or above on the aptitude test. The profiles of cadets who changed their class haven't been updated yet. The president tells him not to worry, saying that if someone changed their class at this point, there's no reason to be concerned about them. As this place isn't easy for indecisive people, he thinks the cadets entering the academy are talented, but even among them, there are those who stand out. Giving some simple examples, he mentions on. He explains that common talents often become stepping stones for geniuses, and they shouldn't waste opportunities on such cadets. He reflects that sometimes, a raider facing an unbeatable enemy or the brink of death gets another chance, a reawakening. Even if 100 rank C raiders are discarded in the process, they must train a rank A raider. A raider must constantly prove their courage. Those who fail this process simply aren't worthy. His ideal is to gather all the finest gems to offer. He can't delay matters further. The novice hunt takes place in a space created by magic, a semi-plane. In this space, things that are impossible in reality, like controlling time or removing spatial restrictions, are possible. Approximately 5% of cadets are defeated in this event. It's a tough challenge that highlights their limitations. Hyung thinks he can't let his guard down, especially near Seo. The president begins explaining the rules to the novices. Inside the semi-plane, only skills below rank C are allowed. Every time someone steals another's badge, they earn points. If a senior takes a novice's badge, they earn 10,000 points. If a novice takes a senior's badge, they earn 100,000 points. Since these points can be used across all Mila's facilities, he asks if it wouldn't be better to have many. Proda considers that with rank C restrictions, his rank A skill, electric current, is sealed, but the president said nothing about unique abilities. The president wishes them a good day and mentions that all skills will only have 1/10 of their power for safety, so they don't have to worry about injuries. Hyung internally curses, noting the lack of mention about unique abilities or attribute limits, thinking the president's goal is obvious, to filter out the weak and select only the talented novices. He calls Kim to leave, pointing out they'll be there for 3 days and need to find shelter. He thinks about the semi-plane, which has many resources for survival, like debuff traps, healing lakes, and the nightmare forest. The ecosystem allows people to find food and shelter. Despite these resources, finding a shelter is crucial for surviving 3 days, as it provides a base to plan strategies. Kim tells him to wait and asks if they shouldn't bring the girl along. He asks which girl. Kim points to a girl who seems to be a mage cadet and asks if it wouldn't be better to have another person with them. Proda wonders why Kim starts thinking rationally only in moments like this, considering that forming a team with Seo might be a good idea. However, he notes that Seo is not someone he can easily control. While recalling everything he'd heard from the news, the incident involving Seo happened because she lost control due to anger, causing harm to many people. He says it's not a decision to be made lightly, and asks if they can be absolutely sure she won't betray them. He tells Kim to think carefully, pointing out that Seo seems cautious around them and doesn't trust them fully. Kim asks if he's serious, then observes and says, in her opinion, Seo is just like him when he was younger. She walks towards Seo. He tells her to wait. Kim approaches Seo and asks if she would like to join them, mentioning that she's also a mage. Seo looks at her, listening. Kim continues, explaining that this event is disadvantageous to novices, especially mages, and it's easier to fight when they have more mages together. Seo replies that she feels they might have to choose later, and that she doesn't fully understand the situation. Suddenly, someone approaches, saying they never imagined they'd find 3 novices together. Shin comments that it looks like it's going to be easy to score points this year. Kwan, however, is confused, saying she only detected 2 of them and is surprised, wondering why she can't sense anything from the boy. Proda thinks to himself how obvious they are. Kim observes that the seniors are warriors and suggests fleeing. Hyung responds that they need to fight here because they won't be able to escape them. Recalling that Kwan has a unique ability allowing her to locate any target within a 300 kilometers radius, he concludes that if they don't defeat them now, there's a chance they'll call other seniors for backup. Shin calls Kwon to join him and says he's looking forward to eating fancy food with his points. She warns him to be careful, noting that the good-looking boy seems strange. Shin shrugs it off, saying it's not like they haven't participated in this event before, and approaches, telling her to watch how quickly he'll defeat him. Proto watches as Shin attempts to strike, but he dodges. Shin is shocked. Kwon mutters that she told him something was off about the boy. Hyung comments that it's been a while since someone tried to hit him with a sword. Shin brushes it off as beginner's luck, thinking there's no way a novice talented enough to dodge his blow would go unnoticed. He moves in for another strike, but Hyung dodges again. Frustrated, Shin wonders why he can't land a hit. Proto grabs Shin's sword, complimenting his skill but questioning how he'll survive with such a physique, breaking the sword into pieces with his bare hands. Seo looks on, surprised. Hyung tells Shin that if he hands over his badge now, he'll let him leave, giving him only 3 seconds to comply. Shin, scared, thinks this doesn't make sense. Proto is supposed to be just another weak novice mage. The way he's being looked at unnerves him. Proto says he gave Shin a chance, and now he'll have to endure the consequences, punching him in the face. Shin stumbles, scared, and flees. A notification announces Shin's exit from the event. An instructor remarks that the first fool has finally left. Another notification reveals that Hyung has earned 100,000 points. A teacher asks who this is, and if the announcement was accurate. Jun confirms there's nothing wrong, telling her to speak up if there's an issue. A woman responds that there's no problem. The president observes with a smile. Elsewhere, Kwon is fuming. Proto calls Kim, noting that they still need one more badge, and invites Seo to form a group, asking for her acceptance. Seo hesitates but agrees, wondering if Proto is really that strong. Kwon seethes, upset that her plans have failed. Hyung reflects that even though he's the strongest, he couldn't win a 3-on-1 fight alone. Kwon grips her sword, deciding to take out at least one of them before fleeing. She moves swiftly toward Kim to attack. Proto notes that her decision wasn't bad, creating chaos among them before escaping, but wonders if she's faster than he is. Kim thinks her mistake was assuming there was someone weak enough among them to be concerned about. Kwon strikes with her weapons, aiming at Kim, who blocks with her shield. Hyung realizes he can't handle everything alone and needs help. As Proto prepares to use his lightning current ability, he notices Seo wielding the sacred sword of the elves. Fixating on it, he realizes it's her unique skill, the Sword of Alfheim. Seo attacks and eliminates an opponent with one strike. A notification announces the elimination, awarding Kim 50,000 points for assistance. Seo also receives 50,000 points and asks if she interrupted. Kim responds that she's fine, thanks to Seo. Seo asks if the previous offer still stands. Proto thinks he still needs to observe her. She's distrustful, but intriguing. A notification announces their group is now complete with all 3 members. In the Nightmare Forest, they spot footprints. 2 boys nearby note others have already passed through and must be inside the forest. One of them mentions that a novice defeated 2 experienced individuals, deciding to monitor the area. They agree the novices won't stay in the forest for 3 days and wonder when they'll show their faces. Meanwhile, Kim sneaks by and eliminates one of them. A notification signals the elimination, putting the others on alert. They locate her and start chasing. As Kim runs, she calculates there are 5 pursuers in total. Smirking, she thinks it's great they've taken the bait, taunting them about being too slow. An irritated boy chases her, demanding to know if she's mocking them. Kim continues to run, finding it easy. Earlier, Proto had explained that while the forest is the safest spot, they couldn't stay there long due to a lack of food and the need to gain more points. He outlined a plan to use the location to hunt the students. While Kim runs, she spots mushrooms. A notification informs her that a life bonus granting creature is nearby. She recalls that, per the plan, they need to lure students to the target to gain points and life bonuses. Activating her wind boost ability, she leaves the rest to Proto, hoping he won't fail. Entering a colony of paralyzing mushrooms, Proto recalls Lee discussing how to handle them in his lab, suggesting tree sap is the only solution, abundant in the Nightmare Forest. Proto thanks him for the advice, finding it sufficient. The boys chasing Kim hesitate upon noticing her entering the mushroom colony. They consider the danger and debate retreating. A notification warns about creatures with abnormal statuses ahead. Some are apprehensive about making a mistake and being eliminated. Jin angrily silences them, reminding them a novice eliminated his partner and threatening to deal with them if they continue complaining. One boy argues that even if they're stronger, being paralyzed by the mushrooms won't help. Realizing the mushroom zone spans about 50 meters, Jin notes that Kim is equally likely to get paralyzed. Jin devises a plan, ordering one person to stay behind as backup in case they're paralyzed while the rest follow him. Jin suspects Kim is smart and trying to lure them into a trap, planning to attack them all at once. However, He believes they won't be so easily deceived. As they rush toward Kim, they taunt her, asking where she plans to run now. Kim confidently claims she's cornered them and questions why they won't just surrender. As they close in, Kim thinks the time has come. She grabs her weapon and detonates the mushrooms. A notification indicates that anyone within a 50-meter radius will be paralyzed. Kim recalls earlier discussions about identifying the key points. She asks if they see the tree. Proda acknowledges that she already understands the nature of the test. It's not just about survival, but also intelligence. SEO agrees, noting that the rank C skill limit forces them to rely on knowledge. Proda responds that this gives martial artists an advantage due to their incredible mental abilities compared to mages. Kim agrees, adding that unless someone has a unique skill, the most useful offensive abilities have been sealed, leaving only enhancement magic, and asks what they should do. Hyung says they need to create a plan based on the skills they currently have. He mentions swap and asks if they've heard of it. Kim responds that she learned it from the same teacher. Seo explains that swap is a magic that exchanges the positions of selected allies, asking if he plans to use it. He replies that he's finished preparing the tree sap, and with it, they can do something very interesting. In the forest, Proda tells them to get ready. Seo agrees. Near the mushrooms, an explosion occurs. The boys become irritated. Then, the swap ability is activated. Kim bids them farewell, saying her work there is done as she steps on one of them. Hyung appears, saying it's now his turn and attacks, leaping on them. Jin, holding a sword, asks if Proda really thinks he can defeat him, pointing out that he also encountered the mushrooms but took precautions by leaving a teammate outside the area, ready to finish them off once the effects wear off. Proda says he doubts the teammate will come. Jin asks what he means, and a scream is heard. A notification announces the elimination of participant Seong, with Seo holding the weapon used. Jin, paralyzed, is startled when Proda mentions he warned him that no one would come. Frustrated, Jin says they're in the same situation, and once the effects wear off, he swears he'll eliminate them. Proda questions same situation, and asks who said he was paralyzed. Jin is shocked to see Proda move, saying it doesn't make sense. Proda replies that it does, and tells Jin to start praying. A notification states that Proda's unique ability protects him from anomalies. Jin, terrified, begs him not to come closer, but Hyung mercilessly eliminates him. Looking at the rest of the group, Proda approaches and asks who's next. They scream for him to stop, but notifications of points earned keep coming. The teacher watching comments that it doesn't make sense. More notifications arrive, showing the rankings, with the 3 novices taking the top spots. In the forest, Kim drinks a liquid. Seo asks if she's okay, and Kim responds that she feels better now. Seo suggests they head to the meeting point, and Kim agrees. While walking, Seo comments that Proda seems to know a lot about magic, and his use of swap was something she had never seen in any book. Kim says that he started learning seriously less than 3 months ago, with her teaching him theory. Seo is surprised, noting that he initially wanted to be a martial artist. Kim asks if she can believe that a few months ago, he suddenly became obsessed with learning magic, having shown no interest in it before. She's also impressed that he knew about the tree sap's effect, wondering where he learned it. Later, they call for Proda. He asks if the paralysis effect has worn off, and if she got hurt. She responds that she used magic to run, and they couldn't keep up with her. Proda asks Seo how she is. She replies that she's fine too. Kim approaches him, bragging about how great their team is and noting he seems happy, asking if something good happened. Proda pinches her cheeks, telling her to stop imagining things and asking what she's talking about. Seo watches him and finds him strange but attractive, quickly becoming flustered and questioning why she's thinking that way. She reprimands herself, calling it a mistake to think about others like that. Inside a cave, Proda is seen working with a pot. Seo approaches and asks what he's doing. He says it's a healing potion, something he learned before coming there in case someone needed it, admitting he failed several times while trying to make it. Kim asks how he learned it, saying she thought he didn't have any friends. Proda sarcastically responds by calling her the queen of socialization. She retorts that what she said is true. Seo says that's really good, and comments that sometimes it feels like he's older than them because he talks as if he's lived 10 more years. Hyung wonders how she deduced that, and admits to himself that it's true. He's lived 10 extra years. Kim asks if they'll have to drink this again tomorrow and suggests she cook instead. He tells her to do whatever she wants with what she collects. Kim asks if he doesn't trust her. Proda replies that she seems to have forgotten the color of the cookies she made in elementary school. Kim recalls they were purple. Seo asks if she used blueberries. Hyung says she just doesn't know how to cook, and Seo admits she's not great either, but offers to try cooking. Proda asks if she thinks she can handle it. Seo says she lived with her grandmother for a while, and cooked daily with her. She ties her hair back to start. Hyung observes her, realizing he knows little about her family. If she lived with her grandmother, He wonders if she had issues with her parents. After some time, Seo finishes cooking. The two taste it and are amazed. Kim hugs Seo, saying it's delicious. Prota asks how it could taste so good, thinking he's never eaten anything this tasty. Seo feels warmth, noting it's been a while since she felt like this. Elsewhere, the instructor remarks that, as expected, An is in 4th place. However, it's unbelievable that 1st and 2nd places are held by mages. A professor questions if there might be an error in the system, as it doesn't make sense. The president observes that historically, martial artists dominated the top rankings. Now a group of mages is eliminating the best martial artists in the school. He requests the instructor to review the mushroom scene, showing Hyung stepping on the boy's face. The president is impressed by his confidence and audacity, using mass paralysis as an advantage. Despite being a mage, it's hard to believe a novice is in 1st place. Reviewing Hyung's file, someone informs the president they've found the profile of the student in 1st place but claims there's an error in his records. The president asks what they mean. The professor hands over the file, revealing Hyung's aptitude at 97%. Stunned, the president laughs, calling it incredible and saying he wants to see this student's talent firsthand. The instructor asks if he'll test him personally. The president affirms, watching on the monitor and saying they'll make things interesting. In the forest, more notifications arrive for points gained. Kim says they've reached about 101 million points. Hyung responds it should be enough to secure 1st place. Kim asks if they should leave the forest. He agrees, noting students are avoiding it out of fear. Seo agrees they should leave to gather more points. Kim suggests heading out, wondering if they can rank higher. Seo says they've accumulated around 114 million points. Prota is impressed by Seo's contributions, thinking she's fascinating and a key to their success. Calling them to move, something unusual happens. He stops and tells them to wait. An attack strikes the ground, causing massive destruction. Hyung senses something approaching, questioning if such power could really come from a rank C ability. Notifications indicate instability in the subspace connection, temporarily lifting participant restrictions. Seo finds it odd, and Kim asks if he's okay. Hyung remarks he didn't expect to see someone so soon, questioning if Hoyeon is responsible. Noticing no response, he wonders if he's being ignored. Seo asks Hyung to be careful, noting that Hoyeon seems to have gone mad, as if possessed by something. Prota reflects that it's been a long time since he last saw something like this. Before his regression, a similar event occurred during the school festival. That day, meant to be a memorable occasion for freshmen, turned into a nightmare etched in everyone's minds. The culprit was Yahin, a student whose ability was manipulated through brainwashing magic. In the end, Yahin's crimes were exposed, and he was imprisoned. After the incident, Yahin disappeared, and no news of his condition ever surfaced. Many people suffered that day, a day that haunted even Yahin himself. But for Hyung, it was the day he lost his best friend. An drags his sword across the ground, staring at Hyung intently. Hyung thinks he needs to make this idiot regain his senses. Suddenly, the system issues a notification. Shocked, he reads it, realizing the mission is to save Hoyeon from brainwashing magic. He wonders if this is a white card situation. If it's what he imagines, it might be critical. Kim says she's going to help him. Hyung reassures her, saying he'll be fine, and orders them to leave immediately. He instructs them to get as far away as possible and continue earning points without him. Indignant, Kim asks if he knows who Hoyeon is. He's the sword genius. Hyung asks if she doesn't trust him. Seo, observing, hesitates briefly before urging Kim to leave with her. Kim protests, saying they can't leave him alone. Ina remains silent, and with that, the redhead accepts that they must leave. She says they will find a way to earn some points, asks Jay not to get hurt, and starts running, pulling Ina. While running, she says she hopes the protagonist can take him down and get his identification. He, smiling, thinks he shouldn't take too long there. Hoyeon begins to remember when he was peacefully resting in the forest, and wonders if he should have 600,000 points, saying that somehow he would survive these 2 days, and if he stayed just one more day, his life would have ended outside as well. He looks at the current ranking, and his position is in 4th place, and he says he thought he was working hard, questioning why he's not in 1st place. An continues, saying the 1st place will fall soon, because the magic in this world is limited, and even his team, which is at the top, will fall. He remembers the protagonist and says that even so, the protagonist is really cool. Hoyeon closes his eyes and says he won't lose, and will rest a bit while he still has time, until the director appears on a screen, eyes closed, saying hello to him. An doesn't quite understand. The director says he wants him to do a special favor. He opens his eyes, emitting a light, and says it's a small request. The light is emitted toward Hoyeon's eyes, causing him to drop his sword, and the system starts notifying that his consciousness is under someone else's control. An places his hand on his head and starts feeling a great pain. He asks what he should do. Another notification arrives, saying that the user's mind has entered a state of confusion. The boy keeps his hand on his head, but understands. Then, after remembering, he knows exactly what to do. He starts attacking with his ability, but the protagonist dodges and keeps watching the boy, using Class A skill, Empty Cut. Hoyon runs toward him, trying to attack again. Hyung thinks that the last time he saw him, he hadn't reached this level yet. He dodges the strike, and keeps thinking that somehow, he's improved a lot. The protagonist, still dodging, thinks he doesn't know how they let him invade his brain like that. He positions himself while his opponent continues his attacks. Hyung makes quick movements, dodging, until a notification arrives saying the Wind Boost ability has been activated successfully. He uses his ability, emitting an extremely strong light, and appears behind his opponent, about to attack from behind. Both attack at the same time, but the protagonist still manages to throw him far. Hyung watches the dust moving and sees his opponent still intact. He thinks that his body reacted before he could even follow his movements with his eyes. The opponent keeps coming. The protagonist thinks that his opponent really has a great fighting sense and says it won't be as easy as he thought. He thinks he could just solve the brainwashing using absolute control. However, there are people watching them, and even if the instructors don't notice, his director is in control of An and must be wanting to see what he's capable of, and must be laughing right now. Hyung laughs and wonders if he'll end up sad if things go his way, thinking he'll give the show he wants, and that the price he'll pay for this show will be high. While the teacher watches through the screen, she asks if this is really happening, or if it's a dream, because magic users have never been able to fight face-to-face with a martial artist before, and he's underestimating his opponent, asking if he's really going to defeat the sword genius. She says this is ridiculous and doesn't make sense. She starts to get nervous and clenches her arms, wondering who this boy is, thinking that magic can't defeat martial arts, something she's always seen in the world of magic, and he must be hiding something from them, wondering what's different about him. She says it's funny. While outside, a sword is stuck in the ground with injuries. An is bent over, leaning on his sword. The protagonist says he barely touched him, and since he's strong, he should get up soon. Then, he glances deeply to the side, and the light bomb ability is activated, while the screens inside turn completely white. Seok says something happened, and asks why the screen turned like this. Meanwhile, the director quickly takes control from the girl's hands and tries to move it to see if he can change anything, but the screens remain white. The employee says it seems like he used some ability that's blocking their vision of the subspace, and that it seems to have been a light bomb. The director, angry, breaks the control in half and calls Seok, telling him to deal with Jae, and says that when this mess is over, he should call him, as he'll be in his office. Seok says that if they keep interfering with the event, but the director interrupts him, pats his shoulder, and again tells him to take care of Jae, and that they can't let him change the results they've always had there. He asks what they think will happen if a magic user wins this event. The director grips his shoulder tighter and says that if he doesn't want to lose his place there, he'd better obey. Meanwhile, outside, An is still leaning on his sword, bent over. The protagonist smiles and approaches his opponent, touches his head, and uses absolute control. The universal derivation skill is activated, then he removes the brainwashing effect. Hoyon looks shocked. Jae asks if he's feeling better. The boy tries to get up and says he's fine, but falls to the ground and starts screaming in pain from his body. The protagonist says he's sorry, but he was the one who came at him first. An asks if he attacked him and why. Hyun replies that it was a mental manipulation spell. The boy doesn't quite understand, tries to remember, and thinks he can't remember well but believes he heard a voice. He says that this kind of magic is always above rank S, even the simpler ones, and he thought he had the restriction that only allowed him to use rank C magic or below. Jae says there must have been some bug in the system, and that someone interfered with the event. Hoyon thinks that even if there was a problem in the subspace, not many students can use mental manipulation magic of that level, and asks if he has any idea who did it and why. Hyun smiles and says no, but that if someone has a skill like that, they must be in a high position. He thinks that once you go through this kind of thing in Mila's, you realize certain things, one of them being who the real Gu is. More notifications arrive, saying the secondary mission was completed, and that he can save the cadet who is out of control and received a blank letter. The boy tries to get up and realizes his body is all bruised. He looks to the side and notices that the protagonist is still intact, wondering if this is his limit. After An gets up, he says he doesn't know what to say and apologizes. Jae responds that he doesn't need to apologize and says that since he can move, he's going to leave. Then the boy tells him to wait and throws something to him, handing over the badge. Hyun asks what he's doing because without the badge, he'll be disqualified. Hoyon responds that it's fine, and even though he didn't get as many points as him, he has enough, and since he lost to him, it's only right that he keeps his badge, and that he lost today, but tomorrow will be different. At the Milays Academy Festival, he will defeat him and take the badge back. Then, the system notifies them that player On has been eliminated and that Jae and his group earned 10,000 points. Hyun looks at the badge in his hand and thinks it's an object worth 10,000 points and says, "Good luck," thinking it's different for himself. Talent in martial arts, that's what he longed for in the past. And a guy with incredible martial arts talent recognized him. He's been through a lot since the regression, but what he feels now is something pleasurable, and he thinks this is the beginning of everything. For the first time, he feels like he's made progress, leaving the past, where he didn't progress, behind and now thinking only of the future, taking it one step at a time. He says he's now going to follow his path. Another notification arrives saying that the 72 hours of the Rookie Hunt event have passed, and it's calculating points, and he broke the points record, obtaining 1,530 points, returning to the real world. Meanwhile, people are lying on the floor. The protagonist says that 1,530 points isn't bad. Kim approaches and says that he broke the record and should be happy, asking if the girl agrees. Seo replies that if they had one more hour, they could have gotten 1,600. Kim says they're strange and that they'll live a life of luxury with this many points. He responds that yes, and that if they multiply the points by 10, it will be the amount of real money. So they've just earned 10,531. Ina asks if it was that much. He responds that yes, and since he came in first place and they got 1,480 points, he thinks he'll get bonus points. Kim is impressed and asks if there are bonus points. He replies that yes, it should be 1,000. Kim is very pleased and happy. The two girls celebrate their winnings while people are staring at the protagonist, wishing bad things in their minds. He notices and thinks it's strange that everyone is staring at him. Meanwhile, the girls keep celebrating, and the protagonist covers his face. Seok walks through the students, greets everyone, and introduces himself. The people respond. The instructor says he has something to say to the three, but he won't say it here, and asks what they think about going somewhere else. Jae becomes somewhat tense and asks if it's related to something from the event. Seok takes a deep breath and answers that it is. The girls ask if they shouldn't know where they're going. Jae replies that it's to the director's office and asks if it's not. The instructor observes and replies that yes, and says their names, and that the director wants to speak with them. In the director's office, Hyun asks where the director is and says they're here to speak with him, but he's not even here. Seok just stares at him.
The girls are confused and wonder what's wrong with him. The instructor tells them to sit and wait. They sit down. The door opens, and the director says they were waiting for him, and that it seems he's a bit late. The girls introduce themselves. Gu replies that he already knows that. The protagonist, with a bored look on his face, says that he was late and almost fell asleep waiting for him. The girls stare at him, not quite understanding. Seok wonders if he's crazy. They stay silent for a moment. The director stays quiet for a moment and says he's embarrassed. He sits down and says he was preparing for this conversation. Jae says that they're the ones embarrassed because they stayed in the subspace for 4 days, didn't take a bath before coming here, and didn't have any time to prepare. The director laughs and says he didn't think of that. Jae thinks that so they're going to act like this, and wonders if he's still flattering talented students. Gu joins his hands and says that he prepared a nice offer for them, and that they shouldn't hate him too much for being late. And he congratulates them for being elite students, as they made it into the top 3 in the rookie hunt. He says the protagonist came in first place. The protagonist replies that he only managed that thanks to his team members. The director thinks that, so he doesn't want to brag about his talent and says that's true, and that he saw their performance in the event. Hyun asks if that's all. Gu replies that he broke the record with 1,140 points. The director claps his hands and says that's impressive and an incredible milestone. The girls thank him, and Jae asks if they can get to the point. Gu smiles and says they want to offer the 3 of them some special rewards. First, a suite at Milay's will be given to them for free. Second, they will have the privilege of priority access at all Milay's facilities. Third, when the result of any test is unsatisfactory, they will have the opportunity to retake the test to change that result. They stay silent, listening. The director asks what they think, as these 3 rewards will also include a partnership contract with Milay's. Hyun says he refuses. Gu lowers the paper he's holding, and the protagonist adds that these seem like good things, but these rewards are all privileges they could earn if they worked hard for a whole month. And since Milay's prioritizes people's abilities above all else, he doesn't understand the reason for wanting to make a contract and also pay a signing bonus for it. Jae takes the paper from his hand, starts reading it, and says that after signing the contract with Milay's, while working as a raider for 5 years, 30% of the earnings will go to the academy. Then, she says that this isn't a reward, and it's starting to look more like a slavery contract, asking if she's misunderstood. The director replies that there's nothing he can do, taking his thoughts into account, and that a contract can't be made by force. He then says he'll let the three of them decide what to do. The girls look at each other and say that they will also refuse. Gu, with his hand over his face, says it's a shame. And really, it is a shame, as this is the best offer he can give them. Jay is confused. The director says he'll give them another chance, since they might be uncertain about something. He takes his hand off his face, with a different aura, and calls for the protagonist, asking if he hasn't changed his mind yet. The system notifies that someone is invading his mind. Hyun thinks he knew it, so the Blessing of Hell ability prevents the invasion. And the protagonist, with a letter in hand, says no. Gu is in disbelief. Hyun says he thinks he's going to leave. Another notification arrives saying that he obtained the brainwashing skill, which invades the mind of an enemy weaker than himself to control them as he wishes. Jay calls the girls to leave and says he's starving because spending 4 days in the subspace wasn't easy. Then, they leave. Meanwhile, the instructor is sweating profusely, and they say their goodbyes. After they leave, they stay quiet for a moment. The director calls for Seok. While the instructor is sweating heavily, he responds. Gu says he can leave and starts complaining about the student, asking if he resisted his unique ability, and says he's an interesting boy. At dusk, Hyun asks if they're sure they'll be okay. Kim asks what he means, and he replies that they refused his offer. Yoo Jung says that she liked her at first, but what he said is true, as it's certain that the director was trying to deceive them through conversation, thinking they're too young to understand things. Seo says the contract seemed a bit unfair, and thinks it was good to refuse, and that if they start having privileges, others will start to hate them. And even if it takes some time for that, it's better to earn the privileges on their own. Jay thinks that, hearing her talk like this, she seems completely different from the person he imagined before his regression, and says he's happy about that and, to be honest, he wanted them to refuse the contract too. Kim asks if that guy isn't a bit strange, because the look he gave when he responded wasn't very normal. Ina says she was also scared, especially after that incident in the subspace, and neither Gu nor Seok talked about it. The protagonist thinks it's a good intuition. Seo asks if he knows anything about the director. Hyun stays quiet for a moment and asks what made her think that. Ina replies that he was very calm for a rookie, but when he started talking to Gu, he started acting rudely. Kim tells him to say what he knows. He replies that he's not sure if it's true, so it's a bit difficult to say, but he can tell them one thing: don't trust anyone, even if it's the director or any instructor. Seo asks if this applies to him too. Jay stays quiet. Kim says not to trust him either, because he's bad, and abandons his friends in the middle of the street. He asks why she's bringing that up and says it's in the past. Yoo Jung walks toward him and says she almost got lost. The protagonist pushes her head and tells her to get out. Then they watch the sun. Ina asks if now everyone is going to their rooms. They just look at each other. Kim asks about the smell of masculinity and says she wants to join too. Hyun says the girls' dormitory is on the left, and the boys' is on the right, and tells everyone to rest. Yoo Jung says she's going. Seo also says she's going and tells him to rest since tomorrow is the first day of class. He replies that he will, and that they'll see each other later. Then, a door opens. Jay enters the room and says it's been a long time. He notices the musty smell, the noisy floor that hasn't been renovated in years, and the miserable atmosphere left by the talentless student who lived there for a while. He lies on the bed and says it's been a long time since he felt this. He says he'll have to look for a place to stay after classes because going through hell once is enough. The next day, the protagonist is running on the sidewalk. He starts breathing heavily and says it's enough for a warm-up and that he'll go back and get ready for the first class. Inside the academy, everyone is gathered. A voice says good morning to the magic cadets. The instructor introduces herself, saying she will take care of the basic adaptation to mana and hopes to get along well with all of them. Hyun thinks he doesn't remember her, considering she was a warrior in the past, but doesn't have many memories of her as an instructor. He thinks she might be one of the instructors who will leave soon and that it won't take long to find out. And becoming an instructor at Miles isn't easy, something most of the awakened ones know. The instructors still at Miles are like Seok, who fell for greed by taking the crumbs Gu was willing to give. Ji-yeon closes her eyes and hands and says she's sure they must be wondering why the first class isn't in the classroom but in such a large facility. She opens one of the doors and says the reason for that is very simple. People are surprised when they see. The instructor continues saying it's to test their sensitivity to mana. People start asking if that's a mana cube, if they'll have to enter, and if it's going to be difficult from the start. Jay observes and thinks it looks very similar to the mana cube he saw before, but with much less mana. Ji-yeon asks for attention and says that what they're seeing now is the mana room. She explains it was created based on a mana cube found in guilds for cadets like them. It's almost impossible to leave a mana cube, and that's how Mila's prepared this. She says that, as they can see, the mana room is divided into other sub-rooms, and the first room's level is similar to the atmosphere, but the more they advance, the mana becomes denser. and the average for first-year cadets at Malays is to reach level 3, while a graduate cadet can reach close to level 7. In this class, they'll find out their level of sensitivity to mana. CO realizes that with this room, they can find their limit. The instructor tells them to form a line behind her and says that if they have any problems during the test, they can raise their hand and leave the room with the assistant instructors. Then, she enters the room and says they're going to start the test. The students also start entering. Jiyeon says that at level 1 it seems everyone is fine and they're going to level 2. Some students start breathing more heavily. Then she says they're going to level 3. Several of them raise their hands. The instructor wonders if many of them have already asked to leave and says they're going to level 4. Then, level 5, and more people raise their hands. At level 6, other people raise their hands, and they leave the room. Kim asks if he's also feeling like he can't breathe. The protagonist replies that he isn't. CO observes and notices that he seems fine. She thinks she'll try a bit longer. The teacher looks to the side and notices there are only 4 cadets left: Jae, Kim, Aina, and Suhyok. Jiyeon thinks they are rookies who came in first in the rookie hunt event, and that cadet Hyun, in particular, has a reason for the director to have told her to keep an eye on him and report everything they know about him. And of course, she doesn't plan to follow the orders easily. Then, she says to continue to level 7. They form a line to enter, while the students outside watching ask if they're made of steel and if the instructor didn't say that only graduates could reach level 7. The instructor says they're going to level 8 and asks if any cadet is having trouble. They stay quiet. Then, she enters, and they follow her in. The students comment that they're already on level 8. The girls and Suhyok begin to feel uncomfortable, while the protagonist remains calm and thinks that from level 8, the mana level changes every moment, just like in a dungeon. And even if someone is a genius, they will start having problems from there. Kim and Soo raise their hands to leave and Seo continues, but with difficulty. The instructor looks to the side and says they're now going to level 9. When Ina steps into the room, she starts feeling unwell. Hyun becomes worried about her. The instructor looks to the side and remembers the director telling her that no matter what situation the cadet faces, never offer help before they ask. Danger is nothing more than a new opportunity for a cadet. And if that opportunity is taken away in front of their eyes, he wonders if it wouldn't be heartbreaking. Jiyeon thinks this is a pure lie. Meanwhile, Hyun is asking if she's okay. She responds that she is, but her vision starts to blur. Ina thinks that she doesn't want to lose and that, so far, everyone's been saying the same thing. She remembers people saying that nowadays, only the strong survive, and that even if she has talent for magic, she won't be able to do anything other than bow to a warrior. And the weak have no future, and this is the only place where she can receive recognition. But once again, she lost. Then, the medical team takes her away on a stretcher. The protagonist says she lost, and moves on to the next room. The instructor enters level 10, and notices that even she started to falter and asks if he's okay. Jay turns and says it's getting pretty bad in there and that he'd like to leave. The instructor says to follow her and wonders, "Pretty bad? And why are you still breathing normally?" As they exit the rooms, Ji-yeon tells everyone to applaud the protagonist, who made it to level 10, which means he's on the same level as a rank B raider or even higher, and everyone should give their best to try to catch up to him. Hyun asks if she's okay. Ina replies that she's fine and apologizes for making them worry. Kim says they mentioned that it's a common symptom of mana poisoning and that she probably did too much on the first day. The protagonist says it's a relief it's nothing serious. Kim asks if he's okay because a while ago he seemed a little off. Jae replies that he's fine and tells her to take the towel off his neck. Yoo-jung gets irritated and says she was worried about him. Hyun asks about her and if she's not feeling any pain. Kim boasts and says no. Kim asks why he's looking at her like that and if she's so beautiful, asking if she's sure she's okay, because to say things like that, she must have bumped her head somewhere. He continues thinking that he doesn't know what the effect of his actions will be in the future, in this constantly changing environment, and that if he wants to stay a step ahead of everything, he must prepare for it, and thinks he'll speed things up a bit. Suddenly, a towel hits him, trapping around his neck, and Yoo-jung tells him to repeat what he said. The protagonist grabs the dish towel and thinks she has a good ear and that he needs to shut her up. Then, he takes the towel and starts rubbing it on her head, messing up all her hair. Kim gets irritated and glares at him, asking if he has any idea how long it took her to fix her hair this morning. He responds that he's sorry, and says fixing her hair didn't change anything. Yoo-jung, even more irritated, asks if he's calling her ugly. Jae realizes he made a mistake and runs away, and she chases after him. Seo says to herself that she needs to go to the academy and wonders why she thinks he's going to have to go too. She watches them playing around and says they're pretty close. Meanwhile, Soo looks at him running and wonders how he reached level 10. A student approaches him and asks what he's thinking. Yok tells him to tell him everything he knows about the protagonist, Minsu wonders if he's his slave and asks directly if he doesn't know anything about the protagonist, and says that discovering the strengths of other cadets is also one of the things they're supposed to do at the academy, and the protagonist was the first person to get first place in the rookie hunt while being a mage. Su replies that he already knew that, and that what he wants to know is where this guy came from. Minsu gestures as if he doesn't know. Yok says that no matter how much he thinks about it, it doesn't make sense, because this guy has something strange about him, and he's sure he's hiding something. Minsu thinks he still hasn't gotten used to this and says it's impossible, because he has already proven himself twice, and asks what more he wants, if it's possible to cheat in this, because this is Milla's. Su responds that no one can be stronger than him without cheating. Minsu stays quiet, and thinks that he doesn't think he could beat Seo and Kim, and tells him to think carefully, and even if he reincarnates 80 times, he won't be able to beat Jae. Yok says nothing and leaves. Minsu says he's crazy and asks him to wait. At dusk, Hyun says he called him here to find out what happened in the rookie hunt. The teacher confirms that and says it's better to hear directly from him. The protagonist says she must have already guessed the final result, and that he came in first place. A voice says, as expected, it was incredible. Jae asks if Park is with her, and she replies that yes, and that he seemed happy after hearing this. She says she noticed that the environment he's in is very good for a rookie, and that earning many points is a great accomplishment, congratulating him and saying he took the best first step in Milla's academy, which is known for being difficult to survive in. As his teacher, she's very proud. He says he was afraid she would eliminate him if he came in second. The teacher asks if there was any cadet who caught his attention during the rookie hunt. Hyun asks if she's thinking about recruiting them, and she replies yes, and that they are planning to offer a reward for any information they provide. The protagonist says it won't be bad, but just imagining that he'll be rewarded for it, asks if she's not being too generous. The teacher replies that it's because she knows that in the future, he won't collaborate, even if she offers twice what she's offering now. He agrees to speak and names Seo, Kim, and the warrior An, saying that these are the 3 cadets who can be recruited by Yeonhwa, and that he's not a rookie, but knows a student from the upper classes who would be good to recruit, asking what she thinks. The teacher replies that she will welcome him and says she will hang up first. They say their goodbyes. After hanging up, the teacher ponders and says the name Jaesung, remembering her conversation with the protagonist over the phone, and mentions that she also knows that name and that he is the son of the rank S raider Yaisen. He confirms that's correct. The teacher says the child wasn't as talented as his siblings, and she also heard that he doesn't get much attention from the family. But family is family, and if Yeonhwa picks him up, it could cause some friction with Jason's guild, asking if, despite the risk, he wants them to recruit this child. Jae responds that yes, and that this guy will become the best alchemist in the future. She thinks about this for a moment until Park arrives, announcing that Beck has arrived. The teacher tells him to bring him in. Then the door opens, and Beck enters. The manager sighs. The teacher says they arrived at the right time. Beck says he also has something very valuable for a merchant. She extends her hand and says it's been a while. Seong says she doesn't think they're close enough to greet each other so casually, but tells him to sit down. She asks what the master of the curator guild wants with her. Beck says she's getting straight to the point, and that staying close to her will be difficult. But things like that don't stress him. They can reduce the time spent doing this. And the teacher asks again what she's here for. Beck smiles and says that recently it seems Yeonhwa has been taking good care of someone, and asks about the value of that boy. Seong stays quiet and is impressed. She then asks what they should do, as the Yeonhwa guild doesn't think its members are like merchandise that can be bought and sold, and asks why she doesn't look for this elsewhere. Beck asks if that child thinks the same. The teacher asks if she understands that there are things that can't be bought with money, and says she thinks she doesn't know that. Beck observes her, takes a deep breath, and says she didn't expect her to make an offer, and that she doesn't care either. She only came to inform her that she needs to be polite, as the current education is extremely inappropriate, and that's truly a shame. Beck stands up and says since it's getting late, he'll leave, and that it seems she doesn't want to talk much either. Xiong replies that she's glad he noticed. Beck puts on his glasses and says, of course he noticed, and that this is a basic trait of a salesperson. The next day, it's the day for the resistance test results, and everyone is waiting for the results. The protagonist sighs deeply while waiting for the results of the resistance test that's still calculating results. Then, when the results come out, he finds that he came in second place, with An taking first. Hyun grumbles and says, as expected, he can't compare to the warrior geniuses, thinking that of course, second place isn't a bad result. He stares off into the distance, thinking that he doesn't need to rush yet, but it's also true that he hasn't reached his goal. An is standing next to him, also looking at the results. The protagonist watches him and heads toward the girls. Kim asks if he's still human, and how a mage raider could come in second place in such a test, saying he only lost to Hoyan. She asks how that's possible. Jay responds that it's not strange, since at the beginning he wanted to be a warrior. He pats her head and says she shouldn't focus only on magic, asking if she's never heard the saying that healthy citizens form a strong nation. Yu Jung looks irritated and says she swears she'll beat him up one day. Seok thinks that the protagonist is really dangerous, and that the director was right, as his muscle endurance is something a mage couldn't have, wondering what the hell this kid is. Meanwhile, the three continue talking, but start to pay attention. The teacher begins to explain that they will start the second resistance test, the evasion test in augmented reality. Hyun thinks that the time has come, and before the regression, this was a test many cadets did to analyze and discover the limits of their talents. Seok says that this is where the best facilities of Milay's academy are integrated, and it's called the Augmented Reality Test Room, where the evasion test will officially take place. Kim asks if it's an invasion test. The instructor confirms it is. Simply put, this combat measurement system in front of them will test all the cadets' abilities through virtual battles with opponents created in augmented reality. The students continue to pay attention. The protagonist thinks that they're not planning to do this the easy way. Seok continues, saying that what they have to do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their attack patterns, but since they already did the resistance test, they'll only focus on evaluating their evasion capabilities, and if they defeat the monsters, they'll have a higher result. Jay thinks it's true, and that normally, being a raider means working in a place where people hunt monsters, look for equipment, elixirs, or artifacts, and that's why raiders without offensive power are useless. Then, the instructor hands them something. Kim asks what it is, and it looks like a headset. Hyun answers that it's a receiver, a device that analyzes and records combat simulations. Seok says it seems like he's well informed, because that's correct, and that it's a receiver used to implement augmented reality and stimulate the brain. Using this device, it can create illusionary realities of a monster. Augmented reality combat system, through cameras and drones, 3D images are made around them simulating that there's a real monster in front of them, and the use of these devices is for the user's safety. Although the monsters are virtualized and still just illusions, there's no chance of getting hurt, and that's why the receiver stimulates the brain to receive 1/5 of the opponent's attack. But the point of this isn't to stimulate the cadets, but rather to create a certain level of danger to increase their survival probability in a dungeon. The instructor says that the augmented reality system has a total of 100 levels, and they can choose their level manually, but today they will be evaluated up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they are asked to gather and will be called in order to take the test. Then, the test begins. Team 3 is made up of 2 warriors and 2 mages. Hyun thinks it's well balanced until he hears someone calling him and finds Soo asking if he's the J. The protagonist responds that he is. Yok says he heard that he came in first place in the rookie hunt, but there's something he doesn't understand. He asks how a mage came in first place and says he thinks there's a reason for that to have happened. He asks again if he's not going to say how he did it. Hyun asks if he's going to say something that doesn't exist. Soo says he'll have to make him talk by force. The protagonist asks why he didn't say that from the start, that he wanted to fight against him. Yok says it's good that they understand each other easily. The girls don't understand why the two are acting this way if they're on the same team. They try to change the subject until Seok calls Team 3 to go to the area. So, they head over there. Soo watches them before going. The team gathers, waiting. The system then notifies that the Level 1 Augmented Reality Evasion test will begin in 5 seconds. The countdown begins starting from 5. While they wait, a skeleton soldier appears with his sword. Yok thinks he'll go first but looks to the side and notices a quick movement. He's impressed. The girls also watch as the protagonist runs. The girls say it's dangerous. Soo asks what he's doing and why he thinks a mage should fight on the front lines. Yok continues watching. Hyun runs and thinks that he never expected to be underestimated so much, but it's inevitable, and the best thing is to show a little of his abilities. Then he uses his skill to attack, causing an explosion. He looks to the side. His team is surprised, as is the instructor and the students watching. Then, more skeleton soldiers appear, getting closer to attack, and Jay strikes them, watching the swords drag on the ground, causing a big impact. A notification arrives saying that the mono weapon skill has been activated. The protagonist thinks that this skill is special, something a regular mage can't use. They think it's a useless skill that only allows a mage to cause physical damage. He continues attacking, thinking that it's not useless for him. Soo thinks he's a psychopath. The girls are surprised. Notifications arrive saying that the Level 1 Augmented Reality Evasion test has been completed. All opponents were defeated, and additional points have been granted with the level and contribution of Cadet J at 100%. Then, Level 2 begins, and it's a Draugr. Hyun says he hasn't seen one of those in a long time. After a while, in the same place, the area is all cracked. and they've completed the level 10 augmented reality evasion test, breaking the time record for completing the evasion test. Yok wonders if he can believe something like this. The protagonist looks at his hands and thinks that it's not bad at all, as even his body seemed lighter when he started using the fighting techniques Sung taught him. And that's good, but she always gets so excited when she teaches him. It's scary though. Her skills are exceptional. Then someone calls him. Turning around, he finds Sue asking what trick he used. Jay doesn't understand much and says he just did what was necessary. Sue asks if it was necessary to leave the defense line and says he wiped everything out on his own, wondering if he really expects him to believe that. He says that doing something like that is impossible without using some trick. Hyun replies that he has nothing to say and nothing to hide. Yok keeps grumbling. The protagonist tells him not to make him repeat himself and that if he's curious, he can let him see firsthand. When Sue charges at him, the instructor asks if they're having any problems. Yok steps back, irritated, thinking that if there were no instructor there, he would defeat him. Then, Jae turns and walks away. Sue tells him not to leave, thinking he won. Hyun stops and says he doesn't think he lost either. Yok calls him out for a fight at the Academy Festival. The protagonist replies no. The kid gets even more irritated. Jae says he already has other plans. Elsewhere, An is lying on his bed, remembering Hyun saying he already has other plans. He thinks that means Jae will fight him, since he said he would defeat him at the Milla's Academy Festival and take his badge back. Hoyeon looks thoughtful, and says that now is not the time to act like this. He grabs an outfit and says he's going to train, because he can't disappoint him. Meanwhile, in another place, in an entirely empty room, Seok and two people wearing gas masks enter. They comment on whether they saw the evasion test results, and that they've been monitoring the test for a long time, saying the cadets this year are good. They heard they broke the record for the test this year, and it was Cadet J. The instructor thinks he's not just very talented, but that the moves shown while fighting on the front line, being a mage, are impressive. They then walk to a door and enter. The director is sitting and says it was a good job, asking if they're going to start the conversation about this year's evasion test results. Seok says that there are a total of 3 cadets who achieved the maximum score, An, Yuan, and Jae, and that, even among the 3, Jae's score was excellent. Gu thanks and keeps watching the video of the protagonist and his movements. He laughs and says he hopes they keep reporting all his actions and grades, letting them know as soon as possible if he starts acting strangely. The instructor responds that he understands. The director says that's all for today and asks them to inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Then they leave the room, while Gu continues staring at the videos of the protagonist. Meanwhile, another notification arrives saying that the level 27 augmented reality evasion test has been completed. Hyun sighs, thinking that currently, the maximum is level 27, and that at this difficulty, a group of 6 rank C raiders should complete it without problems, meaning he's already at that rank. Then, the next event is practice in the dungeon, and he needs to prepare. The dungeon practice incident was one of the most tragic and shameful in Milla's Academy. Countless cadets lost their lives in this event, and the protagonist and his teammates were in the middle of it. In the end, he was the only survivor from his team. Even hearing many times that it should have been him eliminated, he couldn't leave Milla's Academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Meanwhile, Hyun is in a store, thanking for the purchase. As he leaves the store, he wonders if he will have a different life this time. He couldn't protect anyone before and lived pathetically, having a life as disposable as an item, but this time, he doesn't plan to live that way again. Living in regret once was enough. Dungeon practice D1. The teacher says that's all for today. Someone calls for the protagonist. He looks and sees Kim telling him to come together. Jae sighs. Yoojung asks what they'll do the next day since it will be their first dungeon practice. Seo says she didn't sleep well that night. Hyun says they're all the same, since it will be their first time entering a dungeon. Kim asks if he's ever been into a dungeon for a stroll. The protagonist replies that he knows nothing about dungeons, but he has seen some monsters, so he's more relaxed, saying he's making a monster right now. Yoojung is about to hit him, saying she'll defeat him. Ina just watches, while Kim remains irritated with him. Seo feels awkward as Jae pulls something from his pocket and says that if they're scared, they can take this. He hands it to the 2 girls. Yoojung asks if it's a potion. Hyun replies that he bought some today for them to use when needed. Kim says she forgives him this time, and Seo says she'll use it when the time is right. The protagonist thinks that if he barely survived last time by luck, this time he'll survive by his abilities. Dungeon practice D-Day. Jae is breathing deeply, sitting with his eyes closed, with an intense aura. He thinks that warming up before entering a dungeon is very important, and no matter how good a mage's mana capacity is, if they overuse high-level spells, they'll have mana reflux, and if mana reflux occurs while casting a spell, it can be disastrous. It will cause damage to the user's body. A mage who uses many high-level spells is prone to mana reflux, and electrical current and sacrifice are high-level abilities. He continues thinking that if he doesn't train his mana regularly, he won't be the exception, and he's not sure how dangerous it'll be in today's dungeon practice. Jay sighs deeply again, thinking that he doesn't know if he or his teammates will be eliminated. He says that besides that, if he keeps his mana gathered like this in his abdomen, he can use it to quickly increase the strength of his spell or body. He stares at something intently and starts remembering the system notifying that as soon as the new system starts running, time will return to the era the user desires most. He thinks that it's the era he desires most. Then, he starts seeing a notification. He observes closely that the main mission says that the first crossroads, he successfully returned to the era he most desired and will be able to choose between letting it happen again or changing everything. And there will be rewards for making the same choice as before and a different choice than before, and there's a remaining time. The protagonist says that a strange thing appeared again. He watches closely again and thinks that the Nornir system was clearly trying to help him evolve since they need him to get what they want. He wonders if they want him to choose what to do and can't understand what's happening. Milei's Academy simulated underground dungeon. The instructor says that this is where they will have dungeon practice, and they will gather in teams of 4, chosen by a lottery. The students wait anxiously. Hyun thinks they'll probably think this is unfair, and real monsters will appear. And if they're lucky, they'll complete it easily. But if they're unlucky, lower rank cadets will be grouped to raid this dungeon. Jiyeon raises her hand, showing all the students, and says that the score made here will be part of their official tests, and that only low-level monsters will appear. She hopes everyone does their best in this test. Jay thinks that this is just a trap set by the director. And as she said, most of the monsters that will appear are low-level. But if it's like last time, a boss-level monster will be among them, and the rank D boss monster, Lord Kobold, won't be difficult. He looks at his friends and thinks that he doesn't plan to let the director complete his plan, and Gu will give a small opening with this event, and with this opening, it will give him the chance to end him. The instructor watches them and says they will start the lottery. The cadets she calls should go forward and pick a paper. After the students form their teams, Seo is standing next to the protagonist. Hyun says that at least he knows someone from his team. Ina replies that yes. Jay thinks that it's a good thing he has someone he can talk to normally, and also that she's very skilled. This way, making a strategy will be easy. Then, he notices that his partner is looking at a specific spot. He turns around and is surprised to see warriors Gina and Sungwoo greeting them and asking if they're from Team 3. Hyun remembers them fighting the huge beast, and their words telling them to run, and that they would handle everything. He asks why. Meanwhile, Jay continues looking at the notifications about the power of choice being in his hands. He thinks that now he knows what choices he has. The team gathers, but Hyun remains deep in thought about what the system has been trying to tell him from the beginning. He sighs and greets the two teammates, introducing himself. He looks to the side and says that's Ina, and that she's shy, which is why he introduced her. Sung replies that it's fine and that they should get closer since they'll be spending a lot of time together. Gina says the good thing is that no one else is shy besides her, so they'll get close quickly. The protagonist thinks that they're still the same as before. He watches the three talking and feels relieved, then says that since everyone has introduced themselves, they should start making a plan. They talk among themselves and suggest that the protagonist should be the leader. Meanwhile, Jay remembers the system notifying him about making choices and remains deep in thought about it. Still in the same place inside a cave, they crouch and discuss the plan. Hyun tells them to remember that no matter what appears in this dungeon, they can't let their guard down. And if the warriors in the rear start hesitating, for example, the whole team will be wiped out. Sung agrees and says that he thinks a lot, and as expected from the mage who placed first in the rookie hunt, he's very detailed in his plans, asking if there are 6 in total and saying he thinks he memorized them all. The instructor claps her hands and says that the planning time is over, and from now on, the dungeon practice will officially begin, instructing the team leaders to step forward. Sung tells them to stop discussing the plan now. The protagonist looks to the side and notices that An is in Team 4 and thinks that at least Kim won't get hurt. Jiyeon says that teams that are ready should proceed to their assigned dungeon and wishes everyone good luck. Jay closes his eyes, turns to his team and says it's time. As they walk, they come across rocks and crystals. Team 4 keeps walking. A girl says the place is very humid and has a strong moldy smell. Kim asks if kobolds will appear out of nowhere since it's an underground dungeon. A boy responds that he thinks so, and that he's heard underground dungeons have various minerals, so there must be some diamonds around. Yoo-jung adds that it would be amazing if there were one and if they searched for it. However, she falls silent for a moment, not finishing her sentence. An says something is coming and orders everyone into position. Kim waits with her weapon, and the others do the same. The beasts appear while they're in attack position. Hoyeon says they're weak monsters, but being surrounded will make it difficult to take them down. Then, he runs and tells them to finish them off quickly.
Meanwhile, Yu-jung uses her magic and commands them to explode with divine force, activating the bomb skill, causing a massive explosion that burns them. But more beasts are still coming. An observes the boy near one, while the girl also tries to attack with her magic. Kim watches as the air jet skill is activated. She also attacks with an immense aura, hitting the beasts in the chest. After some time in the same place, all of them are eliminated. Hoyeon looks around and asks if everyone is okay. They respond that they're fine. Meanwhile, the boy on their team is sweating profusely and feeling very sick. The girls notice he's not well and call out to him. Yu-jung asks what happened, and if the kobolds used poison since she's never seen them do that before. Then, a giant foot approaches. Kim observes and says that this isn't because of poison, but because of overwhelming mana. An asks why there's a kobold lord there. Meanwhile, Team 3 is walking. Gina says she knew the protagonist was strong, but didn't know he was this good, asking how many monsters he has already eliminated. Hyun responds that he just did the basics. Gina says that's not true and that if he keeps going like this, they'll finish without getting hurt. Jae looks to the side, notices that Seo is nervous, and asks if being near strangers makes her uncomfortable. Ina replies that yes. Hyun thinks that she's really shy, but there are rumors that no one has ever seen her say more than 3 words in a row. Then, Sung is surprised by what he sees. They enter a place filled with shining crystals. The protagonist thinks that this looks different from what he remembers. He knows this is the director's doing, which means his existence is a major anomaly for Gu. He remembers a monster and thinks that it's here, telling his team that something is coming and that plan C is to defend and counterattack. He warns that it's different from anything they've seen before and tells them to be careful. They remain alert. Sung wonders if a strong monster is coming since he thought only weak ones would appear. Then, suddenly, a huge impact occurs, revealing a massive beast and its offspring. Gina asks if it's a kobold, and Sung asks how a boss monster appeared there. Seo steps back, remembering the team leader saying that if the warriors in the rear start hesitating, the entire team will be annihilated. Gina and Sung activate barriers. The blonde warrior says he needs to focus. The taunt ability is activated. The beast approaches and attacks him, but he manages to defend himself and calls for the leader. Jae immediately runs toward him, clenches his fists, faces the beast head-on, and attacks, causing an explosion. Ina watches and thinks about how strong he is. Meanwhile, the smoke moves. Hyun looks and laughs when he sees slimes on the ground. He says he expected anomalies and wonders why he has to fight a kobold lord with a regeneration ability, thinking this is already too much. Then, the system starts identifying the entity behind the kobold lord and registers it as Odin's Raven, triggering the special mission, Hunt the Raven. A powerful aura continues to surge as the beast, with an intense gaze, emits a great light. The system notifies again that all of Odin's ravens must be eliminated, along with those who oppose the Aesir, listing the rewards for completion. Meanwhile, in front of the dungeon gates, the teacher is analyzing her tablet, watching the protagonist's video, and wondering how they can perform at such a level, while being just a mage. She says that she herself is a rank A mage, but his combat skills are incredible, and the probability of Team 3 finishing in first place in dungeon practice is high. Then, she notices a door opening, and watches carefully. Team 4 emerges, and Kim says they are in big trouble. The instructor asks what happened. An says that a kobold lord appeared in the dungeon. Jiyeon says that's impossible and wonders what is going on. Meanwhile, the gas mask team analyzes Seo and says he shows mild signs of mana addiction. Someone calls for the instructor. Yu-jung asks if Team 3 hasn't returned yet. Jiyeon replies that they haven't. An says it's impossible because, with Jae and Ina's abilities, they should have gotten out quickly. The teacher remains silent for a moment. Then, in another room, the phone rings. The director picks up, answering to hear the instructor's voice. Gu asks if something happened. Jiyeon reports that in the dungeon practice, they discovered rank B monsters. The director tells her that when that happens, she doesn't need to worry, that he will send the support team, and she should wait at her position. He smiles. The instructor hangs up and finds it strange. Meanwhile, Gu, in his office, smiles and wonders if he's feeling a bad premonition. However, inside the dungeon, another explosion occurs. The girls fall to the ground, breathing heavily. Sung is also down. Hyun remains standing, staring at the beast. The system notifies that the entity behind the kobold lord has been identified as Odin's Raven. The protagonist keeps watching Odin's Raven and its 2 crows, named Hugin, Thoughts, and Munin, Memories. Odin gathered all sorts of information from every realm, using it to dominate Asgard, and this means it's Jae's task. He mutters, Odin's servant, upon seeing something terrifying and dark. Hyun thinks that the mana he sensed is, at most, rank B,
and that this is a regenerating kobold lord, and no matter how strong he is, fighting it will still be difficult. He wonders if it's better to run. He thinks that would be the smartest choice. He activates a barrier, protecting Seo, and remembers that this is what he always did before regressing, hiding for the selfish reason of staying alive. His life was filled with regrets because of that, and now he has a second chance, and it doesn't matter if this is a test for him. This time, he will protect them. He tells the team to listen, and explains that while he distracts the beast, they must leave the dungeon as fast as possible and run without looking back. Sung asks what he's talking about. Jay uses his ability to defeat the smaller beasts behind him and keeps attacking, ordering them to shut up and get out because he can't fight and protect them at the same time. Someone shouts for him to look behind. Then, another explosion happens. Looking to the side, the giant beast remains intact, and Seo continues using her power, saying she can help him. The protagonist observes and thinks that those are the eyes of someone who won't be convinced otherwise, wondering if this was the other anomaly he caused. He tells Aina to stay and help him, while the other two should return to the entrance and inform the instructor about what's happening, telling them to do it immediately. Gina, scared, says they'll flee as fast as they can and tell the instructor and that he should try not to be eliminated before they bring help. Then, the two of them run off, leaving Jay and Aina behind. Hyun watches the massive beast and tells Seo that while she listens, he will cover the rear. Ina uses her magic, Radiant Sacred Sword. The protagonist begins intensifying his power to attack the beast. He rushes toward it but notices something strange. The beast attacks, but Jay realizes that the Kobold Lord is melting and thinks that there is a limit to the amount of mana a body can endure. Something is controlling the monster, something with more mana than it can withstand. He mutters that Odin's Raven must be enjoying the show from the sidelines. The system notifies that the weapon Mistilton has been activated, and upon being equipped, the user's field of vision has expanded, and the mana perception ability has been obtained. The weapon is then equipped on his arm. The system continues notifying that the user can now see more clearly the energy movements of all living beings that use mana. He is startled by this, and says that everything has a limit. Then, Hyun sees a hand controlling the monster. He says he found it, and notices that whenever the finger moves, the beast attacks. The protagonist activates his abilities and declares that he will now ensure the beast is eliminated. Elsewhere, as the clouds shift, a voice asks what happened. Then, a god appears sitting. Hugin says that through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Mistiltin, which disappeared from the god's storage. The goddess asks where it is. Hugin responds that it is in Midgard, and that the one in possession of it is the adversary of the prophecy. The goddess doesn't understand very well, and asks if it's Mimir. The red-haired god laughs and says she is worrying too much, asking if they didn't make an agreement with the anti-Aesir forces. The blonde goddess says he is too complacent, and asks if he has already forgotten that in the last war, Baldur was eliminated by that very mistletoe, Mistiltien. The god calls for Hugin, and orders him to find out if the adversary of the prophecy has been in contact with the anti-Aesir forces. Kneeling, Hugin replies that he has. In the director's office, Gu asks how things are going. Seok sits down and replies that it seems no one has noticed yet. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hyun is fighting the beast. And back in the director's office, Gu responds that, that's good. He smiles and thinks that, fortunately, he borrowed his power before, and no matter how much he tries, soon, he will be in his hands, saying that all of this is for the sake of Odin and the Aesir. Inside the dungeon, they continue fighting. The protagonist keeps attacking the beast, but the monster strikes back. However, Jay dodges, flipping away, and asks if Ina can cover him and prevent its attacks from landing. Seo replies that she will try. Hyun thinks she must already know that even if they defeat the Kobold Lord, the chance of her being eliminated is still high. He wonders if she still wants to help him and why, thinking that this is his second chance, and he decided not to trust anyone. Since this world is completely filled with injustices against the weak, he declares that they should end this. He becomes reflective, considering it his last chance. Then, he focuses and attacks with his abilities, emitting chains. Meanwhile, the beast is being attacked by Seo. Notifications arrive that the mana shield has been activated. Ina keeps attacking with her hands extended, while Jay runs towards the monster and recalls someone saying once that nothing is worse than being eliminated for not trusting one's teammates. He keeps running, jumping, and attacking, thinking that now he will prove he was right. He briefly sees Seo watching and thinks he never imagined he would use this as a movement ability. Hyun wonders how skilled one must be in controlling mana to make this possible. The beast looks up as Jay is about to leap onto it. The protagonist sees the monster's arm with a weapon and pulls it back. Ina is surprised. Hyun keeps pulling with his ability. He smiles, leaps again, extends his hand to grab something and takes hold of a sword. He starts moving with it and jumps once more with the sword in hand. Still in the air,
He makes a move with it, attacking the monster, but then the sword breaks. Jay keeps staring intently as Seo looks on in shock. More notifications arrive stating that the mana threads connecting the Kobold Lord to Odin's Raven have been severed. The protagonist lands on the ground, observes, and, walking forward, says he will see what it wants. As he approaches, he hears a strange sound and notices a raven crouching on the ground. Then, Hyun steps closer and asks what Odin wants. He places his foot on the raven and notices a chain with triangles. The raven keeps making noises. Jay asks what the connection is between Gu and Odin. The raven, with its red eyes, looks scared. The protagonist thinks it has no will of its own, so it's better to end it now. Then he lifts his foot and stomps down. Just as he is about to say something, Seo calls out to him. Hyun turns around and tells her that it's not over yet and to be careful with mana reflux. Suddenly, he feels something strange. Ina watches in shock. More notifications arrive, stating that corrupted mana has accumulated in his body. Jay starts feeling unwell and notices that Seo is also struggling. Another notification arrives, indicating that thanks to the purity of the user's mana, the corrupted mana has been cleansed. Still breathing heavily, the protagonist sees additional notifications stating that the maximum amount of mana he can store has increased by 5%. He realizes it worked, and continues checking the notifications, which confirm that his first hunt in the special mission has been completed, earning him 5 attribute points, a blank card, and a level up. Hyun mutters that this could have gone very wrong. Looking to the side, another notification arrives, warning that one of his teammates' lives is at risk. He notices Ina collapsed on the ground. The notifications continue, stating that if she doesn't recover immediately, she will soon be eliminated. Sometime later, Seo opens her eyes, still disoriented, wanting to know what happened, and noticing that Jay was asleep. He wakes up and asks if she's awake and how she's feeling. She tells him to wait and checks her status, wondering if her life and mana have been fully restored, and how that's possible since she was sure she was suffering from mana reflux. She replies that she's fine and asks about him. The protagonist says he's fine too and apologizes for dozing off since he was exhausted. Ina looks to the side. Hyun tells her that they managed to defeat the Kobold Lord. She asks why it still hasn't disappeared. Jay replies that he was waiting for her to wake up to tell her something. She grows curious, wanting to know. The protagonist remains silent for a moment. Seo insists on knowing. Hyun tells her that what he's about to do should stay between them. Ina stays quiet and looks at him in shock. Meanwhile, outside, Kim demands to know why those two were the only ones who came out alive. The instructor holds her back, explaining that she needs to understand that she's acting this way because she lost close friends. An wonders what to do, considering if Jay and Ina are the only solution. Then, a bright light reflects on their faces. While Hoyeon is holding Yoo-jung, everyone stops and looks, noticing the other two emerging from the dungeon. Hyun asks if they were arguing because of them. Ji-yeon wonders how the investigation unit confirmed that they had been eliminated, and based on the dungeon's mana flow, the boss monster should have been rank B. Kim starts crying, runs toward them, and hugs them, saying that the investigation team had reported that they were eliminated, and that she's relieved they're alive. Jay says he gets it and asks if she can let go now. Sung and Gina watch with teary eyes. The protagonist looks at them, calls their names, and thanks them for trusting him. He explains that those two left first because he asked them to seek help, so they shouldn't be blamed. Yoo-jung asks how they could leave their teammates behind. Hyun responds that he would have done the same, so she can calm down and not be mad on his behalf. She asks what he's talking about, saying that she was angry because of Ina. She continues hugging Seo. The instructor watches the protagonist and wonders if he was the one who healed her. Sometime earlier, inside the dungeon, Hyun had been explaining that it would be a bit difficult to explain everything, but that she must not tell anyone about his ability. Ina asks why he is trying to hide having such a power. He asks if she isn't curious about why the boss appeared in the dungeon practice and put everyone in danger. He tells her it was the director's fault because he sees cadets as nothing more than pawns in a chess game. He explains that Gu is completely different from how he appears in the media and believes in eliminating cadets he deems useless. Seo asks if he is accusing the director and if that's why he's hiding his abilities. He confirms that's exactly it. Ina becomes thoughtful and recalls that the day they left the office, he told them not to trust anyone, not even the director or any instructor. She asks how much he knows about the director and points out that he knew from the start that the director was a bad person. She also notes that he answered everything too quickly, as if he already knew something was going to happen. She demands to know how he knows these things and tells him to explain. He thinks that he didn't expect this reaction from her, and if she gets involved in this, her life will be in danger. He wonders if he should use indoctrination but decides against it since she has high magic aptitude and strong mental resistance, meaning it probably wouldn't work. More importantly, it's not the right solution, and that's not how friends should be treated.
He apologizes and says he can't say anything more than that. She asks why. The protagonist responds that if she digs too deep into this, she could be in danger. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the instructor apologizes for not being able to save them from danger and says she is happy to see them alive. He replies that it's fine, and that it's not like she put them in that chaotic situation on purpose. She calls out to him. Jay doesn't let her finish speaking and says he's leaving because he's tired. Seo runs after him and asks if he really can't talk because something like this could happen again. He apologizes and says he hopes she keeps her promise, then continues walking. More notifications arrive, stating that the main mission has been completed and the reward will be calculated based on his choices. The system confirms that he selected option B, a different choice from his past, and has received Idun's golden apple. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Gu says that Seok disappointed him this time. The instructor apologizes. The director responds that he will let it slide for now, but that he doesn't like having useless people around him, asking if that is understood. Seok replies that it won't happen again. The director warns him not to forget and to make sure to tame Jay before he loses patience in the next event. Back in his room, the protagonist is drying his hair with a towel. He keeps drying while lost in thought. Seeing his clothes on the floor, he remembers Seo and sighs. He thinks that before regressing, Kim was eliminated, and An never reached his full potential. Even if it was only in the future, he had no choice but to intervene. But since Ina was different, even without him, she would become incredible. He decides to keep minimal contact with her, because he doesn't know how that might change in the future. He turns on the television and thinks that he needs to prioritize finding a connection between Gu and the Asir. This dungeon is just the beginning, and now there will definitely be even more dangerous situations. He needs to get stronger quickly to handle the anomalies that will appear. On the television, a program is discussing how, besides normal dungeons, there are other types of dungeons. The hosts ask what kind of dungeons they are. It is explained that there are thematic dungeons, different from normal ones, which can be completed not just by defeating the boss, but in a very peculiar way. One characteristic of thematic dungeons is that they cannot be exited in the middle of the expedition. Hyun walks forward, places his hands on the table, and says, "That's it." On the television, they continue explaining that those who enter thematic dungeons must play a character according to the theme and fulfill a special condition to complete it. It could be considered a kind of role play, and what makes raiders pursue these dungeons are the rare item rewards. Jay keeps walking and thinks about the secret pieces, particularly the item called the Designation of God. Among raiders, this is why, even though these dungeons have complicated conditions to complete, they still seek them out. He thinks that this could be his best chance to get what he wants most right now. In another location, in the kitchen, a mug sits on the table. Ina apologizes for making Kim worry. Kim responds that what matters is that both of them are alive. She also mentions that since Jay always acts like a bully, she thought he would have been bothering her, considering he always behaves that way when he's around more than two people. Seo remains quiet. Yoo-jung observes and asks if he said something to her. She replies that it's not that, just that he seems to trust her a lot, and she thinks it would be nice if he trusted himself a little more. She says that everything would work out if she were just a bit stronger. Kim looks at her, stands up, extends her hand, and asks if she wants to forget about him for a while and go eat something delicious. She mentions that there's a place she's been wanting to visit for a while and invites her to come along. Ina looks a bit confused but also extends her hand. Yoo-jung tells her to come along and pulls her with them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hyun holds a glowing apple in his hand. The system notifies that it is Idun's apple, the fruit of the goddess responsible for the immortality of the gods, which slows aging after consumption and drastically increases natural healing abilities. It is also an item that cannot be sold or transferred to others. Jay observes it and thinks that an item that slows aging and enhances natural healing is already extremely rare. With those two effects alone, it could be sold for billions of won. He also realizes that it's another item bound to the user. He says he'll check the rest first and recalls that before his regression, a rank A thematic dungeon is set to appear at an amusement park in Seoul. That's where he can obtain the item Thialfi's Thunder, which is said to have been used for one of Thor's servants. Thanks to the ability to drastically increase the user's agility attribute, he says it's an item that every warrior wants. The protagonist bites into the apple and thinks that if that's really the case, he can balance his attributes while still focusing on endurance and magic. He keeps eating and thinks it just tastes like a regular apple. The system begins notifying that the effects of Idun's golden apple have started to be absorbed. Vitality and magic have increased, aging has slowed by 50%, and magic aptitude has significantly improved. Hyun says he's glad the effects aren't as plain as the taste and feels lighter. With his current attributes, he thinks he might be able to attempt something. He picks up his phone and calls the instructor. Sometime later, in a park, Jay comments that the place feels 3 times more outdated now that he's returned after his regression. He keeps walking. The attendant asks what type of ticket he would like to buy. Hyun extends his hand over the counter, places a card, introduces himself, and states that he is a raider from the guild, mentioning that a thematic dungeon is about to appear. Meanwhile, at the hotel, the instructor asks if student Jay has left. The secretary replies that he did, saying he left last night, mentioned he was going on a job, requested an exit pass, and asks if he got into any trouble. Ji-yeon replies that he didn't do anything wrong but thinks that he's acting completely normal even after what happened. He just joined their academy, is truly skilled, has a strong mentality for handling trauma, and his courage is incredible. She asks the secretary to tell him to meet her when he returns. The secretary agrees and says she will pass along the message. The instructor thanks her and leaves. Stepping outside, she looks around attentively, picks up a device, places it to her ear, and starts speaking with Song, asking if he can hear her. He responds that he can, and asks how the investigation is going. The instructor replies that the investigation into the dungeon incident is complete and that the director openly admitted to being involved. Song asks if that means the director planned the incident and comments that the situation doesn't look good, telling her to continue monitoring the director and Seok and to call if anything happens. Ji-yeon agrees and adds that there's something else to report. There's a student who seems to know something. Meanwhile, at the park, an emergency announcement is made, repeating for all representatives and everyone still inside the park. Hyun thinks they acted quickly, all thanks to the Yeonhwa Guild, and comments that it's taking a while. He checks his phone and recalls the guildmaster saying he must have a reason for being so sure about this, so she'll send him in the name of the guild. He thanks her, but she says there's a condition. If anything dangerous happens, he must prioritize his safety above all else. The protagonist asks if that's really the condition. The guildmaster says it's not that she doubts his skills, but what kind of master would she be if she let her student be in danger? You never know what might happen inside a dungeon. Then, at the park, the thematic dungeon appears. Notifications arrive, stating that if he completes 3 consecutive missions, he will receive a special reward, and the special mission Big 3 has been created. The difficulty, reward, and time limit are displayed. Jay says that finally, it's exactly like his memories, recalling a girl saying it was easy to figure out that the Viking ship was the mission's location. The haunted house and the parade were easy to find once they discovered that. She always boasted about her incredible thought acceleration ability, saying that as long as they used their heads, there was nothing they couldn't do. He had high expectations since it was a thematic dungeon, but it turned out to be quite boring. He sighs and thinks about how a genius with an IQ of over 150 bragged about it whenever she could, but ended up getting into a fight and was eliminated in the process. Because of that, Thialfi's thundersteps ended up in someone else's hands. He looks at the sky, where a deep red aura radiates intensely, and says that since that's the case, he has to get there first. Hyun looks at the entrance. A notification arrives stating that he has found the first mission of Big 3 and asking if he would like to start the Viking adventure. The protagonist says it's great and asks if they should begin. The system announces that it is transporting the user to the Viking dungeon and that he can change the outcome of the story. He watches as he steps through the entrance and appears in a different place. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a girl watches him. However, the synchronization process is loading. Then, synchronization with the character is complete, and he assumes the role of Thialfi, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. The first mission, Thialfi's Grudge from Big 3, begins. He opens his eyes. The mission is to rescue the kidnapped sister who is being held hostage to rid himself of this grudge. Then, everything around is shown in flames, with a mother holding a child in her arms. Thialfi, one of Thor's servants, the fastest in the 9 realms, was once human. Having lost his family to the Vikings, he came to hate the Aesir, the gods they worshipped, with all his might. The protagonist wonders how Thialfi could have hated the Aesir, and thinks that, from what he knows, the story isn't like this. This must mean there is a problem between the Aesir and Nornir. Then, someone calls for Thialfi, telling him to wake up. He wakes up a little confused, and realizes they are on a boat to save Roskva, and Frederick was the one who planned for them to take one of the boats. He says he's fine. The boat crashes. They fall onto the ship. Several boats approach, and a group of armed men board their vessel. They don't like what they see. The protagonist thinks he doesn't understand what's happening, but maybe he'll have to delay his meeting with Roskva. He says to leave it to him. Then, he starts walking. Frederick tells him to come back, but Thialfi keeps going. He observes and sees the men watching him too. Then, he jumps onto their ship. One of them says he's an idiot for jumping alone onto the enemy's boat. The men start calling him crazy. The protagonist notices something and sees a pink-haired girl tied up with ropes. He remembers her from the video and wonders what she's doing there. Then,
Another notification arrives, stating that he has found Thialfi's younger sister. Suddenly, a girl starts talking, introducing herself as Hyun, saying that if she had to describe herself, she would say she's a genius and will become one of the greatest hunters in the world, and that she's a good person. She then explains why she's tied up there, and that the chance of a portal appearing there and leading into a dungeon is 0.6%, and the chance of getting trapped in a thematic dungeon with no way out is 0.0003%. She thinks she's overanalyzing and decides that the best thing to do is find a way out, assuming that some guild must have already arrived, and someone should be around. Then, she notices someone in front of her and immediately hides, thinking he doesn't seem to be part of a guild and wondering what he's doing there. She decides to follow him for now. The protagonist observes the girl and thinks this is bad. He sent multiple warnings for everyone to leave the park, and of all the people in the world, it had to be her who ended up here. The men prepare their bows, saying they will let him taste the pleasure of their arrows. They take aim at him. Jay defends himself and tells them not to get in his way. He activates his ability and attacks them, causing an explosion. Hyun keeps moving forward and realizes he needs to think positively. Even though Seo is an idiot, she might help clear the dungeon faster. Meanwhile, a bald man is about to attack, but he dodges and keeps thinking that since he can't ask for help from outside, he has to use everything he can inside. He rushes and strikes the bald man, knocking him to the ground. The protagonist thinks he has to finish this quickly and get Seo. The men are frightened. Jay says he doesn't have time for this and that it's way too annoying. He just wants to get out of there. After some time on the ship, he defeats all the men and approaches the girl. He asks why she's pretending to be asleep and if she is Roskva. She responds that she is, and that she knows him, assuming he is playing the role of Thialfi. Hyun replies that he is, but it doesn't matter. He punches the object she's leaning against and says he knows exactly what she's planning, so she should stop thinking nonsense and do exactly as he says. The girl, scared, replies that she understands. More notifications arrive, confirming that he has successfully completed the first mission, Thialfi's Grudge, from Big 3. Then, leaving the current scene, the reward is sent. Elsewhere in the park they are sitting. Jay watches. The girl also watches him and thinks he is a magic user, but his movements are those of a martial artist, and they are the same age, but his personality is horrible. Now, she's stuck with a stranger. Hyun asks what abilities she has. Seo replies that she has a skill that helps her use a sword and thinks that few high school students even understand how abilities work, so that should be enough. She also has a bad personality, so dealing with him should be easy. The protagonist replies that he doesn't trust her and bets she's lying. The girl insists that she's telling the truth and says she has a rank D ability called Beginner's Fencing Adjustment. Jay says it's thought acceleration. SEO is confused. He explains that it makes time feel slower for a few minutes, while the ability speeds up the user's thought process. Although it's a skill mainly used for team strategy, it's more efficient than anything else when used to analyze and read another person's mind, asking if he guessed correctly. The girl looks embarrassed. Hyun stands up, calls her a liar, and says he knows she will keep lying to try to use him for her own benefit, just like all humans do. Seo gets up and runs after him, admitting she was wrong, and that he is absolutely right, begging him not to leave her alone because if she's left alone, she will end up being eliminated there. The protagonist asks how he can trust her. She responds that she will do whatever he wants. Jay tells her they should make a contract. The girl doesn't fully understand. Then, sometime later, in the same place, the contract states that Seo cannot do anything to harm him and must follow his every command. Jay will ensure her safety until they clear the Neverland dungeon, and she must keep everything that happens with him a secret. The girl says that's a lot. Hyun watches and thinks that, for a subordinate, it's similar to brainwashing, but it only works if the other person consents, and it's the best way to clear the dungeon with this idiot. Seo accepts the contract. Then, a chain appears around her neck, and another around his arm. More notifications arrive, stating that her status has changed to subordinate, and that this subordinate contract cannot be broken, even after clearing the dungeon. The protagonist asks if the conditions are acceptable for her, since he won't take control of her mind. She replies that it's not a good feeling to have someone invade her mind. Jay says that if she wants, she can cancel it. He won't force her to do anything, but she will be left alone there. Seo says she will do her best. He thinks she's easy to handle. At Hel's temple, Hel remarks that the boy is putting in quite an effort while the sharp eyes of the Aesir gods are everywhere. Her beast remains lying down, and she comments that since they're out causing trouble, she wonders what should be done. Then, he will be her eyes, because she needs to buy more time until he is ready. Meanwhile, at the park, they keep walking. The girl asks where they are going. Hyun replies that the haunted house is their first stop. She asks, "Haunted house?" Jay asks if she's scared. She asks why she would be scared, claiming that someone like her wouldn't be afraid of such things. The protagonist says it doesn't look that way. She insists she's not scared. Hyun says that if she says so, then fine, and tells her they're going in now, so she should be ready. Seo watches in fear and asks him to wait and let her catch her breath first. Then, the second mission of the Big Three, in the haunted house, is about to begin. They both observe the place with its old wooden doors, eerie and dark. More notifications arrive, stating that they must reach the mansion without breaking 3 specific rules and that some abilities have been sealed. Hyun asks what her character is, holding a camera in her hand. She says she thinks she's the cameraman and asks about him. Jae responds that he's the streamer filming horror videos. Then, a man says it's been a long time since they've had visitors and welcomes them. They both watch attentively. The man introduces himself as Alfred, the butler of Count Flanders, the owner of this mansion, and says he will guide them according to the Count's instructions. Another notification arrives, stating that the mission is to capture the entire truth about this place on camera, reveal the truth, and escape the mansion. Then, in the darkened setting, the butler opens the gate and invites them in. The protagonist walks inside. Alfred says that the Count has requested that he show them the mansion in the best way possible, and since they must be hungry after their long journey, they will go to the dining hall first. Something catches Jae's attention as he enters the house. He notices a flower vase with a note and stares at it. Meanwhile, Seo comments that the painting is beautiful, depicting a girl with a dog. The butler explains that this is one of the portraits of Flanders and his beloved Sean, and belongs to the mansion's owner. Hyun thinks that she must be around 30 now, and that her childhood must have been different if they kept such a portrait. Alfred confirms, saying they have many memories and happy dreams from that time. The girl looks extremely frightened. The butler says they will continue down this path. They keep walking. The protagonist reminds himself to stay focused. Previously, the system revealed Thialfi's secret, but this time things are different, and here he must find and uncover the secrets on his own. Seo, watching everything, has a visibly scared expression. Jae asks if she's okay and reminds her that she claimed not to be afraid of these things, though this guy is creepy. She replies that she's not used to doing things like this and needs some time to process. They keep walking. The butler announces that they have arrived. Before them is a table filled with dishes. Alfred explains that the dinner was exclusively prepared for them by the Count himself and that they should eat as much as they like because he will return at the end of the meal. The two of them just watch in silence. The girl says that guy doesn't even blink and that they can't eat this food. Hyun says that first, they should take advantage of the butler being away and look for something about the mansion. She tells him to wait and suggests trying to discover something with her ability first. She closes her eyes and her thought acceleration ability is activated. Seo looks at the objects and everything around, stands still for a moment, and says she managed to find some things about the mansion. Jae thinks she was really fast, that the ability is truly unique, and tells her to go ahead. The girl explains that apparently, the owner of this mansion is actually a 12-year-old girl. Just by looking at the chairs in the room, it's clear that the mansion owner's chair is higher than the others, meaning the owner must be shorter than the rest. The height of the furniture in the hall was also low, and only the lower parts had been used, seemingly arranged that way on purpose so that objects could be placed on them without obstructing the view of the walls. The protagonist tells her they should leave this room and look for more information. She agrees and, while thinking about it, comments that the camera is really expensive and wishes she could take it out of the dungeon. She then asks what he's doing. Hyun responds that now is not the time for nonsense because they're trapped in this room. Thematic dungeon. 2 hours since its opening. Outside the dungeon, a journalist reports that, according to witnesses working at the site, they received a warning from the Yeonhwa Guild, and that all indications suggest a high school hunter is also inside. She explains that if they pay attention to the dungeon's missions and complete them properly, they can leave safely. A young man grumbles, saying he just got promoted, and now something like this happens. The blonde man responds that this is how things work, and who would have thought a thematic dungeon would appear right in the amusement park? The young man says he's going to see what the council thinks about this, mentioning that even he, who got promoted during the Goblin incident, almost got demoted, so there's a chance he might lose his promotion now. He lights a cigarette and says they'll cover the situation and should first check the list of the 2 people trapped inside the dungeon. The blonde man agrees, but is surprised to see that it's Jae, and wonders if the guild informant who entered the dungeon is this kid. He recalls hearing recently that Jae just entered Millis Academy and wonders if he's already been recruited by the guild. Song laughs and tells him to look at this, asking if there are 3 people inside instead of 2. The man replies that it's impossible, and explains that this is a thematic dungeon, and now he has no idea how they'll clear it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the girl's eyes fill with tears. Hyun wonders if things will be like this now and thinks it's incredibly annoying. Seo says they can't be trapped there, or they'll end up stuck in the dungeon too. Jae tells her to calm down, that this is a dungeon,
and there is always a way out. The girl agrees, saying there's no dungeon without an escape route, and she'll take a look around. The protagonist thinks that first, the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to be very friendly toward them, and they can't open the door with their current physical stats. However, the CEO from the past managed to complete this alone, so brute strength isn't necessary to get out, meaning the escape routes must be different. The girl calls him over to see something. Hyun asks what's wrong. She says there's something off with the camera. Jae hopes she's not just joking again. He looks and is surprised to see Alfred, eliminated and covered in wounds. Seo says that's the butler who led them to this room earlier. The protagonist says it must be fake. Another notification arrives, stating that 70% of the secret has been discovered. Hyun thinks that things have started now and wonders if this is it. He suggests that the camera might be showing things they can't see. The girl asks if that's why she was assigned the role of cameraman, suggesting that the camera is the key to solving the case. He agrees and asks if she discovered anything else, thinking that, essentially, they don't need brute force to complete this mission, and knowing that makes him feel more at ease. He picks up the camera and says all they need to do is analyze the mansion using it. They've already discovered that the current butler is fake, but they can't tell if what's being shown in the camera is the past or the future. It must be one of the two. The girl says that actually makes sense, and since the mission is to uncover the mansion's secrets, there would be no reason to show its future. That means she observes the butler's wounded hand through the camera and realizes it's showing the past, meaning the camera reveals what happened previously in this mansion. The girl looks at the food on the table, and her eyes fill with tears. Seo says, "What if this food is his meat?" Hyun replies that it's better not to eat anything, just to be safe. He looks at Alfred's body, calls her over, throws the camera to her, and tells her to hold it. The protagonist thinks that earlier, he felt a very weak magical presence for a moment, but it's not unusual to sense something like that there. Illusion magic. It appears as a trap in some dungeons. He moves his fingers and activates his ability. The absolute ability is triggered. However, a notification arrives saying that the absolute analysis process failed, and the use of the ability in the current location has been denied. Jae says he didn't expect it to be this difficult, and asks what she's doing. Seo, looking under the table, replies that she's searching for a device that might open the door for them. The only thing different in this room through the camera is that the food is actually the eliminated Alfred. So judging by the current situation, this must be a clue to escaping. Hyun gets an idea and says that if that's the case, he thinks he can try something. He activates magical sensitivity. Then, one of the dishes begins to glow with a bright light. The protagonist thinks he understands now. Normally, sealing spells are linked to objects or equations, so to break this magic, they just need to find the object tied to the seal on the door. He says it looks like the answer is inside the gelatin. The girl freezes for a moment, scared, and asks, "Inside the gelatin?" She remembers the butler and starts sweating. Hyun asks if she's afraid. She denies it, saying she'll do it. She rolls up her sleeve and reaches into the gelatin. While searching, she realizes she found something and pulls a key out. The system notifies that the second secret of the mansion has been uncovered, revealing that illusion magic was being used, and additional rewards will be given upon clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, the butler walks through the mansion, picks up a crystal ball and says that the guests didn't seem to like the dinner. They need to take better care of their guests. And failure is not an option because, after all, he is the butler and cannot disappoint the count. He continues walking. Meanwhile, still inside the haunted house, Seo looks through the camera and notices a room filled with toys. They walk in, and the protagonist asks if there should be something in this room. The girl responds that, without a doubt, since they were served dinner, the next logical place would be the guest room. She also sees wounds through the camera and is sure that's the place. She keeps observing the camera. Jae tells them to take a look and see if anything seems strange. She asks if he's really going in there. Hyun says they need to do this to complete the mission and asks if she prefers to be trapped there forever. Seo says she doesn't want that. The protagonist tells her to stay quiet, go in, and report if they find anything. When they enter, everything seems to be in place. Jae says they need to check all possible clues. The curtain starts moving stronger and stronger. He looks to the side and sees a girl in a white dress approaching, pointing behind him, where Alfred is. Hyun begins seeing wounds forming around and notices something strange with Alfred's widened eyes, filled with a powerful energy. Seo approaches and asks if he's okay. Dizzy and collapsed on the ground, he tells her to try not to scream, or it might come. The protagonist rubs his head and thinks that his magic is too restricted in this place. This dungeon is harder than he expected. The girl says she can try using thought acceleration to find an exit and locate him. It feels like they're in a dungeon, as the place is very damp. She also notices signs of torture. There are iron shackles on the side. She says it's terrifying to think that a butler has access to things like that. Jay looks through the bars and says there's probably a key in the room too. Then, he activates his silencer ability, clenches his fists, and punches the wall. The girl watches in fear as a massive hole is left behind. Hyun walks ahead and tells her to move quietly now. If Alfred notices them and comes running again, it'll be bad. She says that if that happens, he can just destroy everything again like he just did. The protagonist tells her to focus on escaping properly and silently. He keeps walking, but is suddenly hit by something. Jay looks, and slightly confused, asks what it is. Then, he sees a dog holding a key in its mouth. Seo, terrified, tells him to put the dog down immediately. Hyun asks why, saying that just by looking at it, he can see its mana, and it's just a normal dog. Since it has a key, it was probably locked there as well and wants to help. The girl asks if he doesn't find it strange that the dog just happens to have the key, and if it might be a trap. The dog growls, and Seo stays quiet until more notifications arrive about a new mission. They need to find Flanders' diary. It is located in Flanders' room on the 4th floor, and they must search for and read it. The mission details appear, showing the reward, difficulty, failure conditions, and time limit. The protagonist thinks they need the reward, and this means they are getting closer to uncovering the secret of the mansion. They open the door, still holding the dog in his arms. Jay says they reached the 3rd floor quickly, and that the mansion is so big he has no idea where to go. Seo says the dog took her camera, so they have no choice but to search manually. They keep walking, but Hyun suddenly stops, looking alarmed. The girl asks why he looks like that, saying he looks like he just saw a ghost. When he glances to the side, he sees a girl in white covered in wounds. The protagonist tries to say something, but Seo grabs him and tells him they need to get out of there, because now is not the time to chat with a ghost. Jay pulls his arm away and stays put, asking why her spirit is still there, and if something is keeping her trapped in the mansion. The blonde girl doesn't respond. Hyun insists, asking if she's there to help them. She remains silent. The protagonist asks her to answer at least one thing, and inquires about the direction to the 4th floor and Flanders' room. The girl points in a certain direction. Jay assumes she must be indicating the way as before, says he understands and thanks her, and promises that when he gets out, he will burn incense and pay his respects. Then, he tells Seo they should go, and they continue walking. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, 2 men are sitting. Song says it seems like the Yeonhwa Guild will take responsibility for what happened in the thematic dungeon, and asks if that's what they told him. Park replies that yes, and all public rumors or decisions that the association might make regarding this will be avoided since the guild is taking responsibility. He also mentions that they don't want anything about Jay to be disclosed because that's what the guildmaster requested. Song says they're taking on this kind of responsibility for a kid who is still a student, and it's too difficult to understand. Park says it's also hard for him to provide detailed information about it. Song observes and says that it's not like they can do anything about it anyway, so they'll just leave it to the guild. But if the conclusion of this thematic dungeon fails, Park tells him not to worry. If there were any chance of failure in this dungeon, the guild wouldn't be this concerned. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, an attack has occurred, and suits of armor have fallen to the ground. Seo is surprised and says there are even rank C living armor monsters there. Hyun replies that this is the fastest route, so of course something like this was bound to appear. They open a door, and a notification arrives stating that Flanders' room has been found. They enter and see toys scattered on the floor, finding the place eerie. The girl says the diary should be on the table. The protagonist tells them to do only what the mission requires, and while he reads, he asks her to look around for any hidden clues. Seo agrees to do that. The dog runs over to the table. Jay picks up a book, and another notification arrives for a secondary mission. A diary written daily by the Count's daughter and the current owner of the mansion. The great secret of the mansion can be found in the diary. Hyun realizes he found it. He begins flipping through and reads that her skin was getting paler. The capital doctor had visited and treated her many times, and she wondered if she would be eliminated without ever seeing the outside world. Her parents told her they would get her the doll she wanted, and she was excited about their trip to the city. Then she received news that her parents had been eliminated after being attacked by a robber, and she wondered if they wouldn't have died if she hadn't asked for a doll. On the day of the funeral, it rained, and many people gathered with their umbrellas. She was devastated by what had happened. She also wrote that the funeral had finally ended, and as the only heir, she became the mansion's owner. But she wasn't happy about it because she was alone. Sometime later, she met a girl who seemed to sneak into the mansion to pick flowers, and she liked her because she resembled her doll. She thought about asking if she wanted to live together. People said the girl didn't even have a name, so she started calling her Sally. They played together every day in the mansion, and she felt very happy having a friend, and wished every day could be like that. Later, Alfred left without saying a word. According to her friend, he needed to go to the city quickly. Then the butler returned home. She continued writing that he was back but seemed very different from before. It also seemed like her friend was hiding something, and she must know what happened to him. After some time, she wrote that she could hear screams coming from the room. Her nanny, Selena, and her maid, Mitchell, wouldn't stop crying and screaming. She wondered if she was dreaming, and wrote that she didn't know if any of this was real. She was scared and didn't know what was happening. Sally and Alfred had been locking her in her room every day. They seemed to want to eliminate her, and she didn't know what to do. Then, Hyun closes the diary. More notifications arrive stating that ability restrictions have been lifted, and all abilities can now be used. The protagonist realizes he understands now and thinks everything changed when the Flanders were executed. They must have believed she had stolen the mansion, and that she was an imposter. He looks around and hears a voice asking if this is the work of a doppelganger. When he turns around, he sees something terrifying staring at him. Suddenly, an impact occurs, and he sees multiple Alfreds along with a monstrous figure. More notifications arrive, stating that the butler's secret has been discovered, and that the user has successfully uncovered all the mansion's secrets. Now, they need to escape safely. The monstrous figure approaches, trying to attack Jay, who quickly dodges while still holding the dog, staying on high alert. He says that it's finally revealing its true form and wonders how difficult it must have been to endure this, as it seemed to be at its limit. The eerie creature says he has sharp eyes for a human. Hyun replies that it's nothing special. He's just smart. The monster's eyes widen. The protagonist continues, saying that he thinks the monster is the one who's too stupid. The creature gets angry, approaches him, and calls him an insolent human. A while later, still inside the haunted house, an extremely strong aura fills the space. The lights flicker as a massive attack takes place. Hyun, holding the dog, dodges while the monster keeps closing in. Jae uses his chain ability, attacking and piercing through the creature, causing an explosion. The dog looks completely dazed. The protagonist thinks that this monster is a rank B doppelganger, a dangerous entity capable of copying the appearance and abilities of others. However, if someone is at least rank C, they can defeat it. The monster claims it will take his body for itself, repeatedly begging him to hand it over. The creature gets closer, standing face to face with him. Hyun asks how it feels to pretend to be someone else and toy with people's emotions before striking it with his chains. As the monster is attacked, it groans in pain. Jae watches as it begins to melt, crying out in denial, repeating that it is envious and that it wants to be human. Suddenly, a burst of smoke explodes. Hyun looks at the dog and playfully asks if it's a great pet. The dog growls. The protagonist walks toward the door, saying that now they can leave, provided it's open. He touches the door and notices a strong light emitting behind him. When he turns around, he sees the blonde girl. Jae smiles, says goodbye, and exits. Notifications arrive, confirming that the second mission has been completed, rewards have been added, and he will be sent back to the real world. Meanwhile, at the park, they sit together, with Seo eating while Hyun checks his notifications. The protagonist continues reading, thinking it's a shame that he doesn't have many support abilities for the team, but illusion magic is good. Depending on how it's used, it could change the course of a fight. Seo says that if she had known she would turn into a dog, she would have bitten him immediately. She was too scared to do anything. The protagonist replies that at least she survived. She insists that it was still unfair. Jae tells her to stop whining so they can move on to the next mission. She asks if he's really going already since they just completed 2 missions back-to-back and should take a break. Hyun asks if it's too much for her, saying she's exhausted despite doing nothing in the dungeon. She asks if he even understands what mental exhaustion is. The protagonist replies that he knows exactly what it is but points out that she can still move and orders her to get up. The girl screams in frustration. In another location, surrounded by greenery, Jae drinks something. She asks if it's a potion. Hyun confirms and says it's the last one, adding that since they don't know what might happen, it's better to be careful. Then, a megaphone announces that they are all welcome to Neverland and that it will guide them during their visit. Fireworks explode in the sky while masked people watch. The Master of Ceremonies invites them to the parade and welcomes the 2 of them, acknowledging that they have completed 2 missions and worked hard. The protagonist gets straight to the point, asking how the final mission of this dungeon will work. The presenter replies that the last mission will take a bit longer. Seo asks if it's hide and seek. The presenter confirms and asks if they see the portal behind him. He explains that a monster will emerge from it and search for everyone, so they must hide well. Jae asks if that's all. The presenter grins, saying he is quite perceptive but explaining that this game of hide-and-seek is different. Depending on the number of challengers and their abilities, the monsters that appear can vary. Hyun realizes this will be difficult, judging by his abilities. This time, the monster might be stronger than the previous ones, and he will have to fight while protecting Seo. The presenter first needs to evaluate their abilities. He extends his hand, asks for permission, and analyzes their stats. Then, he congratulates them and declares the challenge will be rank S. Both of them are shocked by his answer. The presenter ominously tells them to run. Flames burst from his body as he wishes them good luck. The two look on in fear. Another notification arrives, stating that the festival mission has been accepted. The objective is to survive and reach the base or defeat the monster. The flames intensify, and the thematic mission details appear, displaying the goal, difficulty, reward, failure conditions, and the number of participants. A secret mission is also listed. Execute the monster and eliminate any other threats. The reward is undecided, but an unparalleled achievement may be obtained. Hyun observes the number of participants, realizing something doesn't add up. Something is definitely wrong. The gigantic monster, covered in flames, begins to approach. The protagonist recognizes that the monster is Surt, the guardian of Muspelheim, the land of the fire giants. Even before Ymir, the first giant, was born, these beings existed with a single purpose: to burn everything in their path. Wielding a flaming sword, it is said he could incinerate an entire world in an instant. The protagonist grumbles and pulls the girl along. Seo panics, saying there's no way to escape him, and that she can't even think straight. He tells her to shut up and run if she doesn't want to be eliminated. As the park is engulfed in flames, a cat sits atop a floating orb and muses that this must be happening because of him, wondering if he should help. A voice responds that it's boring and that they don't think the two need any assistance. Hell insists on leaving them alone, wanting to see just how capable they are of surviving. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the intensifying flames continue to destroy everything around them. Jay assesses the situation, realizing that confronting Surt head-on is too dangerous and that their only option is to flee to the base. Seo points out that the carousel appears to be the base. Hyun agrees and urges her to run faster. His acceleration ability activates. The monster watches them, gesturing with his hand to make the flames grow even stronger. The protagonist tells Seo to listen carefully to what he's about to say. She pays attention as he tells her that from now on, they will have fun, and that she must go straight to the carousel. Seo asks if it's not better for them to go together. He asks if she'd rather he use her as bait. Without further discussion, the girl takes off running. Jay stands firm, facing the monster, and begins to taunt him. Enraged, the monster attacks, but Jay swiftly dodges, leaping onto a rooftop and mocking him for being too slow. Surt, now even angrier, destroys the rooftop Jay was on and then turns his gaze to the girl, who is nearly at the carousel. But then, the monster causes an explosion. Seo is startled. Hyun can't believe what he's seeing. A notification arrives, stating that the base has been destroyed and that it is now impossible to complete the mission under its original conditions, aside from the secret missions. Everything around them is set ablaze. Surt calls them fools, saying it was arrogant of them to think they could defeat someone like him. The protagonist thinks fast, realizing that now there is only one way to defeat him. He says he has no choice and begins to intensify his power. Just as the monster is about to attack, he blocks. Surt remarks that they have managed to dodge most of his attacks, but that it's futile. He then unleashes an explosion, declaring that he will incinerate everything in one go. Jay uses his power. While hiding, Seo watches in terror, realizing that if he actually does this, they will be eliminated. She racks her brain, knowing that she needs a really good plan. As Hyun uses his magic, Seo calls out to him, saying she has figured out a way to defeat the giant. The park is nearly consumed by flames. The protagonist keeps running. Surt demands they stop running and face him. Seo runs alongside him, telling him to take 5 steps to the left. He follows her directions, dodging attacks, and recalls her explaining her plan about the water tank. Jay asks about it. Seo responds that she remembers there being a water tank inside the park. If they can lure the giant there and extinguish the flames around him, they might at least have a chance to land an attack. Hyun thinks that even though Surt is a giant from mythology, he still has a physical body like theirs. If they can strike a vital point, he might be eliminated. Seo explains that she will predict his attacks using her thought acceleration ability, and all he needs to do is lure him in. As she calculates his movements, she instructs him, 6 steps to the left and duck his head. The protagonist suddenly stops. Surt notices and assumes he has finally given up, calling him weak. Jay laughs, asking if he's really running from him, and mocks him by saying that the Aesir gods stole from him, leaving him as nothing more than a guard at a door. The monster is confused. Hyun presses further, asking if he is afraid of the gods as well. Furious, Surt attempts to strike, but at that exact moment, water crashes down onto him, successfully activating the illusion ability. The monster grumbles in frustration. Jay seizes the moment, dashing forward with a sword in hand and thrusting it towards the monster's heart. Surt tries to say something but fails. Jay, feeling triumphant, exclaims that he's finally cooled down and that victory is his. The monster calls him arrogant, warning that even if he defeated him this way, next time it won't be so easy to defeat his true form. Then, Cert vanishes, and the mission is completed. Notifications arrive, indicating that rewards have been added and that an unimaginable achievement has been obtained, acquiring Cert's inextinguishable flame. The girl who had been hiding sighs in relief, saying it's finally over. Meanwhile, the cat watches from above and comments that, in the end, Hyun didn't need his help, wondering what to do next. The cat comments that the boy is amusing, as if he's desperate to become stronger, and asks if that isn't the case. Hel agrees, but says he is still like a baby. The cat then mentions that she seems to be the most curious about the boy's progress, and that the adversary's existence cannot yet be revealed to the Aesir. Even though this war is being prepared in the name of fate, it is still too early. Odin, the most powerful of the Aesir, is the one the adversary must eliminate, but the boy needs to become much stronger. The system displays the details of the Thunderstep's equipment, showing its name, effects when equipped, and abilities. The skill is activated. The protagonist is thrilled, thinking that he knew this item would be great. Since S-rank items are rare, its power must be incredible. SEO approaches him with suspicion. Jay can tell that she thinks she can hide something from him and commands subordination. She says that the item she obtained is the Roskva seal, which grants a plus 50 bonus to strength and allows her to use the courage ability. Hyun doesn't fully understand the ability. She explains that it grants resistance to fear and temporarily increases strength and speed. The protagonist thinks that it's not something he particularly needs since he doesn't worry about abnormal status effects, and that thought acceleration would be more useful. He decides to let her keep the item, knowing he can summon her whenever he wants. The presenter asks if he enjoyed the reward. Jay replies that it was difficult to obtain and that he now wishes to leave. The presenter walks up to him and advises him to be careful, saying that he was born with the fate of the adversary. Hyun quickly turns around and demands he wait, but the presenter continues walking and disappears. Outside the dungeon, a large crowd is watching when the dungeon begins to crack and then shatters. A journalist reports that the survivors are emerging, and there are only 2 of them, appearing unharmed. As the 2 walk through the crowd, Song pushes through, saying he needs to interrogate the survivors, but then realizes something strange. Jay has disappeared. He orders them to question the girl and check her physical condition. The blonde man asks if Jay hid among the crowd. Song says no, and according to Yeon's report, the protagonist is a mage. The blonde man finds it hard to believe that a mage could have moved like that. Song corrects him, saying Jay is a battle mage. The blonde man is confused. Song explains that Jay is what they call a battle mage. Elsewhere, the guildmaster is on the phone, thanking someone for their hard work and saying they may leave now until next time. She hangs up and remarks that disappearing so effortlessly into the wind, he really is no ordinary child. Seong ponders, wondering who taught him all of this. She examines a document from the Mila's Academy regarding a guild experience notice and thinks that she will have to address this soon. Meanwhile, Hyun is watching something and notes that, fortunately, there are no articles about him, meaning the Yeonhwa Guild must have handled everything. He acknowledges that the power of such a guild cannot be ignored. He hadn't expected so many people to be outside waiting, but thanks to them, he was able to test the power of Thialfi's Thundersteps. He recalls his exit from the dungeon and realizes that his speed increased far more than expected. If he can adapt to it, he will become even faster. The protagonist acknowledges that it was difficult but not too bad, and in addition to that, he obtained something he hadn't anticipated. A notification arrives about a consumable item, Cert's inextinguishable flame, which, when used, pushes the user's strength to its limit and imbues them with fire. He clenches his fist, thinking that this will be extremely useful, but he is still too weak. He needs more power to defeat his enemies without any risk. He knows how to pressure his opponents, but he still has to surpass that untouchable power. Deep in thought, Jay recognizes that more than anything, he must protect his family and friends. That is what matters. All he has to do now is keep getting stronger. This is only the beginning. In another location, the director, seated, remarks that this is all there is for now. Jong listens and assures him that she will never disappoint him. From the next class onward, she will report all of Jay's movements to him. She leaves the office. Alone, Gu ponders, saying that to cultivate a garden of flowers, one must first remove the weeds. He smiles, expressing his excitement for the next event, saying that they need to clean things up and get rid of what is unnecessary. Scattered across his desk are numerous sheets of paper containing images of a girl and the protagonist. At the academy, Kim demands to know where Jay has been, complaining that he ignored them and disappeared for the entire weekend. Hyun responds that it's not like he did it on purpose and tells her to be quiet. Yoo-jung asks if he has any idea how worried they were when he disappeared, and says that since she covered for him, he owes them a meal. Ina asks if he's okay or if he was sick. The protagonist replies that he's fine and tells them not to worry. Kim asks about his bad luck and if he did something to anger God. Jae wonders, annoy God? He thinks it's more like protection. Then, someone arrives, saying they smelled annoying people and asks if it was them. Hyun stares while the two girls look confused. The boy asks if they never get tired of chatting and says they are persistent. Ina asks if he knows him. The protagonist replies that he doesn't. The boy introduces himself as Hyuk. Then someone arrives and orders him to sit down and stay quiet in his classroom. The instructor passes by, holding her book. Hyuk grumbles as he sits down. Hyun observes. Inside the classroom, everyone is seated. Jong introduces herself and says it's a pleasure to be there, teaching them about magical operations throughout the year. She promises to do her best to help them improve their skills and hopes they will enjoy her class. The protagonist thinks she is too young to be an instructor, but at the same time, the academy doesn't hire based on age. Jong explains that in her class, they will learn more about magic, particularly how to handle arithmetic expressions. She shows a screen and asks if anyone can explain what they've learned about magic so far. Hyuk explains that magic is considered a supernatural phenomenon that can be manifested through the insertion of mana into an arithmetic formula. The instructor says he is correct, and that magic is a science derived from a phenomenon through an arithmetic expression. Meanwhile, Hyuk is staring at Jae from his seat. Jong says she will hand out the book they will use in class, explaining that it contains basic equations for casting D-rank spells and the fundamental pillars of all magical equations. She expects them to learn everything in the book, as they will be studying it throughout the semester. The students start murmuring that their books are blank. When the book is handed to the protagonist, he looks at it and smiles. The instructor notices and asks a question. She calls on Jae and asks if he can read what's written in the book. He replies that it's a magical rune. Jong says that's correct and thinks to herself that the content of this book only becomes visible if one can decipher its arithmetic formula. Normally, students are too weak to decipher something like this, but this boy is more talented than the director described. She then asks another question. The rune written on the book's cover. Does he know what it means? Hyun thinks this seems like a joke from the Nornir system, but it could also be something from the Aesir, and that Odin's life is the foundation of runic language. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice exclaims in frustration. Seo, lying in bed, wonders if it's because of that idiot, and whether he even knows how much she was dragged around because he left her alone. She recalls what happened inside the thematic dungeon, what he did there, what item he got, and various other things. She remembers him saying he had something important to take care of, and asking her to handle the reporters for him, telling her not to mention anything about him. Still wearing the chains around her neck, she gets irritated, saying the era of slavery should be over by now. But then she notices something and realizes that even if he disappears, she can still find him because of this. Elsewhere, the protagonist is flipping through a book, finding it more interesting than he expected. All arithmetic expressions change depending on how they are applied, and he can test this with the thunder chains. Since they use the lightning attribute, he can combine the arithmetic formula of mana chains with them. He closes the book and continues thinking that if he learns more of the basics, his knowledge of magic will grow and become more versatile. Just as martial artists refine their swordsmanship by perfecting the basics, in magic, the more one understands the concept of arithmetic formulas, the higher they can reach. Jae looks to the side and sees them struggling to read the book. He comments that somehow he managed to read it. Kim complains, saying she was sure she was much better at magic than her friend. Hyun says it's like the saying, a disciple must surpass their master. Ina closes the book and announces that she finally managed to read it. The protagonist tells her she worked hard and congratulates her. Ina then lowers her gaze and places the book over her face. Jae thinks she's acting strange, probably because of what happened during the simulated dungeon. Yoo-jung gets frustrated, exclaiming that she's the only one who still can't read it. People are watching. Hyun apologizes for the noise. Meanwhile, a crow is outside, watching him through the window, and then flies away. Elsewhere, at the first potion shop naming meeting, the prize is a box of potions. The students watch. Jae looks. While everyone is sitting around a table in groups, Ina says that this is harder than she thought, but they still don't have a potion shop. Kim asks if they can't just open it and mess everything up. An says that survival is the most important thing for an adventurer, and they can't let this venture go to waste, and they know that very well, and this will be a revolution. A few days ago, the protagonist is happy that he passed the magical theory test without any problems, and he can spend some time without worrying about exams. He spins his pen and says that now the only thing left, but doesn't finish his sentence and goes quiet for a moment, thinking that if he wants to get stronger, he can't hesitate, even if it costs millions of dollars. After all, to win, you must lose something, and money is indispensable in this. He says that, of course, you can't rely solely on that, and he can't lose the chance he had to turn back time. And maybe, having an idea of the future is perfect for knowing how to make money. While they are in groups sitting around the table, Hyun watches Lee and thinks that in the future, the thing that will be most valuable in the market will be potions, and if he can make that, he will make a lot of money. Then Seo walks in, irritated, opens the door, and says that he needs to keep his word and do what he promised. Jae is confused. The girl says he can't just cast some weird spell on her and disappear afterward. The protagonist remembers that subordinates and masters can track each other's locations. Kim, not understanding anything, asks what he did for this girl to talk like that. Hyun says that since she came to him, she might as well sit down because he will treat her very well. Seo gets scared and raises her hand, asking what they think about the demon heavenly potion, and continues talking non-stop. Then, Jae says subordination and makes her quiet. He thinks that he made a mistake, and that this is hell, and even a dungeon monster would give a better response. Yoojung, furious, asks why he didn't ask her. He asks what her idea is. Kim replies it's the Elixir Workshop, and asks what he thinks. Elixir is an alternative name for potions, created by an alchemist in the past, and he said an elixir could heal wounds and even revive the eliminated. Lee gets excited, and says that name seems appropriate if they want to promote their brand and increase its market value. The protagonist says that she saved their lives. She tells him to stop looking at her like that. Hyun gets up and says that the shop's name will be Elixir Workshop. After a while in class, a voice says that runes are a magical language. Jae is standing and says that, if interpreted better, they can be considered elements that complement a magical equation and an object that works from an arithmetic expression. It's the basics of magical theory. The instructor replies that that was amazing, and that it was a great answer. Meanwhile, Hyuk is glaring at Jae. Jong says that the class ends there, and they should continue making efforts. Then, the students stand up. Someone calls the instructor. Turning around, they find Jae asking about something from a magical book he borrowed. He hands her the book. Jong is surprised to see that it's a rank 4 book, which doesn't make sense, and it's difficult even for instructors to read something of that level, and wonders what his true identity is. Meanwhile, in the library, Hyun closes the book and says that it's completely blocked, thinking that even though he asked the instructor, he doubts she'll give an answer, but he needs the fundamental magical principle to read it. He stands up and leaves. The library staff takes note in the corner of the page that student Jae borrowed a rank 4 book. Elsewhere, 2 cups are on the table. The master asks why he's there ahead of time. The protagonist says that actually he needed to go as soon as possible, but he was a bit busy with a kind of academy test. The master picks up a cup to drink and asks if he wants her help to read a rank 4 book. Hyun responds yes, and thinks that creation is what they call doing magic, and destruction is the act of returning magic to its original state. Amplification is how to increase the power of magic, and he says that both the equation and the theory are hard to understand, so he can't do it alone. He thinks that until now, he's relied too much on his Odin's eye, but if he wants to get stronger, he needs to learn more about magic. Seong says she understands, but it's not like she knows what to say. Jae looks confused and asks what that means. The master replies that it's what she said, that the concept of a rank 4 book won't make any sense unless he learns it himself. So to be able to read it alone, all he needs to do is reach an A rank in magic. Hyun thinks about A rank. Seong says he came here to ask for help. She extends her hand and says that in this case, she'll give him at least one training method. The protagonist asks about the training method. The master answers yes, and that among the 3 magical concepts, what he should learn now is amplification. She asks if he's interested. Jae extends his hand and responds yes, and that if he can get stronger, he'll do anything. In the AR battle system room, Hyun is sweating, facing opponents. He stares intently and activates his magic arrow ability to attack his opponents. However, his opponent dodges effortlessly and attacks back. Meanwhile, the protagonist is exhausted, sweating a lot, and remembers her telling him to use the magical ability repeatedly while equipped with this item. The system notifies that the item has been equipped. Gleipnir, a replica item, and all attributes are increased by 50% when tied to the user. If the knot of the tie comes undone or breaks, the attributes will return to normal. The ribbon is on the table. Jae asks if it's just an ability. The master answers that it is, and tells him to analyze the formula of this ability whenever he casts it. Hyun asks what this has to do with amplification. She replies that it's up to him to figure it out, and that a difficult ability would be hard to bring to the 4th amplification. That's why magic arrows should work. Meanwhile, the protagonist extends his hand with the ribbon and realizes that his entire body feels heavy and slow, and the system notifies that the user's attributes temporarily dropped by 50%. Jae thinks this is worse than he imagined. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Kim asks if he's really okay. The protagonist responds that yes, Yoo-jung says she can detect the smell of painkillers from meters away and asks if he realizes he's living in the AR test room. Ina says it's not about overloading yourself. Hyun gets up and thanks them for worrying about him and asks if they know there's a test in 2 days and that Kim said she hasn't finished decoding yet and heard that Ina will have extra lessons if she doesn't pass this test. Yoo-jung says it's already time to go to the library. She pulls Ina and says they're going now. Jae sighs. Meanwhile, in the training room, he is crouched, breathing heavily and extremely exhausted, and the system notifies that he has perfectly completed the level 41 test. His understanding of the formula has increased significantly, and he has gained a passive skill, formula understanding. The efficiency of magic arrows has increased significantly, and this skill is leveling up, and he learned magic arrows level 2. The protagonist thinks that now he understands what amplification in the rank 4 magic book means. That amplification is the increase of an ability, in other words, leveling up. A feat that depends on how good your proficiency is with a certain skill and how deeply you understand the magic formula. He looks at the ribbon in his hand, and the ability is activated. Magic arrows shoot arrows with concentrated mana to attack the target. Jae thinks this is around the peak of rank B, or the beginning of rank A. He sweats a lot, and remembers the master saying that the concept of a rank 4 book won't make any sense unless he learns it himself. Hyun thinks that at first, they came close with the intention of using each other, but now it really feels like she's a teacher and he's a student. Elsewhere, Seok knocks on the door. The director tells him to enter. Then the instructor enters while Gu continues to look at the paper in his hand. Seok thinks that his reputation hit rock bottom because of the dungeon incident and needs to recover it, and says that the preparations for the guild experience event are finished. The director is interested and says that it's earlier than expected and asks if there were any issues with that thing. He answers yes, and ensured everything is fine. Gu puts the paper aside and says that everything has a use, even if it seems useless at the moment. The instructor doesn't say anything but looks nervous. Elsewhere, the protagonist is walking, messing with his phone, and continues walking, encountering trees. The surrounding area doesn't seem to have anyone. He stands there and asks if it's going to appear or if he'll have to go after it. Then, a very intense aura approaches, with a person in a hood in the middle of the aura. Hyun smiles. Then someone moves, approaching. Jae moves quickly, stepping back, defending himself, attacking, and causing a big explosion. Jae says he thinks the guy hasn't heard that his colleague went to hell last time. He notices more people approaching and thinks it's those idiots again. And for them to have come after him at the academy, he assumes Gu is behind it. The protagonist activates his ability and says they messed with the wrong person. The magic arrow's ability is activated. He immediately attacks the two, causing another explosion. He watches and is shocked, realizing this is dangerous. In the middle of an aura, he keeps looking and notices feathers falling, feeling confused. He keeps staring as a man says it's been a long time since he's seen him and calls him son. Hyun immediately activates his ability and attacks, but the man dodges easily. However, the protagonist keeps attacking. The man places his hand on his sword, still dodging, watching him, and swiftly counterattacks, causing wounds. Jae thinks he didn't even see him draw his sword and looks at the massive hole in the ground, completely confused. The man, standing away from him, says he was looking forward to seeing him after so long, but notices his personality has become much more aggressive. Hyun questions the word son and tells him to shut up, saying he never saw him as a father. The man responds that he must be in his rebellious phase and tells him to stop the nonsense, asking why he came there. His father says that the reason he's there is strange. Even if he possesses the power of prophecy, there should be a limit to how strong he can get. The father approaches and says he has a question to ask. Has the Aesir resistance contacted him? The protagonist is confused. The man says he understands, draws his sword, and swings at him. Jae moves back and defends with a barrier, but the barrier begins to crack and shatters. He thinks he wasn't even hit, but it was still incredibly strong, wondering if this is really the power of an A rank, and if he was the only one hiding his true abilities. His father comments that he's gotten stronger. Hyun wonders how he knows about the Aesir resistance, what he's been hiding, and asks if he intends to eliminate him. The man responds that he does not, and thinks that the enemy's growth rate is unbelievably fast. At this pace, he will become a major obstacle in the near future, an obstacle either to his plans or to the Aesir. He plans to use divine power to prevent the enemy's growth and says he'll only take his limbs. Then the man unleashes an intense attack, but someone steps in to defend him. When Hyun looks up, he sees a cat in a tree. The man asks if the contract between the Aesir and the Aesir resistance has been broken, or if this is just an open challenge against the great Odin. The cat responds that he has no idea what he's talking about. Hyun is shocked that a cat just spoke. The cat jumps from the tree, transforming into a girl, and says she still has business with this child. She smiles.
The protagonist realizes just from her mana that she is stronger than Xiong and wonders what the hell is going on. The man asks if she really had to make things worse. The girl grins and wounds herself, letting blood drip to the ground, creating numerous hands. The man blocks with his sword. The girl says she's sure he knows this is their only chance. She attacks again. The man blocks and counters. Their attacks create a powerful gust of wind. The man says they're depending on a mere human to end a war between gods, that Loki has grown weak. The girl responds that he's also a human trying to eliminate Odin, and she sees no difference. The man sheathes his sword and says he'll leave for now, but if she gets in his way again, he will ensure she pays the price under the contract with the Aesir. The girl tells him to do whatever he wants, but if he also plans to stop her, he should remember that she can decapitate him whenever she pleases, as the contract is only between the Aesir and the Aesir resistance. There's nothing preventing the elimination of Odin's raven. The man watches, turns away, and disappears. The girl smirks, then turns to see Jay in pain. She greets him and says it's a pleasure to meet him, introducing herself as Hel's alter ego, Hela, his observer, and guide through the 5 trials. Elsewhere, the protagonist, with his shirt lifted, emitting a glow, is writhing in pain. Hela tells him that if he's curious about something, he should ask now, as she will answer what she can. Hyun asks who Min really is. The girl responds that he's not his real father, that his true name is Hugin. Hugin is one of Odin's ravens, a mystical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind to make things happen. He borrowed the power of memory manipulation from another raven, Munin, and has been lurking around him, pretending to be his father, with the sole purpose of keeping an eye on the great enemy of the prophecy.
Jay asks if that man isn't his father. Hela replies that it will be easier if she shows him. She snaps her fingers and the protagonist begins recovering his locked memories. Then, a voice echoes, calling him useless. Hyun wonders if this is the house he lived in as a child. He watches as his father says he doesn't understand why someone like him was even born. Jay then recalls that his father was furious when he awakened, and that from the moment he manifested his mana, his days were filled with violence and insults. He continues seeing his memories, with his mother stepping in, her eyes filled with tears, asking why he was beating him again. The protagonist stares ahead, looking at the door, and a voice reassures him, saying it's okay. His mother embraces him, tears streaming down her face, repeating that everything is okay. Hyun watches, shocked by what he sees, finding himself facing a coffin and a portrait of his father. He says he can't breathe, not because of the thick smoke, but because he feels like he's forgotten something he never should have. He then remembers his father handing him an ice cream, his mother scolding him because it was too sweet. But as a child, he didn't understand anything. He was just happy to have received it. His father carried him on his shoulders. Tears fall down his face, and he can't comprehend why he forgot. Then, all the locked information is restored. Meanwhile, he remains kneeling, crying uncontrollably. Hela tells him he has been freed from memory manipulation. With his hands on the ground, the protagonist asks why he did this. The girl replies that it's because he was born as the great enemy of the prophecy. Jay struggles to understand and asks what all these things mean and why they are making his life a living hell. Hela is silent for a moment before explaining that 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok occurred. That was when everything began. Ragnarok, the final chapter of the gods, where the story ends. Extinction. The Aesir Resistance Alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but lost to the Aesir gods and the army led by the Valkyries. After the war, Odin agreed to let the captured gods and giants live under one condition: a contract. A document acknowledged that the Aesir resistance lost in Ragnarok. From that point on, the Aesir resistance was forbidden from harming the Aesir gods in any way and had to remain obedient to the supreme Odin. This contract reinforced Odin's authority. Many existences across different worlds suffered because of it and cried in despair. But then, the 3 sisters of Norn made a prophecy that in 10,000 years, when the second extinction arrives, the weakest being will bring down Odin and Asgard and open a new world. And the great enemy of that prophecy is Jay, him, their hope. The protagonist realizes they intend to use him to eliminate Odin and asks if that's her plan. The girl confirms. Jay asks what Odin's plan is and what he gains from all of this. Hela answers, the peak of the 9 realms. Hyun considers the air. The girl continues, explaining that Odin wants to hold all 9 realms in his grasp, including Midgard, the world of humans. Elsewhere, amidst countless white birds flying, a god says it's frustrating to have to deal with some insignificant being just because of a prophecy. A voice responds that he is merely a human and cannot compare to them. Even the seed of the great tree cannot grow if it is destroyed. The god declares that the Aesir resistance is determined, and they cannot show weakness in such a crucial matter. He says he will temporarily grant authority, and believes Heimdall understands what that means. Heimdall smirks and says, Of course, he can finally go beyond Asgard. At the academy, equipment is being set up. Hyun sits, lost in thought. Elsewhere, he asks about the peak of the 9 realms. Hela confirms it's Odin's ultimate goal and states that the worlds he has already conquered are Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim. The protagonist asks if he plans to conquer the rest with another war. The girl confirms. Jay asks why Odin hasn't eliminated him yet. Hela replies that it must be due to the power of the prophecy, something not even the gods can overcome. Hyun asks if even the gods cannot surpass it. The girl affirms, explaining that he is protected by this power, but no power lasts forever. Once the second Ragnarok begins and all restrictions vanish, she touches him and continues, saying that the power shielding him will also disappear. Then, the Aesir gods will eliminate him. She clarifies that, more accurately, he has already been eliminated once. The protagonist realizes now. His elimination before the regression was Odin's plan. They toyed with him from the beginning, destroyed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela steps away from him and asks if he desires revenge, if he wants to avenge and protect what is important to him. She extends her hand again and tells him she will give him a challenge, aiming to turn him into the one who will eliminate Odin. A notification arrives with the main mission, the path to the elimination of a god. The user was born with the destiny of the great enemy, resistant to Odin and Asgard. The girl tells him to become strong before the end begins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, An is exercising and says his whole body is sore from this special training, and maybe he should ask Jae-sung for some fatigue potions. He bends down to search his bag, grabs a water bottle, and thinks that thanks to the special training, he successfully obtained an S-rank ability, but it is still too hard on his body. Hoyeon is deep in thought and remembers the protagonist, thinking that Jae is at a much higher level than him, and that he is still far from being strong enough to defeat him in the Meals Academy Festival. He sighs and says he will train a little more. Then, something happens. An announcement states that the director wishes to see student An, and that he should go to the director's office. Hoyeon is puzzled. Meanwhile, in the office, the director is on the phone, saying that as soon as they get rid of the lower-ranked students, the support will go to all the higher-ranked students, and he is sure he can handle the rest as a congressman. The man on the other end replies that things got too out of control in the dungeon to be able to do that, and the headquarters for Raider management will move soon. Gu thinks that he does not understand and wonders if it is time to get rid of him. He says they are nothing but the nation's dogs, and that he has already finished the preparations. The man does not quite understand and asks about the preparations. The director says it is simple, and explains that in a few days, during the Guild Experience event they are preparing, they will open a portal artificially. The man says that he will handle things without getting directly involved. Gu says he understood quickly and asks what he thinks. The man replies that he is in and says he will send the nation's aid funds to Mila's, as they discussed last time, and now wants to talk about the details of the plan. The director replies that, of course, it will be as he wishes. An is about to knock on the door but hesitates, remembering the protagonist saying that it is probably just a problem with the subspace or that someone interfered. He thinks he understands now and knows who invaded his mind on the day of the new student's hunt and who caused the incident in the mock dungeon. He gets nervous, grips the doorknob, stares at it, and closes his eyes. He thinks it is better not to act recklessly and that this problem is not something he can solve alone. Then he knocks on the door and says it is him. Gu tells him to enter. Hoyeon steps in, thinking that he needs people he can trust. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the girls are sitting. Ina is asleep, Kim is lost in thought, and Hyuk is paying attention to the lesson while Jae spins his pen, lost in thought, remembering Hela saying that by now, Odin must know he has been in contact with the Aesir resistance, meaning that Ragnarok may happen sooner than planned. Then, the instructor says that is all for today, and has an announcement, waking up the sleepy students. They wake up. Hyun realizes it is time for the next event. Jong says she already announced that the guild experience will take place in 3 days, and this event will be a great opportunity for everyone to see how guilds work and hunt monsters. She adds that it was specially prepared by the director for them. Jae thinks that sounds unlikely, remembering that before his regression, he was sent to an E-rank guild and just sat on a couch doing nothing before leaving. Now, thanks to his achievements, he can go wherever he wants. He thinks the Neptune Guild would be the best choice, and would like to see the guild that was Korea's #1 before his regression. The instructor says that some students have been named on the priority list. The guild priority list is when a guild offers an experience to a student they covet, and if the student accepts, they are awarded a special place. Hyun thinks that cannot be. Jung announces that students Jae, Ina, Kim, and 3 others were chosen by the Lotus Guild, and student Hyuk was chosen by another guild. Yoo-jung is surprised and asks, "Lotus?" The protagonist remembers the guildmaster saying that it is important for a guild to recognize potential and realizes that is why she asked who the most talented students were. The instructor tells them to make their decision by midnight and submit their files. The students stand up. Kim is super excited and says she's going to join the Yusungun Guild and feels like she's dreaming. Hyun sighs, thinking that An was probably called too. Then, the three of them hear something and become alert. Yoo-jung asks if it's a message for all three of them at the same time. They check their phones and see a message from An, saying it's an emergency, and they need to go to the Jaesang workshop immediately. However, at the workshop, they are seated. Kim says that, in other words, the director wants to eliminate all low-ranked students with poor grades during the guild experience period for the sake of the awakened students. Hoyeon confirms that's exactly it. Lee says his problem with corruption is evident every year. Ina says this is too much, playing with people's lives. The protagonist thinks that the guild experience is a much more dangerous event than he had imagined. In his past life, they said some students were eliminated due to an accident. An says they are the only ones who know about this, meaning they are the only ones who can prevent this tragedy. Jae crosses his arms, thinking that they can't jump to conclusions, as acting rashly might get them eliminated. Hoyeon says he can't pretend he doesn't know when the lives of the students are at stake. Hyun thinks it's noble to want to help others, but they need to distinguish bravery from recklessness. Kim, deep in thought, stands up and asks if now is the time to hesitate, saying that the lives of other students are on the line. Lee agrees and says it's scary, but he'll do whatever it takes to help if he can.
Ina also says that she won't stay still if it's something they can avoid. The protagonist looks surprised, lowers his head, smiles, and thinks that these guys are hunters. Hunters who go after treasures and monsters while protecting others. The system notifies the main mission. The second turning point has been added, and the second point is to avoid the director's plan and save the students. The Aesir resistance is watching to see what decision he will make. Jae stands up and says they need to come up with a plan. The two boys get excited and the two girls do as well. Hyun says it's a plan to screw with the director. In the classroom, the instructor is asking if he has already mastered a 4-star magical text and if she's supposed to believe that, saying it's impossible. The protagonist asks if it's not true. Jong watches in shock and thinks that this student is dangerous and that something is wrong with him, and the director's plans were to use him as a pawn, but this student is not someone who can be manipulated. Jae says she seems quite angry for someone who passed knowledge onto him as a teacher and asks if she's planning to tell all of this to the director again. The instructor, still shocked, asks how he knows about that. Hyun touches her face and says that actually he needs to ask a favor and wonders if she can listen. Her hair starts to move and the active ability, brainwashing, is contaminating the target's mind. The protagonist thinks that it was just as he imagined, that it was much stronger than her. He smiles and realizes that the most efficient way to win this type of battle is by taking control from within. They stare at each other. Jae says that from now on, she will be his classmate. Jong repeats the word, classmate, and he says that now they can talk. Hyun touches her shoulder and asks why she doesn't speak to him, asking what absurdities the director is planning to do for the Guild Experience event. 3 days later, on the day of the Guild Experience, Kim says he's doing a tour of the Lotus Guild building. A voice welcomes the students. The students pay attention. Park introduces himself as the guild manager and says he will be their guide for the tour today, asking them to follow him. They pass through rooms, observe everything around them, and continue observing until they stop. Park says that in the end, it's here. They look. The master says it's a pleasure to meet them and introduces herself. On the table are some dishes with food. Seong says to sit down. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung is with her head down and suddenly stands up, saying that she finally got to see her up close, is a big fan of hers, and asks for an autograph. The master gives an autograph, thanks her, and says that motivation comes from people like her. The protagonist thinks that she really is a big fan of the master. Seong says that he has already made so many friends, and he replies that it's not much. An asks if they're already acquaintances. The master answers that of course he's her student. Kim is surprised and asks, student? Seong says that he's heard a lot about them from the protagonist and called them there because of him. And to be honest, Lotus and some other guilds are already aware of the director's corruption problem and just haven't done anything because of the absolute power he holds. Jae says that otherwise he wouldn't be so obvious with his schemes, and it seems that he even has the ability to open dungeons. The master says that most of his abilities are kept secret, and not even he knows all of them, and a very precise plan will be necessary for this. Park says that this shows the mana fields around the guilds involved in the experience event. Then, a blue hologram is projected onto the table and appears in a circular form, and the manager explains that, compared to other areas, these have a lot of concentrated mana, and if a dungeon were to appear, it's likely that it would be in one of these locations. The master says she will send some people from Lotus to patrol these areas, and if something seems strange, they'll have to evacuate people and isolate the surroundings. Hyun says it's a good plan, but knowing the director, he probably has a very meticulous plan and will be much more assertive if he finds out that Lotus is involved in this incident. Seong asks if he has an idea. The protagonist answers yes, and says he has to save those students alone. In another place, they walk. Some people are walking. A boy with the blue hair smiles and thinks that they're all trash, and they all humiliated him for not being talented. But now it's different, and the reason the director personally chose him to be there is because he finally saw that he had the potential to be a great hunter, until someone says to wait. Seon stops and asks if something happened. The girl asks if the place doesn't seem a bit strange. Seon asks what she means, and she seems unsure of how to say it, then says that a hunter guild has many buildings, and asks if the place doesn't look like it's been left aside for a while, as if it were an abandoned building. While walking, they come across boxes. Seon notices the spider webs, and the other students with him also look around. The instructor says they've arrived at their destination. They're startled. Seok uses his flame ability and says he didn't realize his ability's effect would end so quickly and has no choice. He uses his ability with extreme aura, forming a circle around the students, and says that here is where they say goodbye. The students panic and say they need to run. The instructor says this is their last lesson, but who knows if they'll return alive. Meanwhile, An is looking at his phone and says that, according to the map, it should be here. His phone announces they'll arrive at their destination. Kim asks what kind of place this is, saying it looks more like an abandoned building than a guild building. Then, they continue talking until the protagonist hears someone asking if they're following. He looks into the forest and notices Park hiding and tells them not to worry. The manager asks how he learned telepathy so quickly. Jay responds that he read it in magical texts. Park says he speaks as if it were simple, but interfering with someone's mind and imbuing their thoughts with mana for communication is not easy. People continue talking, and the manager says he trusts he will appear if something goes wrong. In another place, the master says Jay borrowed her own manager. The employee says she hopes he'll be useful because that man can be a bit stupid sometimes. Seong says he's her brother and needs to be kinder, but this is the charm of their dynamic. She picks up her cup but notices something strange and wonders where this threatening mana near them is coming from. The master looks to the side through the window and remembers the protagonist saying that the guild the director wants to involve in the dungeon explosion is Kane, and she responds that, as far as she knows, this is a guild the director himself created. Hyun replies, "That's right." Seong says it's strange, and that Kane is a guild located in the middle of Seoul and also far from the Lotus Guild. She asks if they're going to cause such a big incident so openly, saying it's not something the director would do. Jay answers that he's sure because this information comes from someone who works for him, and he must be planning something. Then, the master, still looking out the window, asks if her secretary has taken a look at the guild Gu created. Hana responds that yes, and that Kane is actually a front guild. Seong doesn't understand much about a front guild. The secretary responds that yes, and explains that there are guilds involved in tax evasion and other types of corrupt activities, and they don't register their activities, and it seems the director created this guild for that purpose. The master says her student was right and wonders what Gu is planning. She stands up and says they should prepare their equipment, as she doesn't know what might happen. Seong walks and realizes she's preparing for the worst-case scenario and thinks she hopes things will be fine. In another place, a door opens. They enter the abandoned building. Kim asks if they're sure this is the place. Hyun replies that yes, and that this is where this damn rotten mana is coming from and tells them to go. They continue walking. The protagonist thinks that the mana he's feeling is strange and should tell everyone to leave and face it alone with the manager. They stop. Meanwhile, in another room of the building, the magic moves. Aina says she can feel remnants of magic. Jay says he thinks some advanced magic was activated in this area, and there should be traces of the formula, but he notices something strange. The magic grows stronger. As they walk, the protagonist tells them to get out of there. An says he can't move. A voice calls them idiots and invites them to the realm of the Dark Elves, to Svartalfheim. Then, notifications arrive saying the user is being teleported to Svartalfheim, and the dungeon is dangerous given the user's level, and they need to leave the dungeon immediately, repeating it again. In another dark place, something is sitting on a chair and says they are new prey, ready to rise, and that it's time to eat. The world of Svartalfar, also called Svartalfheim, is where the Dark Elves live. They walk together. The protagonist grumbles. Kim asks if that's Svartalfheim. Jay thinks that they say the Dark Elves in Northern European mythology have powers similar to those of the gods, and their powers were weakened when this place turned into a dungeon. But the director was planning to get rid of the students in this place. An asks if the director can use this type of advanced teleportation magic and who he really is. Hyun thinks he's right, as Gu is just a human, and wonders if a mere human is capable of interfering with the transfer system of the 9 realms. thinking that there must be another existence involved and wonders if this doesn't seem like a very bad situation. Someone approaches and answers yes. Then they encounter Park. They are surprised and approach him. Hoyeon asks how he got there. The manager responds that the protagonist asked him to come in case something went wrong, and they couldn't have the leader coming as a witness, so he came in her place. Yoo-jung says she's so happy and thought they would be eliminated right there. Park says the situation didn't get any better just because he's there, as this place is the world of the Dark Elves, and A-rank hunters struggle to survive there. Jay thinks he had seen many cleaning tutorials before his regression and tells them not to worry, as they will all get out alive, and he can guarantee it. The manager says nothing. Hyun makes hand gestures and tells them to first look for the survivors. Elsewhere, two people are sitting, an old man and the director, and Gu says that this is a clear violation of the promise, as he remembers the old man saying he would make Hoyeon much stronger. He continues, saying he won't need to worry about it as he will easily take first place in the next event. Hearing this, the old man thinks that Guy is like a snake and asks who the student was that took first place in the new student hunt and how Hoyeon could lose to a student from the magic class. Drinking his tea, Gu says that everyone saw what happened in the broadcast, so it was obvious. He puts the teacup on the table and says that Min Jae-hyun is a genius born with 97% aptitude for magic, which leaves the old man completely shocked. However, Gu ignores him and, looking at the tea, says that it has already cooled down and asks if he should order another cup. Meanwhile, the old man, also ignoring him, wonders how a random child whose name he had never heard could be capable of doing that. Then he replies that he doesn't need another cup as he's leaving, and while walking away reflects that Seokgu used to be an army officer, thinking that he has deep connections with the central government, which is why he's valuable, but there's no reason to interfere. Gu smiles and says he doesn't get into games he knows he'll lose. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, they continue walking. Aina finds the place dark and decides to use the flash. Jay says to wait because he has something better. He uses his magic, making the light more intense and float around the area, making everything much clearer. Kim asks if that's light. Hyun replies yes and says he improved the rank D flash. SEO comments that improving the skill is only possible when you're a rank A hunter. An thinks it's impossible and wonders if Jay is already that skilled. The protagonist looks back and asks what they're doing, wondering if they're going to stay there. Park responds, of course, and says they will, wondering if this is really possible. Thinking he has trained countless hunters but has never seen this before, and wonders how strong Jay can get. They keep walking until they stop. Hyun says to rest for a bit there. The manager says they should recover their strength since they've been walking for a long time. The protagonist makes a hand gesture. Kim asks why he's turning off the lights. Jay replies that dark elves are creatures accustomed to the dark and they can easily turn off the lights, so they need to get used to the darkness too. Kim thinks it's a good idea they brought the potions since he was running out of breath with his mana. An is glad he asked Lee to prepare them in advance. Then he looks to the side and says he has an idea and that the survivors must be somewhere past that fork. The protagonist says he also has an idea. He closes his eyes and begins to emit intense mana, noticing that the middle path leads to the boss room. Then Jay suddenly opens his eyes and an arrow approaches. Aina looks scared as she sees it coming her way. Hyun blocks it from hitting her and activates his absolute calculation skill. Particles begin to move. Everyone watches, holding their weapons. Park tells everyone to stay focused until someone smiling appears in the dark and watches them. They realize they're dark elves. Then he begins to use his ability and they are surprised. Yoo-jung moves forward, activating the mana shield to protect them, while dark elves appear in front of them. Aina activates her slow skill to attack them and also strikes with her radiant sword, trying to hit them. An watches closely and activates his extreme opposite martial arts skill. He positions his weapon and shield and tells them to move forward. Then the manager approaches with his sword, using several moves and landing hits. The protagonist watches and says he's going to join the fun too. He looks at the two monsters and realizes that their attributes are the opposites of theirs. Then his chain ability activates. The chains approach the beasts, hitting them. Jay observes and thinks that, according to the Svartalfheimer cleaning tutorial, all the weapons and armor of dark elves are made of magic, meaning he can destroy them all with absolute calculation. The beasts stare at them. Hyun tells everyone to listen and orders Kim and Ina to use only fire-type magic. They respond that they understand. The protagonist tells Hoyeon the same. Then Jay observes and also uses his flame ability, telling them to use provocation skills to limit the movements of the monsters. An responds that he understands and activates his provoke skill. The monsters watch intently. Hyun calls for the manager and tells him to eliminate the dark elves affected by the provoke. Sung wonders if he knows something about the dark elves. Then he activates his stealth ability, and his presence is completely erased. The beasts are confused until the weapon approaches and starts attacking them. The elves quickly look to the side. Meanwhile, the protagonist watches, clenches his fists, and activates his fire attack. He positions himself, releasing many flames with a strong aura, eliminating one of the elves. The others look until Kim activates a fireball to attack them. The elf approaches, but an explosion occurs. Even so, they move, getting closer. Then Seo observes and uses his fire arrow skill. The elves wonder how humans know their weakness until a knife pierces one of them. The beast's eyes widen while Hoyon attacks. The elf wonders how a mere human dares to do this, until Jay's chains approach him to attack. Then, he's eliminated. Next, the girls look to the side and An asks if it's over. The manager responds that it seems so. Hyun says they need to go since they don't have much time. Ina asks if they're on the left path by chance. The protagonist interrupts her and says that not all of them, but he feels some mana from the survivors, and if they delay, they might end up being eliminated. Elsewhere, a voice asks how he managed to finish everything. The instructor apologizes and says he never thought an intruder would walk inside the guild building. The director slams his hand on the table and asks if he thinks that's an excuse. Seok says he doesn't need to worry so much, as it's common for civilians to be eliminated when portals appear suddenly. Gu yells, angry. The instructor crouches down, blood coming from his mouth. The director stands up and says that the transfer spell doesn't work on civilians without mana, which means someone managed to use mana and entered. Seok, still crouched, apologizes. Gu says it's better if this goes well and if any of those students manage to survive. The instructor looks distressed and the director finishes by saying that he's sure he already knows what might happen. Elsewhere, people are walking. The secretary asks if she's sure everything will be okay. The master responds that it's urgent and it's better to go alone to be more discreet. She thinks it's threatening mana, and with that strength, it should be at least an S-rank magical enchantment, and the kids and the manager are in danger. Since the earring hasn't reacted yet, no one is executed. But if she delays, there could be irreversible consequences, and she needs to hurry. She says if she doesn't return by the next morning, she can immediately ask for help from the association and get all the camera footage from the area. She gets on her motorcycle. The secretary calls out to her and tells her to be careful. Seong responds not to worry. Then, she leaves on the motorcycle thinking that if the director touches any of her people's hair, she will never forgive him. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, people are at their breaking point. The girl is carrying her partner and says they need to hold on until something hits the stone. They hear something and fall to the ground. The girl, desperate, starts saying no, while tears fall on the ground. She says that if she weren't so useless, this wouldn't have happened, until she looks and feels someone touching her back. She faces the protagonist and his partners. Jay says to leave the rest to them. The girl looks, her vision blurs, and she falls to the ground. After some time at the same place, Kim gives her the potion, and An gives the potion to her partner. The boy wakes up and asks where they are. Hyun responds that it's the land of the Dark Elves, and these are his companions who came to help him. The girl, now awake, says she understands. The protagonist asks what happened there. The boy answers that the others were captured. The girl adds that as soon as they fell there, they were ambushed by the elves, and the others were taken. But the two of them managed to avoid their gaze and escaped, though they couldn't withstand the mana overload. They look somewhat discouraged, and Jay thinks that she probably thinks she's a coward and should have been eliminated fighting alongside her comrades. And that's arrogance. He wonders how to fight an enemy that can't be defeated and thinks this is a movie-like scenario. He looks, closes his eyes, and says they weren't captured because of them and asks where they were taken. Chan tries to intervene, but Hyun interrupts and asks if he wants to let them be eliminated. The girl touches her partner's shoulder and says there's a king controlling the Dark Elves, and the others were taken to the king. The protagonist looks thoughtfully and asks who took them there. Chan, irritated, answers that it was the instructor who brought them there. They stand still, looking around. Jay says for everyone to wait there. Kim asks where he's going. Hyun responds that he feels dark mana there, and it's probably the path to the king, and their energy is weakening, so they need to save them as quickly as possible. Yoo-jung says it's very dangerous to go alone. Seo says it's better if they work together. Hoyeon observes and says he agrees with him. Kim gets upset. The protagonist says they're not capable of fighting the elves one-on-one and need to protect the injured people, so this is the best they can do. Yoo-jung tries to say something, but Jay asks if she has another idea. The manager sighs and says that if she thinks it's too dangerous and she won't make it, she needs to return immediately. Hyun says he's counting on him to take care of his friends. An says not to worry and go, as he will protect him with everything he has. The protagonist smiles and says he'll be back soon and walks away. The girl asks if he'll be okay. Park replies that yes, and he's strong. Meanwhile, Kim is wiping her tears and looks worried. She holds Ina's hand, looks at her, and says they'll do what they can for now. Mana moves. The manager hears, the partners stay alert, and the injured ones look scared. The manager signals for them to stay quiet as the enemy is approaching. He grabs his sword, but is attacked on the arm. His eyes widen. Kim looks worried. A voice says it was wondering where that fly came from. Someone approaches, looks at everyone, and says they came from there, and they're human. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the protagonist reaches a portal and thinks that something might happen while he's away and needs to end this quickly. He touches the gate and opens it. The king is sitting in a chair and says he finally arrived and heard there were guests, so he prepared something special. As Jay is about to speak, he notices his earring is lighting up. He looks surprised. He realizes the manager's presence is weakening. Then, the door shuts. He looks immediately and the king asks if he liked it and says he cannot leave this place. There's only one way, but that's only if he survives. Hyun looks irritated and thinks that his people are in danger and he needs to save them. He wonders what to do and remembers his partner saying he would protect them with all he has and thinks he needs to trust them, as that's all he has left. The boss asks what he'll do now and says they should know one thing. Intense flames are emitted. The protagonist looks shocked, and the king says that they will all be eliminated there. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, plasma is splashed, and the manager is lying on the ground with severe injuries. An runs to him and thinks this is bad and wonders if it's poison. Knowing the elves are well aware of a hunter's weakness, the monsters observe and one of them says that now that the pain in the ass is out of the way, only the minions are left. Hoyeon thinks that he knew they were just waiting for Jay to leave. Seo says that since the manager is out of combat, the guild leader must have noticed and remembers the master handing something over, though Hyun doesn't quite understand what it is. Seong says those are Ivaldi's earrings and will give a signal if any of them are in danger and will go immediately if there's an emergency. Then, they leave. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the protagonist makes a fireball, creating a huge aura of flame. Then, a huge explosion occurs. The elves watch and lick their lips. Jay says they'll have to spit out what they just ate, and remembers someone saying they don't have much time, and his partner asks if they only have 10 minutes. Hyun observes and thinks determination, and that's the face of someone insane who has already made up their mind, as he's seen that expression countless times in his past life and can't trust those eyes. He remembers his partner touching his shoulder and saying to go eliminate the king and save the others, and he will take care of things there. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Kim watches and activates her mana shield. Seo also uses her magic. The two who were injured observe, and Chan says that if they run now, they'll be really embarrassed when they see the others again. The elf says it's pathetic and meaningless to see them fighting so hard as they'll all be part of the king's feast. Ina thinks he's fast. An observes the weapon approaching him but blocks it. But the elf keeps trying to attack and Hoyeon keeps blocking with his shield and grabs his sword, activating his extreme opposite martial arts skill and attacking. But they dodge. He says he thinks he's not that useless. An thinks they're stronger than the elves they faced before and asks what he is. The elf replies that he's Kel, the captain of the royal guard who protects the noble dark elf king and is also of royal lineage. Kim realizes he's a royal dark elf and must be stronger than an A rank. Hoyeon thinks in respect and remembers the first time he met him, when he stood in front of him to protect him. It seemed like he was looking at the incarnation of all the good things he had forgotten about being a hunter, and that Hyun paved his own way, not caring about the other voices, and this was the dream he wanted to achieve. He thinks he can't be eliminated in a place like this and needs to reach him no matter what. He takes something off his arm, slamming his shield on the ground. The girls look surprised. Kim asks what he's doing and looks startled as she sees him walking out of the protection. An looks and says that's what he should have done from the start. He remembers his partner saying that a hunter has more than one heart, the upper chi center, middle chi center, and lower chi center. He thinks to open it and emits a huge aura. The elves watch, not understanding, and ask what all this mana is. A strong wind begins with intense mana around Hoyeon. He starts attacking and hits the elf. The monster can't understand how he's capable of this. Then An activates the body and sword union ability. Then his mouth starts to bleed and he sweats cold while becoming gravely injured. Ina tells him to stop right now. Hoyeon holds his sword and the system notifies that the skill level is too high for the user and that the flow of all the blood in his body has been reversed. It needs to be cancelled immediately, and if he ignores the warning, he will be eliminated in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Kel says to capture him alive even if they have to tear off his limbs. An observes and continues attacking with his skill while his mouth drips plasma. He thinks he managed to obtain an S-rank skill during training, but it's still too much for his body. Body and sword union, once reaching the pinnacle of fencing. He remembers the movements. Hoyeon observes and emits his great aura, attacking them and thinking that the human and the sword become one. He attacks, causing a great impact, and wonders if he said his name was Kel. He thinks that having just awakened this new realm of strength in an unstable manner, he's no match for him, and all he can do at this moment is buy time. But if that's still useful, Kel tries to attack him, but he blocks and throws him away. But the elf approaches again. An observes and thinks that if he really is a hunter, he needs to keep going. He blocks again. Kel says that all this effort is almost funny and asks if he really thought he wouldn't notice the state he's in. Hoyeon thinks that he has to keep his promise and delivers a powerful attack. He thinks that he needs to. He observes and thinks that no one else but him would understand, and says that Kel will never know the reason he's doing this. On steps back, positions his sword, and releases his skill. Just as he's about to reach the alpha's face, Kel quickly positions himself, trying to hit him from behind, but Hoyeon moves, dodging. Kel calls him a little rat. An repositions his sword, moves, and gets closer to him to attack. The impacts clash. The elf throws him far away. Hoyeon watches, shocked, lying on the ground with severe injuries. The system notifies that his body is breaking and he's in danger and needs to undo the skill immediately. All the muscle fibers are tearing and all the blood vessels are twisting until he notices an attack. He looks back and sees Kel approaching and attacking. Stones fall to the ground. An gets up and realizes his body can't take it anymore. He holds the sword and thinks this attack will be his last. Then, he stares intensely and releases all his power, causing a great explosion. Then, Kel gets injured. Blood falls to the ground. Hoyeon watches the elf. Kel calls him and says not to worry, as he was quite useful. An, on the brink of death, insults him. The elf quickly approaches and attacks him with his sword, piercing him, and Hoyeon becomes severely injured. Kel looks at him and smiles, and An's sword falls to the ground. Kim watches, shocked, and covers her mouth upon seeing everything. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, things are being broken and cracked around. The protagonist continues attacking with his chains. He sighs. The survivors are behind bars, and plasma begins to drip. Jay remembers his partner again, telling him to go eliminate the king and save the students, that he would take care of things there. He stares still until an elf approaches from behind with his weapon. Then, Hyun emits a large fireball in his hand, turns and immediately attacks him, hitting him with powerful flames. He continues to watch. The boss starts laughing and calls him a fool, asking if he really thinks he can defeat everyone. The protagonist asks why he can't. The king says he's very arrogant for a useless human and insults him. Jay says he heard that a lot while growing up, heard it so much, until the elves begin to grow uneasy and Hyun emits a strong aura and says he's tired of this. The king stands up and asks what they're doing. The protagonist, with his flame skill, activates hell chains, emitting multiple flames and chains. As the elves begin to groan in pain, the chains move, growing more intense, and approaching with flames surrounding everyone. Jay approaches, attacking them, causing a massive explosion and destroying everything around. And he says he really wanted to try out the new skill and thanks them for the opportunity they gave him. The king watches while the elves are screaming from being burned, and insults him again, asking if he thinks he'll leave him alive after what he just did. Hyun watches, shocked, as he looks at the bars, the blood dripping, and the survivors there. Meanwhile, all the elves are eliminated. The boss asks if he's serious. He watches and thinks this is impossible, a mere human being this powerful, and he's no match for him. He says that he will regret this, and that even if he eliminates him there, the other 7 kings will surely... However, the protagonist interrupts him, moving toward him and striking, causing a great impact, asking who said this is his problem, and he says they can come after him themselves. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a sword is covered in plasma while the elf is attacking An. A lot of blood falls to the ground. Seo watches, horrified, and thinks she couldn't do anything, couldn't even see this happening, even when her friend fell. She wonders why she's so weak and thinks she's losing someone again. Kel looks aside and says only the leftovers are left. He grabs Ina by the neck and says it's fine if she proves one. Someone calls for her. Seo says she can't lose. The elf notices something. Kim also looks attentively, seeing a great aura. Kel asks what that mana is. The master arrives, asking if he hurt them, and says it's better to think carefully before answering because, if that's true, she walks toward them. The survivors look. The elf also watches as she approaches. Seong watches and says he will be eliminated. She looks at An on the ground on the verge of death and says she'll ask again if it was him. A strong wind begins. The master asks if it was him who did this to them. Kel watches, shocked, and looks at the manager, the boy lying down, and Ina injured. The elf thinks it's clear from her mana that he's no match for her, but if he takes those kids as hostages, he might have a chance. So, he answers that yes, it was him who did this. Seong looks and asks if that's it. She looks at him and says she never wanted to associate with a monster. Then she activates her skill, Sacrifice. Seo watches and Kim also observes the particles. The system notifies that it is healing multiple targets at once, consuming the user's life force. The master observes. Kel wonders if she can use healing magic so quickly. Seong says that a healer doesn't neglect anyone who's hurt, even if they're an enemy. She approaches him. The elf tells her to wait, but the master says she doesn't like when others put their hands on her people. Kel watches and is immediately attacked and thrown far away. Kim watches the elf being eliminated and realizes that wasn't a skill. She just shot concentrated mana, and yet it was so powerful. Seong places the manager in her lap and says she needs to check on these two first. Then she starts using her magic. The particles move, getting closer to Park. Ina asks if he's okay. The master responds that he is now, but the boy is in a very complicated situation. she begins to use more magic to heal them. The system notifies that the target's injuries are severe, and it will take a considerable amount of time to heal. Seong observes and realizes that he overstrained himself by using his power beyond the critical point, and all his meridians are twisted, and the nerves using mana are also severely damaged. And she thinks that if she had arrived a little later, he would never be able to use mana again. Then more notifications arrive saying the target's healing is complete and the user's life force has been permanently reduced by 2%. On continues with his eyes closed. The master thinks that this skill takes a lot from her, and she would have been eliminated a long time ago if not for her student. Kim asks if Hoyun will be okay. She replies that yes, and it will take a few days for him to wake up, but they don't need to worry. Yoo Jung breathes a sigh of relief. Seong asks about her student. Everyone falls silent for a moment, then Chan says he went to the boss's room alone. The master looks and says she's not surprised and that he'll be fine, not to worry. Kim says he went to eliminate the boss alone, and how can they be sure everything will be fine? Seong says he wouldn't be eliminated that easily, and that assures her, and that the dark elves use magic to attack and are no match for her student. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, the protagonist is saying that they can come after him if they're pissed, and if he manages to get out alive. Impacts are caused while the king is lying on the ground, groaning, thinking that he's losing to a human, and that this isn't the time to think about his ego and needs to tell the other brothers about this. Then, he gets up quickly, moving, until Jay makes a hand gesture, moving toward him, activating his skill again, and striking him, leaving him with no way out. He asks where he thinks he's going. Hyun continues holding him. The boss asks if he thought he would be eliminated there alone, and says he's going to take him to Hellheimer too, thinking it's a secret technique passed only between the Dark Elf Kings, Frozen Land, and he says now it's his turn to tremble with fear, and that he'll have to teach him what the fear of the end is. The protagonist smiles and says it's an unexpected gift. The king wonders if he's smiling. Jay says he's glad he used it now, as he didn't think he would use it in a place like this. Notifications arrive informing him that he can acquire his new skill and asks if he will register the Frozen Land on a blank card. Then he registers and the system notifies that it has been registered. Hyun observes, and his absolute calculation skill is activated, destroying the Frozen Land. It starts cracking. The king can't believe it. The protagonist touches his head and asks if he's never heard of the saying to keep your friends close and your enemies closer. He starts using his flame skill and burns him. Then, a notification arrives saying that the king has been defeated and an incredible achievement has been produced. The boss, lying on the ground, finishes being burned, and the system notifies that Jay has earned the title, the one who eliminated the King of Elves, and obtained an equipment item, the shoulder pad of the Dark Elf King. The mission was completed. He received a blank card and a sealed magical text, along with an active skill of artifact personification. Hyun runs toward the bars and begins breaking them where the survivors are trapped. He picks one up and realizes they're still breathing. The protagonist observes the other wounded. He watches closely and activates the sacrifice skill, healing the chosen target. He continues using his healing skill. Particles move until he notices someone approaching and realizes it's his teacher. The master helps him heal and says that being a healer is a cruel job, and the greatest joy of a healer is when their work isn't needed. And the second greatest joy is when they're saving someone who's between life and death. Jay observes and doesn't say anything, and the two continue healing together, emitting large particles. Elsewhere, hands slam on the steering wheel and someone grumbles. Inside the car, Seok is wondering who it was and is furious, grumbling repeatedly and banging on the steering wheel. Then he starts laughing and says that even if they manage to get out of there, it won't matter because everyone will be eliminated painfully. Then Hyun bangs on the glass. The instructor looks and suddenly the glass shatters and the protagonist strangles him, asking if it was him. An hour ago at the Cane Guild, everyone thanks for the day. The master says that if they're truly grateful, they can come to her guild later. Kim says she would go right now if she could. Jay says she could read the atmosphere better. Soo-jung hits him and says she already told him he's not allowed to speak for the rest of the day. He thinks about how it hurts so much when her strength status isn't even high. Kim says he worried them. He laughs. Seo watches and everyone starts laughing. Seong says they must be there. Then a van approaches. Someone gets out. The secretary gets out and asks if she's okay, saying she ran there because she couldn't reach her for hours. The master apologizes and says she'll explain the details later and orders them to take the injured children to the guild first. And the rest still has something to do, and that includes him. The secretary replies that she understands and calls for the manager. The protagonist tries to say something about his arm, but Park tells him not to say anything about his arm. Jay asks if it's okay to use telepathy and says that it consumes a lot of mana. The manager replies that it's not okay at all, and if his sister finds out, it will be an even bigger problem. The secretary says that if he's going to stand there, she'll take it as if he wants to walk back. Park runs and says he's already going. The master asks him to take care of the children for her. Then, they leave. Hyun asks if she felt it too. Seong replies that yes. An aura moves and a voice says that it's a detestable and disgusting gaze. Then, the instructor is thrown to the ground and he looks shocked. The master says she doesn't understand why he's there. Seok can't understand how she knows this. He quickly gets up, emitting a circle in his hand, and asks if she thinks it will end this easily. He thinks that President Lee gave him that piece of magical equipment, and he shouldn't use it in a situation like this. But this is an emergency. Then, the instructor disappears and appears behind Seong quickly to attack her. The master looks back and defends herself, throwing him to the ground. The instructor looks and Seong asks if this is what helps him teleport, saying it's no big deal since it only moves him a few meters and would have been useless if he'd used it to escape. She remembers the instructors and the director and asks why he was trying to eliminate the students and who's behind this. Seok asks if she thinks he'll say that, saying that all wizards are inferior anyway. He starts emitting a large aura through the circle. The master asks if it's a mana suppression device and says it's a shame. The instructor remembers the director turning around and saying that it was enough, and that he had been a very useful pawn. He looks shocked. Seong asks if he really thought he could defeat her with this thing. Seok looks indignant and thinks that he knew it, and that's why he couldn't detect the cell beforehand. The protagonist calls him stupid. The master says it doesn't matter if he won't say who's behind it, because she already knows it's the director's work and she wasn't expecting him to answer anyway. She says that the mana suppression device is easy to destroy by putting enough mana to overload it, and that means he will be eliminated right there. She begins using her mana, which becomes extremely intense. The instructor looks shocked. A great light approaches, and he begins screaming in pain as he is attacked. Jay observes, surprised by the magic, and thinks this is the active skill called Lightning. It's an A-rank skill, a lightning-type magic, where the strength depends heavily on the user's power, being the same rank as his Hell Chains, but the strength is on another level. The suppression device falls to the ground, breaking into pieces. Seong watches. Elsewhere, Seo is hugging a pillow, lost in thought, remembering Hyun, who protected her. She continues thinking about how he was able to create reverse magic in such a short period of time, and says she still has a long way to go. She smiles and says she'll be sure to thank him later. In another place, reporters are asking what the Academy has to say about the situation, and would like a word from the director. Several people are gathered in front of the Academy, and the Academy's reputation has taken a hit. Gu is sitting. The instructor arrives saying there are speculations that he created the Ghost Guild to get rid of the students. The director bangs something, irritated, and wonders why this happened. He then shows the cracked tablet. The instructor says there are journalists waiting outside the Academy, and calls are coming in from various businesses, asking what should be done about them. Gu asks what she means by what should be done, and says to close the Academy and say they're giving interviews. The instructor says she understands and leaves. The director, still irritated, thinks someone is seeing through his plans, and that there's a traitor inside Mila's because such important information leaked, and Seok is probably eliminated because there's no way a greedy guy like that would have made it this far unless he's dead. Gu looks at the phone, picks it up and says it's an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, and would like to request a media cover-up, promising to pay whatever it takes. Elsewhere, students are walking down the hall. An walks distractedly until someone bumps into him. He's startled and faces the protagonist, who says he looks well. Hoyeon feels relieved seeing it's him and says it's all thanks to him and the master of the guild, and that he wouldn't have survived if not for them. Jae looks and asks why he did that. An watches. Awkwardly, Hyun smiles and says he knows he just needs to keep thinking like that. Hoyeon doesn't quite understand. The protagonist says he can think about the reasons later and just keep being like he is because that's what he would do even if he didn't say anything, and says he has to go, as his room is over there. Then he leaves, waving his hand as he says goodbye. Then he stops and says for Hoyeon to take care of himself because everyone was worried. Jae leaves. An watches, clenches his fists and says what he wants to do. Then he looks out the window and stares intensely. After a while in another location, there's a notification about the title item. Hyun observes and says it's A rank and gives more mana, plus a buff to attack power when fighting dark-type monsters, and asks if title items usually have effects like this. He says he's been busy dealing with the aftermath of the Kane Guild incident, that he didn't even see this, and it would have been great if he'd seen it earlier. He continues looking at the data about the item ingredients and the equipment item. The protagonist thinks it's never good to get complacent with mana and strength values, and plans to give this essence to Jaesung, as he bets he'll be excited to mess with new ingredients, and asks if this is the last one. He looks at the active skill, Magical Artifact Realization, and the data of that skill. Jae looks surprised as he realizes he can make any equipment he wants in battle. He uses the magic, emitting a great light and grabbing a knife in his hand. The system notifies that he successfully created a new equipment item. He smiles satisfied and thinks that it's not about rank or options. The real value of this skill lies in something else: utility. In the black market, a C-rank magical artifact is worth tens of millions of wons. So he can make an item of that value every time, until he notices the sword leaving his hand and is confused. Another notification arrives saying that the Mistiltine equipment item is reacting and has met all the conditions. The effect of Mistiltine has been unlocked, and he gained a passive skill, Artifact Creation Genius. Then the sword emits a strong light. Hyun observes, and the system notifies that every equipment he creates from now on will have its rank increased by 1. The protagonist smiles and says that this is crazy. He grabs the sword and says that now he understands. He remembers everything that just happened. A great light around his arm and the system notifying the equipment item, stating that only part of its effects are in use due to the user not meeting the conditions. He says he's wondering why the bracelet was categorized as a weapon, and thinks that must be the reason. He gestures with his hand and says that if he's going to receive all the benefits, he'll take advantage of them and start training now. The next morning, the Mila's Academy exams are well known for their difficulty. They are nicknamed the Tomb of Students because of the intense competition and difficulty. The exams are divided into 2 categories, theoretical and practical. The theoretical exams are about the subject studied, while the practical exam involves potion making and an attack on a small dungeon, which is broadcast to the entire nation. Meanwhile, in the classroom, An is lying on the desk. Someone touches his shoulder and calls him. Kim says that if he doesn't wake up, she'll beat him up. Hoyeon gets up, a bit disoriented, and apologizes, saying he fell asleep while reading. Yoo-jung asks if he knows how many classes are left before the midterm exams and says that if he gets a low grade, he'll be so scared of books that reading one will cheer him up quickly. SEO reads but sounds cold, remembering Jae. Kim thinks there's no hope for these two, as they're terrible with theory, and she offered to help because it's more convenient if they get stronger too. Hoyeon says it's over for him. Ina says they'll see each other in remedial classes until someone bangs on the desk, and Yoo-jung says for them to stop talking nonsense and get real. And the next topic is understanding wavelength and the mindset of a hunter. Hyun pays attention. A few days later, the students walk and talk about the exam, saying to watch out to the side. A girl passes by, and it's Seo. They comment that she's the girl who was at the top of the rookie hunting rankings. Kim sees her from a distance and calls out. The students continue commenting that they were on the news for being the first in the rookie hunt and think that even the best don't walk around together, and ask if An doesn't hang out with them. The students keep walking and comment that they are geniuses, and it's obvious they did well in the exams, and they're envious. The protagonist hears, sighs, and thinks that it's a lot of pressure, but it's better than being hated. Yoo-jung asks how the exam went. SEO looks shocked and doesn't answer. Kim says they know she always does her best. Jae replies that it's not their fault. It's all because the two of them are enemies of studying. The two talk off to the side. Ina observes and says she can hear both of them. Yoo-jung says she should have studied more when she had the chance. Seo leaves the place irritated. Soo-hyuk watches and insults him, saying he'll win again this time. Minsu thinks it's his emo phase again and hopes he doesn't start a fight with Jae. Meanwhile, in another place, they're mixing ingredients in a cauldron, and a lot of smoke rises into Kim's face. Hyun starts laughing and says what he made turned out much better, and asks Lee if it's true. He replies yes, but looks thoughtful and says that at this pace, both of them will fail. Yoo-jung doesn't quite understand. Jae-sung says that neither of them has any talent for alchemy. The protagonist thinks there's so much to train and needs to avoid a low grade. Lee apologizes and says he was a bit harsh. Jae asks if there's no other way to avoid failure. Jae-sung replies yes, if they use a special item. The two look at each other, curious about the item. Elsewhere in the corridor, someone walks slowly and observes a girl reading a book, bumps into the door, and keeps walking. She remembers Lee saying they're called lunar fireflies and only live in clean areas. And even 100 of them don't appear on the black market every year. And if they create a powder from their exoskeleton, it can maximize the effects of the potion. Then, Hyun asks if she's Soyeol and says he hasn't seen her in a long time. Sunbae looks and recognizes him, also recognizing Kim, and asks why they're there. The protagonist says he needs a favor. Soyeol says she won't do anything for him. Jae asks if she's really going to reject a guy without even hearing what he has to offer. Sunbae says that whatever he offers is probably just a few points. He responds that it's 30 million wons. The girl looks surprised. Hyun says it's in money, but they can also sign a contract. Soyeol observes, irritated, and says that for that amount, of course, she'll do it, and that she'll listen to what it is. Jeollabukdo Muju, near Mount Daeogyu, Yoo-jung is super excited and says it's a refreshing breeze. The protagonist asks if she's on a trail, and she tells him to leave her alone. Lee looks awkward, and Sunbae sighs. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, Soyeol says that this seemed possible, but even with her inspection ability, she still needs traces of the target to find anything, and asks if he's thought of a way to do that. Jae responds that he's bringing a very talented alchemist with them, so there's no need to worry. Sunbae asks who. They look to the side and Jae-sung pops his head in the door and enters the room. Soyul asks if that's the talented alchemist. Hyun asks if she knows him. She replies yes, that they were on the same team during the first student hunt. Lee laughs. Sunbae says it's unexpected, as he thought he was nobody and was forced to take a martial arts course. Jae-sung responds that he wasn't much help back then. Then, in the forest, the protagonist shouts that they need to go. Soyul says it seems like he's changed since then and looks like he's having fun. Lee looks a bit confused and the girl walks off. He asks her to wait. Lunar fireflies can be monsters, but they are considered nature's monsters that usually appear in the real world. Some of them pull a bush, and they watch. Jae-sung says there's a lot of debate about how monsters are formed and about their ecosystems, but most say that the mana left in the atmosphere and on the surface after the monster's appearance is what transformed animals and plants into monsters. Lee says choosing this place was a good idea. The protagonist says it's the easiest place to find fireflies. Sunbae comments that it's already getting hard to see the path. Kim looks and says the alchemist is doing well. Jae says that before they entered the portal, he said he liked insects. Yoo-jung finds it kind of weird that he likes insects. Jae-sung gets excited and says he found it. He shows a tree with traces of lunar fireflies. They look at each other and Soyul says she'll do her job. She starts using magic with intense mana. The system notifies that the inspection skill has been activated. Then, the traces go past the mortal until they find a rabbit, and another notification arrives saying that the trace of lunar fireflies was found and is guiding the user to the target. Then, Sunbae keeps emitting magic and says she thinks she got it. Kim asks if it was that fast. Lee immediately approaches her and says if she doesn't stay quiet, the fireflies might escape. They walk until they stop. Hyun observes and says he doesn't think this is the way they came from. Yoo-jung also says she finds it strange and scary. Soyul says the skill is guiding them there. Jae-sung stares. The protagonist tries to say something, but doesn't because he's surprised to see a huge waterfall. Kim also looks surprised. They walk and something is glowing in the air. Lee says they're lunar fireflies. Yoo-jung finds them gross. Jae says they're bigger than normal ones. Kim agrees. Hyun thinks they really are monsters and that they're very fast and thinks it's better to restrict their movement first. Then he activates the gravity skill and tries to hit the firefly, but it stays the same. Sunbae says they're very strong and asks if he can make it stronger. He replies no, and that he doesn't have proficiency to change the strength of that skill. Jae-sung asks what if they lose them. The protagonist replies no, that they'll catch them all. He makes a hand movement, emitting several lights, touching the tree and the ground, forming a square. Soyul doesn't really understand. Then, the fireflies get trapped inside the square. Jae watches and asks what they're waiting for, saying they can catch them. Sunbae says it's a mana room and asks if he just created a mana room. She smiles and says she knew he was a monster. Meanwhile, the fireflies are inside. Lee says it's amazing and that she'd never think of that method, and runs inside the room. Yoo-jung says she can't do that. Hyun pushes her and says it's not the time to be scared and that she's going to help too. Kim enters and says she didn't want to do this. Inside the room, Jae-sung is catching the insects and putting them in a container. Soyul also helps and looks to the side where the protagonist is and wonders if there's another student at the academy who can create something like that and thinks that not even a third year could do it, wondering where he came from. Then she looks to the other side where Yoo-jung is touching something slimy and she's grossed out because it's sticky and stinks. Jae sighs. In Lee's workshop, there are some things mixed inside the cauldron and Hyun and Kim are watching. The other students are also observing while the two keep helping and putting some things in the cauldron, which emits a great light. It starts to bubble and clean itself. An is surprised. Seo asks what that could be. Jae-sung says he worked hard on this, and it's being refined right now, expecting a purity of at least 70%. Then he looks closely and the two who are making it say it's ready. The protagonist says he thinks it's really efficient. The two start jumping for joy. Lee, a bit awkward, thinks the boy got a purity of 51% and the girl 47% and asks if they'll be okay. A few days later in class, the two are downcast. An says they have talent for this. The two reply that they thought it was a circle to summon monsters and not a bowl for ingredients. Kim says she even got all the hard-to-get ingredients, but still ended up in 42nd place. Hoyeon says he thinks they made it that far thanks to the alchemist's help, and the two did well. Jae asks if that was supposed to be comforting. An says he needs to go to class and says goodbye. Hyun sighs and thinks there are still more exams to take and it's not over yet. Yoo-jung says she's going to make up for it in the remaining exams. The practical exams are hard. New student hunt, air test, fake dungeon. It's a compilation of all the topics they've had so far, so it's difficult. The protagonist thinks there's still more, that there's another factor that exponentially increases the difficulty, which is how the teams are formed. SEO approaches Kim and asks what value she got. She replies that she got 14 and that she has to plan well to get a good team, and that it's really complicated. The value is calculated among students based on the grades they've had so far. Students must form groups of 4 without exceeding a total value of 50, An is worth 17, Ina is worth 15, Yu Jung is worth 14. Jay thinks he didn't expect to be worth that much and wonders if, in his past life, his value was 6. He remembers being excited because he managed to get into a good team, but the results were the worst, and he thinks it's a terrible way to form teams. He wonders if high-ranking ones choose the lower-ranking ones, and what right they have to do that. He's very deep in thought until someone arrives saying hi. Hyun stares and remembers the boy recognizing him and saying that a lower rank should act accordingly. The genius student, who came first in the student hunt and did well in the fake dungeon, doesn't understand why he's acting so pompous and asks if he doesn't know his place. Starting to laugh. Still in the room, the boy introduces himself as Chu. The protagonist asks what that has to do with anything. Han-sung wonders why he's so defensive and says he'll get straight to the point, asking what he thinks about forming a team with him. He says his value is lower compared to his skills, and since he's worth 20, it must be hard to pick team members, so he'll help. Jay stands up and thinks there are guys like this, who, wherever they go, scumbags hunt the weak and flatter the strong. He says it's a shame and that he doesn't want to team up with him, asking why he doesn't look for someone else. Chu asks if he even listened and says his value is low but his skills are good. Hyun replies that he knows but doesn't care and can complete the test alone. Plus, he considers him too weak. Han-sung gets irritated. The protagonist turns and walks away but then stops and asks if they've considered his idea. Chu looks furious while the two students say they agreed. Han-sung watches and thinks those two were the ones who abandoned Jay in the mock dungeon and ran. Hyun says he's glad they accepted and looks to the side seeing that Chu is looking extremely pissed. Han-sung thinks he chose them over him, then walks off irritated and thinks the protagonist will regret this. Somewhere else at Angelina Cafe, glasses of juice are on the table and the three are sitting. Gina asks if he's sure he wants those two, since they weren't very helpful in the dungeon and even abandoned and ran. Sungwoo adds that he also knows about the Kane Guild and that they were abandoned for not being skilled enough. The protagonist replies for them not to worry. He didn't ask to work with them with the intention of losing and doesn't lie about this kind of thing. The two look at each other. Jay thinks their values being lower than their capability was because they ran during the mock dungeon, and that those two have good values, unlike Chu. Sung says that's good. The redhead asks about the last member. Hyun asks if he didn't tell them. The cafe door opens and a voice asks why he's with those two. The two look startled and the protagonist says that's the last member. Kim looks annoyed and remembers the moment in the dungeon when the two left her best friend there. She asks if the reason he called her there was to team up with those two. Meanwhile, the director is watching, worried about the image of Milas Academy, which is in danger and might lose the title of Best Academy in Korea, risking being expelled. He looks furious and breaks what's in front of him as shards of glass fall to the floor. He curses them, saying he filled them all with money and they still wrote this article. Gu looks at his ring, takes a deep breath, and thinks they're turning against him, but he's all-powerful. There's only one organization capable of this, the Lotus Guild. He puts his hands behind his back, walks, and watches thoughtfully, mentioning Seong and is sure she's behind this. He has no choice and will have to retreat for now, even if he suffers some losses. Then, he decides to wait until the press calms down and resume his original plan, thinking it's all for Aesir. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Yu Jung is sitting with her arms crossed, and the two students are kind of awkward. Then, Kim asks if she's really going to let that go and if he's really okay with it. The protagonist watches and says he knows the two are uncomfortable, even though he and Ina asked them to run. But he wants them to believe that was the best option they had. Yu Jung tries to say something but sees the expression on her friend's face, takes a deep breath, and says she'll believe. She asks the real reason he wants them on the team since he could easily ace the test alone. Jay thinks she's sharp and understands that there are some conditions he needs to fulfill when forming a team for this test. The first is the resentment toward the director. The second is having someone who won't talk about the dungeon incident. And that's why he chose those two. He says he has a plan and will use this opportunity to bring down the director. They look surprised. Gina sounds cold and wonders if he's being serious. Hyun observes and thinks he'll now see if the director can escape this situation by using his network again. On the day of the practical exam, all the students are gathered until someone says hi to everyone and introduces himself as Instructor Hajun, explaining that he'll be in charge of the second part of the test. The protagonist watches and thinks he's another lackey of Gu, and it's obvious. Just a new right-hand man to replace Seok. The instructor explains that the exam will be broadcast live with no delay to the entire country. The second part of the practical test is a chance to show the students' skills to the world, but it also means they need to perform in front of the whole country, so they need to do their best. He wishes everyone good luck. Kim looks at the blonde, the redhead, and Jay says it's all right and that it's time. Then they're shown a place with many flames and a bright energy beam in the environment. The system notifies that the user has been transported to the portable plane. Hyun walks and another notification arrives informing about Team D and the 4 group members. They need to complete all stages inside the dungeon and return with the boss's core. The protagonist keeps observing that the main mission is to eliminate all monsters on the floor and find the stairs to the second floor. They look around. Sungwoo says this place is. Jay adds that it's Muspelheim and thinks this dungeon was created based on that place. Then they observe the environment filled with flames. Kim tells them to look at the fire pillars everywhere. Hyun says they'll start by mapping the dungeon first and need as much information as possible to handle unexpected situations better. And he also has some items he'd like to collect. Gina asks about the items. Yoo-jung says to look for frost grass because being exposed to the heat for too long will be dangerous in many ways. Sung says those two are good at this kind of thing, and that's amazing. The protagonist says it's the basics of dungeon exploration, and that survival in a dungeon is the top priority for a hunter. The system notifies that it's activating the mana detection skill. Jay starts using his magic all around and finds the result in a plant. Hyun says he found it. Kim thinks it was really fast. The protagonist calls them and says their time there is limited. In another place, various plants appear. Gina says so, that's frost grass. Jay orders them to collect as much as possible and store it in the inventory and asks the blonde if he scored well in alchemy. Sungwoo replies it wasn't anything special. Hyun says he'll leave potion crafting to him and thinks it's almost time. The system notifies that spectators will enter soon and that he needs to be careful with what he does and says. The protagonist looks back and sees a drone filming them. The students now need to perform for the spectators across the country. In other words, they've become streamers who must satisfy the audience. Many people are watching. Jay thinks he doesn't like the idea, but it's useful in some ways and says 4 monsters are approaching, rank C. The redhead, the blonde, and Yoo-jung stay alert. Hyun orders them to use formation B. They take their positions, waiting for the monsters to get closer. Sung positions himself with his sword and shield, activating the provoke skill. The leader orders them to fight using items to keep the monsters at a distance, since they explode on contact. Kim uses her water spirit and everyone gets ready. Yoo-jung calls the leader. He responds, not yet. Gina grabs her sword and the blonde too, and they move in. The system notifies that the channel is being created and spectators enter. Lots of people start watching. The protagonist orders them to advance. Then, Kim activates her water shot skill and attacks them, piercing them. The redhead gets closer and makes a move to strike them. Jay thinks there's no better environment than this place to use frozen earth. He looks at the drone and smiles, using his magic. He thinks he shouldn't make things this exciting so soon, but will do it when the situation heats up. Then, he activates his ice rain skill and wonders if this will actually make things more interesting. He attacks, causing a huge explosion. The people watching the broadcast ask if this is real, they can't believe it, and think maybe it's a mistake. Hyun watches and thinks this is just the beginning. He reflects that these spectators will be his strongest weapon to take down the director. Somewhere else, someone is watching the protagonist's attack and the chat comments about how they can't believe it. The person puts their hands in their pockets. The man says he's not even sweating despite using an A-rank spell. Then, the guy keeps watching and comments that, according to what Agent Jion said, the boy also has a terrible relationship with Gu, and on top of that, Lotus is backing him. If he uses this kid, it won't be hard to expose the director. He snaps the stick and wants Jay to show what he'll do from now on. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hyun keeps observing his own attacks while the team members look surprised. Seeing the destroyed beasts, Kim says she's not even surprised anymore. Gina asks if it's not getting a bit hot. The protagonist turns and says he thinks they got rid of all of them and asks what they think about drinking the potion. Yoo-jung agrees and says it's way too hot there, and they'll look for a cooler place. The blonde looks to the side and asks what they think about that spot with less energy coming from the ground. Jay thinks it's a good idea and asks if they're going to build their shelter there. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a hand is using magic. It's Seo, making hand movements and attacking the beasts. She observes as An runs toward the beast with his sword and starts attacking, defeating them, and asks if those were the only ones. Ina asks if this dungeon isn't too easy. Hoyeon says he thinks the monsters are weaker than he expected, and that it's easier than the simulated dungeon. The other team members wonder what they're talking about and think they could have failed with a single mistake. Yet they're fighting lava slimes in close range without taking any damage. An says he bets Jay already got rid of all of them. Seo agrees and tells them to hurry up. The other two on the team look at each other and wonder how strong Jay must be for them to talk like that. On the other side of the dungeon, there's a tent and Team D is sitting around a cauldron. Sung says it'll take about an hour to make the potions. The protagonist says that's fine, that it's already good enough. He replies that he'll try to finish as quickly as possible. Yoo-jung says she thinks this dungeon really was inspired by Muspelheim. Hyun says as expected from her, giving him subtle hints to hurry up. She replies that's not what she meant. The two start arguing, and the redhead says they're really close. Kim says not really. Meanwhile, Jay's hair is all messy and falling in strands as he thinks he's sure they're aware that what happened in the simulated dungeon wasn't their fault, but fear consumes reason and buries intellect. He raises his hand and calls everyone's attention, saying he wants to talk about the plan. After a while, in explaining the plan, Yu Jung asks if it's really possible. The protagonist says yes. The drone gets closer. He looks at it and thinks now's the perfect time to cause a stir. Then, he makes a hand movement using magic, and several particles move around the area. The system notifies that the connection to the portable plane is unstable and the voice transmission function is being cancelled. People in the chat ask if he's moving again, telling the others to wake up. They think the raid is starting and ask why there are only 2 of them, where the others are, and if they already failed. Hyun says not to worry, the rest are fine. In the chat, they comment they heard his voice and thought they wouldn't be able to hear the students' conversations, and wonder if the other streams are like this too, but realize they're not. It's just this one. Jay thinks he expected that kind of reaction. He smiles and says he tweaked the formulas of the portable plane a bit and that it's a pleasure to meet them. And now the real stream is about to start. And what's the point of a stream if they can't hear the voice? Meanwhile, the director's watching, and the instructor asks if he's sure he's okay. Gu replies yes, but he just has a headache and thinks this can't be happening. He wonders if Jay interfered with the portable plane's formula and says that realm was created by him and dozens of mages. Not to mention the instructors from the Mage Academy. And how did the boy manage to interfere with that? Hajun says he thinks they should punish the boy. The director replies that he would like to, but they can't because there are no rules for this kind of situation. Who would have imagined a mere student could edit the formulas of a portable plane made by dozens of instructors? He says not to worry because a student from the academy cannot leak sensitive information from Milas to the public. And if that rule is broken, the punishment could be expulsion. As long as he signed the contract, he won't be able to do anything. Until, during the broadcast, the protagonist starts saying that a lot of people are talking about the director and how things work. The same goes for the guild experience incident, and there are many shady things. He states that he's not worried if he gets expelled. He doesn't need to worry about that and asks if he should tell them the director's favorite phrase, "Only the strong survive." The one with power, the strongest person, is the law at Mila's academy. The drone keeps recording, and he asks if they really think Gu would expel him. The director watches the broadcast, puts his hand over his face, and starts laughing, saying the boy was a problem from the start and wondering why he only realized it now. He calls the instructor and says that as soon as the exam is over, the boy must be expelled. Once the media calms down a bit, they need to hire 2 experienced rank A hunters and then get rid of the boy. Hajun replies that he understands. Gu leans on the table, deep in thought about the boy, and promises he'll make him pay for this. Jay keeps saying that if he gets expelled despite his excellent grades, then the director isn't living up to his own words, and asks why he would do something like that. People in the chat comment that Jay doesn't care at all and that if someone who studies there is saying this, it's just the tip of the iceberg. They say it makes sense since the director has many accusations against him but has never been investigated. Hyun watches and realizes the media has already turned its back on Gu and wonders if he really thinks he can cover things up this time too. Earlier at the shelter, the leader was saying that his plan was to edit the portable plane's formulas and make sure the spectators could hear. The blonde asks about the formula. The protagonist explains that the first step to taking down the director is communication, and they can get the spectators on their side just by giving them what they want. Kim asks if he's sure this is right and what will happen if something goes wrong. Jay says not to worry because they have the spectators, and there are no rules saying they can't tamper with the portable plane's formulas. They're going to start the real live raid in a dungeon, and this is an event they prepared especially for them. People comment that the guy is a natural streamer, and they wouldn't be surprised if he had a channel on the purple site and they think this is going to be interesting. Kim calls the leader and says she's a little scared of those people. They comment that they heard the boy's friend is a good fighter, but it doesn't seem true. Others say they heard they were on the same team during the rookie hunt, and that she took care of that thing really fast back then. Yu Jung gets embarrassed, turns off the screen, and says she feels exposed and that it's unpleasant. Hyun tells her to hang in there a bit longer because it's part of the plan. Kim says she knows. He looks and thinks he understands how she feels, and that there were countless times when he wanted to be eliminated out of hatred. He observes and says, it's time to go. They still have things to do. Somewhere else in the dungeon, they keep walking. The chat wants to know where they're going, thinking they already wiped out all the monsters, and ask if there's something else there. They see many flames around. The protagonist says they have business to handle there and are planning to show something interesting. They're going to find the hidden part of the portable plane. People comment why there would even be hidden parts there. Jay says they're about to begin. Kim draws her weapon and activates her steel skill and wind boost. Particles swirl around Hyun as the gravity skill activates. He keeps walking and thinks it's time to show them how a regressor raids a dungeon. Behind Mila's academy, Jiyeon is on the phone with someone and says she'll contact the boy as soon as he finishes the test, asking if they're sure about this since he's backed by the Lotus Guild. The man replies that that's the problem, which is why they need to contact him as soon as possible and bring him to their side, letting him take control of the terms. The instructor listens, walks, and thinks that if Raider management pulls this off, it'll be a huge long-term advantage. The problem is that the director is after him too. She keeps walking, thinking she'll need to check the situation. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the protagonist is walking. He touches his friend's waist and says it's time to go. Kim tells him to wait. They move quickly, and one of the viewers comments that they thought a romance was coming, but it looks more like a fight, and that he even went for a chokehold. They jump over the flames. The chat can't understand why they're jumping. Then they leap, but don't touch the flames. People ask if they just jumped mid-air. Yoo-jung says it's just like he said, there's a hidden platform there. Jae tells her to hold on tight and cast the spell and not to mess up the calculations. Kim says she got it and tells him not to let go. She starts casting magic around them. Hyun thinks he's almost impressed with the first person who discovered this hidden spot. Just like the director, who hid it even though it's something sponsored by the nation. He really didn't want any student to find it. Still surrounded by flames, something starts to glow. They stop and look around. Yoo-jung asks if that's the item he was talking about. They look at something glowing and the bubbling flames. The protagonist says yes, and that those little orbs will be the key point for clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, the director watches in outrage. The flames keep bubbling. Jae says he knew the item was there thanks to the mapping, but he didn't expect it to be that well hidden. He thinks he already knows where everything is in the dungeon. Then he activates his ice skill and starts casting a series of ice attacks over the flames. The flames stop bubbling. Hyun tells them to go down. Then he jumps. Kim jumps too, and the two approach the orbs. The protagonist picks one up and asks if they know what they are. People in the chat start asking if it's an artifact. Another user says he's not going to reveal it yet, and everyone gets curious. Jae answers that it's a fire essence, and says they got lucky since it'll be one of the most important items for clearing the dungeon. The system displays the data of the unique item, Fire Essence Rank B, an item that temporarily increases fire resistance exponentially, but its effect won't trigger again after the first use. Hyun thinks this creates an environment as close as possible to a real dungeon, and then motivates the students with great rewards, which is why the piece was hidden, but it's something common students could never obtain. The chat says they've seen those in shops before, but they were super expensive, and that the academy must be filthy rich. They ask who would even be able to find that item there. The protagonist smiles and says to keep moving because they got what they needed. He thinks that's one less thing to worry about and wonders what kind of expression the director's making right now, hoping he's not satisfied with just that and remembering he still has many more presents to give him. First night of the midterm exam, second round of practicals, someone screams. Then a liquid is shown. Kim says it's really bitter. Jae says he knows it's bad, but she has to drink it because it'll make clearing the dungeon easier. Yoo-jung says it's hard to swallow that stuff. Sung says everything that's good for her seems bitter. Kim looks at the bowl and downs it all at once, but immediately falls to the ground. Hyun asks if he poisoned her or something. The blonde replies, of course not. The leader says that since they're almost done with the first stage, they need to find the path to the second floor and hurry with the preparations. In the academy's control room, the instructors are gathered. A voice asks how things are going to Hajun. He turns around and sees Jiyeon. She says she knows he's in charge there and asks why he's there, and if he thinks she's not capable of handling her duties. The instructor replies, maybe. He watches her but says nothing. Jiyeon calls him an idiot in her thoughts and thinks that, with Seok's disappearance, the authority over the second round of practicals was hers. But the instructor managed to cut in front and took the position. Hajun says that as co-workers, they were meant to cooperate, but he ended up getting ahead of her and apologizes for it. The instructor observes and says she's sorry, but really doesn't care about those things. The instructor asks what she means and who wouldn't envy that position. He watches her, walks slowly, clenches his fist, and thinks he now has the director's admiration. She may have been better than him 2 years ago, but now the story has changed. Jiyeon calls out to him and says she's going to say something important. He should pay attention to the rope he's holding onto, to make sure it's not rotten. She says goodbye and leaves the room. Hajun watches and says she's still as arrogant as ever, thinking the director will soon restore his reputation, and that these obstacles are nothing now. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the system notifies that they've entered the second floor, and that the mission is to hunt the monsters and obtain the hidden treasure. Once they complete the mission, they'll be automatically sent to the third floor. Somewhere else, Seo asks what they think, and if it looks like a lower realm entity. Hugin asks if he plans to go to the great enemy. The man replies that he's so boring and asks what's the rush. After all, he's just a mere human and it won't take long to get rid of him. He asks what happens after eliminating him. He moves quickly and says he'll be trapped in Bifrost once again, acting like a gatekeeper, and asks if Hugin can understand that. He says he'll handle the great enemy alone, so there's no need to worry because he's nothing but a fruit of evil. Several crows fly around and Hugin calls him a fool. He watches and says both gods and humans are always the same. Then someone approaches. A winged woman appears. Hyugen says nothing has changed and never will, and that he'll prove it soon. He watches her and calls her Moonin. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, they're on the second floor. Jin says it's hotter than the first and wonders what's on this level. Kim says the mission is also a problem, since the mission on the first floor was to eliminate all monsters to proceed. So now they'll see what the second floor's mission is. The protagonist looks around and thinks he already knows where all the paths are. 1 hour earlier, Team D was exploring a gloomy place, surprised. They kept walking. The redhead says she didn't expect the stairway to the second floor to be in a place like that. Sung says he was wondering why there wasn't a path. It was just buried. Yoo-jung says finding the path to the next level in a layered dungeon is usually difficult. She gets thoughtful, wondering how he found it so easily, and whether he's been there before or something like that. Kim notices something, and when she looks, she sees an insect. She jumps into her partner's arms and starts screaming. The chat says they nearly had a heart attack. Jay watches, and a user comments that she's got a scream that puts others to shame. Magic surrounds the insect. Hyun captures it with a magic spell. People in the chat ask why he caught that thing. The protagonist says he's capturing it in case they need it later. He says there's something they need to prepare before moving forward and shows the fire essence. Yoo-jung asks if they're really going to eat that. The blonde says he saw a circus act like that once. Fire eating. Jay tells them not to be so dramatic and that while he's still being kind, they should eat. He extends his hand with the essences, and they look scared but say they'll eat. There are 3 floors prepared, and the boss is on the last one. Hyun thinks he'll give the director another headache while he's at it, but he says they need to find the boss before clearing the second floor. Before that, he has an idea of where some treasures might be and asks if they're curious. The chat gets excited and says they also have an idea. Treasures are usually behind waterfalls or wells. The protagonist realizes they took the bait and thinks that small spoilers like this are the best way to grab the audience's attention, though his goal is different. One of the dungeon's treasures is the salamander. They tend to collect shiny things like crows, so their nests usually have very useful items. The chat comments they researched and found out that salamanders are purification creatures and can cleanse corrupted items. Jay says he studied and thinks the second hidden piece is a replica of Balmung, a sword from the 13th century German epic, The Song of the Nibelungs. They say the sword was made to slay dragons, just like Thjalfi's Thunder Steps, an item with overwhelming power and destructive force. The original is said to be in the hands of a German hunter named Balak. If the original is an S-rank item, then the copy must be very good too. Gina asks what the salamander's weakness is. Kim replies it's the stomach and explains that salamanders have tough skin, so they're hard to damage. Their stomachs aren't as durable, so focusing attacks there makes it easier to eliminate them, and the most common and effective method is using ice magic. The redhead says she's really smart and asks what her score was on the written exam. She replies that the best time to attack is right after they finish eating since their movements slow down. Hyun says she's right, and that's why they'll prepare as much as possible before proceeding. It would be great to search for more hidden pieces too. They look around. Everything is red, covered in flames. They walk. Sungwoo says that place is hotter than the other regions, and he'd be suffering if it weren't for the fire essence. The protagonist raises his hand and thinks he'll pretend to do something there. He says to wait because he senses mana nearby. The chat starts commenting, wondering what they think he's about to do. Jay keeps walking and comes across swords stuck in the rocks. Kim asks if those swords are the hidden pieces. Gina replies that they're all unregistered items. Hyun observes the number of swords and thinks this is the essential hidden piece of the second floor. Although the director altered things so the students wouldn't find it, he has no intention of falling for stupid traps. So, he activates the detection skill. The system notifies that unregistered items are being detected. The chat doesn't understand what the boy is doing and comments that he must have been fooled. The protagonist smiles and says he found it. He spots a giant glowing sword among the others and grabs it. The system shows the data of the contaminated Balmung, its effects, skills, and informs that it can't be used at the moment due to contamination. The user's physical abilities are enhanced when fighting diachronic species. The viewers ask how the boy knew that was a hidden piece. Others comment that he must have his ways. Jay says not to worry, he has plans, and it wouldn't be fun to explain everything right away. He thinks that replica can only be used there, and without meeting the conditions, it's just trash. But to him, it's more valuable than anything else because they can take it outside that space. Meanwhile, they keep walking, and Yoo-jung says she thinks it must be nearby. Hyun says they need to wait a bit, since the king salamander only eats once a night. Kim asks if he's sure it's okay to buy time and says salamanders are sensitive to smell, so if they keep walking, they might be attacked first. The protagonist replies that that's exactly why they need to avoid that. Yoo-jung wants to know how. She looks shocked as Jay takes out the insect he captured and says they're going to use it. He extends his hand. Kim instantly backs away in fear. Hyun holds her hand and asks where she thinks she's going. He says that insect is the most important. Yoo-jung watches, and a tear rolls down her cheek. The The insect captured earlier is called a bomb centipede. It secretes a fluid when threatened, and that fluid is known to stink so bad it acts like tear gas. That stench will help them during the hunt. The two confirm the insect is there. Kim watches and says they promised. The protagonist replies, of course, he promises. But he realizes he's screwed. Yoojung looks terrified and says she can't do it. She hates insects. Jae says that there's something teacher Seong loves, and once they're done, he'll give it to her. He thinks he'll just give her anything, and if she finds out, he's in trouble. The chat asks if this is really going to work. Another user says it's possible, but no one's sure. Hyun says not to worry because they have a mage specialized in wind magic. Kim strikes her weapon on the ground and starts using her magic, gathering all the mana and then spreading it out. The chat asks if she's sealing in the stench and sending it to the nest. Another user replies that's only possible if she has precise mana control. The chat finds it impressive and comments they've never felt bad for a monster before. They say humans are awful. The salamander starts to smell it. Its eyes tear up, and the beast disappears from sight. They look around and realize it worked. Meanwhile, the salamander bangs its tail against the wall, crying non-stop. The protagonist watches and asks if they remember the plan. They observe, and the blonde says they'll wait there, and when he gives the signal, they'll move. Jay sees they got it, and, with ice in his hands, activates his skill, makes a hand movement, and starts attacking right at the center of the salamander's body. The beast is defeated. Then Hyun quickly approaches and notices it opening its eyes. He thinks that if he times it right when it's about to breathe fire, he can act. He grabs the sword and tells them to get ready. Then he throws the sword, and at the moment the salamander opens its mouth to release flames, the sword shoots in. The beast's eyes widen. Kim watches and curses him. The chat doesn't understand. The salamander stops moving. The chat asks if swords are what they usually eat. The protagonist says that's just the beginning and to stay tuned. The moment the sword enters the beast's mouth, the director is outraged, wondering how a freshman knew about that since he deliberately left that information out of the curriculum. The salamander moves, quickly approaching. Jay yells that it's now. Then the beast begins to breathe fire. They shield themselves. Hyun grabs the sword. The audience doesn't get it and asks why the sword is glowing. The protagonist drives the sword into the ground and opens the system. Looking at the data of the contaminated Balmung, rank A, its strength and passive skill. Jay pays attention to the viewer's reactions. The chat is impressed by the sword and he smiles, thinking it turned out just as he imagined. He says a salamander's core has purification power and can be used to cleanse contaminated items, but the purification flame only works while the monster is alive, which makes it hard to use. He reflects that with a realization-type magic artifact, this kind of barrier becomes simple. The chat starts asking if the boy is really a rookie since he seems so experienced, and they begin praising him. Hyun walks with the sword. The chat wants to know why a mage is holding a sword and starts making jokes, saying he must be a battle mage. The protagonist watches the salamander and thinks it's already too late. The system notifies that the passive skill, Agile Steps, is supporting his movements, and the Wind Boost skill has been activated. Jay keeps thinking that it's too late to run. He looks at the beast's body, approaches, and attacks, slicing off one of its legs. He stabs the sword into the ground to brace himself and activates his ice skill. The beast backs away. The blonde notices the salamander's stomach is exposed. Hyun observes and leaps, striking the beast's stomach with the sword. Kim and the others smile. The chat can't believe what they just saw. The protagonist smiles and viewers comment that maybe Battle Mage isn't just a concept. It might actually be his role. Elsewhere, someone is typing and eating, asking why they were forced to do something so annoying. On the computer, a message appears about the true identity of the rookie Jay. The girl says she likes the attention, and many people are saying he's using Photoshop or CGI. She kept that information to herself after overhearing some people involved in the Neverland incident, but felt she had to share it while watching his stream. So she's writing it now and won't reply to any comments. Somewhere else, someone is watching. The Guildmaster. She says so. That's why her student suggested that. And that he really isn't just anyone. Some time ago, Hyun told her something would happen during the live broadcast of the practical exam. Seong comments that this is something the whole guild will need to be involved in because the risk is too great. The protagonist told her to watch what he'd do in the portable plane, and when she felt it was worth interfering, she should act. The Guildmaster watches and says so that's why he was so confident she wouldn't refuse his offer. The manager replies yes. Seong tells them to contact the reporters. Park asks if now's the time. The Guildmaster answers that she thinks the director is about to drown according to her student's plan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the view count on the video revealing Jay's true identity keeps rising. The pink-haired girl says she likes this, that it makes her popular, and asks why he asked her to do that. Before the second round of tests, she had asked why he was doing all this. At the time, Yun stopped reading his book, closed it, and replied that it was because he planned to take down the director. Seo asked why, and he said she'd see, and that he was too busy to explain everything. The pink-haired girl says she's even more curious now since he didn't explain anything, and she thinks she at least deserves an explanation if he wants her to do stuff for him. The chat asks if it was her, saying she seemed smart in the interview, but there's doubt about her appearance. Seo sees it and types that she's seen her in real life, that she's a goddess, and the more people see her, the more they fall in love. She says it's done now and she won't say anything else because she's going to grab some snacks. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the protagonist, with the sword still lodged in the beast, says he found it. Yoo-jung gets curious and asks what he found. Then Jae shows the Ring of Transcendence. The system notifies that the Ring of Transcendence has been equipped and displays its data and active skill, Drain, which amplifies mana to increase skill power. He thinks this is an item given by the Academy as a reward for the midterm exams, and even though there are penalties since the Stone of Transcendence isn't attached, there's only one ring. He asks if they want to play rock, paper, scissors. Gina replies no, and that the person with the highest contribution rate should keep it. The blonde agrees and says they can't keep it. Kim adds that he was the only one who fought, but if he buys them snacks when they get out, they'll accept that. Hyun puts on the ring. Another notification arrives indicating that he received the reward and the group members are being transported to the next floor. Then they arrive on the third floor. The barrier will disappear in 1 minute and the boss fight will begin. They wait for the barrier to disappear. Yoo-jung touches it and says it feels like glass and as if it could break easily, until she notices something attacking the barrier. She quickly steps back. The protagonist watches with no reaction while the others look scared. One of them trips. It's Kim. She falls and looks terrified upon seeing the giant monster. Jae asks what she's doing. Yoo-jung says it's definitely solid. Gina asks if the leader has a plan. Hyun replies that he doesn't. Kim gets nervous at the answer. The protagonist says they need a plan and that he'll handle it alone. The barrier begins to crack and the system notifies that the boss monster has appeared, the lava golem. The chat asks what he's doing and says the basic thing would be to gather intel on the enemy while maintaining group formation. Another user replies that he talks too much for someone who knows nothing. Jae thinks that although it changes every year, 70% of students fail at this point. The monsters vary but are always between rank C and rank B. Another notification arrives. Defeat the lava golem and obtain the core. Hyun looks to the side and thinks he assumed they would clear everything out of the area for the viewer's convenience, and because of that, the place is very barren. He says that doesn't matter until attacks start coming in. The golem watches as the protagonist clenches his fist and approaches. The team says it's dangerous. Kim says it's okay. The blonde doesn't quite get it, and Yoo-jung says he's really strong and that this type of monster is nothing to him. Then Jae attacks, and their strikes clash. He then steps back. Gina observes and thinks that a lava golem is a rank B monster and should be difficult for him, but her friend must have her reasons for trusting him. The monster clenches its fist. Hyun watches and, just as he's about to be hit, dodges, moves back, and activates his wind boost skill. He thinks it's time to end this, and also activates his ice wall skill, forming a massive barrier. The golem starts hitting the ice wall repeatedly. The system notifies that the mana detection skill has been activated. The protagonist looks shocked as the golem's hand comes at him, and he dodges. The golem prepares another strike, but he evades again. The chat is impressed he's dodging every hit and asks where the guy who was criticizing him earlier is now. Jae thinks golems are tough and have heavy attacks, but there's a way to beat them. Then he activates his restraint skill, casting chains and binding the golem's arms and legs. Hyun then activates his ice rain skill, bombarding the monster with multiple attacks while it's unable to defend itself. The protagonist thinks the restraint only lasts a few seconds. The golem is now covered in ice shards. Jae activates his magic and thinks it's enough. He smiles, activates his water ball skill, and strikes the monster, causing serious damage. The golem begins to crumble and collapses to the ground. The system notifies that they've successfully defeated the boss of the Portable Plains dungeon. Hyun approaches the golem and says, they did it. Viewers are amazed by the result, and his teammates look surprised. Kim calls him crazy and thinks her friend keeps getting stronger every time she sees him, feeling like he's far beyond her level now. More notifications arrive stating that the 3 floors have been cleared and the golem's core has been obtained. The protagonist thinks the test isn't over yet and that there's still something to do. He promises the director will fall. The system asks if he wants to return to reality. He replies, no. The system asks again if he refuses teleportation back to reality. He says yes. Viewers don't understand why he doesn't want to go back. Jae looks at the drone and asks if they're disappointed the fight was short. He says he's glad because there's still something he needs to show them, all of them, and that he'll fight the hidden boss. Still inside the dungeon, they keep walking, and the chat wants to know why they're still there. Hyun says he can sense a strong mana presence nearby. He looks to the side and his team looks a bit uneasy. He watches, confused. Kim asks if he's sure everything is okay. The protagonist says not to worry, that they won't be eliminated there, no matter how painful it gets. They walk and find something glowing. Jay picks it up and says, "This is it." They continue walking and the system notifies that they've found the hidden floor and that a special mission is being created. The girls look surprised, and another notification arrives saying they must defeat the hidden floor's boss to return to reality. Hyun thinks ordinary students would never be able to detect the presence of the hidden floor. And even if somehow they stumbled upon it purely by luck, it would still be unlikely for them to make it that far. The director knew that and placed a hidden piece there, but it's different because he already knew all the secret details of this dungeon. And Jay bets the director is in shock right now. He asks if they think something big awaits them there. The chat doesn't understand how he found that place and he can't believe what they're seeing, knowing the rest of the students are still on the second floor. The protagonist thinks he knows how to summon the hidden boss but pretends not to know entirely. Yoo-jung asks what that is. Jay looks and thinks it's perfect timing. The rest of the team looks surprised and ask if that's an altar. They say it looks familiar and look at the leader. Hyun tells them to think a bit more and asks if they have no idea at all. Kim says she recognized that pattern. Then, the protagonist extends his hand with an orb and asks if the golem's core seems like the answer. Yoo-jung replies yes, that nothing else would fit perfectly. Jay says he'll place the orb on the altar. When he fits the orb in, a very strong and intense light is emitted. He tells them to step back. Then, the altar begins to emit flames along with the light. The system notifies that the hidden boss of the portable plane, the Red Dragon, is emerging, and they must survive with all teammates, defeat the enemy, and obtain the dragon's heart to be rewarded with special privileges. The dragon has massive wings and opens its huge mouth. The monster is gigantic. The chat is shocked and comments that even a veteran would struggle to deal with that, and that even in games, difficulty spikes like this get hate. Hyun notices everyone is reacting exactly how he wanted and thinks it's a bit annoying, since absolute calculation doesn't work on dragon physical attacks, but he knows how to handle this his own way. Gina is frightened seeing the dragon there. The blonde wants to know what's going on. Yoo-jung watches closely. Kim puts her hand on her head and realizes they're terrible at acting, thinking they must have never lied to their parents, saying they were going to sleep while actually staying on their phones. She looks over and yells for them to fall back. The protagonist watches and thinks she has talent for acting, so he'll play along too. The connection to the portable plane is unstable and the Red Dragon is enraged. The director watches the broadcast and thinks he wanted the exams to pass calmly, wondering how things turned out like this. He planned to shift the media's attention elsewhere and starts blaming the boy, saying he's interfering with the system again. The instructor says this time it's affecting the entire portable plane and that there's no way a student could be doing this. Gu says there's no other explanation. It must be the boy. Hajun thinks that if he supports the director during his lowest point, he might get promoted quickly, so he tells Gu not to worry, the worst-case scenario won't happen. The director replies that he's glad it's the boy. The instructor doesn't really get it. Gu explains that if the boy's goal is to get an item, it's not a big deal. Giving it up is better than tarnishing Milla's Academy's honor. He thinks that if they clear the dungeon, the backlash might be minimized. What's worrying him is that the dragon is enraged. He assumes the boy doesn't know another method and says they need to hope he defeats the dragon. Then he looks startled as he sees Kim injured in the broadcast. Jay says he'll leave her with the rest of the team. Yoo-jung says she's fine and tells them not to worry. Hyun asks if she'll be able to move with a wound like that. The blonde comments that the injury is serious and thinks the protection system of the portable plane is broken and they need to get out of there. The director looks panicked, thinking everything is going wrong and that he has a strange feeling like he's forgetting something. Viewers get worried because they thought it wasn't possible to get injured inside the portable plane. The system connection starts to fail. The chat worries they might actually get eliminated for real. Meanwhile, Hajun asks what they should do. Gu, furious, says the protagonist's name, slams the table and curses him. The connections are unstable, and in the dungeon, Jay wonders how the director feels, being manipulated and having things staged, just like he always does. The chat continues saying all the other groups are fine and only this one had problems, and asks if the director is even managing the academy's infrastructure. They start saying maybe the boy is doing it on purpose, and how can they call it a school when they push students to the brink? In the dungeon, Hyun asks if his friend is okay. Kim replies that she is, and that she's a great actress. The protagonist smiles and thinks none of the viewers knew that. In truth, his friend repelled the dragon's attack and is pretending to be injured using blood effects. He was stunned by how good her acting was, almost too good, and remembers when she was faking intense pain and heavy bleeding while he was panicking, thinking maybe he should have gone to acting school and that it's a shame to trap his beauty in the academy. He thinks Korea is losing a potential celebrity. And not to make him laugh, he's supposed to look sad. Kim asks why he's laughing. Jae says he's going to defeat the dragon and that she can protect the other two. She replies that she's a patient now. Hyun looks over and thinks he could easily defeat it, but that wouldn't be fun. The dragon watches and starts breathing fire, destroying everything around them and creating a strong gust of wind. Then the protagonist jumps and activates his mana weapon skill, telling the others to just focus on defense. However, he opens his inventory and pulls something out. It's the sword. The chat starts asking if it's the weapon he picked up earlier and says, maybe with that, he can win. The sword becomes surrounded by intense mana. Jae stares and thinks items are what take you far in life. The dragon keeps breathing fire. Hyun, using his magic, focuses and activates the special effect of Balmung Replica. The system notifies that all attacks against diachronic species will be 300% stronger. The protagonist makes several movements and approaches the dragon. The dragon swings its tail, trying to hit Sung, but he blocks it with his shield, holding firm. Jae watches and thinks there are two targets, remembering a book being opened, and An asking why a dragon's weakness is a strike to the heel. Aina found it strange, and Yoojung, annoyed, asked if it was really the time to think about whether something was strange or not, telling them to stop thinking and start memorizing. Then, in the dungeon, Hyun, with the sword in hand, runs toward the dragon, looks, stops, crouches near it, lands the strike, and thinks it's time to begin the final act. With the ring on his finger, the skill drain is activated, and all of the user's abilities become 50% stronger. He approaches again, observes, and activates the skill Frozen Earth, leaving the dragon chained, frozen, and covered in ice. Ice shards spread all around. The viewers ask what skill that was, since they don't know of any rank A ability that looks like that. Hyun stares intensely at the frozen dragon and the cracking ice. His teammates look surprised, and the system notifies that the hidden boss has been defeated and special rewards will be granted. The protagonist stabs the sword into the ground and covers his mouth to laugh, thinking he hopes the director enjoys his gift. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a desperate voice is heard over the phone with the director, insisting they didn't cause this and asking why he's saying that. Does he really think they're behind it? Gu responds that it's not their fault, it's his. He slams his hand on the table and thinks no one believes him, and this is dangerous, since it's never happened before. He asks if they blocked the journalists and reporters. The instructor replies no and says they contacted every reporter they had ties with, but they all rejected the offer, saying they no longer trusted Mila's academy and that it seems like someone did this on purpose. The director glares furiously and waves his hand, causing a powerful impact in the room. Thinking about Jae, there's no way the boy did this alone. There has to be someone behind him, someone supporting him. But who would dare? He keeps trying to figure out who did it, until someone bursts in saying there's urgent news. Gu turns pale just hearing that. The staff member says the Lotus Guild has sent an official document. The director immediately snatches the clipboard from his hands. The staff adds that the guild leader herself sent it. Gu reads the official documents regarding disciplinary actions to be taken at Mila's academy, as well as a warrant for his arrest. He becomes desperate and flips through the other pages, which state that the incident that occurred during the practical exams of Mila's academy's midterms is extremely serious. Seong also writes that by placing students in potentially deadly situations, she stamps it and continues, saying the director has once again disappointed the people of the nation after the previous guild experience incident. Gu keeps reading, sweating cold, as it states that he failed to keep his word and once again put students on the brink of collapse, bribing high-ranking politicians for personal gain, and for violating 17 other laws related to hunters. Through this document, immediate arrest of the director is requested, and the credibility of this document is backed by the Lotus Guild and its leader. Gu, furious, crushes the clipboard in his hands and says the guild has no right to get involved in this matter, that those who agree with disciplinary actions at the academy are the director himself. Then he sees the names of the nation's 4 major guilds and 29 other guilds. The administration of the National Hunter Association has authorized this, thus canceling any attempt to reverse it. The director thinks, even the Hunter Association, she already handled everything to the end, but if things end up leaking, he wonders if there were enemies among them. Then, the door opens and several men walk in. They head toward Gu and declare that he is under arrest for violating hunter laws and for bribery. Elsewhere, reporters are asking if they can get a comment on the incident. Team D passes by silently and Kim is leaning on her partner injured. The protagonist thinks it looks like his master handled things well. The reporters and journalists keep insisting for comments and say he expressed a negative opinion about the director during the stream and ask if he already knew anything in advance about the arrest. Jae says he can't talk much about it due to the Academy's NDA contract. Still, people watch and he continues saying this is the 3rd time and he doesn't want any more students or friends of his to be eliminated. People look at each other in shock and ask if this is really the 3rd time. What were the other 2? and if the guild experience incident is related. Hyun says his friend is injured and tells them to get out of the way. They step aside and the ambulance arrives. The protagonist thinks Lotus promised to help with treatment, and the others would notice she wasn't actually injured if they were to treat her themselves. He looks back and says to keep this in mind, that this incident was no coincidence. People look on, stunned. Then, the director exits the academy, handcuffed and surrounded by guards. People start throwing eggs at him and cursing him. They keep pelting him with eggs, hitting him repeatedly. The angry crowd also throws papers and continues insulting him. Jay wonders if the director really thinks all of this happened by coincidence and thinks he was just very unlucky. He looks back and says it obviously wasn't a coincidence. Inside the ambulance, Kim is lying on the stretcher, surrounded by her team and the guildmaster. She moves and starts laughing out loud, saying her friend is terrible at acting. Hyun asks if it was really that bad. Yoo-jung asks if she's okay. Seong replies that the guild experience incident was a big deal too, and asks what he was thinking when he did this, saying that if things had gone wrong, they all would have been in serious trouble. The protagonist replies that he learned something from that experience, that his safety is important, but saving others comes first. He thinks that was just an excuse he made up on the spot and that the director will come back someday, and he has ties to the Aesir gods. Kim says that doesn't sound like him and asks if he's really the friend she knows. He tells her to shut up. The master thinks that sometimes he still acts like a kid and says that in 3 days there will be a press conference. And that's when they'll put an end to GU, National Hunter Association headquarters. A man is super happy that the director's downfall finally came and asks what happened to Jiyeon. The staff member says she'll return as soon as she can. The man remembers when he was on the phone, asking if they wanted him to prepare this in advance so they could arrest the director. The person on the other end said yes, and that the rest of the process would be up to them. The man also asked about the matter he mentioned earlier. The person said they'd try to prepare a place. The man said understood, hung up, and felt relieved. He looks at the computer and reads about the academy director, corruption, and infrastructure negligence. 3 days later, at the official Lotus Guild press room, the place is packed and the protagonist is hiding just outside. A voice asks if he's nervous, and the guildmaster approaches. Jay replies that he just doesn't like crowded places. He takes a deep breath and thinks he can already cross something off his list. Milas is in the palm of his hand for now. And there's more. Now that he's working with the Hunter Association, there'll be no more restrictions on what he can do moving forward. Seong touches his shoulder and says it's time and calls him. The crowd watches attentively and says they've arrived. Then they enter alongside one of the association staff. They sit down and adjust the mic. The guildmaster greets everyone and thanks them for attending the official press conference of the Lotus Guild and the Hunter Association. She introduces herself. The association staff member also introduces himself as Song, the director of the association. Hyun introduces himself by name too. Everyone looks on and takes photos, thinking this is their chance to write an article about the Lotus Guild's negotiation priority with the student, and they can't miss it. A student who used both Rank A and even Rank S skills is big enough to become international news. Rumors even say the guild leader taught him personally. If that's confirmed, the protagonist notices everyone is staring at him. Seong says they'll start answering questions, and anyone who wants to ask must raise their hand and follow the manager's instructions. A woman raises her hand and asks if it's true that the director deliberately eliminated students and covered it up as accidents. The guildmaster replies that it's true, and that they already have all the evidence of his malicious actions. Jay smiles and thinks they completely brainwashed Jong to get those files well in advance, and the director won't be able to do anything for now. Seong adds that this wasn't the first time the director broke the law, and he's done things like this countless times, and that there's an astronomical amount of funding going to the academy, and they suspect there's even more they don't yet know, but they're investigating. Another person raises their hand and asks who the people involved in the director's corruption schemes are. The guild leader responds that they're currently investigating. After some time, in the same place, she says that those are all the questions they'll answer regarding the incident and that they'd like to change the topic. Someone else asks if it's true that Hyun is her pupil. The protagonist smiles and the master replies yes. They look at each other and Jay says he could only get to where he is today because of her guidance. Another person says they haven't seen any articles about him yet and asks if he was hiding his abilities from the start. He replies that he didn't want media attention. They ask if he's been training, how his family relationships are, and if he's dating anyone. The protagonist observes and thinks he can't let him take the spotlight here and will keep drawing media attention for now. Seong tells them to avoid asking questions because the boy is still recovering from the shock of the incident. She looks over, and Jay looks too. A few days later, temporary director inauguration. Kim yells, saying a lot has happened recently. An says he's glad they're okay. Seo says she would have been upset if they'd gotten hurt. Hyun says he'll just say this to be sure, and asks if they all know this isn't over. Ina replies yes, that she wouldn't go down that easily. Yoo-jung says they need to get stronger while they still have time, and that she heard the guild and the association will also help. Hoyeon says he wants to get stronger too, and realized how powerless he was during the guild experience. Co agrees. Kim looks on. The protagonist thinks he won't be able to catch up right away, but he won't lose. He looks ahead and thinks it's great they want to get stronger, but he doesn't want them getting further involved in this. This is something that's his responsibility alone, and he needs to get stronger if he's going to face the Acer gods. He clenches his fist. Elsewhere, on stage, the instructor is there. The students look confused. Yoo-jung asks why an instructor is coming from there. Jae answers, because it's her. Kim doesn't really get it and asks what he's talking about. Hyun replies that it's Ji-yeon, the new director. They look surprised, including her partner. Yoo-jung says she's so young, and An asks who she is. The protagonist replies that she's the new instructor for the magic class, a spy from the Hunter Association. Some time ago, at the Hunter Association HQ, the master asks who he has in mind for the director position. Song smiles and says he already has everything planned and tells them to ask her to come in. Then someone enters. Jae looks surprised to see that it's Ji-yeon. Back at the academy, Hyun thinks that if Lotus is taking over Mila's, there must be a catch. And if they want to take on the dirty work, even better. An asks if she's really a director in her 20s and says, that's amazing. The protagonist says all the instructors were arrested and she was the only one with nothing to hide. And being from the association, she's trustworthy. Ji-yeon adjusts the microphone and greets everyone. She introduces herself and says she'll be the new director from now on and might be inexperienced, but she'll do her best. Elsewhere, the score is showing on a big screen. Jae watches and wonders what's going on, thinking he was finally about to rest. A few hours later, someone knocks on the door. Hyun yells to wait because he's getting dressed. Then he opens the door and it's his 3 friends. Kim asks if he forgot the promise they made to go to karaoke once exams were over. Hoyeon says they already made a reservation nearby. The protagonist asks if it's now. Back to the present, they're sitting around a table singing. Jae thinks he ended up being dragged there and says that since he's there, he might as well have fun. He grabs the microphone and starts singing. His friends stare and voices ask who's singing, because it should be a crime to sing like that. Ina says so he's human after all. An says people can't be perfect at everything and thinks the world is a bit unfair. Then the score drops to 10. Hoyeon thinks he'll never ask his friend to sing again, and karaoke is off the table from now on. Hyun asks who's next. Seo says it's her. When she goes to grab the mic, she looks surprised as it nearly slips, but the protagonist catches it and asks what's wrong, saying she wasn't usually this clumsy. He holds her hand and gives her the mic. Ina watches, a bit embarrassed. Jae asks what's up. She replies it's nothing and thanks him. Then, the screen resets. Seo says she's a bit nervous and not to expect much from her. Kim tells her to relax, saying it can't be worse than her best friend. He replies that was mean and says he actually did pretty well this time. They keep chatting. Later, Hyun watches and wonders how well she sings, thinking he'll applaud no matter what. Ina watches and starts to sing. The protagonist is shocked and wonders how she can be that good. Elsewhere, a boy walks toward a building with a cat on top. He looks to the side and the cat is no longer there. He stares ahead and walks through the construction site. A voice asks if Heimdall is following her. Heimdall tells her to stop hiding and show herself. The cat approaches and transforms into a woman, saying not to be so rude, that she just stopped by to say hi and asks how the little trip is going. Heimdall watches, and Hela says the resistance against the Aesir gods did something quite interesting this time, like something that could rival Odin and the Aesir themselves. The boy asks if she's still clinging to that useless presence. The great enemy of the prophecy will appear and free them all like a hero. She replies, who knows? The boy starts laughing and asks if a mere human would defeat all the Aesir gods, saying, yeah, right, and begins walking away. But Hela steps in front of him. Heimdall tells her to move. She replies that she can't let him go meet the great enemy of the prophecy. The boy asks if she's trying to get herself eliminated. Hela replies that he can't use his powers there, and that gives her the upper hand. The boy says if she plans to eliminate him, she better be ready to be eliminated too. The girl says that's not her job. Her role there is to buy time for a short break. Meanwhile, at karaoke, Ina continues singing while the protagonist watches intently. She finishes. Seo asks how she did. Kim asks how she can be that good, and An asks if she hid that from them the whole time. Jae asks if she takes singing lessons. Ina says no. Everyone is shocked. Yoo-jung asks if that's what people call talent. Seo asks if they liked it. They all respond obviously. They start asking her to sing more songs. Ina looks shy, thanks them, and says it's only the second time she's let others hear her sing. Hyun watches them all laughing and thinks this is peace. He closes his eyes and thinks it's not bad to go out once in a while. A few days later in Seoul at the protagonist's house, someone delivers a bag and says it's a gift. A woman looks curious to see what it is and is surprised when she opens it, asking if it's a bank book. Jae replies that it is, a savings account. His mother thinks her son has grown so much and that he's at the age to have fun, but instead, he was thinking about her. She looks at the bank book and asks if everything he earned was by himself. Hyun replies yes and says it's all hers, thinking he finally said what he always wanted to. He wanted to hug her and say, I did it, but back then he was too busy to take care of her. He clenches his fist and keeps thinking that many things have changed since his regression, and his goal is to protect his family and friends and eliminate Odin and put an end to all this misery. He won't let Odin steal the life he just regained. He stands up and tells her she can now live comfortably without worrying about money. His mother stands up, walks to him, hugs him, and says it must have been hard. The protagonist's eyes fill with tears, and his mother says she knows everything. Jay hears her and says nothing, and tears stream down his face. Then someone knocks on the door. Hyun says he'll get it, and when he opens it, he sees it's Seo. Ina greets him. The protagonist wonders how she knows where he lives. Then Kim appears too. Jay asks what's going on this time. Yoo-jung replies that they're having a barbecue and came to invite him. Hyun asks if her parents are back. Kim says yes, and that her mom told her to invite him since he always helps them. He says that's true, and that she's such a burden. The two start arguing again. The protagonist thinks it's that time of year again and that it's been 2 months since they returned to the academy. A lot has happened since then. Yoo-jung asks if he's coming because her dad's excited to see him. Jay says he'll go. She says she'll see him at 6 in the evening. Then he heads back in and says goodbye. But Seo calls out and asks if he was crying. Hyun replies, no, that his clothes are wet from doing dishes. Ina says she understands. The two look at each other but don't say anything for the moment. The protagonist says he'll see her later. The two girls leave and he calls out to Ina, saying she's very observant. Somewhere else, Jay arrives at his friend's house and thinks she's filthy rich. Seo asks if he's there already. Hyun says yes and that he's a bit curious, asking why she's there. Did her friend drag her along? Ina replies that she had nowhere else to go. The protagonist says he's sorry and thinks she doesn't have a family now. Yoo-jung calls for her dad to bring the meat. Jay thinks that's why she brought Seo. She can be thoughtful when she needs to be. Then a voice approaches, saying it's been a while since they've seen him. Hyun turns and sees his best friend's father. Her mother also comes over quickly asking if he's arrived. They greet each other. The protagonist thinks they were very kind the day he lost his mother before the regression. His friend's dad playfully punches him and says he's gotten taller. Jay wonders if being violent runs in their blood. Her father asks if his daughter still bullies him, saying she always used to hit him and he'd run to tell on her. Hyun laughs and says that was a long time ago. Then someone hits his foot. Kim tells her father to help instead of talking nonsense. He says okay and asks how she plans to get a boyfriend acting like that, then asks Hyun if he wants to volunteer. Yoo-jung gets embarrassed. Seo also watches, and the protagonist feels awkward answering. Her father says she's a bit stubborn but kind and smart. Kim, irritated, pushes him and tells him to stop talking nonsense and help with the chores. Him and her friend too. Her father says she's scary. Jay just watches, embarrassed. After a while at the same place, excellent dishes are on the table. Hyun says he's really a good cook. His friend's father says he used to be a professional chef and that this is nothing. Kim says it would have been nice if their other friends had come and asked why the protagonist's mother didn't come. He replies that everyone's busy and there's nothing they can do about it. Seo agrees. His friend's father says he's really surprised and thanks him for helping with the midterm exams. Jay says it wasn't a big deal and thinks it was all just an act and feels a little guilty. Yoo-jung eats and waves her hand at him. Hyun smiles. Her mother says she's also glad to see him doing well and admits she was surprised when he said he was going into the magic class. She even wondered if he did it just to stay close to her daughter. The protagonist says that wasn't the reason and thanks her. Meanwhile, Seo watches a little jealously. Her friend's mother says he's gotten more handsome and that she wishes her daughter would bring home a boyfriend like him. Kim gets annoyed hearing that and tells them to hurry up and eat. Ina stops eating. Jay notices and asks if something's wrong. She says no. Hyun thinks her expression was cheerful just a moment ago. Then Yoo-jung hands her some food. Elsewhere, a voice yells asking if he even knows what he did. It's On's father, asking if he saved the students because he felt sorry for them, and he insults him. Hoyeon looks down, discouraged. His father thinks that if he had taken any longer, he would have been arrested along with the director, and all because of his son. He keeps saying unnecessary things. On calls him, but he tells him to shut up, saying he has to become the greatest hunter in Korea, that everyone should be at his feet, and that he must destroy Jae no matter what. Hoyeon tells him to stop. His father looks surprised. On thinks that no matter how hard he tries, he can't convince him, but his father always said to step on others to climb the social ladder. He reflects, thinking about his friends, clenches his fist, and says he doesn't want the life his father wanted for him. This life is his. His father puts a hand on his shoulder and asks what he's talking about. Hoyeon immediately shrugs it off and tells him to live his own life, honestly. Then he walks away. His father tells him to come back right now, but On keeps walking and slams the door. In another room, Hoyeon thinks he doesn't want to surpass his friend using dirty methods and will get stronger through hard work. Elsewhere at Kim's house, they're sitting on the couch. The protagonist says her parents must really get along to go on a date in the middle of the night. Yoo-jung replies that yes, they've been married a long time but act like newlyweds. Jae says it's about time he goes. She asks if he's leaving already. Hyun says it's almost midnight. She asks since when he cares about the time and tells him to stay a bit longer. The protagonist says her dad would get mad if he stayed. Kim asks why. Jae replies that he doubts they'd be happy if he stayed until dawn while they're not home, and he'd probably get scolded. Yoo-jung says it's fine as long as they don't do anything bad, and asks Ina if that's true. Seo says yes. Hyun says then he'll leave at midnight. Kim calls him boring. They argue again. Ina watches and asks if she can ask something. They wait. Then Seo asks if the two of them are dating. The protagonist looks confused and she has a serious face. He says he doesn't know how she came to that conclusion. Yoo-jung says obviously not. Ina says the two are really close, and it seems like their parents are close too. The two look at each other and ask if they're close. Kim says it's not like they hate each other, but they just like each other as friends. Seo hears that and apologizes for asking. Jae notices it's already past midnight and says he's heading home. They say goodbye. Elsewhere, he's walking down the street when someone approaches. Hyun asks what it is and says it's already pretty late. Heimdall notices he's surprised and asks if he already knew he was coming. The protagonist replies that last time, he felt a huge shock of mana that couldn't belong to any human. Heimdall says they need to be quick, and he has to pass the trial as soon as possible. They can't delay, because Odin has begun to act. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an elder says it's annoying and asks if there's still no news from Heimdall. Thor says he's worrying too much, that there may be a prophecy, but he's still just a human, and asks what an insect like him could do against a god. Another agrees, saying they may not be able to use their full power in Midgard, but there's nothing a human can do against a god, maybe not even against the wretch rotting in prison. The elder says prophecies have never been wrong. The blonde just watches. And another girl asks if he really considers that human a threat, saying he's overthinking. Odin says humans are beings that learn and grow constantly, or at least the ones he's seen. Sometimes knowledge is granted to the weak instead of the strong. At the moment, they can't eliminate the great enemy. The power of the prophecy will only protect him for about 10 years at most, but they shouldn't discard the possibility that he grows stronger during that time. One of them asks if that wasn't the reason Heimdall was sent, that disabling a human shouldn't require much divine power and would also stop the great enemy. The girl says the power of the prophecy protecting the great enemy is weakening rapidly, and they may not have to wait the full 10 years. She might be able to eliminate him with her own hands. The god says all plans must be precise, and fate has never prophesied their victory. Elsewhere, the protagonist says that the power protecting him from the Aesir, the power of the prophecy, is weakening, and asks if that's what she's saying. Hela replies yes. Jae asks how that's possible, saying that in his past life, when he turned 17, Young, who had been investigated by Hugin, came to eliminate him. So why is the protective power so weak in this life? She answers that the reason is simple. A large portion of the prophecy's power was used to send him back in time to this era. Going against the flow of time isn't allowed, even for a god. It's a surprise the power of the prophecy lasted this long. She wonders, who had to pay the price for all of this? Hyun senses something off and notices he's hearing strange sounds again and says he probably doesn't have much time left. If he wants to grow stronger, he needs to pass the second trial. Hela says he's quick to understand and asks what he thinks about going somewhere else to finish this conversation, where they can talk about the test he has to take and the enemy he'll face soon. However, elsewhere, the protagonist asks about Heimdall, the white god who seems to see the near future and carries a large horn. Hela confirms and asks if he knows him. Jae replies he studied about the gods, and if she's already acting in Midgard, he asks if there's time for this trial. The girl says not to worry, she bought them time, while Heimdall is stuck in a pitch-dark place, asking how she dares imprison him in a place like that, and that she won't be able to keep him trapped in such a weak prison. Hela says she had to use a lot of power. Hyun asks where the trial will take place. The girl says it'll be there and shows the TV with breaking news. Unfortunately, the 11th attempt to conquer the Great Ruins has failed once again. Balak, from the European Association, joined the attack, raising hopes, but the first challenge called Qualification Trial could not be completed again. The association expressed doubt about the next attempt. Hela says, Iceland, the center of mythology, and where the secret of the giant of the Great Ruins is hidden. Jae thinks about Iceland. The girl explains that the Great Ruins were made for him in the first place, an area precisely designed to raise him and shape him into someone who can defeat Odin again. He asks what she means by again. Hela says that's strange and asks why he used that word. He asks how he's supposed to know. The girl says that without the qualification trial, he wouldn't be able to enter either. Hyun asks about the qualification trial. Hela replies that he's the only one who can attempt it too, and that it will open the path to the Great Ruins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the news continues to report the urgency of the attack on the ruins, and that the first challenge, the qualification trial, still hasn't been completed, and the association is not confident about the next attempt. Balak watches and wants to know what the hell kind of ruin that is. one they can't even reach. He calls for Camilla and asks if she's sure the mages are investigating properly. Camilla approaches and says she already told him not to doubt others and to stop being so restless. After all, it's the only great ruin in the world, and she wants to complete it too. Balak asks how to prove oneself if someone wants to enter, and how they're supposed to prove it. She replies that she doesn't know either and wonders if maybe there's a key. Balak glares furiously. Camilla says she was just joking and tells him not to look at her like that. A few days later, before departure to Iceland, where the great ruins are, the protagonist is on the phone making an excuse to his friends because he doesn't want to worry them. The preparation process had to be rushed, and first he used mana stones to reinforce all his artifacts to the maximum and leveled up past level 30. He's still on the phone with the director, then hangs up and asks Hela, who is in cat form inside his shirt, if they can go. Balak says the European Association will do everything possible to complete the great ruins in Iceland and won't allow anyone else to invade. Jay observes and says the great ruins protected by Balak will be his first real test against a rank S hunter. He notices that what Balak holds is the real dragon-slaying sword Balmung. Hela thinks that now she can see the great enemy standing beside him, and this will decide whether she made the right decision or not. At the ruins, mysterious graveyards that suddenly appeared around the world. After being cleared by hunters, it was revealed that hidden artifacts existed in these places. It was a chance to get items ranked even higher than those found in normal dungeons, which caused fierce competition among hunters. Governments had to intervene. Hela says Misteltein, the bracelet on his wrist, was an item hidden in one of the ruins, and she doesn't believe it was just coincidence that he was the one who found it. When the ruins were being cleared one by one, the protagonist remembers himself running desperately and thinks she must be talking about those light orbs. He keeps thinking, and now that he reflects on it, the beginning of it all had that strange light too. He looks at the cat in his shirt and smiles. Hela asks why he's looking at her like that. Jay replies it's nothing and says he's been wondering for a while if those ruins were created by giants. Hela replies yes, and explains that 10,000 years ago, his guardian and Thor's rival, Hrungnir, created them for the great enemy of the prophecy and also for the countless humans who fought against Odin's army. Hyun says it makes sense the ruins are full of riddles and puzzles, and thinks that in legends, giants are portrayed as wise beings, described as confident even before an Aesir god, and that their end wasn't so spectacular. He says they're almost there and that he's nervous. He even reserved an expensive hotel, since it seemed like the best place around. Hela tells him not to let his guard down. It's his second test. The protagonist says he never lets his guard down and prepared everything he could. He checked that the Norner system's translation function is working well, and that now he's got a great item with him. Before traveling, he had the item in his hand, Shadow Mineral, which enhances shadow equipment. The system notifies that the Shadow Mineral can be used to enhance the Shadow Armor. He says that ever since defeating the Night Shadow, he acquired the Shadow Armor and has worked hard to achieve this. Mana begins to flow. The system notifies that Shadow Mineral is being used. The mana intensifies and more notifications arrive. Misteltein activates the passive skill Armor Creation Genius. The Shadow Armor is now rank S and evolves into Abyssal Armor. The system begins to show information about the Abyssal Armor. It notifies the equipped item, Abyssal Armor, said to have been forged in the abyss of Ginnungagap. It includes physical defense, an active skill, and a passive skill. The passive skill, Shadow Sync, synchronizes the user with shadows to create an afterimage and deflect enemy attacks with a certain probability. Hela says there are other alternatives. Jay asks if she's talking about the key and says he doesn't have time to explore other options. A few hours later, they arrive. It's a special hotel where only awakened individuals can check in, and just one night costs 50,000, and no one really wants to stay right next to the great ruins. Hyun walks in and thinks the only exceptions would be archaeologists. And then he runs into Balak and Camilla, the members of the association who are trying to clear the great ruins. He keeps walking, thinking he didn't expect to run into them so soon, until someone calls out to him. The protagonist stops. Balak asks who he is. Jay thinks to himself, the true owner of Balmung, the dragon-slaying sword and the head of the European Hunters Association. He asks what's going on. Camilla tells him to wait, but the two boys are already staring each other down. Balak asks how old he is and where he's from. Hyun just observes. Camilla calls Balak and tells him to watch his manners. She steps between them and asks what he thinks he's doing. She pushes the protagonist aside and tells him he can go, saying that guy has a really bad personality. He even got dumped by his ex-wife because of it. Balak tells her to stop talking nonsense. Camilla apologizes on his behalf and says goodbye. The two of them watch the boy leave. She sighs in relief and says she told him to be careful, asking what he'll do if he ruins the image of the European Hunters Association. She says she knows he's upset about the last failure in the dungeon, but he shouldn't take it out on a kid. He responds that it's not just that. The kid made no noise when walking and clearly knows how to hide his presence. Meanwhile, at the office of the director of Mila's academy, the director is watching, and Kim is asking about another country, sounding worried, wondering where he's been these days. Because last time, he suddenly went to an amusement park and got caught in an incident. An says Jae gets into a lot of trouble and assumes it's the same again. Yoo Jung says he's always been the type to get into things. Seo just observes quietly. At the Great Ruins in Iceland, everyone is dressed in winter clothing, their breath visible in the cold air when someone approaches. One of the guards asks who's coming and tells him to show identification, since the ruin is being managed by the European Hunters Association. The man gets closer and asks if they can make an exception. He left something inside. The guard tries to respond, but the man puts a hand over his mouth and activates a brainwashing ability. The guards are hypnotized and apologize, thinking he was a criminal. Jae lowers his hood and walks in, remembering how, in another place, Hela said there were conditions he had to meet to enter the Great Ruins. The first was having the Norner system. Hyun grows curious about the second condition. She tells him to let her finish. There are 2 conditions, and the second is having both strength and agility stats above 150. To put it in human terms, he'd have to be rank S. The protagonist closes his eyes as Hela waits for an answer. Jae says he's not rank S yet. The girl jumps up and says she saw him defeat the clone of Surtur. Hyun asks if she was the third one. Hela responds that it's not relevant. They need to find a way to fulfill the second condition. The protagonist says he has a way and remembers when he completed the second mission, Flandier Manor, and the little girl saying goodbye. The system notified him he had completed a hidden scenario within the mission and would receive extra rewards. He shows the key he received from that mission, saying he never used it because he didn't need to. The system notifies that it's an unidentified item, cursed key, an old, rusty key that lost its original form due to time. Jae's eyes begin to glow, activating his detection ability. The system then reveals it's a special item, Loki's key, which can open any door or chest. It was made by a blind fool who tried to steal the item hidden inside a treasure chest, and the fool was left with shame while his friend received a gift. Hela watches and asks why he has that. Hyun arrives at a place and says it's strange, like someone predicted everything and prepared it for him, knowing what would happen. He then uses the key to open a place. A surge of mana is released, and when it opens, they're hit with a blinding light. The protagonist looks at a card in his hand and says he bets it'll come in handy soon too. He thinks that Seo's cognition acceleration and Soyul's detection were both useful, but it didn't feel worth using a white card on them. And if he just keeps copying other people's abilities, they'll get suspicious. He says if they're going to give him a blank card, they need to give him a matching ability to copy. Then, in an empty place filled with many lights, he enters and observes. A voice asks if he is the great enemy of the prophecy. A giant man appears sitting down. He introduces himself as Smear and says he protects the Great Ruins at the request of his father, Hrungnir. Hela jumps off the boy's lap and Smear recognizes her. He watches her transform into her human form and says she is the clone of Hel. Hela responds yes and introduces herself, saying she's responsible for guiding the great enemy through the 5 trials and that the power of the prophecy protecting him is weakening, so they need to prepare for the second challenge as soon as possible. Smear replies that he refuses. She's confused and asks why. Smear says she should know. The method the great enemy used to open those doors was a cheat, and as he is now, he won't be able to pass the second test. He adds that this is his generosity, so he can grow stronger and come back later. Hela says they don't have time, and once the prophecy's protection ends, the Aesir gods will begin acting again. Smear replies that rules are rules, and that Jotunheimer, the land they tried to protect, is already reduced to ashes. The giants have nowhere else to go, and it's too late. What difference does it make if they're more or less delayed? Hela says he sounds desperate. Jae watches, annoyed, and asks what the hell he's saying, if he's joking with him. Smear asks how he dares. Hyun tells him to listen up. This isn't some charity organization. He approaches angrily, surrounded by magic, and says it's not something he uses when he needs it and throws away after. The reason he lets them control what he does now, he activates his Chains of Hell ability, radiating intense aura, and says it's because he sees value in using them too, so he needs him to move aside. Meanwhile, outside, Balak asks the guards if they're saying no one passed through. The guards confirm it. Balak says that's impossible. There's someone in there, and he's going to check it himself. He's certain. That power and strange mana he felt earlier was the same as when a ruin opens, and he's never been able to enter the Great Ruins. He won't let someone unknown get there before him. And if the door is open, he's sure he can get in too. But a voice says he's not qualified. Balak becomes furious. Elsewhere, someone picks up the phone. Camilla, still sleepy, asks why he's calling so late. Balak says there's an intruder in the Great Ruin. Back inside, Hela asks what he's doing. Smear places his hand over his face, slams it down, and places it on the ground, calling him a fool. He stands up and starts shouting, asking how he dares challenge him in a human body. A great gust of wind erupts, and rocks fall around. The two look shocked. The protagonist asks if he doesn't know how to say anything else. He's heard that line so many times he's sick of it. He thinks, whether he gives up and retreats and gets eliminated by Heimdall or keeps doing this and gets eliminated here, it's the same result. That leaves him with only one choice, to give it a shot with everything he's got. He thinks he doesn't want to be eliminated full of regrets like in his past life. Smear calls out to the great enemy and says his mercy ends there. Then, the giant attacks, and just before impact, Jay activates Absolute Calculation. He unleashes his power and stares him down. He then activates Wind Boost. Hyun leaps and charges toward him. Smear realizes he's aiming for his heart and wonders if the great enemy actually intends to defeat him and survive. He watches angrily and asks if he knows who he's going to face in the future. But the protagonist keeps advancing, staring right back at him. The giant asks what's making him act this way. Jay thinks it's a crushing pressure, similar to what he felt when facing Hugin, and that this is an opponent his current self cannot beat. He activates his power. Chains begin to move. Hyun grabs onto one and uses it to land. He walks and thinks he has no intention of giving up. He exhales. The system notifies that the skill Frozen Heart is being activated, causing massive ice spikes. Smear watches and asks if that's the secret ability of the Dark Elves, saying he doesn't know how he got his hands on it. The giant strikes the ice and says he's still weak. The ice is shattered in one blow. The protagonist watches and smiles, asking if that's because he's dumb and has no tactics. He activates his flame ability and says things are going just the way he wanted. The fire begins to melt the ice and airburst activates, creating a massive fireball that blasts the flames across the melting ice. Smear dodges. Then, Jay activates his stealth ability. The giant asks if he really thinks that trick will work. Smear steps back, dodging more attacks, watching closely, and realizes the boy has vanished. He looks around the ice and surroundings, wondering where he went, while the cat remains hidden. The giant keeps searching, walking around until he's almost attacked near his feet, but manages to dodge. He looks irritated and sees the boy approaching again. Hyun strikes him. Meanwhile, in the master's office, a voice brings up Jay. A blonde woman says she heard the boy as her disciple. Seong confirms and says she assumes the woman saw the interview. The blonde says she'll be direct. She wants him. The guild leader replies that reading the room is also a virtue of a merchant, and that's something the woman once said, asking if they need to repeat a pointless conversation. The blonde says there's no need to be harsh and that she's willing to pay the price for the boy. The master replies that he's not an object. The blonde brings up the claw of Nidhogg and asks, "What if I give you that?" Seong thinks about the claw. She heard the healer had gotten his hands on it, but didn't expect the woman to offer an S-class item. She wonders if the woman wants him that badly and realizes she's not here to joke around. The blonde responds that they don't treat their guests as a joke. The leader asks what would happen if Lotus refuses, if the blonde plans to try persuading the boy directly with it. The blonde replies that Seong would make a great merchant too. She smiles and says the master is very good at reading the room. The guild master says she should have gone straight to the boy. The blonde replies that they must resolve the issue in a chivalrous manner and will wait for the decision. She extends her hand and realizes she won't be greeted, feels awkward, and leaves saying she has business to attend to. Seong watches and smiles, as the blonde was openly saying she would take a member of his guild and even his own student. Elsewhere, the protagonist and his opponent are exchanging multiple attacks and blows. Jay hits him and falls to the ground. Smear observes and asks if that's the method he chose, and says Odin is strong, and that applies to all the gods of Aesir, and no matter how much he tries, there are no guarantees his effort will be rewarded, and asks if he still thinks he can keep going. Hyun replies that it's better this way. He activates the magic artifact creation skill, genius of weapon creation, and the item's rank increased. The god says he knows nothing, and that there's no value in what he's doing now, and asks if he doesn't realize it. Min stares at him and says it's himself who decides his own actions, and whether they have value. Smear remembers when he was young, someone looked at him and said he alone decides his own worth. In real time, he has his eyes closed. The protagonist is staring at him. The god moves his hand, attacking and causing a great impact, and asks if he can take responsibility for what he just said. Jay, lying on the ground, groans in pain and realizes he can't move. Smear says he'll ask one more time if he can take responsibility for what he said. Hyun doesn't know what to do and tries to think of a way to destroy him and how to eliminate him. He looks scared and realizes the pressure disappeared. The god says it's said that only you can decide the value of your actions, but that's something only those with power can do, and he'll give a chance. And if he proves worthy, he'll let him in. Hela is in cat form, hidden and watching. Nim gets thoughtful and says he'll prove it and asks to make an offer. The cat and his enemy pay attention, and the protagonist says he'll endure his strongest attack only once and asks what he thinks. Hela quickly runs, transforming into her human body, and asks what he's talking about. Smear says it's fine. He moves his hand, emitting a strong light, and says he'll evaluate him. The god takes a weapon and says whether he is worthy of deciding the value of actions and whether he is an entity that can withstand great destiny. Hela disagrees with that, but Smear doesn't listen and attacks, emitting strong light and causing a huge hole. He watches and asks if that proved it, and it's Jay with the passive skill, Shadow Synchronization, and from this point forward the skill will have a 20% activation chance. The two stare at each other. The god smiles and claps, causing winds, and says to go, because this place was made for him. Hyun asks if he's sure. Smear replies that coincidences don't happen twice and even less 3 times and tells him to go. Min walks and Hela looks surprised. The protagonist stops at a gate and the god says there are 3 wisdom tests prepared for him. Jay replies that he understood. Smear asks if he's afraid. Hyun replies yes. The god asks if he's serious and says that's good, thinking his work is done, and what remains is now in their hands. After some time they walk. Hela watches him and asks how he did that. Min asks who knows because he doesn't know either. Hela says the god gave up. She watches and thinks the boy changed him. The protagonist enters a place with torches and walks, looking around. 2 hooded people tell him to be welcome and introduce themselves as Norn and say they were designated as the gatekeepers for the first wisdom test and were waiting for him. Hela says she can't accompany him now and that he needs to be careful. Jay thinks it's a pity and that this is the second time he'll go through a series of tests. Norn smiles and says one is an angel and the other a demon. The angel only speaks the truth and the demon only lies. And one is the entrance to heaven where the angels live, and the other is the entrance to hell where the demons live. Hela asks about his disappointed expression. He replies he didn't expect that. Norn says that regardless of which door he chooses, he'll reach the next test. But if he chooses the one that leads to hell, those who are alive and eliminated at the same time will interfere with him. Hyun doesn't quite understand. Norn says they'll start now and will allow him to ask only one question, and he needs to use the opportunity well. Min thinks that figuring out the correct path with only one question is the famous logic riddle, and wonders if choosing both will let him proceed to the next part. He smiles and thinks it's interesting and says he'll ask the question. Norn says there's no need to rush because he has plenty of time to think. The protagonist replies that he doesn't need to think much. Norn asks whom he'd like to question. Jay asks which realm her door leads to. Norn smiles, walks up to the door, and says the door behind her. Hyun thinks the name of this riddle is the angel and the demon, and since it's quite famous, he's sure it has many other names. And the solution is also well known. If you ask where they live, the angel will give the path to heaven, and if you ask the demon, it will also give the path to heaven. Norn asks if that door is his choice. Min smiles and replies no. He walks over and says he'll go through the other door and asks if he could open it. Hela is surprised. They go through the door. Hela asks why he's trying so hard for this. The protagonist asks if she's never heard the saying that nothing is hard work when you're young, and thinks, of course, wondering who would deliberately choose the harder path, and says they mentioned the undead would interfere with him, until a hand emerges from the ground and skeletons start to appear. Jay smiles and activates the sacrifice skill, gaining wings, and the system notifies the undead are being hunted in the field, changing sacrifice into an offensive skill and activating the light's judgment skill. The skeletons are hit and vanish. The system notifies he leveled up. Hyun is happy with the XP gain. Hela watches him and says he's an evil human and must be a demon. Outside the gate, Norn says he made the dumbest decision, but also the wisest of all. The two look at each other and say that's how they prophesied it. Inside the gate, mana is emitted, forming a portal, and they come out of it. Min says it's a pity it ended, and that was a great chance to level up. Hela tells him to focus since they're still in the middle of the test. They look around until the portal closes. The two glance at each other. The protagonist looks beside him, at the place and the symbols on the ground, and thinks it's some kind of activation magic. And it's very complex and says, the condition of this test must be to fulfill the requirement to escape. A voice replies, that's right. Jay looks and asks if it's the guardian of the second level. The voice replies that it doesn't like that title, but yes. Hela pays attention to the voice and asks how it's there. The voice interrupts and tells her to wait and at least let it introduce itself, and says its name is Mimir, the creator of the Nornir system, the ones who define his destiny. Hyun wonders if it defined his destiny and remembers the new operating system being downloaded, and that it was running the Nornir OS. He looks and asks if it could explain in detail. Mimir replies that, as he said long ago, Loki came asking for advice on how to create the last hope, the great enemy of the prophecy, and how to free these people from those of Odin. And the answer was the Nornir system. Nim says he was the one who created the system, and asks why he didn't explain the plans from the start. Mimir says it's hard to even approach him because of the ties with the Aesir gods, and it's not the system he uses, but rather the system all the Awakened used, and it was blocking them. Hela says she's never heard that he was the guardian of the second part of the test. Mimir says the situation doesn't look good, and if the fall happens earlier than expected. Hela says they won't be able to guarantee the boy stays alive. Mimir says the reason for intervening there is simple, proof of worth, that this is to test him. The protagonist says that during all this time, he never told him anything. Mimir replies there were too many eyes. The reason they can talk now is because they're inside the great ancient ruins. Jay thinks this place is hidden. They're free from the Aesir gods. Mimir says he's quite clever. Hyun says he has a question. If he was chosen by fate to be the great enemy, shouldn't his will not matter, and asks why he asked how he felt about it, and why he had to ask right before his end, when he was at his most desperate. Elsewhere, Kim is feeling down, asking what her friend must be doing since he's not answering messages. An says he assumes he'll return at the right time. Seo asks what he went to do in another country. They reply they don't know either, and that he tells them nothing. An says they need to decide what to do with the circle, and hopes they'll all be in the same circle. Ina agrees. Seo says it was to be expected and was wondering why Jaesung was talking about bribery potions and believes it's because of the benefits their partner gets from being at the top of the class. Jung says she just wants to be there, until she suddenly stops talking and asks who else would put up with him. Seo replies that it's true. An says she just wants to be with him since they're friends. Though it'd also be great to have him nearby for other reasons too, lots of money, and they'd be able to use a bigger room. Kim asks how she knows that if she's not even a student. Seo replies that she'll be studying there soon, so she did a bit of research. An asks if she'd be discouraged if she failed the entrance exam. Seo feels down hearing that, stays quiet for a while, and says he's really mean. Seo says she hopes her partner comes back soon. Jung agrees. Elsewhere, the protagonist asks why he asked for his opinion. Mimir says nothing for a moment, then replies that they didn't want to leave the world's fate in the hands of someone who couldn't even stand up on his own. Jay doesn't quite understand the word fate. Mimir explains he only gave an opportunity and chose to change fate at the time, and now he's here. Hyun says that's a complicated reason and he just hated his father, and that was enough to want to eliminate him. Mimir replies that if that's the goal, they'll respect it. Goals are goals, whether noble or not. Nim says he'd like to ask more questions, but doesn't think he'll get all the answers. Mimir agrees and says he can say one thing. If he passes this part, he'll give a clue about the truth. And asks if he sees all the objects around and just needs to offer one on the altar, keeping two things in mind. And that this is to gain knowledge and there's only one choice. No second chances. The protagonist wonders if he should look at all those things. Mimir says he knew he'd react that way. He replies that it's not a good feeling to have your mind read. Mimir says he'll give 2 hints for the test. The first, he already has the wisdom he could gain from this altar. The second, he entered the ruins 2 days earlier than planned, and today is Monday. And now he must show knowledge, and if he fails, he'll be eliminated. Jay thinks he's hearing this just to understand that he's a real son of a bitch. Mimir laughs and says human insults are refreshing. He has 1 hour to complete the test and has given all the hints he can. He'll be waiting for his answer. Hyun watches the time pass and thinks the wisdom he already has is what that clue means. Wednesday, and wonders what that has to do with the challenge. They'll calm down and go back in time to where it all began, but he'll try a few things first. He activates mana detection, releasing mana around the place and the objects, and thinks it's nothing special. He thinks that's not how it has to be solved and he needs to calm down. He can't give up now, and the wisdom he already has. And Wednesday, he thinks for a while. Min stares at the hourglass for some time, sighs, and thinks this is the only option left. He looks at a spear and takes it in his hand, then sees the system message asking what he will sacrifice to the altar. He looks on blankly and says himself. The system says he only has 1 chance and asks if that's his choice. The protagonist smiles and replies yes. Mana starts to rise along with wind and the symbol on the ground begins to crack. Mimir says that's right. Jay thinks the wisdom he already has refers to the knowledge of runes he got after obtaining Odin's lost eye. Second, it's Wednesday. That was the main clue because Wednesday is Odin's day. Woden is another name for Odin, and it said Odin sacrificed himself to gain knowledge about life after the end. If that's related to this test, there's only one thing that makes sense to place on the altar: himself. He stares ahead. Mimir says it's incredible, bearing the great burden of fate, and asks if he knows the meaning of the choice he just made. Hyun replies that Odin was hung upside down on Yggdrasil and pierced with spears for 9 days. He moves the spear and says he's someone willing to risk his own life to get what he wants. An aura fills the area. Hela watches and says to wait, asking what he's trying to do. Nim, with the spear in hand, stabs it into his own body and asks what he wanted to see. He thinks that sacrificing himself means enduring the threat of the end, and the pain that's coming will be far worse than this. He says this is a waste of time and asks if they can end it early. Then he activates the magical artifact manifestation skill, grabs the spear, and continues stabbing himself. Hela repeatedly tells him to stop. The protagonist watches, taking the spear again until Mimir tells him to stop. Jay reaches out his hand, returning to the circle. Mimir says he's changed a lot and doesn't need his advice anymore. Hyun realizes the wound is gone. Mimir says this is the end of the test and that he proved to be better than expected, and he thinks it's time to fulfill his promise. He replies he was waiting for that and thinks he finally got the chance to dig deeper into the truth the gods are hiding. Mimir says he'll give 4 words that will form a sentence again and guide him toward the truth. Min says he's using an indirect method to answer his question. Mimir says it's to avoid the eyes of the Aesir gods and asks for understanding. And not even the boy knows about this. Hela asks if it's something not even she knows. Mimir replies yes, a piece of information very well hidden. Hunter, brightest eye. The protagonist looks and thinks that sounds random and wonders what it means. Mimir says he'll give one last piece of advice to doubt the system, and again he believes he'll reach the truth. He says he'll see him next time. Hela watches. The boy sits on the ground. Jay thinks about all those words, they're talking about him. And Hunter is his class. And eye refers to Odin's lost eye, and his present is brighter than his past. It's much more vivid than back then, when he knew nothing and ended up eliminated as a human shield, and wonders why the words brightest and why he should doubt the system. Hela touches him and says she'll also think about what it might mean and tells him they should leave. They leave. A voice says he's passed all the tests and now the last part awaits. Hyun asks if this mirror is the final test. Smear replies yes, and that this is Urd's mirror, the first of the 3 Norns. It's an artifact that shows the past and he'll see the memories of a Jotun. He must watch the memories and return to give the answer he found, and once that's done, he'll have passed the test. Nim asks if there's a specific answer he should give. The god replies no, and whatever answer he finds, it's not for him to judge. The final test is to find his own answer, and he can place his hand on the mirror whenever he's ready, and the mirror will show the past. The protagonist looks startled upon seeing a red-haired woman, and she says he finally arrived and she's been waiting for him. Jay recognizes her, and the redhead tells him to say her name once more. Hyun replies, Urd. She smiles and agrees that is her name, and that this is a fated encounter and also an inevitable reunion. She waited a long time for this moment, holding on to this shattered past. She looks at him and says, this is a fragment of the past the ancient beings wanted to show him, and will now reveal the first piece. Then Min appears in another place and asks where this is. Hela replies it's the land of giants and asks if he knew that woman before. The protagonist replies he's not sure. Urd says the past they must observe isn't in their minds but right in front of them, and they can watch but not change anything, because that story is already over. And this is nothing more than an echo of the past sent by Hrungnir, the once great. She walks toward him and says that's why he must listen to the story he wants to tell. Then Smear's father appears asking what he thinks makes a good lord. Smear replies that he must be strong to protect others. His father says that's an important fact and that a good lord must know how to share with others and take care of them, while also being able to recognize his flaws. And he hopes he becomes a Jotun like that someday. Smear replies that he's weak, afraid of many things, and also scared of Thor's hammer, and asks how he could have any value as a lord. His father touches his shoulder and tells him not to try judging his own worth so easily, and that the only person who can decide one's value is oneself. Hela looks and says that's why Smear let him in. Then, still in the memory, someone approaches saying Thor and the Valkyries have invaded. Smear's father touches his shoulder and says not to worry, he'll do everything necessary to protect them. The redhead says it's a dark past, but the misery didn't end there, and now comes the second piece. Jay looks to the side and appears somewhere else with his eyes closed, then opens them, and the place is engulfed in flames. And he realizes that everywhere he looks, there are bodies and blood covering his sight. Hela says this is the war of the end, just before the contract was written. And that man is the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Hyun thinks it's a rumbling thunder echoing across the vast skies, and the symbolic hammer in his hand. And he's strong, much stronger than himself at this moment. And even if he reaches Rankus, he won't be a match for a monster like that and wonders what he must do to become that strong. Hela replies that he must pass all 5 tests, and that will lead him down the right path. While in the memory, Thor says he has always hated giants, that they still haven't given up and are trying to fight, and that they deserve his respect for being such honorable warriors. He says that if Hrungnir fights him one-on-one, there will be no further massacre of his kind and asks if he accepts. Hrungnir looks and asks if he would spare the others at the cost of his head. The god of thunder replies yes, and that he swears on his name. A weapon strikes the ground. The king of giants says it's fine. Thor smiles and says he'll see him soon. Hrungnir says he won't be taken down so easily. Nim watches. Urd speaks about Thor's change of heart and the giant's sacrifice. The war between Jotunheimer and Asgard ended with Asgard's victory. Now only one piece of the past remains. The protagonist says nothing for now. Still in the memory, a finger emits a call and it's Hrungnir. Smear approaches and tells him not to go, saying it's a trap. The giant replies that he knows and that he must go. Smear's face streams with tears, asking why he has to do this, saying he's the only family he has left. Hela says this place is Asgard, the world where the Aesir gods live, including Odin, the one he must eliminate. Meanwhile, in the memory, his father asks if he remembers what he said some time ago, to not worry, and he's sure he'll do fine without him. Smear cries. The giant says the great enemy of the prophecy will come to him. Smear doesn't fully understand, and his father explains that the great enemy will free them, just like all the other species from the Aesir, and that's why he must protect his tomb, the Great Ruins. Jay watches and wonders if that's what all the ruins are, and thinks they're memorials for the giants who were wiped out and a symbol of hope for the future. Hrungnir calls out to the great enemy of the prophecy. Hyun turns, startled, and the giant says he knows he's watching these memories and hopes he can help his child. The redhead watches and says he was preparing for his final moments. Still in the memories, Hrungnir arrives and Thor notices him. Urd says it's for the sake of his son, who would be left alone, and for the last hope to be born in the future. The great enemy of the prophecy. The god of thunder says he's been waiting for a real fight from the start. The giant asks if he's satisfied. Thor replies no, unleashes a massive energy in the area, stares him down, and says he won't be satisfied until he eliminates him. Hrung grabs his weapon and blocks the attack. Still blocking, he asks why he's doing this. The god of thunder doesn't quite understand. The giant asks why he's eliminating innocents just out of greed. Thor now understands what he's talking about and says it's all by the will of the Almighty. He doesn't care about reasons and has none. All that matters is fighting a strong opponent. He asks why Hrungnir agreed to the duel knowing he'd be eliminated. Hrungnir smiles, slams his weapon into the ground, and says it's because there's something he must protect. The god of thunder says most of his kind has already been reduced to ashes. The giant replies that they are still valuable and that someday Asgard will fall. Thor asks if he believes in the prophecy of the three sisters and says it's borings. And enough of the chatter. He'll send him where most of his kind is now. They continue watching the memories closely. Hrungnir pauses and asks if the great enemy is listening, and if so, to never forget what he's about to say, that the path he walks is unique, and that he must have a strong mind. Nim thinks about the path he must follow. In the memories, the giant looks at his opponent and says to tell his son he's sorry. Thor throws his hammer, striking the giant's weapon and shattering it into pieces, and then strikes him, eliminating him. Smear cries heavily as he sees the scene and the blood on the ground. The protagonist says it was a terrible ending. He picks up a card. Hela doesn't understand. Jay says he'll feel better after destroying Thor at least once. Meanwhile, the god of thunder holds his hammer, and the system notifies that the blank card was used. Still in the memories, Thor watches until a stone is thrown near his feet. He looks alarmed at the stone, and the giant had set up a connection earlier. The god of thunder gets angry at the trick until light is emitted and the links move around the shattered weapon, triggering an attack and trapping him. Stones begin to float, and he says it's a counterattack that uses elimination as the condition. Thor uses his strength and says this alone won't stop him. Hyun looks at his card. The system notifies that the skill is too high for the user's current level, and the copied skill cannot be used properly until the user's level is higher. The god of thunder breaks free using intense power. He looks to the side and sees a stone coming toward him and blocks it. However, something approaches in front of him. He looks frightened until he's hit. Jay watches the god of thunder fall. Thor stands up with a wound on his head, emitting light. He walks until he stops, blood running down his face, and asks if this was what he wanted from the start, an item that suppresses his power, and takes back what he said earlier about it not being fun, saying this is fun. Smear watches his younger self and says they don't even know the great enemy of the prophecy will appear, and even if he does, they don't know what kind of entity he'll be, and wonders if his father's sacrifice was in vain. He asks what he should do. Hyun looks at the card, and the system notifies if he wants to register the passive skill, Power of the God of Lightning, into a blank card. Hela asks how that's possible and how he can use a blank card on someone inside a memory. Urd replies it wouldn't have been possible if this were just an illusion, but, as she said, this is a fragment of the past being passed on to the next generation. Hela wants to know what that means. The redhead says Hrungnir's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Nim continues standing, staring at the card, and the system notifies that the Power of the God of Lightning skill was registered and displays the information about the skill, which possesses the lightning of the God of Lightning and greatly enhances the efficiency and power of all lightning-type skills. Hela says he won't be able to handle that kind of power at his current level. The protagonist replies that he just needs to get stronger to handle it, and she's going to help him with that. Urd watches and smiles, saying the time allowed there is over and they need to say goodbye once again, and she never gets used to it. Jay asks what happened. The redhead says there's no reason to try to figure it out now, and that he should look ahead, rise above this broken past, and forge a new future, and that she'll pray for him in this shattered past. Even if there's no place for her in his future, she wishes his journey to be full of blessings. Hyun closes his eyes from the strong light and then opens them, finding the mirror completely shattered. Smear says he's back. Nim removes his hand from the mirror and replies, yes. Hela looks somewhat disheartened. The god says this is the final test and will ask just one thing. He kneels and asks if he's capable of not straying from the path, even if he loses someone important to him. The protagonist looks down and remembers his mother, his friend, the guildmaster, the manager, his academy friends, and and replies no, that he would suffer and feel sad and in pain, just like he did, but he'll rise again and keep going forward. Smear smiles and says he understands, and that he passed and is qualified to complete the test. Multiple notifications appear saying he passed all parts of the test, leveled up, earned the title, the one who overcame the second test, and received a gift. Jay says he received everything he had to. The god asks if he's leaving now. He replies yes, that he finished everything he needed to do, but there's one thing he forgot. Smear asks what it is. Hyun replies that he's sorry, and those were the words his father wanted him to hear. The god looks back. Nim says he'll be going now. Smear watches them leaving and says he never held a grudge for what he did. Outside, the place is packed with people. The gate opens, the protagonist asks if it's already swarming with people. Hela replies they're quite skilled and it'll be hard to slip out quietly. Jay thinks it's unsettling being treated like a thief, but that's because only he knows the reason, and he understands why the Union feels that way. And the amount of money they invested into the attack rights was astronomical, and he can't handle 2 rank S at once with his current abilities. He says he'll buy some time and that she should take care of things. Hela replies she'll send a signal and distract them. Hyun watches and finishes opening the gate. Everyone looks at him coming out and tells him to stop right there. Balak approaches him and asks if he completed it. Nim asks, "What if I say yes?" A sword is pointed at him, and it's Balak holding it. He stares at him and thinks there's no mana coming from the ancient ruins. And the boy really completed it, and wonders how. The protagonist looks and realizes that's Balmung, the dragon-slaying sword. It's not a replica, but a real rank S artifact. He smiles and says this place was made for him, and he was never supposed to succeed no matter how hard he tried. Balak asks if he's saying they're not good enough. Jay provokes him and says it was said he wouldn't be able to enter because he failed to prove himself worthy. Balak says his original plan was to bring him to their side, but he changed his mind and won't eliminate him because there are things he can learn from him. Hyun thinks he fell for such an obvious provocation that he's as hostile as the rumors say, and tells him to try if he can. He thinks that, thanks to that, he easily got something he needed. Balak asks if he thinks he'd just stand there, watching him try something. Nim looks and blocks his attack. Balak looks shocked. The system notifies about the item, Balmung, and says there's nothing stating that 2 Balmungs can't exist. Balak raises his sword trying to land a strike. The protagonist smiles and steps back, activating the light step skill, dodging all his opponent's attacks and says he's slower than expected. Balak looks furious and sighs, thinking there aren't many who can dodge his sword, even among rank S hunters. He stares at him and wonders who this kid is. People watch until someone arrives calling him. It's Camilla, telling him to be careful because that sword not only looks like Balmung, but also has the same mana. Balak says that just raises more questions and that he won't eliminate him like he said, but will eliminate his companions. Jay tells him not to say that, it's triggering. Balak doesn't understand. Hyun tells him not to be so slow and that he's telling him to shut up. Anne saw in an article that he'd just gotten divorced, and wonders what the reason was. Camilla says he's going too far, and that the reason for the divorce is that Balak has a shitty personality. Balak asks whose side she's on, and says they can continue this conversation in the interrogation room. Hela approaches in cat form and says she's ready. Nim tells her to hold on a little longer. Hela looks shocked, and the protagonist says it's rare to get the chance to fight a rank S hunter. The system notifies the use of the exhaustion skill, saying its strength will temporarily increase, and he won't be able to use mana for a while afterward. Camilla notices the mana suddenly changed and tells her partner to get out of there, but realizes he's not paying attention and says that's why his wife left him, and she activates her mana force field. Jay sees the barrier and breaks it. Camilla is surprised to see that. Hyun thinks the Thor he saw in Hrungnir's memories was very strong and assumes Heimdall is strong too, and that there's only one way to get stronger quickly. He stares down his opponent and dodges the attack, thinking he just has to keep fighting strong enemies. The two clash with swords, causing a massive impact and explosion. Balak is thrown far. Camilla worries and uses her power to stop him from falling onto the ground from a very high place, injuring himself badly. She runs to him, seeing her partner wounded, and wonders if the boy actually defeated a European Union leader just like that, and thinks she can't let a monster like that roam free. She looks at the boy walking away and asks if he thinks he's going to escape. Then she activates her Hellfire and Wind Hunter skills. Nim looks back, the massive attack approaching, and groans. The system notifies that his mana usage will be restricted for a while as a penalty for activating the exhaustion skill. Someone pulls him. Hela says that should be enough. Camilla watches and notices the mana response vanished before her attack hit him and wonders if he really escaped. Anne says she needs to track him. Balak sits up and tells her to give up. That yes, it's exactly what she heard, that it's dangerous to go after him, and they're heading back to the main base. Camilla asks if he's sure he wants to go back there, and if the boy is really that strong. He replies yes. Camilla says he's acting different from usual and asks if something happened, and if his wife asked to get back together. Balak sighs and says the boy didn't eliminate him on purpose and there's no reason to send others after him. Camilla says she'll contact the main base. He thanks her and says he'll rest for a bit and thinks he doesn't know who the boy is, but he's sure they'll meet again someday, and next time, he won't lose. Elsewhere, Hela is watching. The protagonist says it's time to go back home. The next day at the airport, he's holding his phone and sees Ina is calling. He answers and asks if there's any problem. Seo asks if he's already decided which circle he'll join. Jay thinks it's time and there's only a month left. And circle is one of the main policies in all hunter academies in the nation. It's like a club for hunters. The second and third year students are the ones who bring in the first years, and they take on requests from public institutions. The academy will receive a commission during this process, and students also have the opportunity to earn money and make connections, with the goal of gaining experience with circle activities before joining a guild. He believes it's a good idea, but in reality, it's only beneficial if you manage to join an influential guild. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. And before his regression, he joined a low-rank circle and ended up being enslaved because of the rule that only allows entering one circle, and he had no choice but to stay in that one. He was going to join the same circle as his friends, but it's not a good idea to make things easier for them. Still on the phone, he tells his partner that he doesn't know yet and that he'll look for a suitable one. Ina says they were talking about joining the same circle and asks if he wants to join them. Hyun replies that he prefers to choose one on his own and wonders if she was hurt by that, until a voice shouts through the phone asking if he's going to join a circle alone and if he's abandoning them. Nim replies that it's not like he promised to join the same circle as them, and if they're after his first rank benefits, just say so. Kim says she'll pass the phone to Hoyeon. They start tossing the phone back and forth, and the protagonist says it's not a problem joining the same circle as them and thinks he's the perfect target for a scam, and that he should be careful with phone scams, and says it's under one condition. An says they're friends, and it's good to be clear about these things. He replies that if it's not like that, then he's out and he's a grounded person, and he'll tell them the condition later and enters a portal. Meanwhile, Hela is lying in cat form on his shirt. Jay thinks it's already time to join circles, and that must mean something is approaching. The camp held along with the circle registration period. The location is the restricted area of Daegu, where Mila's academy was built. It's only a part of the closed-off area, and there are still thousands of monsters outside the academy. Mila's has been holding outdoor camping events every year to reduce the number of monsters. Meanwhile, the portal is open and Hyun enters, finding the staff member guiding him. He walks up to the receptionist. Elsewhere, he sits down and says he was gone for a few days, but it felt like a lifetime. Hela says that makes sense and that he experienced a lot. She climbs onto the couch and gets curious about Hrung's gift, until she gets startled. Nim asks what's wrong. Hela calls him and asks if he remembers that he bought time for them. He looks startled and she says Heimdall is free. Somewhere else, among various beasts, something begins to crack, and someone pulls a hand out trying to escape the place, until someone bursts out landing on the ground. Heim growls about being humiliated by the clone, that everything's abandoned, and asks if she was trying to keep him away from humans. He places his hand on his face and wants to know how she dares leave things so annoying. A dragon flies overhead until it spots him and flies down toward him, landing. The beast watches him, not quite understanding, and opens its massive mouth. Meanwhile, Dahl is distracted and thoughtful. He gestures with his hand, attacking the dragon and saying he had a great idea and is going to have some fun, and that he's excited to meet the great enemy of the prophecy. He smiles and says he'll be the one doing the testing. Elsewhere, Hela asks why Heimdall would go there. The protagonist asks where he went. Hela says it's near Mila's academy, an exclusion zone, and she seems to know why. Jay says that's where the academy students are going for camp. The cat says she knows what he wants. And Heimdall has the ability to foresee the immediate future, and maybe he saw it. Hyun says his friends will end up getting involved in this, and he expected it. Hela watches. Nim gets up and thinks he'll prepare as much as he can and face him head-on, and hopes Hrungnir prepared something good. When he opens the gift, he sees it's a vial with a liquid. The system notifies he obtained a consumable item, Giant's Blood. He holds it in his hand and observes its traits. He thinks that's why he needed to be rank S to take the test, and He can't get 150 in those two stats without being rank S. The system also notifies that he obtained the skill Hrung's Fury and will now show the skill info. The protagonist looks surprised upon seeing that the damage dealt to Aesir gods and Valkyries will be doubled. Hela asks what he thinks and says that's why he needed to go through the second test. Jay looks and says he understands. He pets her and says it's a good thing he hurried. She tells him to wait and asks what he's doing. She looks, and Hyun also stares at her. Hela transforms into her real form and says not to worry, that she knows a way to help him. The next afternoon, an attack occurs. Nim holds his head as his nose starts to bleed while an intense aura surrounds him. He says it's not easy. Hela replies that's obvious. The skill he obtained is legendary rank, and rank S or rank EX can't compare to it. She moves and says that if he doesn't level up enough, he'll end up destroying his body trying to use the skill. The protagonist observes the skill he gained in the Great Ruins and knows he needs to learn to use it as soon as possible. He walks and thinks he needs a way to level up. He looks at the mission Crow Hunter and thinks it's the only way, but it's useless since time is gradually running out, and says it causes permanent physical damage. He could deal with it using a sacrifice, but that wouldn't solve the root of the problem. He wonders if there's another way, until someone honks. Hela says he has a guest. Jay replies he doesn't know and will see if it's a guest or not. A blonde rolls down the window and says that was so cool and that it's such a coincidence to meet in a place like this. Hyun thinks this person is the master of the Curator Guild. She says she heard he signed with the Lotus Guild and asks if they're treating him well. Nim thinks he understands why she's here and asks if she isn't too busy for this to be just a coincidence. Beck says they can call it fate. The protagonist looks at her, smiles, and says that's the word he hates the most, and asks if she looked into his records or something like that. Hela says this seems personal and excuses herself, saying she has to go elsewhere anyway. Elsewhere, behind a wall, the manager's hiding. He calls the Lotus Guild master and says that curator has made contact with the boy. Jay looks back and senses his presence. Park, on the phone, says he also thinks the boy noticed he's being followed. That night, elsewhere, Hyun asks why she wanted to see him. Ja asks if he's getting straight to the point and says she likes that and that she wants to recruit him. Nim replies that he's already in a guild. Yoon says she'll give him Nidhogg's Fang. He looks surprised and wonders if she's talking about what he's thinking, and realizes she's trying to give him a rank-as item of astronomical value from Hell's Temple. He says his alter ego has arrived and asks if she thinks he'll regret this. Hela asks to borrow her power. Hell says she's surely aware that she's only a fragment of her, and that the power will be unstable in her hands even if given. Hela says she wouldn't be able to use it properly or would be eliminated trying, and that she'll imbue something like a wax statue with divine power. So even if she survives the transfer, she'd be eliminated soon after. Hell doesn't quite understand. Hela explains that's why she was born. She's the guide of the fifth trial and the compass for the great enemy, and exists only for him and the prophecy. Hell says there must be another way. Hela says that's just an excuse, and she's curious about the future the boy will write amid all the battles. Hell asks if even if it means not being in that future, she says yes. Hell stays silent for a moment and says it seems she's already made her decision and will give the power. And no matter what decision she makes, just be happy. Hela watches and smiles. Elsewhere, the manager says over the phone that Beck is going to try convincing the boy herself. And even if he's not the type to sell himself for money, Seong says she has something worth far more than money, and that might mean she judged the boy's potential better than he did. Park asks if he's giving up on him and says he might be the wrong person to say this. But that boy is a rising star and could become the strongest hunter in the world, and he should try to keep him. The guildmaster says the manager has changed a lot and asks if he's ever let someone take what belonged to him. Meanwhile, inside the building, Beck says she thinks they'll get along well and asks if he doesn't agree. The protagonist says it's the first time they've met and asks if she's not rushing things. Ji says the negotiations started the moment he sat there. She looks at him and says they're both here because they want something, and orders her assistant to bring it. Jay looks to the side at the weapon with incredible mana around it and is stunned to see Nidhogg's Fang, a renowned blade that ranked second only to Balmung in his past life. And he's surprised that Curator has it, and wonders if she got her hands on something so priceless with just money and power. And he says it looks expensive and asks why she's showing it to him. Beck says she doesn't like men with too many secrets and that it's better to be honest. Hyun replies that it's fine and asks what she wants. Yoon is impressed by his mana, considering he's just a student, and thinks she can't be intimidated. Nim repeats exactly what she just thought. Jig gets startled. The protagonist says he guesses she's not used to negotiating with hunters. After a while in the same place, he says she wants to bring him into the Curator Guild, and to do that, she's offering him this rank-S artifact called Nidhogg's Fang. Beck confirms and says no one else can offer something as valuable as that. Jay agrees in his thoughts and thinks she's insane for trusting a 17-year-old boy. And he says it's strange, because as far as he knows, Curator doesn't recruit fighter-type hunters and asks what made her change her mind. Yoon replies that she simply thought it was time for the guild to change. He asks if he'd be the first fighter-type hunter. Ji says yes. Hyun says it feels like there's something fishy going on. Beck admits she's stealing him from the Lotus Guild and that she has ties with the Hunter Association, and that's what made her offer Nidhogg's Fang. She watches the thoughtful boy and says he looks like someone who'd bite the leash if he made even the smallest mistake. Nim says he's a person. Yoon asks if it's not good to have a leash connected to a rank S artifact and says the contract also allows him to keep most of the profits. They're just investing in his potential. The protagonist says to go ahead and that this is a weapon he might end up using, and asks if they could let him hold it for a moment. The system asks if he wants to activate the active skill, magical artifact creation. Ji says he's valuable enough to allow that and gives permission. Then the assistant approaches and opens the case containing the weapon, which emits a strong mana. Jae smiles and picks it up, saying this is Nidhogg's Fang. He looks at the weapon, smiles, and places it back in the case, saying he doesn't think it matches his fighting style and thanks her for the offer. Hyun stands up. Beck asks if he's saying he didn't like it. He replies that it just doesn't suit him. Yoon, furious, asks who would care whether a rankus artifact fits a style or not, and if he realizes the golden opportunity in front of him, that this item can't be bought with money. Min says there's nothing else to talk about and asks if he can leave. Jia is left speechless, watches him walk away and puts her hand on her head. Her assistant asks if she's okay. Beck says that boy is just like his master. She clenches her fist and says she'll make them regret this. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the protagonist observes the magic in his hand and activates the magical artifact creation skill, and the system notifies that he has obtained Nidhogg's Fang. He says he didn't expect to get it so soon. Nidhogg, the name of the great and dangerous venomous dragon recorded in legends. This dragon resides in a spring, Vergelmir, hidden deep within Niflheim, and is said to constantly consume the roots of Yggdrasil that extend into the spring. And he couldn't believe she let him touch the sword, and she could never imagine he'd be able to copy the weapon in the first place. Things are different now, and he needs to be much smarter and more careful. He wonders how strong Heimdall is and whether he's on the same level as Thor. He places his arm over his face, stays quiet for a moment, and says it's interesting. And he thinks about the battle against the gods, that maybe he's gone crazy because of this insane situation he's in. But even so, he's curious and wants to know how strong he is compared to them, and about the fate Urge showed him in the mirror, and wonders if he can change it. At Milla's academy, in the main circle executive's conference room, a girl enters and thinks that all the academy's top students have an aura around them, and if she didn't know who they were, she'd think they were veteran hunters. And she wonders if it's serious that all the leaders are there to recruit a single person. A voice says that Min's already been taken and that they should give up. The girl says that's the leader of the school's #1 circle, Guardian. The blonde says it's their turn now, since they took the best last year, and they can't miss out on a student like him this time. And there was no rule saying that mages and martial artist hunters couldn't cross into other circles' territory, and that they should give Min to them. Han, leader of the Sungun Circle, named after you, is part of a circle of mages inspired by that person. A boy tells her to stop talking nonsense and asks about the magic class. If she hasn't heard what the media's saying, that he's a battle mage, and it makes no sense for a mage circle to take him. The girl thinks that even Gang, who brought the Garam Circle to second place, Jong says that's what he's trying to say, that Min is a perfect candidate for his circle. Ju tells him to give it up. Han says they'll do it fairly and let Min decide which circle he'll join. That way it makes sense to choose the one that makes the best offer. Gang says her problem is being too dumb and asks if she's already forgotten why they're all there. Jane gets irritated hearing that. The girl watches the heated argument with none of them backing down, and all of it is to recruit Min. Circles are watched by the public. Many guilds keep an eye on them to recruit students with good performance. Because of that, circle leaders try to maintain balance among themselves. And even so, Min is dangerous and could completely disrupt the balance the circles have maintained so far. And that's amazing. How strong must he be for people to fight over him this much? Until a voice says, "How about this?" They look over, and the hooded girl says they'll make their offer to Min, and if he accepts, they'll inform the others in advance. But the circle that gets Min can't have any of his friends, and they must also give up at least 2 academy events. That's Che. Her circle is the least known among those present, but she managed to make it noteworthy on her own. Gang says it sounds reasonable, and that it's necessary for the circle that gets him to face some penalties. And he agrees. Han agrees as well. Ji-yoon says they'll end the meeting there. The guildmaster says she should have gone straight to the boy. The blonde replies that they must resolve the issue in a chivalrous manner and will wait for the decision. She extends her hand and realizes she won't be greeted, feels awkward, and leaves saying she has business to attend to. Seong watches and smiles, as the blonde was openly saying she would take a member of his guild and even his own student. Elsewhere, the protagonist and his opponent are exchanging multiple attacks and blows. Jay hits him and falls to the ground. Smear observes and asks if that's the method he chose, and says Odin is strong, and that applies to all the gods of Aesir, and no matter how much he tries, there are no guarantees his effort will be rewarded, and asks if he still thinks he can keep going. Hyun replies that it's better this way. He activates the magic artifact creation skill, genius of weapon creation, and the item's rank increased. The god says he knows nothing, and that there's no value in what he's doing now, and asks if he doesn't realize it. Min stares at him and says it's himself who decides his own actions, and whether they have value. Smear remembers when he was young, someone looked at him and said he alone decides his own worth. In real time, he has his eyes closed. The protagonist is staring at him. The god moves his hand, attacking and causing a great impact, and asks if he can take responsibility for what he just said. Jay, lying on the ground, groans in pain and realizes he can't move. Smear says he'll ask one more time if he can take responsibility for what he said. Hyun doesn't know what to do and tries to think of a way to destroy him and how to eliminate him. He looks scared and realizes the pressure disappeared. The god says it's said that only you can decide the value of your actions, but that's something only those with power can do, and he'll give a chance. And if he proves worthy, he'll let him in. Hela is in cat form, hidden and watching. Nim gets thoughtful and says he'll prove it and asks to make an offer. The cat and his enemy pay attention, and the protagonist says he'll endure his strongest attack only once and asks what he thinks. Hela quickly runs, transforming into her human body, and asks what he's talking about. Smear says it's fine. He moves his hand, emitting a strong light, and says he'll evaluate him. The god takes a weapon and says whether he is worthy of deciding the value of actions, and whether he is an entity that can withstand great destiny. Hela disagrees with that, but Smear doesn't listen and attacks, emitting strong light and causing a huge hole. He watches and asks if that proved it, and it's Jay with the passive skill, shadow synchronization, and from this point forward the skill will have a 20% activation chance. The two stare at each other. The god smiles and claps, causing wins, and says to go, because this place was made for him. Hyun asks if he's sure. Smear replies that coincidences don't happen twice and even less 3 times, and tells him to go. Min walks and Hela looks surprised. The protagonist stops at a gate and the god says there are 3 wisdom tests prepared for him. Jay replies that he understood. Smear asks if he's afraid. Hyun replies yes. The god asks if he's serious and says that's good, thinking his work is done, and what remains is now in their hands. After some time they walk. Hela watches him and asks how he did that. Min asks who knows because he doesn't know either. Hela says the god gave up. She watches and thinks the boy changed him. The protagonist enters a place with torches and walks, looking around. 2 hooded people tell him to be welcome, and introduce themselves as Norn, and say they were designated as the gatekeepers for the first wisdom test and were waiting for him. Hela says she can't accompany him now and that he needs to be careful. Jay thinks it's a pity and that this is the second time he'll go through a series of tests. Norn smiles and says one is an angel and the other a demon. The angel only speaks the truth and the demon only lies. And one is the entrance to heaven where the angels live, and the other is the entrance to hell where the demons live. Hela asks about his disappointed expression. He replies he didn't expect that. Norn says that regardless of which door he chooses, he'll reach the next test. But if he chooses the one that leads to hell, those who are alive and eliminated at the same time will interfere with him. Hyun doesn't quite understand. Norn says they'll start now and will allow him to ask only one question, and he needs to use the opportunity well. Min thinks that figuring out the correct path with only one question is the famous logic riddle, and wonders if choosing both will let him proceed to the next part. He smiles and thinks it's interesting and says he'll ask the question. Norn says there's no need to rush because he has plenty of time to think. The protagonist replies that he doesn't need to think much. Norn asks whom he'd like to question. Jay asks which realm her door leads to. Norn smiles, walks up to the door, and says the door behind her. Hyun thinks the name of this riddle is the angel and the demon, and since it's quite famous, he's sure it has many other names. And the solution is also well known. If you ask where they live, the angel will give the path to heaven, and if you ask the demon, it will also give the path to heaven. Norn asks if that door is his choice. Min smiles and replies no. He walks over and says he'll go through the other door and asks if he could open it. Hela is surprised. They go through the door. Hela asks why he's trying so hard for this. The protagonist asks if she's never heard the saying that nothing is hard work when you're young, and thinks, of course, wondering who would deliberately choose the harder path, and says they mentioned the undead would interfere with him, until a hand emerges from the ground and skeletons start to appear. Jay smiles and activates the sacrifice skill, gaining wings, and the system notifies the undead are being hunted in the field. changing sacrifice into an offensive skill and activating the light's judgment skill. The skeletons are hit and vanish. The system notifies he leveled up. Hyun is happy with the XP gain. Hela watches him and says he's an evil human and must be a demon. Outside the gate, Norn says he made the dumbest decision, but also the wisest of all. The two look at each other and say that's how they prophesied it. Inside the gate, mana is emitted, forming a portal, and they come out of it. Min says it's a pity it ended, and that was a great chance to level up. Hela tells him to focus since they're still in the middle of the test. They look around until the portal closes. The two glance at each other. The protagonist looks beside him, at the place and the symbols on the ground, and thinks it's some kind of activation magic. And it's very complex and says, the condition of this test must be to fulfill the requirement to escape. A voice replies, that's right. Jay looks and asks if it's the guardian of the second level. The voice replies that it doesn't like that title, but yes. Hela pays attention to the voice and asks how it's there. The voice interrupts and tells her to wait and at least let it introduce itself, and says its name is Mimir, the creator of the Nornir system, the ones who define his destiny. Hyun wonders if it defined his destiny and remembers the new operating system being downloaded, and that it was running the Nornir OS. He looks and asks if it could explain in detail. Mimir replies that, as he said long ago, Loki came asking for advice on how to create the last hope, the great enemy of the prophecy, and how to free these people from those of Odin. And the answer was the Nornir system. Nim says he was the one who created the system, and asks why he didn't explain the plans from the start. Mimir says it's hard to even approach him because of the ties with the Aesir gods, and it's not the system he uses, but rather the system all the Awakened used, and it was blocking them. Hela says she's never heard that he was the guardian of the second part of the test. Mimir says the situation doesn't look good, and if the fall happens earlier than expected. Hela says they won't be able to guarantee the boy stays alive. Mimir says the reason for intervening there is simple, proof of worth, that this is to test him. The protagonist says that during all this time, he never told him anything. Mimir replies there were too many eyes. The reason they can talk now is because they're inside the great ancient ruins. Jay thinks this place is hidden. They're free from the Aesir gods. Mimir says he's quite clever. Hyun says he has a question. If he was chosen by fate to be the great enemy, shouldn't his will not matter, and asks why he asked how he felt about it, and why he had to ask right before his end, when he was at his most desperate. Elsewhere, Kim is feeling down, asking what her friend must be doing since he's not answering messages. An says he assumes he'll return at the right time. Seo asks what he went to do in another country. They reply they don't know either, and that he tells them nothing. An says they need to decide what to do with the circle, and hopes they'll all be in the same circle. Ina agrees. Seo says it was to be expected and was wondering why Jaesung was talking about bribery potions and believes it's because of the benefits their partner gets from being at the top of the class. Jung says she just wants to be there, until she suddenly stops talking and asks who else would put up with him. Seo replies that it's true. An says she just wants to be with him since they're friends. Though it'd also be great to have him nearby for other reasons too, lots of money, and they'd be able to use a bigger room. Kim asks how she knows that if she's not even a student. Seo replies that she'll be studying there soon, so she did a bit of research. An asks if she'd be discouraged if she failed the entrance exam. Seo feels down hearing that, stays quiet for a while, and says he's really mean. Seo says she hopes her partner comes back soon. Jung agrees. Elsewhere, the protagonist asks why he asked for his opinion. Mimir says nothing for a moment, then replies that they didn't want to leave the world's fate in the hands of someone who couldn't even stand up on his own. Jay doesn't quite understand the word fate. Mimir explains he only gave an opportunity and chose to change fate at the time, and now he's here. Hyun says that's a complicated reason and he just hated his father, and that was enough to want to eliminate him. Mimir replies that if that's the goal, they'll respect it. Goals are goals, whether noble or not. Nim says he'd like to ask more questions, but doesn't think he'll get all the answers. Mimir agrees and says he can say one thing. If he passes this part, he'll give a clue about the truth. And asks if he sees all the objects around and just needs to offer one on the altar, keeping two things in mind. And that this is to gain knowledge and there's only one choice. No second chances. The protagonist wonders if he should look at all those things. Mimir says he knew he'd react that way. He replies that it's not a good feeling to have your mind read. Mimir says he'll give 2 hints for the test. The first, he already has the wisdom he could gain from this altar. The second, he entered the runes 2 days earlier than planned, and today is Monday. And now he must show knowledge, and if he fails, he'll be eliminated. Jay thinks he's hearing this just to understand that he's a real son of a bitch. Mimir laughs and says human insults are refreshing. He has 1 hour to complete the test and has given all the hints he can. He'll be waiting for his answer. Hyun watches the time pass and thinks the wisdom he already has is what that clue means. Wednesday. And wonders what that has to do with the challenge. They'll calm down and go back in time to where it all began. but he'll try a few things first. He activates mana detection, releasing mana around the place and the objects, and thinks it's nothing special. He thinks that's not how it has to be solved and he needs to calm down. He can't give up now, and the wisdom he already has. And Wednesday, he thinks for a while. Min stares at the hourglass for some time, sighs, and thinks this is the only option left. He looks at a spear and takes it in his hand, then sees the system message asking what he will sacrifice to the altar. He looks on blankly and says himself. The system says he only has one chance and asks if that's his choice. The protagonist smiles and replies yes. Mana starts to rise along with wind and the symbol on the ground begins to crack. Mimir says that's right. Jay thinks the wisdom he already has refers to the knowledge of runes he got after obtaining Odin's lost eye. Second, it's Wednesday. That was the main clue because Wednesday is Odin's day. Woden is another name for Odin, and it said Odin sacrificed himself to gain knowledge about life after the end. If that's related to this test, there's only one thing that makes sense to place on the altar: himself. He stares ahead. Mimir says it's incredible, bearing the great burden of fate, and asks if he knows the meaning of the choice he just made. Hyun replies that Odin was hung upside down on Yggdrasil and pierced with spears for 9 days. He moves the spear and says he's someone willing to risk his own life to get what he wants. An aura fills the area. Hela watches and says to wait, asking what he's trying to do. Nim, with the spear in hand, stabs it into his own body and asks what he wanted to see. He thinks that sacrificing himself means enduring the threat of the end, and the pain that's coming will be far worse than this. He says this is a waste of time and asks if they can end it early. Then he activates the magical artifact manifestation skill, grabs the spear, and continues stabbing himself. Hela repeatedly tells him to stop. The protagonist watches, taking the spear again until Mimir tells him to stop. Jay reaches out his hand, returning to the circle. Mimir says he's changed a lot and doesn't need his advice anymore. Hyun realizes the wound is gone. Mimir says this is the end of the test and that he proved to be better than expected, and he thinks it's time to fulfill his promise. He replies he was waiting for that and thinks he finally got the chance to dig deeper into the truth the gods are hiding. Mimir says he'll give 4 words that will form a sentence again and guide him toward the truth. Min says he's using an indirect method to answer his question. Mimir says it's to avoid the eyes of the Aesir gods and asks for understanding. And not even the boy knows about this. Hela asks if it's something not even she knows. Mimir replies yes, a piece of information very well hidden. Hunter, brightest eye. The protagonist looks and thinks that sounds random and wonders what it means. Mimir says he'll give one last piece of advice to doubt the system, and again he believes he'll reach the truth. He says he'll see him next time. Hela watches. The boy sits on the ground. Jay thinks about all those words, they're talking about him. And Hunter is his class. And eye refers to Odin's lost eye. And his present is brighter than his past. It's much more vivid than back then, when he knew nothing and ended up eliminated as a human shield, and wonders why the words brightest and why he should doubt the system. Hela touches him and says she'll also think about what it might mean and tells him they should leave. They leave. A voice says he's passed all the tests and now the last part awaits. Hyun asks if this mirror is the final test. Smear replies yes, and that this is Urd's mirror, the first of the 3 Norns. It's an artifact that shows the past and he'll see the memories of a Jotun. He must watch the memories and return to give the answer he found, and once that's done, he'll have passed the test. Nim asks if there's a specific answer he should give. The god replies no, and whatever answer he finds, it's not for him to judge. The final test is to find his own answer, and he can place his hand on the mirror whenever he's ready, and the mirror will show the past. The protagonist looks startled upon seeing a red-haired woman, and she says he finally arrived and she's been waiting for him. Jay recognizes her, and the redhead tells him to say her name once more. Hyun replies, Urd. She smiles and agrees that is her name, and that this is a fated encounter and also an inevitable reunion. She waited a long time for this moment, holding on to this shattered past. She looks at him and says, this is a fragment of the past the ancient beings wanted to show him, and will now reveal the first piece. Then Min appears in another place and asks where this is. Hela replies it's the land of giants and asks if he knew that woman before. The protagonist replies he's not sure. Urd says the past they must observe isn't in their minds but right in front of them, and they can watch but not change anything, because that story is already over. And this is nothing more than an echo of the past sent by Hrungnir, the once great. She walks toward him and says that's why he must listen to the story he wants to tell. Then Smear's father appears asking what he thinks makes a good lord. Smear replies that he must be strong to protect others. His father says that's an important fact and that a good lord must know how to share with others and take care of them, while also being able to recognize his flaws. And he hopes he becomes a Jotun like that someday. Smear replies that he's weak, afraid of many things, and also scared of Thor's hammer. and asks how he could have any value as a lord. His father touches his shoulder and tells him not to try judging his own worth so easily, and that the only person who can decide one's value is oneself. Hela looks and says that's why Smear let him in. Then, still in the memory, someone approaches saying Thor and the Valkyries have invaded. Smear's father touches his shoulder and says not to worry, he'll do everything necessary to protect them. The redhead says it's a dark past, but the misery didn't end there. And now comes the second piece. Jay looks to the side and appears somewhere else with his eyes closed, then opens them, and the place is engulfed in flames. And he realizes that everywhere he looks, there are bodies and blood covering his sight. Hela says this is the war of the end, just before the contract was written. And that man is the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Hyun thinks it's a rumbling thunder echoing across the vast skies, and the symbolic hammer in his hand. And he's strong, much stronger than himself at this moment. And even if he reaches Rankus, he won't be a match for a monster like that and wonders what he must do to become that strong. Hela replies that he must pass all 5 tests, and that will lead him down the right path. While in the memory, Thor says he has always hated giants, that they still haven't given up and are trying to fight, and that they deserve his respect for being such honorable warriors. He says that if Hrungnir fights him one-on-one, there will be no further massacre of his kind and asks if he accepts. Hrungnir looks and asks if he would spare the others at the cost of his head. The god of thunder replies yes, and that he swears on his name. A weapon strikes the ground. The king of giants says it's fine. Thor smiles and says he'll see him soon. Hrungnir says he won't be taken down so easily. Nim watches. Urd speaks about Thor's change of heart and the giant's sacrifice. The war between Jotunheimer and Asgard ended with Asgard's victory. Now only one piece of the past remains. The protagonist says nothing for now. Still in the memory, a finger emits a call and it's Hrungnir. Smear approaches and tells him not to go, saying it's a trap. The giant replies that he knows and that he must go. Smear's face streams with tears, asking why he has to do this, saying he's the only family he has left. Hela says this place is Asgard, the world where the Aesir gods live, including Odin, the one he must eliminate. Meanwhile, in the memory, his father asks if he remembers what he said some time ago, to not worry, and he's sure he'll do fine without him. Smear cries. The giant says the great enemy of the prophecy will come to him. Smear doesn't fully understand, and his father explains that the great enemy will free them, just like all the other species from the Aesir, and that's why he must protect his tomb, the Great Ruins. Jay watches and wonders if that's what all the ruins are, and thinks they're memorials for the giants who were wiped out and a symbol of hope for the future. Hrungnir calls out to the great enemy of the prophecy. Hyun turns, startled, and the giant says he knows he's watching these memories and hopes he can help his child. The redhead watches and says he was preparing for his final moments. Still in the memories, Hrungnir arrives and Thor notices him. Urd says it's for the sake of his son, who would be left alone, and for the last hope to be born in the future. The great enemy of the prophecy. The god of thunder says he's been waiting for a real fight from the start. The giant asks if he's satisfied. Thor replies no, unleashes a massive energy in the area, stares him down, and says he won't be satisfied until he eliminates him. Hrung grabs his weapon and blocks the attack. Still blocking, he asks why he's doing this. The god of thunder doesn't quite understand. The giant asks why he's eliminating innocents just out of greed. Thor now understands what he's talking about and says it's all by the will of the Almighty. He doesn't care about reasons and has none. All that matters is fighting a strong opponent. He asks why Hrungnir agreed to the duel knowing he'd be eliminated. Hrungnir smiles, slams his weapon into the ground, and says it's because there's something he must protect. The god of thunder says most of his kind has already been reduced to ashes. The giant replies that they are still valuable and that someday Asgard will fall. Thor asks if he believes in the prophecy of the 3 sisters and says it's borings. And enough of the chatter. He'll send him where most of his kind is now. They continue watching the memories closely. Hrungnir pauses and asks if the great enemy is listening, and if so, to never forget what he's about to say, that the path he walks is unique, and that he must have a strong mind. Nim thinks about the path he must follow. In the memories, the giant looks at his opponent and says to tell his son he's sorry. Thor throws his hammer, striking the giant's weapon and shattering it into pieces, and then strikes him, eliminating him. Smear cries heavily as he sees the scene and the blood on the ground. The protagonist says it was a terrible ending. He picks up a card. Hela doesn't understand. Jay says he'll feel better after destroying Thor at least once. Meanwhile, the god of thunder holds his hammer, and the system notifies that the blank card was used. Still in the memories, Thor watches until a stone is thrown near his feet. He looks alarmed at the stone, and the giant had set up a connection earlier. The god of thunder gets angry at the trick until light is emitted and the links move around the shattered weapon, triggering an attack and trapping him. Stones begin to float, and he says it's a counterattack that uses elimination as the condition. Thor uses his strength and says this alone won't stop him. Hyun looks at his card. The system notifies that the skill is too high for the user's current level, and the copied skill cannot be used properly until the user's level is higher. The God of Thunder breaks free using intense power. He looks to the side and sees a stone coming toward him and blocks it. However, something approaches in front of him. He looks frightened until he's hit. Jay watches the God of Thunder fall. Thor stands up with a wound on his head, emitting light. He walks until he stops, blood running down his face, and asks if this was what he wanted from the start, an item that suppresses his power, and takes back what he said earlier about it not being fun, saying this is fun. Smear watches his younger self and says they don't even know the great enemy of the prophecy will appear, and even if he does, they don't know what kind of entity he'll be, and wonders if his father's sacrifice was in vain. He asks what he should do. Hyun looks at the card and the system notifies if he wants to register the passive skill, Power of the God of Lightning, into a blank card. Hela asks how that's possible and how he can use a blank card on someone inside a memory. Replies it wouldn't have been possible if this were just an illusion, but, as she said, this is a fragment of the past being passed on to the next generation. Hela wants to know what that means. The redhead says Hrungnir's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Nim continues standing, staring at the card, and the system notifies that the Power of the God of Lightning skill was registered and displays the information about the skill, which possesses the lightning of the God of Lightning and greatly enhances the efficiency and power of all lightning-type skills. Hela says he won't be able to handle that kind of power at his current level. The protagonist replies that he just needs to get stronger to handle it, and she's going to help him with that. Watches and smiles, saying the time allowed there is over and they need to say goodbye once again, and she never gets used to it. Jay asks what happened. The redhead says there's no reason to try to figure it out now, and that he should look ahead, rise above this broken past, and forge a new future, and that she'll pray for him in this shattered past. Even if there's no place for her in his future, she wishes his journey to be full of blessings. Hyun closes his eyes from the strong light and then opens them, finding the mirror completely shattered. Smear says he's back. Nim removes his hand from the mirror and replies, yes. Hela looks somewhat disheartened. The god says this is the final test and will ask just one thing. He kneels and asks if he's capable of not straying from the path, even if he loses someone important to him. The protagonist looks down and remembers his mother, his friend, the guildmaster, the manager, his academy friends, and and replies no, that he would suffer and feel sad and in pain, just like he did, but he'll rise again and keep going forward. Smear smiles and says he understands, and that he passed and is qualified to complete the test. Multiple notifications appear saying he passed all parts of the test, leveled up, earned the title, the one who overcame the second test, and received a gift. Jay says he received everything he had to. The god asks if he's leaving now. He replies yes, that he finished everything he needed to do, but there's one thing he forgot. Smear asks what it is. Hyun replies that he's sorry, and those were the words his father wanted him to hear. The god looks back. Nim says he'll be going now. Smear watches them leaving and says he never held a grudge for what he did. Outside, the place is packed with people. The gate opens, the protagonist asks if it's already swarming with people. Hela replies they're quite skilled and it'll be hard to slip out quietly. Jay thinks it's unsettling being treated like a thief, but that's because only he knows the reason, and he understands why the Union feels that way, and the amount of money they invested into the attack rights was astronomical, and he can't handle 2 rank S at once with his current abilities. He says he'll buy some time and that she should take care of things. Hela replies she'll send a signal and distract them. Hyun watches and finishes opening the gate. Everyone looks at him coming out and tells him to stop right there. Balak approaches him and asks if he completed it. Nim asks, "What if I say yes?" A sword is pointed at him, and it's Balak holding it. He stares at him and thinks there's no mana coming from the ancient ruins. And the boy really completed it, and wonders how. The protagonist looks and realizes that's Balmung, the dragon-slaying sword. It's not a replica, but a real rank S artifact. He smiles and says this place was made for him, and he was never supposed to succeed no matter how hard he tried. Balak asks if he's saying they're not good enough. Jay provokes him and says it was said he wouldn't be able to enter because he failed to prove himself worthy. Balak says his original plan was to bring him to their side, but he changed his mind and won't eliminate him because there are things he can learn from him. Hyun thinks he fell for such an obvious provocation that he's as hostile as the rumors say, and tells him to try if he can. He thinks that, thanks to that, he easily got something he needed. Balak asks if he thinks he'd just stand there, watching him try something. Nim looks and blocks his attack. Balak looks shocked. The system notifies about the item, Balmung, and says there's nothing stating that 2 Balmungs can't exist. Balak raises his sword trying to land a strike. The protagonist smiles and steps back, activating the light step skill, dodging all his opponent's attacks and says he's slower than expected. Balak looks furious and sighs. thinking there aren't many who can dodge his sword, even among rank S hunters. He stares at him and wonders who this kid is. People watch until someone arrives calling him. It's Camilla, telling him to be careful because that sword not only looks like Balmung, but also has the same mana. Balak says that just raises more questions and that he won't eliminate him like he said, but will eliminate his companions. Jay tells him not to say that, it's triggering. Balak doesn't understand. Hyun tells him not to be so slow and that he's telling him to shut up. Anne saw in an article that he'd just gotten divorced, and wonders what the reason was. Camilla says he's going too far, and that the reason for the divorce is that Balak has a shitty personality. Balak asks whose side she's on, and says they can continue this conversation in the interrogation room. Hela approaches in cat form and says she's ready. Nim tells her to hold on a little longer. Hela looks shocked, and the protagonist says it's rare to get the chance to fight a rank S hunter. The system notifies the use of the exhaustion skill, saying its strength will temporarily increase, and he won't be able to use mana for a while afterward. Camilla notices the mana suddenly changed and tells her partner to get out of there, but realizes he's not paying attention and says that's why his wife left him. And she activates her mana force field. Jay sees the barrier and breaks it. Camilla is surprised to see that. Hyun thinks the Thor he saw in Hrungnir's memories was very strong and assumes Heimdall is strong too, and that there's only one way to get stronger quickly. He stares down his opponent and dodges the attack, thinking he just has to keep fighting strong enemies. The two clash with swords, causing a massive impact and explosion. Balak is thrown far. Camilla worries and uses her power to stop him from falling onto the ground from a very high place, injuring himself badly. She runs to him, seeing her partner wounded, and wonders if the boy actually defeated a European Union leader just like that, and thinks she can't let a monster like that roam free. She looks at the boy walking away and asks if he thinks he's going to escape. Then she activates her Hellfire and Wind Hunter skills. Nim looks back, the massive attack approaching, and groans. The system notifies that his mana usage will be restricted for a while as a penalty for activating the exhaustion skill. Someone pulls him. Hela says that should be enough. Camilla watches and notices the mana response vanished before her attack hit him and wonders if he really escaped. Anne says she needs to track him. Balak sits up and tells her to give up. That yes, it's exactly what she heard, that it's dangerous to go after him, and they're heading back to the main base. Camilla asks if he's sure he wants to go back there, and if the boy is really that strong. He replies yes. Camilla says he's acting different from usual and asks if something happened, and if his wife asked to get back together. Balak sighs and says the boy didn't eliminate him on purpose and there's no reason to send others after him. Camilla says she'll contact the main base. He thanks her and says he'll rest for a bit and thinks he doesn't know who the boy is, but he's sure they'll meet again someday, and next time, he won't lose. Elsewhere, Hela is watching. The protagonist says it's time to go back home. The next day at the airport, he's holding his phone and sees Ina is calling. He answers and asks if there's any problem. Seo asks if he's already decided which circle he'll join. Jay thinks it's time and there's only a month left. And circle is one of the main policies in all hunter academies in the nation. It's like a club for hunters. The second and third year students are the ones who bring in the first years, and they take on requests from public institutions. The academy will receive a commission during this process, and students also have the opportunity to earn money and make connections, with the goal of gaining experience with circle activities before joining a guild. He believes it's a good idea, but in reality, it's only beneficial if you manage to join an influential guild. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. And before his regression, he joined a low-rank circle and ended up being enslaved because of the rule that only allows entering one circle, and he had no choice but to stay in that one. He was going to join the same circle as his friends, but it's not a good idea to make things easier for them. Still on the phone, he tells his partner that he doesn't know yet and that he'll look for a suitable one. Ina says they were talking about joining the same circle and asks if he wants to join them. Hyun replies that he prefers to choose one on his own and wonders if she was hurt by that, until a voice shouts through the phone asking if he's going to join a circle alone and if he's abandoning them. Nim replies that it's not like he promised to join the same circle as them, and if they're after his first rank benefits, just say so. Kim says she'll pass the phone to Hoyeon. They start tossing the phone back and forth, and the protagonist says it's not a problem joining the same circle as them and thinks he's the perfect target for a scam, and that he should be careful with phone scams, and says it's under one condition. An says they're friends, and it's good to be clear about these things. He replies that if it's not like that, then he's out and he's a grounded person, and he'll tell them the condition later and enters a portal. Meanwhile, Hela is lying in cat form on his shirt. Jay thinks it's already time to join circles, and that must mean something is approaching. The camp held along with the circle registration period. The location is the restricted area of Daegu, where Mila's academy was built. It's only a part of the closed-off area, and there are still thousands of monsters outside the academy. Mila's has been holding outdoor camping events every year to reduce the number of monsters. Meanwhile, the portal is open and Hyun enters, finding the staff member guiding him. He walks up to the receptionist. Elsewhere, he sits down and says he was gone for a few days, but it felt like a lifetime. Hela says that makes sense and that he experienced a lot. She climbs onto the couch and gets curious about Hrung's gift, until she gets startled. Nim asks what's wrong. Hela calls him and asks if he remembers that he bought time for them. He looks startled and she says Heimdall is free. Somewhere else, among various beasts, something begins to crack, and someone pulls a hand out trying to escape the place, until someone bursts out landing on the ground. Heim growls about being humiliated by the clone, that everything's abandoned, and asks if she was trying to keep him away from humans. He places his hand on his face and wants to know how she dares leave things so annoying. A dragon flies overhead until it spots him and flies down toward him, landing. The beast watches him, not quite understanding, and opens its massive mouth. Meanwhile, Dahl is distracted and thoughtful. He gestures with his hand, attacking the dragon and saying he had a great idea and is going to have some fun, and that he's excited to meet the great enemy of the prophecy. He smiles and says he'll be the one doing the testing. Elsewhere, Hela asks why Heimdall would go there. The protagonist asks where he went. Hela says it's near Mila's academy, an exclusion zone, and she seems to know why. Jay says that's where the academy students are going for camp. The cat says she knows what he wants, and Heimdall has the ability to foresee the immediate future, and maybe he saw it. Hyun says his friends will end up getting involved in this, and he expected it. Hela watches. Nim gets up and thinks he'll prepare as much as he can and face him head-on, and hopes Hrungnir prepared something good. When he opens the gift, he sees it's a vial with a liquid. The system notifies he obtained a consumable item, giant's blood. He holds it in his hand and observes its traits. He thinks that's why he needed to be rank S to take the test, and he can't get 150 in those two stats without being rank S. The system also notifies that he obtained the skill Hrung's Fury and will now show the skill info. The protagonist looks surprised upon seeing that the damage dealt to Aesir gods and Valkyries will be doubled. Hela asks what he thinks and says that's why he needed to go through the second test. Jay looks and says he understands. He pets her and says it's a good thing he hurried. She tells him to wait and asks what he's doing. She looks, and Hyun also stares at her. Hela transforms into her real form and says not to worry, that she knows a way to help him. The next afternoon, an attack occurs. Nim holds his head as his nose starts to bleed while an intense aura surrounds him. He says it's not easy. Hela replies that's obvious. The skill he obtained is legendary rank, and rank S or rank EX can't compare to it. She moves and says that if he doesn't level up enough, he'll end up destroying his body trying to use the skill. The protagonist observes the skill he gained in the Great Ruins and knows he needs to learn to use it as soon as possible. He walks and thinks he needs a way to level up. He looks at the mission Crow Hunter and thinks it's the only way, but it's useless since time is gradually running out, and says it causes permanent physical damage. He could deal with it using a sacrifice, but that wouldn't solve the root of the problem. He wonders if there's another way, until someone honks. Hela says he has a guest. Jay replies he doesn't know and will see if it's a guest or not. A blonde rolls down the window and says that was so cool and that it's such a coincidence to meet in a place like this. Hyun thinks this person is the master of the Curator Guild. She says she heard he signed with the Lotus Guild and asks if they're treating him well. Nim thinks he understands why she's here and asks if she isn't too busy for this to be just a coincidence. Beck says they can call it fate. The protagonist looks at her, smiles, and says that's the word he hates the most, and asks if she looked into his records or something like that. Hela says this seems personal and excuses herself, saying she has to go elsewhere anyway. Elsewhere, behind a wall, the manager's hiding. He calls the Lotus Guild master and says that curator has made contact with the boy. Jay looks back and senses his presence. Park, on the phone, says he also thinks the boy noticed he's being followed. That night, elsewhere, Hyun asks why she wanted to see him. Ja asks if he's getting straight to the point and says she likes that and that she wants to recruit him. Nim replies that he's already in a guild. Yoon says she'll give him Nidhogg's Fang. He looks surprised and wonders if she's talking about what he's thinking, and realizes she's trying to give him a rank-as item of astronomical value from Hell's temple. He says his alter ego has arrived and asks if she thinks he'll regret this. Hela asks to borrow her power. Hell says she's surely aware that she's only a fragment of her, and that the power will be unstable in her hands even if given. Hela says she wouldn't be able to use it properly or would be eliminated trying, and that she'll imbue something like a wax statue with divine power. So even if she survives the transfer, she'd be eliminated soon after. Hell doesn't quite understand. Hela explains that's why she was born. She's the guide of the fifth trial and the compass for the great enemy, and exists only for him and the prophecy. Hell says there must be another way. Hela says that's just an excuse, and she's curious about the future the boy will write amid all the battles. Hell asks if even if it means not being in that future, she says yes. Hell stays silent for a moment and says it seems she's already made her decision and will give the power. And no matter what decision she makes, just be happy. Hela watches and smiles. Elsewhere, the manager says over the phone that Beck is going to try convincing the boy herself. And even if he's not the type to sell himself for money, Seong says she has something worth far more than money, and that might mean she judged the boy's potential better than he did. Park asks if he's giving up on him and says he might be the wrong person to say this. But that boy is a rising star and could become the strongest hunter in the world, and he should try to keep him. The guildmaster says the manager has changed a lot and asks if he's ever let someone take what belonged to him. Meanwhile, inside the building, Beck says she thinks they'll get along well and asks if he doesn't agree. The protagonist says it's the first time they've met and asks if she's not rushing things. Ji says the negotiations started the moment he sat there. She looks at him and says they're both here because they want something, and orders her assistant to bring it. Jae looks to the side at the weapon with incredible mana around it and is stunned to see Nidhogg's Fang, a renowned blade that ranked second only to Balmung in his past life. And he's surprised that Curator has it, and wonders if she got her hands on something so priceless with just money and power. And he says it looks expensive and asks why she's showing it to him. Beck says she doesn't like men with too many secrets and that it's better to be honest. Hyun replies that it's fine and asks what she wants. Yoon is impressed by his mana, considering he's just a student, and thinks she can't be intimidated. Nim repeats exactly what she just thought. Jia gets startled. The protagonist says he guesses she's not used to negotiating with hunters. After a while in the same place, he says she wants to bring him into the Curator Guild, and to do that, she's offering him this rank S artifact called Nidhogg's Fang. Beck confirms and says no one else can offer something as valuable as that. Jae agrees in his thoughts and thinks she's insane for trusting a 17-year-old boy. And he says it's strange, because as far as he knows, Curator doesn't recruit fighter-type hunters and asks what made her change her mind. Yoon replies that she simply thought it was time for the guild to change. He asks if he'd be the first fighter-type hunter. Ji says yes. Hyun says it feels like there's something fishy going on. Beck admits she's stealing him from the Lotus Guild and that she has ties with the Hunter Association, and that's what made her offer Nidhogg's Fang. She watches the thoughtful boy and says he looks like someone who'd bite the leash if he made even the smallest mistake. Nim says he's a person. Yoon asks if it's not good to have a leash connected to a rank S artifact and says the contract also allows him to keep most of the profits. They're just investing in his potential. The protagonist says to go ahead and that this is a weapon he might end up using, and asks if they could let him hold it for a moment. The system asks if he wants to activate the active skill, Magical Artifact Creation. Ji says he's valuable enough to allow that and gives permission. Then the assistant approaches and opens the case containing the weapon, which emits a strong mana. Jae smiles and picks it up, saying this is Nidhogg's Fang. He looks at the weapon, smiles, and places it back in the case, saying he doesn't think it matches his fighting style and thanks her for the offer. Hyun stands up. Beck asks if he's saying he didn't like it. He replies that it just doesn't suit him. Yoon, furious, asks who would care whether a rank S artifact fits a style or not, and if he realizes the golden opportunity in front of him, that this item can't be bought with money. Min says there's nothing else to talk about and asks if he can leave. Jia is left speechless, watches him walk away and puts her hand on her head. Her assistant asks if she's okay. Beck says that boy is just like his master. She clenches her fist and says she'll make them regret this. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the protagonist observes the magic in his hand and activates the Magical Artifact Creation skill, and the system notifies that he has obtained Nidhogg's Fang. He says he didn't expect to get it so soon. Nidhogg, the name of the great and dangerous venomous dragon recorded in legends. This dragon resides in a spring, Vergelmir, hidden deep within Niflheim, and is said to constantly consume the roots of Yggdrasil that extend into the spring. And he couldn't believe she let him touch the sword, and she could never imagine he'd be able to copy the weapon in the first place. Things are different now, and he needs to be much smarter and more careful. He wonders how strong Heimdall is and whether he's on the same level as Thor. He places his arm over his face, stays quiet for a moment, and says it's interesting. And he thinks about the battle against the gods, that maybe he's gone crazy because of this insane situation he's in. But even so, he's curious and wants to know how strong he is compared to them, and about the fate Urge showed him in the mirror, and wonders if he can change it. At Milla's academy, in the main circle executive's conference room, a girl enters and thinks that all the academy's top students have an aura around them, and if she didn't know who they were, she'd think they were veteran hunters. And she wonders if it's serious that all the leaders are there to recruit a single person. A voice says that Min's already been taken and that they should give up. The girl says that's the leader of the school's #1 circle, Guardian. The blonde says it's their turn now, since they took the best last year, and they can't miss out on a student like him this time. And there was no rule saying that mages and martial artist hunters couldn't cross into other circles' territory, and that they should give Min to them. Han, leader of the Sungun Circle, named after you, is part of a circle of mages inspired by that person. A boy tells her to stop talking nonsense and asks about the magic class, if she hasn't heard what the media's saying, that he's a battle mage, and it makes no sense for a mage circle to take him. The girl thinks that even Gang, who brought the Garam circle to second place, Jong says that's what he's trying to say, that Min is a perfect candidate for his circle. Ju tells him to give it up. Han says they'll do it fairly and let Min decide which circle he'll join. That way it makes sense to choose the one that makes the best offer. Gang says her problem is being too dumb and asks if she's already forgotten why they're all there. Jane gets irritated hearing that. The girl watches the heated argument with none of them backing down, and all of it is to recruit Min. Circles are watched by the public. Many guilds keep an eye on them to recruit students with good performance. Because of that, circle leaders try to maintain balance among themselves. And even so, Min is dangerous and could completely disrupt the balance the circles have maintained so far. And that's amazing. How strong must he be for people to fight over him this much? Until a voice says, "How about this?" They look over, and the hooded girl says they'll make their offer to Min, and if he accepts, they'll inform the others in advance. But the circle that gets Min can't have any of his friends, and they must also give up at least 2 academy events. That's Che. Her circle is the least known among those present, but she managed to make it noteworthy on her own. Gang says it sounds reasonable, and that it's necessary for the circle that gets him to face some penalties. And he agrees. Han agrees as well. Ji-yoon says they'll end the meeting there. The protagonist says not all instructors can handle their safety. Aina agrees to do as he said. Kim doesn't like it but doesn't want to be a burden to him. Jae-sung hands him several potions. Jae steps out of the tent and says he'll be right back and that they should keep the area safe. They reply, "Got it," and say to use the insignia to talk if anything happens. Hyun asks why they're suddenly taking care of him when beasts approach from behind. He quickly activates the lightning chain. Soyeol thinks it's better not to fool around. They walk. She says those guys are really amazing, and it's clear why they compete for first place, even in competitive miles. A while ago, they were watching the beasts approach and got ready to attack. An said he would go to the front line and told the two of them to start casting magic. Ina and Young understood. Then the beasts came. Hoyeon prepared and defended with his shield, then struck with the ultimate sword technique, the blue and white sword. An reached rank A and the others didn't fall behind. Kim also defeated his and Min looked proud. Ina used her magic to defeat hers and he was impressed by her firepower. In the present, he says he's still number 1. Soonbae calls him annoying and says that's why no one likes him. The protagonist says it can't be helped, and if they don't like it, they should take first place. She calls him a genius. He reflects on that word, never imagining he'd hear it, and remembers a time when people insisted he'd be the shield and stay on the line, and even if he was eliminated, he had to hold the position. In the present, he says they did well and nearly found the path, and the most impressive part was eating his friend's food. Soyeol asks if that was all. Jae replies that at least she didn't faint and says from now on, even breathing will need caution. And she's so fragile she could be eliminated with just a push. Soonbae says if you can't get it, just run. She's too young for this to be her end. Hyun says he's a year younger and tells her to use her skills properly. She says he has no respect for seniors. He replies he calls her that every day. Soyeol tells him to shut up and thinks somehow it's going to work out. She crosses her arms and thinks that from the start, he's not the type to give up, even knowing the danger. The system notifies that the boss monster has been found in Area 1 of the sealed city field Harpy Queen. Min smiles, and something with intense mana and claws approaches. The queen is flying. They watch. The protagonist thinks it's an A+ rank boss monster, but if they defeat it, they'll finally get that artifact, and that's a gift. Soonbae wonders if he's crazy. The system notifies the activation of the artifact materialization skill. S-rank artifact created, Fangs of Nidhogg. Soyeol looks surprised. It was sold in the auction class for a fortune. The queen lands and begins attacking. Soonbae falls to the ground. Jae says he warned her not to scream and to stay quiet. The beast approaches. He moves quickly and thinks she's weaker but still dangerous. When he goes to attack, the queen flies and moves fast. Hyun thinks the main reason is that she's stronger than before the return, and now it's clear. He attacks with his chain and causes an explosion, realizing the opponent is stronger than he remembered. Before the return, A-rank demonic beasts weren't this strong. He moves and uses his chain, thinking that means she got directly involved in this incident. Min looks to the side, sees her approaching, and thinks, instead of hiding and playing around, she should just show herself. Heimdall. Elsewhere, crows fly around a castle. Hugin says he was right and that it's really about to happen, but he doesn't know if Heim can handle it. He closes his eyes and opens them, thinking it's probably not his problem. Elsewhere, notifications arrive that the queen has been successfully defeated, and they can claim the reward at her nest. The protagonist walks thinking he finally got the storm wings. He looks back and asks what his partner is doing and tells her to keep moving. Soyeol says she was right. He's insane. Jae looks confused and says he finally found them. Storm wings. He realizes the skill and stats are great, and the best part is the air jump, which creates a false wall of wind midair, allowing a surface to jump from. Hyun thinks the hunter who got those wings before his regression skyrocketed in rank, and it's a shame that won't happen again because now they're his. Sunbae looks to the side in fear and asks what that is. Min looks over and sees something on the ground, a pair of gloves. They approach, and the system notifies that the gloves of origin have been obtained and that the information about the first awakened is being updated in the Norner system. Somewhere else, Kim wipes sweat from his face and asks if they're done there. An asks if that's close to the best record and says they're really strong. She agrees. The protagonist thinks about the gloves of origin and that there's one person in the world who can be called the first awakened. Juwon, the first awakened in the entire world and also the hero of South Korea, and wonders why the system is updating information about him, thinking Yu is probably connected to the system. Young asks if he said something. He looks at her and smiles, ruffling her hair, thinking he has to find out why that person's glove is there, and it's definitely not for a good reason. He looks at his friend and apologizes for asking her to keep watch, considering she must be tired. Seo says no and that she should do what she can to help, since he also has things to do, until they hear someone saying they messed up. Aina asks if something's wrong. Kim replies he left behind his cleansing imbued necklace and that's not good. Jae hands it to her. Young says she knew he'd forgotten it. He replies it's her habit, and that her mother also asked him to take care of her. She apologizes for that. Hyun says she should earn her trust by becoming trustworthy. Everyone starts laughing. She gets annoyed and asks what they're laughing at. Seo smiles. Min sighs and says it's time for her best friend to grow up and stop forgetting things. She tells him to stop starting with that again. The two stare at each other and An asks if they're dating. They both say no. Someone touches Hoyeon, it's Ina, who says they keep denying it and asks if it's not time to stop with that story. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the Great Palace of the Aesir, also called the Great House of Warriors and House of Joy, Thor laughs and says, "This is great," thinking the war preparations are going well, and that Dahl said he would take care of the great enemy. And even if Heim is temperamental, he should easily eliminate a human. He says this time they'll become rulers of all 9 realms, and Odin will be pleased. One of them calls him a fake for holding a banquet during Odin's absence, and asks if Ragnarok means nothing to him. The god of thunder asks why he's bringing that up and how he can say that after Fenrir devoured his right arm. The god says it's funny he talks like that, considering he has a stone embedded in the forehead of a vile giant and still acts like that even with Mjolnir, and that if it were him, he'd eliminate himself and take the weapon with him. Thor gets irritated and asks if he wants to find out who's the strongest there. The atmosphere gets tense, and someone tells them to stop and asks if they want to get arrested. The goddess says Valhalla's forces have weakened considerably. It seems Soul Collection isn't going well. The blonde says it's because Ragnarok was given too much priority, an error by Odin. She replies that's an insolent thing to say about the master of Asgard. The blonde says she doesn't intend to kiss Odin's boots, and even if he has power, he's nothing but trash in her eyes. The goddess wants to know how she dares. The blonde says she's sure she hasn't forgotten what he did to her. Frig. The goddess says nothing, and the god says he'll take this moment to make an announcement. The blonde says the preparations for the second end are complete, and the souls of the eliminated ready to fight for Asgard are prepared. Somewhere else, the protagonist is observing and thinking that for Heim to have interfered in this matter means he'll appear soon, and he needs to awaken his innate ability as soon as possible. Some time ago, his master said he was greedy and that he's already strong enough, but now he also wants an innate ability. Jay replies he's not as greedy as she was when the Curator Guild came to recruit her. Seong says she knows she can be very helpful to him in this matter, and that her case happened out of nowhere. Hyun asks if it was out of nowhere. She says yes, looks at her reflection in the cup, and says she still remembers the despair of that day like it was yesterday, when a portal opened in the middle of the highway and people started dropping like flies. Amid the chaos, they panicked and tried to hide from the monsters, and there was a child running for his life until he fell to the ground. She watched, terrified and helpless. She ran there quickly, but it was too late, and even as an awakened, she couldn't save the child because she was too weak. And this world is nothing short of cruel. Right after the child was eliminated, she gained a skill called Sacrifice, emitted a strong light, and looked at her hands as tears streamed from her eyes. However, she couldn't bring back someone who was already gone and asks if she's mentioned this before, that a healer always remembers more the ones they couldn't save than the ones they did. She calls him and says he wanted to learn an innate skill as fast as possible, and to be honest, she doesn't know how to do that either. She touches him and says he needs to hurry, and that she doesn't want him to lose anything precious in the process of gaining an innate ability. Meanwhile, in real time, the protagonist thinks his master didn't know, but maybe Aina does. He calls her and asks if she can tell him how she gained her innate skill. Seo says his name and says she gained an innate ability because of the end of her family, and to be exact, she let them be eliminated and still thinks it was a good thing it was their end. And it happened out of nowhere when she was 5 years old. She was too young at the time and didn't really understand what happened, but even so, she knew two things. She never saw her parents again and she was alone. After that, her grandmother and she went to live with her aunt. And even without her parents, she never felt alone after moving in, and not even when her aunt was mean. Because despite everything, she had her grandmother, her only family, the only person she could trust. But that happiness didn't last long. She watched through the door as her grandmother said she didn't have much time left and told her aunt to take good care of her. And even being young, she could feel that her family, the only person she could rely on, was about to leave. And ever since then, dark clouds hovered over her. She already spoke little, and that made her stop talking to everyone completely, and it didn't take long before she became an outsider. And her life stayed like that until 6th grade. Her aunt said she got a call from the teacher and heard that hunters make a lot of money and thinks that even someone like her might have some use in the world, and asked if she knew how much money they spent when she was a child and believed she'd have to pay it all back for all that time, and asked if she understood since she was dumb, and said she had no choice but to become a hunter if she wanted to be worth anything. Seo says she hated her aunt, and that her aunt had already taken all the life insurance money from her parents' death and was now trying to use her for her own gain. And she hated how her aunt treated her parents and grandmother like they were a burden she wanted to get rid of. And what disgusted her the most was herself for not being able to say anything. After that, she enrolled in the hunter program and knew she could become one thanks to her teacher. The teacher asked if she was sure, because even though she was a perfect candidate and people treat hunters well, the same can't be said for mages, and she didn't want her to do anything dangerous, and a hunter risks their life for the job. Ina replied that it was fine, and that she knew better than anyone that some things are worse than death. When she came home, her grandmother asked if she was serious about becoming a hunter. Seo thought she'd end up abandoning her too, but for some reason, she couldn't hate her, and wonders if her life would be a little different if she hadn't given her aunt the money. And she doesn't think this is fate. What's meant to happen will happen, and it won't hesitate or be stopped, no matter how much you fight it. And she told her grandmother that she was fine with that. In that moment, her grandmother hugged her and said she didn't need to do it if she couldn't, because she didn't want her granddaughter to get hurt. Tears ran down Ina's face, and after choosing to become a hunter, her life changed completely. She learned how to handle mana, how to eliminate monsters, and how to survive disasters. Her cold personality helped a lot. Once she got used to that life, the inevitable happened. Her grandmother passed away. The time they had was brief, and her grandmother wouldn't have died if she had gotten treatment. What the doctor said was shocking, and she wondered if, by refusing treatment, she had given up on life, and if even her grandmother had abandoned her. And she couldn't be sure of anything. Her grandmother had passed, and she herself was alive and missed her. She was tired of everything and always wondered why. She blamed herself and said her grandmother should have taken her along. After some time, her aunt was on the phone saying the contract with the sponsor had been signed, and the guild would accept her. She just needed to go sign the papers. Seo was furious. It felt like the last remaining piece of herself was being bound by her aunt, and for the first time in her life, she yelled at her. Her aunt said she should be grateful she hadn't sold her, so Ina decided to run away from home. She waited until nightfall and returned to grab her things, but what she saw in front of her was her aunt's house burning and monsters coming out of portals. Someone called her. It was her aunt, at the brink of death, asking for help, but she had only one thought. Why should she save someone who took everything from her? In real time, still in the same place, Hyun says she doesn't have to force herself if it's too hard. Sometime later elsewhere, Kim walks and opens the tent, thinking it was his friend arriving, but when he looks, he sees something terrifying and dark with intense mana. She realizes it's not her friend and that this mana feels like a monster's. The rest of the group watches. It's Haim, who asks if they're all friends of the great enemy. They look scared until Dal begins releasing more mana, creating a strong wind that knocks them to the ground, demanding they answer the question. Soyul looks at the ring and thinks Min needs to come now because there's an enemy here, and though it looks human, the mana feels just like a monster's. Someone approaches her and gets closer until Haim grabs her by the neck and asks if she's resorting to tricks, saying they'll all be eliminated here and can blame the great enemy for it. The protagonist arrives and says he won't allow it, activating his absolute calculation skill and asking if Haim thinks he'll just stand there watching. Meanwhile, in another place, the instructors are on a rooftop observing the situation. One of them complains about being there. The other replies they need to work hard to identify the talented kids. The one with binoculars says if they keep babysitting like this, the kids will grow arrogant until they notice something. A massive mana in the sky. He looks startled and confused and asks if that's a trumpet, then turns around and sees a massive monster that swallows his head without hesitation. The instructor watches in terror and realizes his communicator isn't with him until he too is struck. On the radio, someone asks what's happening, and on the verge of death, he responds that he's in danger. Code 11, it's an unexpected occurrence, and tells everyone to run. His radio falls to the ground and he's eliminated with terrifying monsters all around. Somewhere else, Dahl looks to the side and senses the great enemy's presence, letting go of the girl and releasing intense mana. Jay unleashes his power. Haim, surprised, asks where he got that eye. Hyun thinks he must be talking about Odin's lost eye. Dahl says he now understands how he got so strong so quickly. Just a mere human who should never be able to grow this fast. Min watches him and tells him to come take it if it bothers him. Sunbae, collapsed on the ground, says he won't beat someone like that on his own. The protagonist tells them to run. This is his problem. Kim looks and says they're a team. Jay says he won't repeat himself. Haim asks if he plans to protect his friends while standing there. He slams his weapon into the ground, causing a massive shockwave and destruction. Hyun activates his windstorm skill, moving his friends far away. They watch. Young asks what he's doing. Min replies that they all ended up eliminated like this. Kim is furious. Seo says he's right, they don't stand a chance against someone that strong. Young says that's exactly why they should help. Seo says no. She believes in her friend and tells them to return to the entrance and inform the instructors about this situation. Kim mutters with teary eyes and says he better stay alive. The protagonist sees them running and thinks Aina must have persuaded her best friend. Then he activates his frozen earth skill, spreading ice across the ground. Haim smiles and says it's a good skill, but it takes several seconds to fully activate and asks if he really thinks he can stall him for that long. Jay asks if he thinks this is a game and thinks he already planned for this moment against that guy. Dahl watches him, attacks, and says to try his luck. Hyun realizes this attack could hit his friends if he doesn't block it and can't let that happen. So he activates his magical artifact manifestation. With the sword in hand, he thinks he has to block it no matter what. He moves, using his chains and driving them into the ice, then swings his sword toward the attack and braces himself while trying to withstand the impact. Min keeps holding on and manages to block the strike, causing massive shockwaves. Haim watches and grows irritated. The protagonist says he warned him. He activates his air jump skill and asks if he still thinks this is a game. Somewhere else, a voice says they need as many people as possible for this rescue and can't waste time. There are already many injured instructors. It's a mass migration of monsters, and that had never happened there before. The academy director is frustrated that it happened today of all days and worries because she can't think of a solution. Someone arrives and says they'll help. She turns and sees Jung. Jiyeon says that even though they need all the help they can get, they must avoid combat as much as possible since they're still students. Gang and Han say they'll help too. The director thanks them and thinks that if they assign support roles to the students, they can deploy the instructors to the front lines to fight the monsters. And there's a chance. She looks at her hand and realizes she can't concentrate her mana. The Acer system notifies that it has crashed and the connection with the user has been temporarily cut off. The instructors realize they can't use their mana. Jiyeon wonders why this is happening now and asks if there's no one who can still use their skills. The instructors grow discouraged until someone raises their hand and says they can. It's Jung, and the other circle leaders say they can too. The director wonders if only the students can still use mana. She looks to the side and sees students using healing skills on the wounded and says it's hard to understand what's happening. She orders a change of plans. The students will fight the monsters and all instructors will support them as much as possible. They respond with understood. Jiyeon tells them to head to the 3rd district, the place most in need of help. They run quickly. On the way, as they discuss, Jung stops and tells them to pay attention. The 1st district has a narrow entrance and it won't be hard to deal with the monsters if they hold their positions. Then they notice a massive monster behind them, and he feels an overwhelming fear, wondering if he really has to fight that. It's the field boss, the Bone Dragon. He looks scared and says this will be a bit complicated. As Circle 9 runs, Lee worries about his partner. Kim keeps running until he notices his ring glowing, and all of their rings are glowing. Young says a message came in. It's Min saying he's fine and has a favor to ask. The field boss is attacking the city's entrance, and they need to help the others, and he'll join them soon. Kim smiles and says that's just like him. Soil says it's decided. They need to do what they can. They keep walking, and Young says her best friend will be okay. Meanwhile, the protagonist is fighting his opponent. He gets closer. Haim says the name of the prophesied opponent wasn't just for show, but that doesn't change the fact that the great enemy will be defeated. The two move in at the same time to strike, causing massive impacts. Dahl attacks and says he'll test himself. Jay dodges and counters, his opponent blocks, throwing the boy far back. Hyun stares at him and brings up his recent test results at the support guild, then activates his sword skill and spinning strike. The impacts collide. Haim says that for a human, the boy is impressive. He smiles and says, that's enough, then attacks again. Min blocks with his sword and smiles, emitting a powerful light. Dahl watches intently and attacks again. The protagonist dodges and activates his arcane tool manifestation skill. He grabs the weapon in his hand, Nidhogg's, and activates the dagger dance skill, slashing his opponent multiple times. The system notifies that the enemy is poisoned and that the poison stacks are increasing up to 5. Haim groans in pain and accuses him of resorting to cheap tricks. Jay smirks and says they'll see who's pathetic now. With the poison spreading through his body, Dahl thinks that normally this level of poison would be cured quickly and that he'll just eliminate him and start over. He thinks the Aesir system can temporarily intervene to control the power of all instructors and cadets, and that Odin's granted authority has limits. If he only suppresses the instructors' Aesir systems, it's true, he thought he could handle them easily. He watches and continues thinking he has no choice but to admit now that this boy, even with only 30% of his power, is a monster that's hard to deal with. Hyun stares at him, thinking about the sword techniques he learned from his friend before the training camp, dagger dance and spinning strike. He remembers the moment and keeps thinking that if he activates them through the S-rank artifact Nidhogg's, no matter the cost, his opponent won't last long. Haim smiles and says he's entertaining and wonders why someone like that is locked away alone in Asgard, and at the very least he seems worthy of wielding the sacred sword. Min watches in surprise, seeing the item in his hand and thinks he doesn't know what skill that is, but it's not good. He quickly approaches and says he can't afford to give an opening. Dahl tells him to consider it an honor to hear the presentation of Gjallarhorn. He emits a sound with the item in his hand, producing an extremely loud noise. The protagonist covers his ears and feels agonized by the sound, and the system notifies that Gjallarhorn has begun its presentation and that physical abilities are reduced by 50% due to the artifact's effect. Also, the mysterious power of the artifact is reacting to nearby magical beasts. He sees several giant beasts around and asks what that is. Haim says that unlike Tyre, he doesn't know how to control magical beasts properly, but that's his specialty. Jay activates his absolute calculation skill. The system notifies that the user's rank is insufficient, and he failed to resist the artifact. He grumbles. Dahl gathers power in his hand and attacks, striking the prophesied great enemy, and says this is his skill, reverse flow magic. He won't be eliminated, but he will suffer greatly. Hyun feels intense pain. Haim says he'll rot in Asgard's dungeon for eternity until an explosion occurs. Hela appears and says that even if the boy has many flaws, it's still too early for prison. Dahl looks shocked upon seeing her and realizing she activated a barrier. Hela stares intently. The protagonist doesn't understand what's happening and asks what the hell is going on. Hela's hand starts to crack and she thinks that, as expected, she can't hold on much longer. Dahl says he was wondering where she was hiding and now she's revealed herself. He stares at her and says she forced herself to use Hell's divinity. Hela begins to emit lightning around her hand, growing more intense. Jay thinks that if the power she's using is divinity, like he said, Hela will definitely be finished. Hela keeps using her power to attack the opponent, but Haim dodges and says that this level is too high for her to handle, asks if she's going to sacrifice herself, what the hell she's doing, and if she really believes the opponent can save the 9 realms. Hela keeps attacking and replies that it's not belief but certainty, and that they believe the opponent will eliminate Odin and end Ragnarok. Dahl says that's blasphemy. He approaches her with his sword. Hela stares back and says, to end it now. She continues using her power, summoning a giant serpent about to devour. Hyun yells to stop this. Haim looks surprised at the serpent. The beasts around begin to attack, but Min uses his spear to strike them and keeps using his ability, attacking non-stop, generating great mana that grows more intense and causes a huge explosion. The people on site also fight the beasts, causing great impacts, blocking blows, and the blonde asks if her friend is okay since he was attacked. They get desperate, saying this will be the end, and ask if this wasn't just an outdoor training camp. The blonde looks at them and asks what they're going to do because they can't endure anymore. While the protagonist fights, he says they couldn't contact the outside. The mage asks what the hell is going on and says he's out of magic now. Jay thinks that if only there were a few more people in good shape, until he hears a voice saying they'll help. He looks and sees his friends approaching. An says to let him help. Hyun replies that this battle is too dangerous for a rookie to intervene, and that the Bone Dragon is an A+ rank magic beast. Too much for him, until the beast suddenly approaches. Min looks desperate. Hoyeon uses his blue flame white sword skill to attack the monster, and slashes it several times with his sword and says it's alright. The protagonist looks to the side at all his friends, and Seo says they came to fulfill the promise. Kim says the name of his best friend and also says he promised to help everyone, and to not worry, because they won't hold him back. Hyun looks surprised and widens his eyes at the sight of a giant monster. An tells his partner to support him and Yoo-jung replies not to worry. She activates her skill and mana field. The other partners also activate theirs. Min looks surprised, seeing them easily defeat the monsters. The mage observes them and thinks he thought only that boy was a monster, but these guys are also on a crazy level. He keeps watching them, thinking that guy wouldn't put his friends in danger. A giant monster lets out a loud roar. An stands before it and blocks the attack. Aina uses her magic and the protagonist also approaches with his spear and attacks. Later, in the same place, Hyun thinks that maybe they managed it with those guys. Beside him, a boy thanks the alchemist for saving his life. He replies that it's a relief. Sube watches and shows the entrance to a student. Kim looks and smiles, saying they're really fighting a boss monster. Hoyeon says they got so strong. Min says there's no time to be stunned, to attack the legs and restrict movement. Meanwhile, they head to the core and handle the bone dragon. An replies yes. Kim approaches the bone dragon, prepares his magic, and attacks. The mage says at this rate, the freshman will steal all the spotlight. The protagonist says there's no way to avoid it and that the destructive power of the ninth circle is above theirs. The mage says that's fine. Meanwhile, Hoyeon is attacking the beast and slicing through its bones. Hyun says, as expected, it's an attack that doesn't care about any allies nearby. He attacks with his spear and says, "To go now!" The monster opens its huge mouth. Kim uses his skill along with his friends and attacks, causing a massive explosion. A cracked circle falls. The beast screams in pain. Min calls out for Hela. He sees her collapsed on the ground, cracked, on the brink of the end, and says he still needs her. The system notifies that the user has acquired divinity for the first time. Hela remains collapsed on the ground. The system notifies once again about the acquired skill. Haim notices it's a unique ability awakening and tells the opponent he won't be able to handle the power properly, saying divine usurpation belongs to Asgard's traitor and that it's not something someone who hasn't even fully attained divinity can deal with. The protagonist asks about the traitor of Asgard. Hela, on the verge of the end, says it's Loki, the sinner of Asgard, referring to the leader of the anti-Aesir faction. Hyun asks if that's his power. He emits his energy. Dahl laughs and says he knows what he's thinking and that divine usurpation is a skill that only works on weakened gods, and it won't work on him. Min apologizes and says he was wrong. The protagonist moves using the active skill Aerial Leap. He smiles and says the target whose divinity he's about to usurp is designated. The system notifies that he is usurping the target's divinity, Hela, and the user increases. Hyun observes Hela, holds her in his arms while lightning is emitted. Hela, closer to the end, asks how he thought of that at this moment and says Loki's name. That he was right. That until now she thought providence was something one had to be born with. But she was wrong, because here is someone who went through evolution and built a legend with the body of a mere mortal. The boy blamed himself for being defective because he couldn't awaken. But that's not true, because from the beginning he was the chosen human. Min clenches his fist and an aura is emitted around his body. Multiple skills are activated. He summons chains and says, "The second round begins now." Haim looks surprised. The protagonist's skill activates. It's Chains of the God of Thunder. He attacks the opponent with chains imbued with the power of the God of Thunder. Hyun strikes with his chains. Dahl tries to defend but can't and says this is impossible, that this is Thor's lightning, and wonders why the opponent has that. Haim retreats and realizes he first needs to avoid and get closer to the opponent until he's struck by a punch and sent flying. He looks irritated and wants to know how he dares. Min says so. This is what that level of power feels like. And now this fight is completely in his favor, and now he can eliminate him and cannot be eliminated. Dahl becomes more furious and thinks that blocking Hela's clone nearly exhausted his divine power, and he also can't use the Gjallarhorn anymore. His hands tremble in rage and he says a mere human dares. And not being satisfied, the protagonist keeps using his chain power to attack his enemy. Haim says that even though he's the opponent, in the end he's still just a mere human, and there's no way to handle divinity at will. Hyun says he's been waiting. Dahl looks surprised. The massive mana and chains begin wrapping around his body and legs, preventing him from attacking. He starts screaming until he's completely restrained by the chains. He groans and becomes desperate seeing the opponent approaching, until his head is ripped off by Min. Someone watches them from afar. It's Hugin, thinking the guy's an idiot and wondering if he shouldn't have trusted him, saying this cause will become a plan and he must report it to Odin. Of Asgard, Guardian Heimdall, a human, he's growing faster than expected. And now that he's obtained divinity, in the near future it's obvious he'll grow even stronger. But it doesn't matter because the end is foretold. The protagonist remains facing his enemy with his head torn off and says it's a pathetic sight. Haim calls him a bastard and says he was careless this time, but next time he'll lock him in Asgard's prison. Jay tells him to shut up. The power he declared there was only 30%, and he'll probably be forcibly repatriated to Asgard soon. Dahl says that just because he was defeated now doesn't change anything, because Ragnarok will unfold as planned. Hyun agrees that nothing will change, and whether war happens or not, he will eliminate them all. Haim laughs and says he still doesn't know anything and asks if he thinks all this is a victory for them, humans. Min doesn't quite understand. Dahl says to be careful with those who will come for them and to doubt again. to reach the end and realize that betrayal is more poisonous than alcohol, and that trust sometimes leaves deeper scars than anything else. Smoke spreads. The protagonist looks around and no longer sees his enemy there and wonders if he'll manage to get past another somehow. Hella sits up and Jae asks if she's okay. She says yes and that her body's disintegration also stopped and thanks him. Hyun says if she's okay, that's enough, and there's something he needs to do, so he'll hear the story later. He looks at the body on the ground, uses his divine usurpation skill, and the user's divinity increases. Min smiles and thinks he guessed the divinity might reside in the discarded body, and he was right, and it's okay, he just needs to keep going like this. Elsewhere, Haim stands in front of someone and says he's ashamed, because due to his carelessness he failed to stop the prophesied opponent. Odin replies that he already knows, as he has seen everything. Hlidskjalf is Odin's throne, and is imbued with magic that allows an overview of all 9 realms, Odin's mythical great artifact. Dahl looks irritated, clenches his hand, and thinks that at that moment his unique ability awakened. And beyond that, that battle destroyed more than 50% of his divine power. Odin says the punishment will be postponed and that from now on, Haim will assist Freya and focus efforts on raising the eliminated army, leaving the matter of the opponent to others. He asks if Haim is defying his words. Haim apologizes, and the god of gods tells him if he understands, then get lost, and says, hug. The raven approaches, and Odin says the war will soon begin, and if Haim doesn't know yet, the Einherjar, the materials for the eliminated army, are exactly that. Elsewhere, the protagonist has books in his hand and places them on the table, asking when he'll read all that. He stands still, remembering when his opponent told him to beware of those closest to him and to doubt again, that he might reach the end and realize betrayal is more poisonous than alcohol, and that trust sometimes leaves deeper scars than anything else. The last piece of advice was to doubt the system. In the present, Jae thinks that both Mimir and Haim use the same word to say something, and there must be a connection between what those two said, likely related to mythology. So he opens a book and wonders if he should investigate. Still in the same place, night falls and he continues reading until he closes the book and thinks of Raider's brightest eye, realizing that it's not an interpretation, but an anagram. The Einherjar are ready, and now he understands what Mimir and Haim meant when they said to doubt. In another place, a group is seated around a table and Jong says that either way, Min wouldn't hold them back anymore, and expressing any opposition there would also make someone an enemy of their guardian. Han says that to begin with, it wasn't a level they could handle. Gang says those guys have clearly already surpassed the cadet level. Jong agrees, saying that's right, and that Circle 9 has already grown to a level beyond their reach in just a few months, and now they'll focus on handling the situation. He slams the table and says there's one thing they need to clearly accept. He then calls for Che, and as the leader of one of the 4 great circles, asks why she didn't participate in this raid. Ji-yoon replies that if Circle 9 hadn't intervened, it would have been an impossible battle. Ju slams the table angrily, and Che continues, saying that based on the abilities of the Circle members present, she judged they wouldn't be able to win the Bone Dragon raid, and that's why she simply didn't intervene. She couldn't just sacrifice innocent comrades, and their third eye will continue to adhere to this policy in the future. Somewhere else, in a restricted area, someone approaches. It's a smiling woman saying she didn't expect Min to go this far and that things have gotten interesting. Elsewhere, the protagonist continues reading the book, thinking that in the Bone Dragon event, adult invaders couldn't use their abilities. And what that means is clear. The Aesir gods can arbitrarily interfere with the system. The doubt Mimir spoke of and Haim's warning, he wonders if both subtly implied the truth about the Aesir system. He continues thinking that the system's goal is to cultivate the Einherjar, and the necessary materials to create the Einherjar are probably all the awakened beings in the world. The system notifies that the user has progressed. Viewed information will be updated and asks if he wants to view Mimir's disk. Jay looks, extends his finger, and answers yes, until something strange begins to happen. Black mist surrounds him, and he appears in another place. He enters and wonders where it is, and if it's the altar where he first obtained Odin's lost eye. Hyun keeps walking until he finds a book. He picks it up and thinks this record is his diary, the record of Asgard, a document revealing Odin's curse. In the past, after the first Ragnarok, Odin's army, the Einherjar, was decimated, and as he must know, there's a hidden truth in that incident. The Einherjar are beings similar to Odin's own members. However, if asked whether they are evil, he couldn't answer, because they are simply used by Odin. The god of gods deceived humans, turning them into his slaves, and by using them, he was able to defeat an anti-Aesir alliance. However, in that war, countless Einherjar were also eliminated. Feeling great disillusionment toward Odin, humans no longer volunteered to become Einherjar, which was a heavy blow to Odin. Only humans could become Einherjar, and the condition was absolute loyalty to the gods. As the second apocalypse approached, Odin finally decided on an intelligent plan. He sent the roots of Yggdrasil to Midgard, turning Earth into a hell filled with magical beasts. Then he granted them a gift, as if it were a blessing. This was the Aesir system. Around the world, awakened beings use it, but it is merely a device to cultivate Odin's army. Prophecy's opponent, if you've seen this record, prepare to go immediately to Yggdrasil's control tower, where the device that is the source of the Aesir system is stored. If you don't go, all of humanity's awakened will become your enemies. In real time, the protagonist widens his eyes, rises from his chair with hands on the table and a vein pulsing, saying he needs to meet Hela. Elsewhere, he calls for her and says, "It's urgent." Hela appears and wants to know what's so important that it woke a sleeping god. Jay speaks about the Einherjar and says he thinks he discovered Odin's true purpose. The two stare at each other silently, and Hela says it seems they need to discuss this matter with the anti-Aesir alliance, and that they'll leave when night falls. Hyun agrees and calls out to her, saying he learned something during the outdoor training camps. And from what he heard, it seems to be an item that belonged to the first awakened Ju-1, and asks if she knows anything about him. Hela says she knows nothing about the first awakened, and thinks it's better to leave it for now. Informing them about the Einherjar is more important. Min doesn't understand, and Hela says she also needs the calculated rewards for the mission. The system notifies that the mission to unlock a unique skill is complete and that the rewards will be calculated. The mission Defense Battle of the Closed City has also been completed and its rewards will be calculated. The protagonist smiles and thinks this is always the most exciting part and says, "Let's see." He continues thinking. The first reward is a blank card, the second reward is... He wonders if it's a system update. He sees a system notification saying it will be updated to version 2.0. Jay looks surprised, and the system continues notifying that from now on, two-way voice transmission will be possible even when far from the guide. The user's status window will be redesigned. A socket capable of storing a mythical level skill will be activated. The Crow Randar will be automatically installed, and it allows tracking of Odin's ravens when they're nearby. The system's main mission has been received. Hela says that with the communication function update from now on, he'll be able to rely more on her. Hyun says it's closer to use than trust, and thinks about the redesign of the status window. The status window is illustrated, showing age, level, general skills, stats and strength, agility, mana, stamina, release stage, and every time a certain amount of divinity is acquired, the release stage increases and the number of sockets grows. Min observes the flask and thinks it's giant plasma, and until now he couldn't use it due to lack of strength, but now he can. He pours the plasma over his head, and the system notifies that a consumable item is being used. The user's body is imbued with the power of a giant, increasing strength and mana stats by 30 each. The protagonist thinks that the stat boost when reaching S rank now places his stats at least at the level of a mid-tier S rank raider. Next is the socket that can store mythical level abilities. Another notification arrives, a passive skill named Power of the God of Thunder, and its classification is mythical. It contains the lightning of the God of Thunder, Thor, and drastically increases the efficiency and power of lightning attribute skills. Jay smiles and thinks that the performance once limited by distance is now fully unlocked, and the restrictions must have disappeared now that he's achieved full classification. The issue now is the socket slots. The system notifies that to unlock a socket, divinity must be obtained by usurping productivity at a mythical level. Hyun wonders if just having the power to wield the power of the God of Thunder is enough. Hela looks surprised, and another notification arrives saying it allows tracking Odin's ravens when nearby. She says with that, the ravens shouldn't be a problem. Min agrees and thinks he'll also be able to find Hugin. The last system update is a mission, and it's likely the hardest mission he's ever had. Notifications arrive saying the main mission, System Breaker, has been received. Disconnector of the system. Elsewhere, in silence, a voice says it's about time he stopped stalling and took action. And it's Che saying he wouldn't want to keep her waiting for too long, calling him Mr. Juwon. Ji-yoon remembers Min on her back. She turns and says she heard he performed during the outdoor training camp, and that's amazing. The protagonist thanks her for the compliment but says he's a bit busy right now, and they can talk later. Che thinks there's no way to confuse this feeling and asks what he thinks, internally calling him the opponent. Even though she's part of one of the 4 main circles, they were criticized for not participating in the attack, and everyone was. Jay thinks he obtained divinity and says that if one is weak, they should know when to retreat. Ji-yoon widens her eyes. Hyun glances sideways and says that once someone is eliminated, not even recovery magic can bring them back. He walks away and Che is left confused. In the present, a reporter on TV says a large number of Millar's instructors were eliminated during the outdoor training, and cadets saved the academy, a situation without precedent, and wonders how things will unfold from here. She reports that Min has achieved another great feat, And his performance at the outdoor training camp, the first awakened watches, turns off the TV and says it might be time to act even though it feels a bit early for him. He picks up a board and says, the opponent of the prophecy, how captivating the story might become, and that he's going to listen. Elsewhere, a crowd is watching the instructor, and she begins by saying she believes everyone must have a lot of questions they'd like to ask. However, what she can say for now is that a new threat is approaching, and they hope they can overcome this first one. And it was none other than the proud cadets of Malaras who did that. That's why Malaras decided to grant points and praise to the cadets who made significant contributions, and to remember their names. The cadets whose names were just called are asked to step forward and receive the praise. She calls out freshmen Min and Circle 9. In another location, Kim is seated and asks if there's really nothing he wants to say. Everyone there remains quiet. The protagonist says he'll talk, but telling everything is difficult. Yoo-jung asks why so many secrets. Seo says he wants to ask the first thing first, and she asks about the man who attacked them at the outdoor training camp. Who the hell was he? Jae observes and replies that he can't say. That the only thing he can say is that the man is connected to him and that he's really strong. Kim, irritated, asks if he thinks they gathered there just to hear that. An agrees with her and asks who the hell that top-level magician was. Everyone stares at him waiting for answers. Hyun watches and thinks that if Ragnarok happens one day, he'll have to tell them the truth, but it's still too early. His friends remain silent, waiting. Min smiles and says he reached S rank. Sube quickly stands from the couch, surprised, asking if he just said S rank, and what the hell he's talking about so suddenly. Aina asks if that's how he survived against that man. An asks if he was the one who defeated that magical beast. The protagonist replies no, and thinks he couldn't possibly do that the man is a watcher of the Aesir, and says he'll have to keep fighting enemies like that, and if something like this ever happens again, they must run, no matter what. Kim stands up, slams the table, and says he's trying to fight alone again. Jae stares, taps his fingers on the table much harder, shifting the mood in the room and frightening them. He says unless they grow at least to his level, they won't be able to fight alongside him. And if they want to fight, they must reach S rank and stand where he stands. And he won't say anything else. Yoo-jung, with tears in her eyes, asks what that's supposed to mean and says it's petty. Hyun notices something, puts a hand in his pocket, and pulls out his phone. Surprised. Somewhere else inside a car, the driver says he's surprised and would like to join that flex auction. Buying just 1 or 2 shares wouldn't be enough to become a VIP. He asks how much was invested in that failed company. Min replies he doesn't remember exactly, but he put almost all the money he earned into it. Park says that in many ways, this is a difficult investment method for a small investor like himself. In a building, they arrive, open the door, and enter a room. The manager says he'll wait there, and if someone starts causing trouble somewhere else, he'll handle it, so feel free to contact him. The protagonist smiles and says he doubts anyone would dare start a fight. Park agrees, saying that's true. Jae walks on. In another room, Camilla is sitting, biting her nails, until someone calls her twice. It's Balak, and he asks if something happened, since she hasn't been able to focus for some time. The redhead speaks in a low voice, points the boy out to him, and asks if he can see him. It's Hyun. Balak observes and thinks that this guy is definitely the extraordinary boy who was born in the hotel in Iceland, according to what he later confirmed, and says he was a promising talent from the Yeonhwa Guild. He didn't know the guild was participating in this auction. Camilla tells him to listen carefully. That boy is dangerous. They look at him, break into a cold sweat, eyes wide open as they lock eyes with his, and think that his mana structure is identical to that of the Black Cloak. Elsewhere, someone says that's exactly what they're saying. It's a man on the phone who also tells him to simply trust himself. This auction will certainly happen. It's amazing he had to get this far since that dive. He just needs to push a little more. He thinks that this time he can't make a mistake. This is a place where investors and VIP clients gather. He must succeed, until the man notices something beside him. He had left the window open. He looks through it. Then a loud noise is heard. He's attacked from behind by a terrifying monster. A hand covers his eye. It's Che, saying that the problem is resolved, and she wonders how the opponent would react. At the auction, someone approaches the protagonist and says they didn't expect to see his face again in a place like this. It's Balak, saying he's become quite famous recently. Jay asks if it's his. Camilla thinks he's an idiot and wonders what he's thinking. Balak says yes. The only battle mage in the world and a guy who's without a doubt the best at Korea's top raider training academy. He asks if that's not him. He says it's no surprise the European Union is interested. Hyun says it's an honor. Balak looks at his partner sitting behind him. He thinks about her unique ability, Mana Breath. This ability has a special effect he hasn't told anyone about. That is, the ability to accurately sense other people's mana structure. Attributes in mana structure are different for every raider. Like a fingerprint, mana structure has a unique individuality. Balak returns to his seat and wonders if there can be 2 beings with perfectly identical mana. He thinks that no matter how he looks at it, the possibility is low. Anne says he'll find out today if that Min is really the black robe from the previous season. Camilla looks to the side and says that his selfish side like that was probably one of the reasons for his divorce. Definitely. Balak tells her to be quiet. Min just watches them. Later, still at the auction, noises are heard, murmurs, and someone approaches. It's the man welcoming everyone present at the event. He introduces himself as Lee Moon, CEO of Flex. He continues speaking, and the protagonist is distracted, thinking that the needed item is just one. The man says the auction that they have all been waiting for will begin, and that they may bring the first item. The first to be auctioned is the Stone of Transcendence. Jay looks at the person and wonders if their condition is strange. He thinks about the Stone of Transcendence. Naturally, it's hard to expect a full effect from the stone alone. The system notifies about the equipment item: Incomplete Ring, Transcendence Rank, Gain Active Skill, Overdrive, currently cursed by absence, Unstable Classification in Incomplete State, amplifies mana and skill power for 5 minutes and increases it by 1.5x. Due to the absence of the Stone of Transcendence, using the skill for 5 minutes puts the user in a mana seal state. Hyun thinks that simply equipping the stone into the ring changes everything. Lee says the bidding will now begin. Min smiles. He thinks he's been waiting for this for a long time. He raises his hand and says, 10 billion. Everyone looks surprised and murmurs. Balak stares at him. The man says 10 billion has been offered and asks if anyone else wants to participate. Another person raises their hand. It's Balak, offering 11 billion. The protagonist raises his hand again and says 12 billion. Balak goes quiet, irritated. His partner imagines their friend getting punched in the face. Jay speaks telepathically and asks if this is a trial. Balak responds no way. He was simply interested in that Stone of Transcendence. The price got higher than he expected, so he gave up on bidding. Min smiles and asks if that's really the case because he almost misunderstood. Balak thinks he didn't expect him to approach so openly and wonders if he's planning to threaten him and what his true intentions are. Meanwhile, in the same place, the protagonist is sitting and looking around, thinking that the auction for the last item has finally ended, an A-rank artifact that increases resistance to status effects. But then, for someone like him who has Hell's Blessing, it's completely useless, until a voice says there is one final special item prepared. Jay looks surprised, and the voice says it's an S-rank artifact that will bring immense wealth. Hyun wonders if the status effect artifact auction wasn't supposed to be the last one, and the voice continues, saying that this time, the seller of the item will personally assist with the explanation. Min thinks he's never heard of a special item like that. A woman approaches, smiling. The protagonist looks surprised upon seeing her and wonders if it's Chae Ji-yoon. The seller greets everyone and says she herself is selling the item. From now on, about this item, Dropnir, Jay looks startled as he sees a large aura around her. He stands up. Chae smiles while Hyun remains still. The seller says this artifact is a golden bracelet that multiplies into 9 every 9 days, although it comes at a small cost. Energies are released. Min unleashes power through his eyes and thinks it's dangerous. The energy passes beside him. He widens his eyes and thinks that absolute calculation won't activate and that it's not magic. It's the power of this artifact. The energy flows past the people in the area. Balak asks what she's doing now. Chen says she doesn't need unwanted guests because she herself has business with the opponent. The protagonist stares at her and remembers her from before, saying he knew something felt off from the start and asks if she was a dog of Aesir. Ji-yoon responds about being a dog of Aesir and says that sounds quite unpleasant and asks if he could speak a bit more kindly. Jay asks what her goal is. She smiles and says it's him, and to be honest, he's become annoying. Hyun says not to make him laugh. People are paralyzed, and a voice says it has no intention of being influenced by her. Chen laughs and says this situation is dangerous and interesting, but she's gained enough time to prepare. She opens her enormous mouth. Min watches closely, and the people around become frightened and start being attacked by magic. Camilla looks to the side. Balak appears behind her. The redhead quickly moves, saying to wait a moment. Balak, furious, asks what she's doing and says they need to save them immediately. Camilla says she's not saying not to save them, but rushing in carelessly is dangerous, and she's never seen this artifact before. Ji-yoon says she's a woman with good judgment, and if she had been forcibly stopped now, everyone connected to the artifact would have been finished. But there's no need to worry too much. They're still alive for now. The protagonist asks if "for now" is what she means. Chen says she thought there was no particular reason to keep them alive, but even so, it's not impossible to save them. These people are simply in a coma. Jay asks about the coma and thinks that if it's a coma due to magical powers, there's no time to waste. Ji-yoon says that now these people are in a state where the emotion of greed has been removed. Because of that, the core that maintained their consciousness has broken. and their minds are collapsing. Hyun wonders if removing emotions is the artifact's ability or the power of that person. Chen says people are so funny and asks if he knew that just from having one emotion collapse, they become fools. Min tells her to stop the useless talk and return the people to normal. Ji-yoon asks what if she refuses. The protagonist moves quickly, knocking her to the ground, placing his foot on her head, crushing it, and says he'll make her want to bring them back to normal. However, Che finds herself cornered and wonders when it even happened, since she couldn't see it at all. She moves her fingers and widens her eyes. The protagonist stares at her, and an attack takes place. Yoon screams loudly. Camilla looks surprised and Balak remains expressionless. Jay keeps his foot on her head, looking at her crushed finger and touching another one, saying, "One more." Che grits her teeth and calls him a damned brat. The bracelet begins to tighten and a portal opens. Hyun asks if it's a gate. Blue energy starts to spread through the area. Everyone looks confused, not understanding what's happening. The system notifies that they're entering the special dungeon, Valley of Greed. Yoon is left alone at the site. She sits down and says she can't lose him. A voice says, "This is bad," and someone approaches her. Che lifts her head. Ju asks if she's okay. He smiles. In another dark and empty place, Balak, Camilla, and Hyun are teleported there. The protagonist sighs. The redhead watches and wonders what the hell is going on, thinking it seemed like the two already knew each other. And not just that, the name the suspicious woman called him is what's bothering her. Balak says it looks like she's thinking the same thing, and that this guy, what she was thinking, seems to be the answer. He remembers when the guy was called an adversary, and says that even though he didn't hear the first part clearly, that woman definitely called him that. It's likely. A voice says he is not worthy. This place is a great ruin, prepared for the prophesied adversary. Sounds begin to echo in the place. Balak calls out to him. Jay only looks. And Balak, pointing a weapon at him, asks if he's the black robe who invaded the Great Ruins. Hyun stays silent for a moment, then replies that now is not the time to worry about that. Balak stares at him and attacks until he sees something beside him. Multiple red eyes and creatures approaching. Balak grits his teeth. One says that, as expected, mythical grade artifacts are different. To think that it's an item that can even open a gate. Che says not to covet it and that he received something better from that person. Ju asks if that's so, and then now, based on Fafnir's power control, asks if she can handle Draupnir now. Yoon lowers her head and says it's still incomplete. Full control is nearly impossible. But even so, hunting down the adversary and the two opportunists won't be difficult. One looks at her and asks if that's the case, then maybe she should just disappear. For now. Somewhere else, the protagonist makes movements with his dagger, eliminating everything around him, thinking about Draupnir. The bracelet that Che had was definitely a mythical grade artifact. Just now, it opened a gate. Whether she created a dungeon herself or transported them to an already existing one, he doesn't know. What Yoon did was something impossible with her power alone. However, with help from a mythical grade artifact, it's not a unique magic. Camilla uses her power to defeat the surrounding monsters, and Jay thinks that's definitely the guidance power of the artists. Excluding Heimdall's Jallarhorn, he wonders if this is the second mythical grade item, and thinks he can't let it slip away. Later, still in the dungeon, all monsters are defeated, and a voice says it will ask again. It's Balak who asks if he is the Black Man. Hyun answers yes, that's right, and thinks that if things reach this point, hiding it further would only increase hostility. Balak asks if he's an enemy of humanity, and if so, then why? During the incident at the outdoor training field, did he save people and act like a hero? Was all of that hypocrisy too? Min stares at him and replies that, from the start, he's not someone who grows old for a grand cause, but he doesn't make enemies of just anyone. Although that standard may be a bit vague, his two companions look at each other and Balak asks what exactly is that standard he's talking about. Min looks at him and says, that's up to him. Camilla asks if he's making jokes in this situation. The protagonist replies that there's no deeper meaning. It's just that he'll do anything to protect the people within himself. That's all. Balak grabs his tie and says he could have taken him out in the Great Ruin, and that if he wanted to hide his identity, it would have been better to negotiate with him there. A strong light bursts. Balak stops pulling the tie and remembers something, and says he didn't do it, the standard he deserves. Meanwhile, he'll keep watching. The redhead says that even if it's a very individualistic standard, in this situation, it would be wise to combine forces and raid the dungeon. Jay thinks it's more than he expected, and says she's flexible, so it's better to keep his mouth shut. Later, still in the same place, an attack occurs. A monster is struck on the head and immediately falls to the ground. It was Balak who hit it, and he says it's the first time he's seen a Draugr like this. So strong, and asks if by any chance he knows something about it. Hyun replies no way, and thinks that he definitely doesn't feel this way when dealing with dark elves. But the monsters in this dungeon are much stronger than their rank suggests, and wonders if it's specially tuned for grinding. He thinks that either way they need to be careful. A voice says that even so, at this level it's not a problem. Anne tells them to speed up a bit more. Camilla says that the people involved in the auction are definitely still alive, so they'll hurry. Min looks to one side, then the other, observing the surroundings, and activates the penetration ability. The protagonist stops, telling them to wait a bit because it seems like something is on that side. The redhead looks confused and says it's been a while and clearly there was nothing there before, then suddenly feels an immense magical power. The system notifies that the path leading to the Valley of Greed has been revealed. Deep layer unlocked. Elsewhere, Che looks at her arm with the bracelet and thinks that the adversary's movements are faster than expected, and wonders what the hell he did. Inside the dungeon, Jay says that from here on he'll take the lead. Seems like they're watching him after all. Balak asks if it's like the Great Ruin. Hyun replies yes, but the goal is probably the opposite. Balak observes and says he'll be there then, and tells his partner to act as support in the middle. Camilla touches his hand. Hyun looks at her, and the redhead says he's so different from when they saw him in the ruins, and asks which of them is his real self. Min sighs and answers that both are himself. Camilla uses her ability to make the place brighter. The protagonist observes, and the system notifies that the Norner system is activating the ability Neteptikun. The Valley of Greed path, Deep Floors, has been revealed. Defeat the boss monster Fafnir of Greed and return to your world. Jay thinks of Fafnir, the dragon of greed, as well as the dwarf who tried to steal a cursed treasure from the gods. The dwarf, blinded by greed, couldn't overcome his desires. He killed his own father and exiled his younger brother to hide the gold. Even so, the dwarf was still afraid someone might find the treasure. In the end, he turned into a dragon and vanished with the gold. He assumes that the Valley of Greed is where he's hiding. More importantly, a dragon that was defeated by a dragon slayer, and the owner of the dragon slayer's sword. He says they'll need to be very careful this time. The two widen their eyes. A light appears and the system notifies that Fafnir's nest has been discovered. Camilla asks about Fafnir and Balak asks if it's the dragon from mythology. Hyun says they should go in now. They enter a space shining bright and filled with coins. The redhead says this is exactly what she'd imagine a dragon's lair to look like. Balak says not to lower their guard, the dragon will appear soon. Camilla summons her weapon and replies, of course. They stay quiet, scanning the surroundings until a coin shifts and falls near Min's foot. He flinches. A loud sound starts to ring. A claw moves. It's the dragon, rising up from within the treasure. The protagonist stays alert and the system notifies that the dungeon boss, Fafnir of Greed, has appeared. The boss monster's rank has been reduced due to restrictions, and he is the first to encounter the S+ rank boss monster. The dragon opens its massive mouth, letting out a thunderous roar. Camilla asks if it's rank S+ even after being weakened and says, this is absurd. Smoke dissipates around them. Jay looks and says they can do this, and asks if he doesn't remember. And he remembers when he was exchanging blows with the opponent and asks who said there could only be one Balmung. The redhead is shocked to see Hyun moving his hand. The system notifies that the active skill Magical Artifact Realization is being activated, and Balmung, the Dragon Slayer sword, has been created. Min summons the sword and thinks he was really lucky this time. 2 Balmungs, and asks if he doesn't think that's possible. Balak replies definitely. It might be possible, and maybe he can pull it off. The system notifies that the special effect of the Balmung sword that slayed dragons has been activated. The passive skill Dragon Slayer is activated. All attacks against dragon-type species increase by 300%. Camilla asks if that guy looks like he intends to melt everything. The dragon releases flames from its mouth. The scorching fire hits the ground. The 2 warriors move swiftly. Balak says they've drawn the dragon's attention. Meanwhile, his partner needs to attack. The protagonist moves, getting closer and closer to the monster, and thinks that Camilla is a combat mage, and her combat power is even greater than Professor Seong's, one of the world's top mages. A chance to see her skills firsthand. Jay watches, jumps, and calls out to her, asking how long the magic confusion takes. Balak stares at him and Hyun smiles. As he jumps, the dragon opens its massive mouth, about to swallow him, but Min dodges. The redhead replies, 20 seconds. Balak moves his sword and says confirmed, and calls out to buy some time. The protagonist braces himself on the ground and asks about the 20 seconds, saying it's no problem. The system notifies that the skill Frozen Earth has been activated. Jay exhales. Smoke dissipates across the area, along with the ice moving toward the enemy. Balak tells his partner to go now. The system notifies that the skill Water Punishment has been activated. Camilla opens her eyes and moves her finger, summoning several magic circles and a smaller one. Then she attacks with magic arrows, many of them. Hyun smiles and says it's amazing as expected. The redhead stays focused as she releases her magic toward the dragon. The boss lifts its head. Min watches and thinks that the reverse scale beneath the neck, it's definitely the weak spot. So he attacks immediately. Later, still in the same place, Balak says this is a problem and asks if he's sure there's no damage. The dragon stands, observing with its cold, dark eyes. The protagonist looks at it and replies, "No, something has definitely changed." Then a voice says, "About gold." Jay widens his eyes. The voice continues, "Gold." The boss opens its mouth and releases an extremely loud sound. Camilla covers her ears and the ice around the boss begins to shatter. The dragon moves and says it hates Odin, calling him a filthy name. Hyun looks surprised and wonders if that name was mentioned here. Min watches and thinks about gold, Fafnir, and Odin, the connection between the three. Some time ago, while investigating the Einherjar, he remembers reading about this in related books. And Vari's ring. It can create gold, but it's a ring that places a curse on its bearer. The curse from the gods placed on the gold that Fafnir took. He's definitely talking about that ring. Looking at Fafnir's state, this guy is still affected by the curse. They thought the reverse scale was the weak point and attacked it, but they couldn't do real damage. That means they hit the wrong spot, and he wonders what the real weakness is. He says it must be the source of the curse and wonders if Fafnir still has the ring. He says it seems like Fafnir can speak, so he'll ask him something. The dragon asks if he's human and how he got here. The protagonist asks if he was used by Odin, and if his whole family was too. The boss goes quiet for a moment and then answers, yes, they lost their lives. He shouts Odin's name and says he was destroyed by that man. The pressure in the environment intensifies with the strong winds. Jay watches him and asks if that's really how it is, and says it seems like the myth was distorted this time too. He thinks that, remembering the Tem dungeon, unlike the original myth, he was forcefully exploited by Thor. Even the younger sister Roskva was kidnapped. Given the circumstances, this time too, Odin and the Aesir gods most likely attacked Fafnir's family. He says he'll release him, and also avenge his family. The furious dragon starts shouting Odin's name. Hyun asks if he's enraged again and says it looks like they'll have to give up trying to solve this through dialogue. Balak asks what that was just now, and if he actually spoke with Fafnir. Min asks if he couldn't hear his voice. Balak replies he only heard Fafnir's roar. Camilla says it was the same for her. The protagonist releases energy through his eyes and thinks he's the only one who can hear Fafnir's words. And that's fine. The system notifies that a skill has been activated. Jay says it's time to test it. The ring embedded beneath the scale is the weak point. The two companions widen their eyes and look at each other. The redhead says, this time she'll help him. Balak approaches and says about the weak point he mentioned. Balak draws his weapon and says it must be correct. The system notifies that the skill Invisible Sword Style 2, Phantom Sword, has been activated. Camilla moves her hand, releasing her magic, summoning chains and binding the dragon. The aura in the area becomes terrifying. Min smiles. The attacks continue against the boss. Balak watches and thinks it's much harder than he expected. Just one strike. If he lands one more hit, he can break through. He must push it even by force. The protagonist says to get out of his way. He summons a card. Registered. Sword Garden. On the blank card, the system shows the skill data for the passive Sword Garden. Unique ability. Of all sword-type abilities, proficiency and power are maximized. It's a core skill of Invisible Sword. Jay says that since he got what he needed, he releases a massive aura around him. Balak looks surprised and asks if that's Invisible Sword. Hyun, focused and aiming at a point, throws the sword with precision. The system notifies that the skill, Invisible Sword, second style, Illusory Sword, is being activated. A massive impact occurs. The sword moves, and a tremendous aura is released around it. Balak says he did it. Min smiles. The system notifies that divinity is opening, and more notifications come in saying the active skill power of the Thunder God has been activated. Lightning is released. Balak is visibly shocked. Camilla too, and she asks what his true identity is. The sword is wielded with lightning surrounding it. From the area, a magic circle is summoned, opening a portal. The protagonist says he did it. More notifications appear saying he has broken Anvari's ring. The dragon collapses to the ground. Smoke clears. The system notifies that Odin's hold over Fafnir has vanished. The boss's eyes return to normal. Jay watches and approaches him. The redhead says the skill Hyun used is definitely her partner's invisible sword. Balak replies there's no mistake, and thinks that ridiculous lightning just now, and wonders what that was. Camilla says that's a skill you can't use without the unique ability Sword Garden, and asks how Min did it. Balak responds that, thinking about it again, he really shouldn't make this guy an enemy, and asks if now is the time to hear the full story, saying it seems they don't have much time. The dragon says that finally, the hand of salvation has reached him as well, and he deserves to hear this story and why he was freed, and that he too will reveal the truth he desires. The beginning of the catastrophe was the visit of a certain wanderer. His father was a dwarf mage named Hreidmar. He had 3 sons, including himself. He was the second of them. His older brother Otter often transformed into an otter using magic. He used to fish for the family to eat, but one day, he strangely didn't return home. As the wait dragged on, by midnight, he arrived. A man who introduced himself as a wandering traveler. Since it was dark and he couldn't continue his journey, he asked permission to stay for a day. The wanderer said, "This belongs to him," and held out the skin of an animal he had hunted. That pelt was all too familiar to the family, the otter's skin. His brother, who hadn't returned despite them waiting until late at night, Otter came home only as that skin. His father, realizing what it was, wept bitterly, shouting Otter's name, knowing he would never return. The wanderer, watching that scene, said it was his fault that the parents lost their lives. So he offered compensation, enough gold to cover that otter skin completely. And with those words, while waving the staff in his hand, gold rained from the sky. The gold covered the pelt. Finally, what was placed atop the pile of gold was a ring, a very alluring ring. He couldn't take his eyes off it. The atmosphere completely changed with that one addition. The end of that story is what you see now. The protagonist says that after all, the true identity of that wanderer was... The dragon replies, yes, it was Odin, but he shows no sign of surprise. Jay says it's because so many surprising things have happened to them lately. The boss moves his wings and says his remaining time is running out, finally, and that he may ask something too. He asks who the hell he is. Hyun looks to the side and asks if he knows the 3 Norn sisters. The dragon asks about the 3 Norn sisters. Min responds, the one they chose, the prophesied adversary who will destroy Asgard, turned out to be himself. The boss widens his eyes and asks if that's true, and says he said that before, when his mind wasn't sane, that he would avenge him. The protagonist says yes, because he owes that guy, and since he's at it, he'll avenge him too. The dragon speaks about a list of materials. Even crude, it contains divinity. It should be quite useful, and he'll give him a gift. Jay asks about the gift, and the boss replies yes, this method should help him too, and he hopes his journey is smooth. The dragon closes his eyes. The system notifies that for the first time, by slaying a dragon, he succeeded. Hyun says not to worry, he'll definitely avenge him. More notifications arrive. Fafnir defeated, reward completed, level increased by 3. The active skill Divine Usurpation is activated. Divine Usurpation usurps the divinity of the designated target, Fafnir. The user's divinity awakens and the title Dragon Hunter is acquired. A gift arrived from Fafnir. Min widens his eyes and the system notifies that he has obtained a pulsing dragon egg. The protagonist wonders about a dragon egg. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.